Chapter 1027, Cancel the mobile phone promotion plan immediately. Pei Qian took a car to the mall and walked to the store in 2 steps. He was very nervous. It took less than half an hour to get here from the press conference, but Pei Qian had a vague ominous premonition. Those fans who watched the press conference online and happened to be near the mall, wouldn't they have snapped up all the mobile phones? Don't let this happen. Pei Qian was very worried now. The scene he least wanted to see was that there were few people in the store. Because that meant that all the mobile phones in the store had been sold out. If there was a long queue outside the store, it meant that the situation was good and there were still mobile phones left. Finally, Pei Qian took the escalator to the floor where the store was located. He immediately put on a mask to prevent himself from being recognized at the first time. After seeing about 6 or 7 people queuing in front of the store, Pei Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation did not seem as bad as he imagined. Since there were people queuing, it meant that the mobile phones at the store should not have been sold out. However, when Pei Qian saw 2 customers walking out of the store without their phones in their hands, his mood suddenly sank to the bottom again. Something was wrong. After walking a few steps forward and arriving at the door, he heard Tian Mo apologizing non-stop. "Sorry, everyone, all the phones are sold out, and the standard version is gone. If you want to order a phone, you can leave your identity information, and I will notify you as soon as the next batch of goods arrives." Pei Qian's eyes went dark in an instant, and he felt that he had suffered a heavy blow. It's broken. It's not long after the press conference, and all the phones in the store are sold out. Is it okay? You have to know that this store only covers customers within a few kilometers at most. These customers can buy out the store's inventory, which is enough to show how much everyone recognizes this phone. Pei Qian sneaked a look inside from outside and found something even more outrageous. After registering their information, a few buddies did not leave immediately, but played with the display machine on the counter. Their expressions were very focused, holding the phone horizontally with both hands, with their thumbs on the screen, their index fingers on the 2 shoulder buttons above, and the other fingers holding the phone below, with a very standard posture. There is a saying that good design allows users to see its design intent at a glance, and the 2 shoulder buttons of the G1 phone obviously have such an effect. While playing, we are still discussing. This phone is really fun to use for playing games, even better than the E1 phone. Especially the wide field of view, playing GOG mobile games has 2 more spaces than other phones, so comfortable. These 2 shoulder buttons are so convenient for playing Fortress at Sea and Lonely Desert Highway. The physical buttons feel really good. With the vibration of the phone itself, you can easily use 4 fingers to shoot. The front looks good too, with a square screen. This phone should be very cool if it is taken out. The more I play with it, the more I want to buy it. When will it be available? It's so annoying. I came a few minutes late and even the standard version is sold out. The expression of wanting to buy is simply beyond words. It would be fine if Pei Qian didn't look at these people. After looking at them, he became even angrier. Because from the expressions of these people, he seemed to be able to see the attitudes of other consumers on the internet towards the G1 mobile phone, and thus deduced the tragic fate he was about to face. The queue registered information very quickly, and the people who played with the prototypes soon got bored. After a few minutes, the people in the store finally dispersed. A man wearing a wallet came to the store. "Hey, there are a lot of people in the store today? Are you having an event?" Tian Mo looked up and said, "Oh, you're here." He has a good memory and can remember the general situation of people he has met in the past few years. This man wearing a wallet was the first one to come to the store when it just opened. He asked about the E1 mobile phone and the fully automatic smart bar lifter. Tian Mo truthfully introduced all the shortcomings of these 2 products and successfully persuaded this man to give up. The man also praised him for being conscientious and said that he would come back to see new products. I didn't expect that. I just bought a G1 phone today, and I happened to meet this guy coming for a walk. Tianmo hurriedly said, "It's not an event, we just bought a new phone, which is the one on display at the counter." The brother wearing a wallet raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. "There are new products?" "Great, let me see." The brother went to the front of the counter and picked up a G1 phone to play with it. "Not bad, the screen is really big. The price is not cheap." "Okay, give me one." The brother was about to take out his wallet. Tianmo was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute. This phone is currently out of stock. I can register it for you first. I will notify you to pick it up as soon as it is in stock. In addition, I have to tell you about the shortcomings of this phone first. After all, it costs a lot of money. You should think twice before you cooperate." The eldest brother smiled slightly. "No need. I have noticed before that you sell things conscientiously. Customers always point out the shortcomings before buying things, unlike those salesmen who talk nonsense. It's sold out, and there are still so many people booking, which shows that this phone is popular. What's more, this phone looks pretty good. I just want to change my phone. Give me one." Tianmo was speechless for a moment. Seeing that the eldest brother's attitude was so firm, he had to register for him silently. But there are still only a few customers who are as straightforward as this big brother. After a long queue formed at the entrance of the store, it also attracted many passers-by who were originally strolling in the mall. For these passers-by, Tianmo obviously had to strictly implement President Pei's requirements and explain the advantages and disadvantages of the mobile phone to them. Although the mobile phone had just arrived, Tianmo did not have a comprehensive understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of the mobile phone, but some obvious disadvantages could still be pointed out. With Tianmo's efforts, he successfully persuaded some passers-by who gathered around out of curiosity to leave. Pei Qian wandered outside the store the whole time and saw clearly what was happening inside. "Not bad, I'm very relieved. Although many people bought it without saying a word, Tianmo did follow my instructions and persuaded many people to leave. Think about it on the bright side. Although the mobile phone is sold out, there are still customers who are constantly ordering it." Xing Tianma worked hard to perform his duties, persuaded some customers who were originally going to order the mobile phone to leave, and completed the task I assigned to him very well. "Well, you did a good job. It seems that this sales department is right. In any case, this is a blessing in disguise. Now there are still stores, so nothing will show up, but what if the sales department expands and many stores are opened in the future? For example, if 30 out of 100 units are persuaded to quit, it may not be so noticeable, but what if 300,000 out of 1 million units are persuaded to quit? That is equivalent to saving a lot of losses for President Pei. Moreover, the more stores are opened, the more expenses such as rent, utilities, and employee wages will be. No matter how you calculate it, it is still cost-effective." Although the mobile phone became popular for no reason, which made Pei Qian very upset, seeing the situation of Tianmo's sales department gave Pei Qian a little comfort. Since Tianmo has always been loyal to his duties and always remembered President Pei's teachings, he can rest assured. Pei Qian turned around and left. Just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, there is also the advertising and marketing department. Pei Qian immediately took out his mobile phone and called Meng Chong. At this time, Meng Chong had already finished get off work. He just got off the bus and walked towards his residence. Since he disappeared for more than half a month last month, today is his first day to go to work. Before going to work, he deliberately shaved his beard, cut his hair, and tidied up his appearance. After all, the whole department is watching, so Meng Chong still has to save face. Others in the advertising and marketing department didn't ask much, so Meng Chong pretended that nothing happened. On the first day of work, Meng Chong had no intention of working at all. Mr. Pei let him think carefully about the promotion plan for the new mobile phone and smart clothes drying rack this month, and strive to successfully get a high commission, but Meng Chong didn't take it too seriously, thinking that it wouldn't be too late to study it in 2 days. After a whole day of slacking off, Meng Chong turned on the lights in the rental house and lay on the sofa after work. Just then, his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was President Pei. Huh? Meng Chong was a little surprised, because President Pei seemed to rarely call him, and it was even rarer to call him during non-working hours. When he picked up the phone, he heard President Pei ask anxiously on the other end of the phone, "I asked you to make a promotional plan for Oda Technology's new mobile phone before. Have you done it?" Meng Chong was stunned for a moment, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, not yet, President Pei, it's only been 1 day, there's not enough time." Meng Chong deduced from President Pei's anxious voice that President Pei should be trying to hurry up. Hearing that the launch of Oda Technology's mobile phone was scheduled for today, it was obvious that President Pei hoped that he could come up with a promotional plan as soon as possible and stir up the popularity of the mobile phone with the launch. But how could Meng Chong be obedient? The better the publicity effect, the less his commission. So Meng Chong immediately made up his mind to stay the same in the face of all changes, and strictly abide by the delay strategy. No matter how much President Pei urged him, he just didn't have enough time and couldn't come up with a plan. Delay it for 10.5 months, and when the heat of this period has passed, slowly come up with the plan. Although I may not get more commission, it's not bad to discuss Mr. Pei. However, as soon as Meng Chong finished speaking, Mr. Pei's happy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Really? That's great. It's best if you don't start it. I'm afraid you'll work in vain. The promotion plan for the mobile phone has been cancelled. Don't promote it." Meng Chong, huh? Mr. Pei repeated again, "All promotion plans for the G1 mobile phone have been cancelled. Don't do it at all. Do you understand?" Meng Chong, understand. Understand. Before he could react, Mr. Pei hung up. Meng Chong looked at the black screen of his mobile phone and was completely confused. What's going on? Chapter 1028, A God-Given Opportunity in Eric's Eyes. May 4th, Friday. Modu, Longyu Group Headquarters. In the conference room, Eric was reading a report carefully, while Zhao Shuming was sitting beside him, waiting patiently, observing Eric's expression from time to time. After a long time, Eric put the report down and nodded. "Well, the level of this report is okay. Although it is not perfect, it is also very valuable for reference." Zhao Shuming was relieved and said quickly, "Of course, in order to complete this report, my colleagues all attached great importance to it, consulted a lot of data, and distributed a large number of questionnaires. It would be our honor if we could help you." Eric put the report aside. "Let's put the report aside for now. We still can't relax next. There is still a lot of work to be done. In terms of overseas leagues, except for Europe and the United States, we are at a disadvantage. The development of the mobile game version is not smooth. The previous version did not have data interoperability. I have already reported it to the headquarters. They said they would modify it and strive to achieve data interoperability, but the consequence is that the mobile game will be delayed for a while before it can be launched. The popularity of Mission and Choice has also made GOG's new hero Skylark popular, which is also bad news for us. During this period, the confrontation between GOG and IOI was mainly concentrated in 4 different areas. The first area is overseas leagues. So far, the overseas leagues of the 2 games have basically been organized, of course, mainly concentrated in relatively economically developed regions. After all, there must be a player base before there will be players and spectators, and the league will be popular. The holding of overseas leagues is also accompanied by the promotion of overseas servers. Zhito Company and Tenda Group adopted two different promotion plans. Zhito Company took on a lot of things, and was responsible for the promotion of leagues in various regions around the world, and opened branches in various regions for unified operation, while Tenda cooperated with local large companies and gave them full freedom. Facts have proved that in the early stage, Tenda Group's method was obviously more useful. These large companies are familiar with the local situation, and it is profitable to cooperate with Tenda, so they naturally promote it very hard. Fingerprint has a strong influence in Europe and the United States, so the two sides are evenly matched, but in regions such as South America, Eastern Europe, East Asia, and Southeast Asia, GOG obviously has the upper hand. The second area is the mobile game version. Finger Company has been developing the mobile version of IOI, and the efficiency is quite good. Originally, a test version of the next version had been released and it was ready to start testing. However, after getting the test version, Eric immediately called the senior management and asked them to cancel the test and continue development. Because Eric found that the test version of the mobile version of IOI did not achieve complete data interoperability. Obviously, the person in charge of the development of the mobile version of IOI at Finger Company did not think so much. He just transplanted some heroes suitable for mobile games in IOI, changed to control by virtual joysticks and skill wheels, and then symbolically transplanted a few skins. In terms of charging, it was originally planned to charge for heroes and skins again. This seems reasonable at first glance. The porting of terminal games to mobile games also needs to be developed, which requires a lot of manpower costs. If the terminal game buys skins and uses them casually in the mobile game, where will the money for developing mobile games come from? But Eric's overseas call made the senior management realize the seriousness of this problem. This is not just a mobile game, it is part of the price war with GOG. You know, GOG is all data interoperable. If players find that the data between the IOI PC game and the mobile game are not interoperable, and they have to buy skins again on the mobile game, they will be furious. Finger Company has been scolded by players for the price of heroes and skins before, and it must not make the same mistake again. Eric couldn't help but sigh. Fighting with President Pei is like this, you can't relax for a moment. Because President Pei is always ahead, as long as you relax a little, you will definitely fall into the trap that President Pei has dug before. But with this delay, the launch time of the IOI mobile game version will be postponed again. The third area is the ICL and GPL leagues. There is nothing good about this. The ICL league is still in a state of being completely beaten by the GPL league. It is worth mentioning that the three sources of the current popularity of the ICL league are FV Club, the unofficial stream solution of Rabbit Tail Live, and the BP Live competition, and these three sources of popularity are all related to Tenda. The fourth area is the current domestic market operation of IOI and GOG. There is also nothing good about it. IOI is still being completely beaten by GOG. What's even more frightening is that the market share of the two games is not at the same level. Recently, with the release of the movie Call of Duty and the release of the game, GOG's market share is still rising, squeezing IOI's living space. Because GOG and Call of Duty have linked up and launched a new hero Skylark, originally, GOG helped Mission and Choice to gain popularity, but after Mission and Choice became popular, it helped GOG to gain popularity in turn. Therefore, Eric has not had an easy time during this period, and he is a little overwhelmed by various things. In order to defeat President Pei, he must take time to study President Pei's thinking mode and try to know himself and the enemy. Of course, as early as half a year ago, Eric had studied President Pei's way of thinking and made a gambler judgment on President Pei. Now he asked Zhao Shuming to bring people from Longyu Group to produce this report in order to further confirm his ideas. Facts have proved that everyone's views are indeed consistent, which makes Eric more confident. How to use President Pei's gambler mentality is the key to breaking his undefeated myth. After sending Zhao Shuming away, Eric was alone in the conference room, sorting out the information he had recently obtained from beginning to end. There is a very key factor for every success of President Pei. That is, President Pei always seems to be able to break the circle, which is magical. Take mission and choice, for example. Almost everyone thinks it is impossible to recover the cost after knowing the investment in this game and movie. Because the market for games and movies is so large and there are so many loyal user groups, according to conventional data estimates, it is impossible to recover the cost. But judging from the sales of games and the box office performance of movies, it is obviously not possible to measure it with conventional data. In other words, mission and choice has attracted many people who don't watch science fiction movies or even movies very much, and has also made many people who don't often play RTS games willing to pay for it. And movies and games can also enter the overseas market, which will be an additional income. It is precisely because of these additional groups and additional income that mission and choice not only did not lose money, but was able to become popular and make a lot of money. This is the strength of Tenda Group, but it may also become its fatal weakness. Because President Pei often does some things that are extremely risky and rewarding, it's also a big thing, so once it breaks the circle, it can always create miracles. But if it fails, it will inevitably cause great damage to the entire Tenda Group. This is also consistent with my previous speculation. The secret of Mr. Pei's ability to quickly promote GOG is actually to burn money. Mr. Pei is a gambler. He and Tenda Group are in a state of dancing on the edge of a knife, and the company's risk resistance is not strong. So, if you want to beat Mr. Pei, you must make a fuss about this point. Now should be the time when the entire Tenda Group's capital chain is the most fragile, and it is also a great time to take action. Eric once asked Mr. Pei 3 questions before, and he once said a number, $100 million. This is his estimate of the upper limit of the amount of money that Dayak Group can bear. Eric believes that these words have probably established an anchor point in President Pei's mind and played a certain suggestive role. That is, President Pei will probably reserve a similar amount of funds to deal with the money-burning war of the Finger Company. Even if there is some surplus, it will not be much. The money-burning war has been going on, from IOI National Service to Domestic League, to Overseas League and mobile game version. But Eric did not directly put all his chips on it, but carefully burned money while observing. Now, Eric thinks the time has come. For Tenda Group, mission and choice some time ago consumed a huge amount of funds, and although movies and games can make money, it will take a long time to recover the funds. In addition, Tenda Group has recently launched many new projects at the same time, and mobile phones need to be stocked in large quantities, so the cash flow must be very tight. It is obviously a great time to suddenly burn a lot of money at this time point. If Mr. Pei doesn't follow, then such a large sum of money will have a very good effect, and the offensive and defensive situation of IOI and GOG will be reversed instantly. If Mr. Pei follows, then the already fragile capital chain of Tenda Group will become even more precarious. Eric couldn't help but smile proudly. After lying dormant for so long, he finally got a great chance to turn the tables. Chapter 1029, Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack Sample. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. May 7th, Monday. In the afternoon, Pei Qian and Meng Chong took a car to Oda Technology. This time they went to Oda Technology not because of the G1 mobile phone, but for the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack. The G1 mobile phone received a warm response as soon as it was released. Many people were discussing it online. Of course, there were also a group of people who were crazy about this phone and criticized it completely. It is reasonable that the G1 mobile phone was hacked. Because the domestic digital circle, especially the mobile phone circle, is a very deep circle. The behavior of buying water army to attack friendly companies is actually very common, but no one admits it. This is also normal, because the prospects of the mobile phone circle are very bright, but the competition is very fierce. It is said that it has a bright future because in the foreseeable future, people will become more and more inseparable from mobile phones. Mobile phones will integrate multiple functions such as video playback, games, smart home control, calls, and photos, affecting all aspects of people's lives. The continuous innovation of mobile phone technology has made the cycle of mobile phone updates and replacements very fast as 1 year and as slow as 2 years. Most people will replace their mobile phones. The mobile phone market is a very broad market, however, the competition in the mobile phone circle is very fierce. Let's not talk about foreign brands like Pineapple Mobile Phone. Domestic mobile phone brands are also chasing each other and refusing to give in. Under the life and death competition, it is inevitable that there will be more and more gunpowder. As an emerging technology company, Buddha Technology has only released 2 mobile phones so far, and its market share is also very low. It should be a state of self-cultivation and peace of mind. But the problem is that no matter how much these 2 mobile phones sell, they are very popular online and naturally have topicality. Moreover, the prices of these 2 mobile phones are too high. They easily stand in the high-end field that many mobile phone manufacturers have struggled to stand in or cannot stand in. What's more outrageous is that consumers are quite accepting of it. How can this not make people jealous? Therefore, UTA mobile phones must be hacked, which is inevitable. And those who hack UTA mobile phones are not necessarily Water Army, but may also be tap water or fans of some other mobile phone manufacturers. They can't understand why UTA mobile phones sell so well, and they will also attack them online. Pei Qian casually looked at the forum and found that people who criticized the G1 phone mainly focused on the following points. Some technologies were not mature, which reduced the user experience. The price was too expensive, which was suspected to be an IQ tax. Most of the so-called new technologies were not self-developed. In fact, other mobile phone manufacturers are also working on similar full-screen solutions, and a batch of similar models will be released soon. Pei Qian was very happy to see the UTA phone being hacked. The more you hack, the fewer phones will be sold, and the more I will lose. But the problem is that Pei Qian carefully read the discussion about the UTA phone and found that these views were quickly countered, and did not affect the hot sales of the G1 phone. The technology is immature and affects the user experience? Nonsense, we already knew it, and we bought it with the mentality of being a guinea pig. The price is too expensive? Suspected of IQ tax? Those who think this phone is an IQ tax are probably the ones who really have IQ problems. Just a little calculation will show that this phone is simply too cost-effective. Okay. Other mobile phone manufacturers are also doing it? Then other mobile phone manufacturers should sell the goods. Netizens were arguing with each other, but the haters hacked for a long time and couldn't find any key black spots. This made Pei Qian feel very sorry. What a pity. The public opinion war in the field of mobile phones is actually very dangerous. Some internet trolls will seize on a certain shortcoming of a certain mobile phone brand and launch a crazy attack on it, or even make up a shortcoming to attack if there is no shortcoming at all. As long as similar remarks are repeated many times, a certain stereotype will be formed, which will subtly influence many consumers. For example, if you hire a troll army to keep promoting a certain mobile phone brand as poor quality, poor signal, severe heat generation, cutting corners, etc., as long as the promotion is repeated everywhere, many potential consumers will also be labeled with similar labels, and when they encounter this brand of mobile phone in the future, they will subconsciously avoid it. Of course, this kind of criticism is often not groundless. Maybe a certain model of this mobile phone brand does have similar problems, but even if the future models are improved, most people will still retain this stereotype. UTA mobile phones obviously have many shortcomings, and there are many points for haters to grab, but the problem is that these shortcomings have been repeatedly mentioned and discussed at the press conference. Haters want to start a discussion on a certain shortcoming. If it is another mobile phone, netizens will reply, "There is such a problem? Pay attention." But when it comes to UTA mobile phones, netizens below reply one after another, "You just found out? The village just got internet? It was already mentioned at the press conference, didn't you see it? How can you continue to criticize it?" Pei Qian had originally thought that if the public opinion on the G1 phone was bad, he could consider paying out of his own pocket to hire some online trolls to add fuel to the flames, but seeing the current trend, he gave up the idea. In this situation, paying out of your own pocket to hire online trolls is basically the same as wasting money. With this money, it is better to keep it to increase the amount of profit concessions. During the last settlement, the system opened a new mysterious reward. Pei Qian can consume a certain amount of personal property to increase the profit quota of a certain industry, with a ratio of 1 to 100, and the maximum personal property consumed per cycle is 100,000. In other words, Pei Qian can open a profit quota of 10 million for a certain industry by paying 100,000 yuan out of his own pocket, and start a crazy money-burning mode. Spending on this is more cost-effective than hiring water army? Of course, Pei Qian has not yet decided which industry to use this quota. But there is no need to rush. After all, there are more than 2 months before the settlement of this cycle, and there is still a lot of time to think slowly. Meng Chang also sat in the car, his expression a little cramped. His original plan was to continue to fish and paddle this week and start thinking about the publicity plan next week. But today President Pei specifically asked him to go to O2 Technology to see the situation of the smart fitness clothes drying rack. Meng Chang really had no reason to refuse, so he had to follow. His current mood is more complicated. Originally, Meng Chang hated and feared Mr. Pei, because he had been receiving a basic salary for several months, and this was obviously all thanks to Mr. Pei. Meng Chang was manipulated by Mr. Pei, but he had no way to deal with it, and could only be furious. But what happened recently changed Meng Chang's impression of Mr. Pei, and he was a little confused about what Mr. Pei was thinking. Originally, Meng Chang wanted to make a promotional plan for the Auto G1 mobile phone, but Mr. Pei stopped him. Meng Chang thought that the sales of the G1 mobile phone were dismal, but when he looked online, it was clearly well received. Meng Chang couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he had made the promotional plan earlier, he would have received 0 commission again. So Mr. Pei didn't let me make a promotional plan for the G1 mobile phone to protect me? If I make this promotional plan, I basically can't expect the commission this month. If I don't make this promotional plan, if I can do some reverse promotion for the smart clothes drying rack, I might get a commission of tens of thousands of yuan. Meng Chang calculated and found that Mr. Pei stopping him from making a promotional plan for the G1 mobile phone was actually beneficial to him, which made him even more confused. So today he came with Mr. Pei to see the specific situation of this smart clothes drying rack of UTA Technology. From the name, it seems to be a not very serious product. No matter how weird the phone made by UTA Technology is, it is still a phone after all, and there is still a chance of success. But smart clothes drying rack? The chance of failure is very high. Of course, Meng Chang did not dare to take it lightly. After all, there is the fully automatic smart lifting machine as a precedent. Still have to see the specific functions of this smart clothes drying rack on the spot before making a judgment. Soon, the two arrived at UTA Technology, and Changyu had come to greet them in advance. Jiang Yuan is in charge of the mobile phone business and is busy with the G1 mobile phone, while all the smart products of UTA Technology are now under the charge of Changyu. Chapter 1030 Fitness Battle Charging Model. Boss Pei, this way please. Changyu led Boss Pei and Meng Chang to the entertainment room of UTA Technology. Meng Chang saw the special machine in the corner of the entertainment room at a glance. The shape is very unique, but it can still be seen at a glance that it is some kind of fitness equipment. Changyu introduced, "This is a sample sent by the OEM factory a few days ago. To be honest, it is a little more troublesome to assemble than ordinary fitness equipment. After all, the structure is more complicated and the parts are very heavy. So we must provide door-to-door installation. It is more difficult for customers to install it themselves." Pei Qian nodded, "Of course we have to provide installation. Isn't this a matter of course? In fact, it is not difficult to provide installation. Many fitness equipment adopt a similar model. Find some specialized dealers across the country to cooperate, give them a sum of money, let the workers on the dealer's side learn how to disassemble and assemble equipment, perform simple troubleshooting and repairs, and wait for the goods to be delivered, and let the workers in the same city come to install it. Of course, if it is in a city with Nifeng logistics, it will be even simpler. These things can be completely done by the couriers of Nifeng Logistics." Pei Qian thought for a moment and added, "We not only provide installation, but also moving. After purchasing the smart clothes drying rack, if the customer wants to move, they can have one free move every year. Our after-sales staff will come to disassemble and repack the product and move it to a new home in the same city. Of course, if the number exceeds, or if it is transported across cities, the money will be calculated separately." Pei Qian's idea is to give more benefits if possible. Once this promise is made, won't he lose more money every time he moves? Changyu pondered for a moment. "Well, this is not difficult to do, but it will further increase our subsequent maintenance costs. Our product itself may not make much money, and if we provide free transportation, the cost will accumulate, which will be terrifying. But it's great news for customers to come here. After all, a large part of those who buy fitness equipment are young people who don't have their own houses and often need to move when renting houses. They can't move such a large equipment by themselves. If they hand it over to the moving master will not disassemble it, and may also charge extra money. If we can solve this problem, these people who rent houses should be very happy." Pei Qian said, "That's good, making customers happy is our purpose all the time. As for the cost, that's a problem. We can always make up for it by thinking of ways to make up for it in other places." Changyu nodded, "Well, Mr. Pei is right." Pei Qian was very happy to spend more money after having an idea. He and Meng Chang continued to look up and down at this smart fitness clothes drying rack. The real thing was very different from what Pei Qian had imagined. It was obvious that after repeated communication between the product manager of UDA Technology and the OEM, the design was revised many times based on safety, practicality, portability of packaging after disassembly, and other factors. Changyu introduced, "This machine can perform a total of 9 exercises, namely butterfly chest press, straight back chest press, reverse arm extension, high back pull, seated rowing, pull-ups, rope curls, bench presses and weighted squats. The muscles exercised include the core muscles of the chest, back, waist, arms, legs and other parts of the body. However, the machine needs to be adjusted when doing different movements." Changyu adjusted the shape of the machine while introducing. It is worth mentioning that although many functions of this machine are exactly the same as some equipment in the gym, they are very different in appearance. For example, bench press, when squatting in the gym, a gantry is used, with a barbell bar, hooks and barbell plates on it, but there are 2 problems with squatting like this. The first is that using the shoulders and neck to push against the metal barbell is very uncomfortable unless the trapezius muscles are particularly developed. Many people use yoga mats to support their necks when doing squats, which is very inconvenient. The second is that if you want to change the weight, you need to manually change the barbell plates, which is quite troublesome. The Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack optimizes this problem. First, a protective cushion is added in the middle of the barbell. Secondly, basic weight modules are added on both sides of the barbell to maintain balance. In addition, the weights are shared with movements such as butterfly chest press and high back pull, which saves the trouble of changing the barbell plates. You can just change the position of the weights. Moreover, this further saves space. The only problem is that this means that all the parts used on the smart fitness clothes drying rack cannot be used with other fitness equipment. But this is not a big problem. After all, in most usage scenarios, it is the only fitness equipment for customers. After listening to Changyu's introduction, Pei Qian looked solemn. It seems quite reliable. But the more reliable, the more outrageous. This smart fitness clothes drying rack was an idea that Pei Qian came up with on the spur of the moment. At the time, he thought that it would be a piece of steel junk and no one would buy it. But now that he has seen the sample, Pei Qian suddenly feels that this thing seems to have some appeal to ordinary consumers. Dangerous, very dangerous, Changyu had already introduced the basic usage of this equipment. He looked at Pei Qian and said, "Mr. Pei, the game fitness battle that matches the smart fitness clothes drying rack has almost been developed. The demo has been sent. Why don't you try it yourself?" Pei Qian was silent for a moment and looked at Meng Chong. "Go." Meng Chong looked confused. "Chong, you asked you to go, okay?" Seeing Meng Chang's confused expression, Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "You are responsible for making the promotion plan. How can you not try it yourself? I'll give you this opportunity to experience it first. Go." Meng Chong was so shocked, but he had no choice but to sit on it. "Chong, you took a tablet from the side and pulled down a retractable and foldable simple bracket from the top of the smart fitness clothes drying rack. It was just right to put the tablet on it." Changyu explained, "We designed the size of this stand according to the size of a tablet computer, and of course it also supports mobile phones. If you are a very wealthy customer, you can also not use this stand, but put a TV directly opposite the equipment. After Fitness Battle and the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack are connected via Bluetooth, the current state will be sensed through the sensor inside the equipment. When the customer wants to do a certain action, it will guide the customer to make corresponding adjustments to the equipment." Changyu introduced, while Meng Chong tried it. He decided to do a more basic action first, the butterfly chest press for male beginners. The chest is obviously one of the most worthy parts to train more. Because compared with the back, abdomen and other parts, the chest muscles are relatively large, and the training is the fastest, and the arms can be trained by the way. As long as the arm and chest muscles are trained, they can have a very obvious close holding effect, and the overall temperament will be significantly improved. Moreover, as long as the chest muscles are big enough, the belly will not be so obvious. On the contrary, working hard on the abdominal muscles cannot actually reduce the fat on the belly. Because it is a demo, many of the previous guidance functions are temporarily missing. Meng Chong clicked on the screen, selected a character, and started to exercise. He chose a cute girl, who first guided him to adjust the state of the smart fitness clothes rack, and then began to explain the key points and force points of the butterfly chest press, and finally did the movements with him. This cute girl has a slightly fat figure. For young women, 20% body fat is considered a relatively good condition. At 25%, you can hardly see any belly fat. At 30%, you can't see it when you put on clothes, but you can see your belly if you expose your waist. At 35%, you can clearly see the swim ring on your belly. This character's body fat rate has basically reached nearly 35%, and her training goal is to train her body fat rate to below 20%. During the exercise, the cute girl on the screen will continue to cheer Meng Chong up. Pei Qian suddenly thought of a question and asked, "The characters, costumes, props, scenes, these things should all be value-added services, right? Should we draw them or buy them directly?" Changyu replied, "We have only determined the profit method of free games plus value-added services, but the specific method has not yet been determined. If you buy it directly, it may be a little more conscientious and have a better reputation. If you draw them, you may make more money, but you may also be criticized. Of course, unless it is a draw like Ghost General. But the investment in fitness battle is much greater than that of Ghost General. If you are so conscientious, to be honest, you can't recover the cost at all. It's up to you, Mr. Pei, to decide how to do it. Pei Qian fell into deep thought. His first reaction was to buy it directly. Whether it was costumes, props or scenes, they were all clearly marked with prices. If the price was set lower, such as spending 1 or 200 yuan to buy the whole set, it should make less money than drawing a lottery. But then he thought again, something was wrong. Wasn't Ghost General popular because of this? At that time, Pei Qian wanted to make a pay-to-play online game, but he didn't expect that the players would shout that it was a good idea, and they would mindlessly spend money on it. He made a lot of money by selling at a low profit margin. The same is true for fitness battle. What if the price is too reasonable and the players are eager to buy it? The mistakes that have been made should never be made again. If you do a lottery, you can lower the probability of delivery, which will definitely get you scolded. But the problem is that some people will draw while scolding, and the less they draw, the more excited those rich people will be. In the end, you will be scolded and make money at the same time. How uncomfortable is that? Can you think of another in-app purchase consumption model? Chapter 1031 Unique Lottery Mode. Pei Qian's brain was working quickly, and the professional knowledge about game design that he had learned before came in handy at this time. The secret of making money from Krypton Gold games is to first use the game itself for free to lure players in, so that players can form stickiness to the game, and then slowly use some means to force players to play hard in Krypton Gold, so that the rich can support the game with money, and the poor can support the game with their personal appearance, and finally turn the game into a cash cow. All Krypton Gold games basically cannot escape this core. Players want to get a complete and optimal gaming experience, either time, money, or both. So, for Krypton Gold games, all players cannot be generally classified into the same type. Krypton Gold has its own way of playing, and non-Krypton Gold has its own way of playing. Those rich people who spend tens of thousands of dollars to play through the game, those middle-level players who are careful with calculations and only charge tens or hundreds of dollars, and those pure free players who will not charge a penny no matter how you tempt them, they are never the same game group. Therefore, game manufacturers need to consider them as three types of people and formulate different strategies for them. The secret of making money from Krypton Gold games is to let free players run relatively comfortably, induce middle-level players to spend as much money as possible, and let the rich players get the blessing of Krypton Gold. There are many gameplays that require time to play. To a certain extent, as long as free players spend enough time, they can also get some tokens, or even get relatively generous rewards, so that they can stick to it with their strong liver even if they don't spend money. Of course, the things that free players get from playing will never be better than the things that the rich get from Krypton Gold, otherwise the game will become the studio's download. These free players can get results from playing, and they will think that this game is relatively conscientious, and then they will keep playing. Whether they make friends with the rich in the game or are beaten by the rich as sandbags, in short, they have become the game experience of the rich players. As for the middle-level players, the game company knows that this group of people have money, but they don't have much money and their consumption is relatively rational. This group of people often combine Krypton Gold and Krypton Gold. Some gameplays are more cost-effective to play, so they play. Some Krypton Gold is more cost-effective, so they Krypton Gold. Therefore, game companies will regularly offer discounts and promotions. The rich will offer discounts or lucky draws on the good things they bought at the original price, just to encourage these middle-level players to continue to consume. Although they are middle-level players, each person spends a few dozen or 100 yuan more per month, which is also a considerable income for game companies. Finally, there are the local tyrants. Although this group of people accounts for less than 1% of the player group, they account for the bulk of the game company's revenue. Serving local tyrants well is the mission of most game companies. In order to satisfy local tyrants, the depth of Krypton gold in the game must be deep enough. If the local tyrants can break through with tens of thousands of yuan, they will soon lose interest. Game companies will continue to launch better characters, weapons, and equipment, and constantly upgrade the goods purchased with money. And the eliminated equipment can be sold to middle-level players at a discount. If the local tyrants want to stay the strongest, they have to keep spending money. Fortunately, the local tyrants are very rich and often don't lack these few dollars. The local tyrants who are willing to spend tens of thousands of yuan on the game mostly don't mind spending tens of thousands more. As a result, the entire game forms a perfect closed loop. Free players, middle-level players, and local tyrants all have their own ways of playing, and they can all get their own fun from the game. Game companies can also continue to get money from everyone, and everyone is happy. Those Krypton Gold games that make a lot of money basically follow this routine. If you want to make less money, you have to break out of this routine. Of course, Ghost General can be regarded as breaking out of this routine, but it is a bit too much and has taken another wrong path. Ghost General only has a threshold consumption and a lifetime card to buy the game, which is actually equivalent to turning the Krypton Gold card draw mobile game into a buyout system. The buyout system itself is nothing special, but it is very unique among the many mobile games that force players to play hard, so it stands out. The reason is that Ghost General does not actually distinguish these three different types of players very well, but proposes a solution that is particularly friendly to most player groups. It is really cost-effective, so it has achieved the effect of small profits, but quick turnover. Of course, the key lies in the limitations of the system. Pei Qian cannot directly set the game as completely free, but must allow it to have theoretical profit potential. Therefore, if there is no in-app purchase, the buyout system threshold must be set higher. If there is no threshold and free entry, the in-app purchase pit must be deeper. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of losing money. Pei Qian believes that in order to avoid the tragedy of Ghost General from happening again, 2 points must be paid attention to this time. First, there must be no buyout threshold. Free must be truly free, and ordinary players must be able to play all the content without spending a penny. In this way, everyone who can get something for free is getting something for free, and there is no such thing as small profits, but quick turnover. Secondly, while the pit of in-app purchases is relatively deep, players' desire to consume should be eliminated as much as possible. The reason why other games like to hold lotteries so much is actually to use the randomness of lotteries to deceive players, so that players pay far more than their actual value for some rare heroes and rare props. In order to curb the player's desire to spend, the lottery system must also be improved. Pei Qian quickly came up with an idea and said to Changyu, the in-app purchase consumption of Fitness Battle is both a mall and a lottery. All products are clearly marked in the mall. At the same time, the lottery system also determines the corresponding probability according to the rarity, allowing players to choose freely. The price-performance ratio of the lottery is about 0.8, which means that players spend 100 yuan on the lottery, and on average, they can only draw things worth about 80 yuan. Of course, for some European emperors, this is definitely not in line with this expectation. When players recharge to obtain tokens for the lottery, the background will record every recharge of the player, the amount, lottery results, and the total value of these prizes. Every midnight to 2400 hours is a cycle. If the player is not satisfied with the lottery results within this cycle, he can directly apply for a refund through the refund button. The system will automatically deduct the prizes and refund the money, but the price is that the player cannot make any recharges in the next 3 days. In addition, all props in the game can be obtained with game tokens. The way to get game tokens is to do fitness exercises every time, and the number of calories consumed is the number of tokens obtained. The more calories consumed, the more tokens you get. These tokens can be exchanged for any props in the game, but they cannot be used for lottery. Pei Qian's design is all to suppress the player's desire to consume as much as possible. According to the system requirements, the consumption model of the game must match the investment in the game. Simply put, Pei Qian cannot directly set this game as completely free. There must be moderate in-app purchases. If there is no in-app purchase, then a relatively high buyout price must be set. Pei Qian has already tasted the bitter fruit of the payout fee for Krypton Gold games during the Ghost General period. Therefore, Pei Qian wants to have enough dissuasion for players on the premise that the pool of in-app purchase fees is deep enough. Relatively speaking, the mall is definitely more cost-effective than the lottery. The reason why many Krypton Gold games put all rare characters and props into the lottery is because the lottery is a bottomless pit. When the probability of delivery is relatively low, the value paid by the local tyrants to obtain a specific character is actually far more than its actual value. Of course, many game companies will make the lottery seem like it's worth the money, and the items drawn from the lottery are more valuable than if they were purchased directly. But the problem is that the lottery will come with a lot of junk items that are actually useless, so the players still suffer. Pei Qian's strategy is to add a lottery system to increase the theoretical consumption limit of the game, so that the game can be set as free. However, this lottery system is completely different from the lottery systems of other games. It is an absolutely uneconomical lottery system. The lottery system has a low cost effectiveness, and the players will be informed of the items and their value. The key is that if the players are not satisfied, they can regret and refund, and then give the players a cooling-off period, and they cannot recharge within 3 days. In this way, no one will be interested in the lottery, and the rich will only spend a few hundred yuan to buy the items they are interested in. Even if the middle-level players spend money to draw the lottery, they will not regret it unless they are satisfied, and they can refund at any time if they are not satisfied, so they will not spend much money. Free players will not spend money, they will definitely keep playing, and buy items by consuming calories, and will never spend a penny. All 3 groups of players will not spend a lot of money. How perfect! Pei Qian admired himself a little bit. It was a genius plan. Chang Yu nodded frequently and took notes seriously. He didn't particularly understand the ins and outs of Krypton Gold games, but seeing that President Pei seemed to be in control of everything, he obviously had to trust President Pei unconditionally. Anyway, no matter how complicated a system President Pei designed, it would definitely succeed, and he just had to shout 666. After deciding on the charging model for the game, Pei Qian looked at Meng Chang, who was still exercising. How is the promotion plan? Is there any progress? Meng Chang got down from the smart fitness clothes drying rack, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. There is some progress. He dared not have no progress. What if President Pei asked him to continue training after the success? It seems that President Pei is capable of such torture and forced confession. Okay, let's stop here for today, and call it a day. Pei Qian was satisfied and left with Meng Chang. Chapter 1032 Promotional Plan for Smart Fitness Drying Rack. After returning to the company, Meng Chang sat at his workstation, drank a sip of water, and took a break, and then began to think about the promotional plan for the Smart Fitness Drying Rack. This month, Tenda has 2 relatively new products. One is the G1 mobile phone, and the other is the Smart Fitness Drying Rack, and the promotional plan for the former has been cancelled. That is, Meng Chang does nothing this month and still gets the basic salary. If he makes a promotional plan for the Smart Fitness Drying Rack, he will still get the basic salary in the worst case. In this case, Meng Chang is not under much pressure, because even if he fails, he has nothing to lose. But then again, this product is really a bit of a fuss, and it looks like I have a good chance this time. After seeing the real Smart Fitness Drying Rack and personally experiencing it, Meng Chang suddenly felt that this promotional plan was very promising. Because this product is indeed not a serious product. As an entrepreneur, Meng Chang is obviously well versed in the workflow of product managers. For such a product, he must first determine its target audience and its unique advantages compared with competing products, and then formulate a corresponding promotion plan based on the characteristics of the product. Of course, for Meng Chang, in order to achieve the worst effect of the promotion plan, he should avoid the advantages of the product as much as possible and instead hint at the disadvantages of the product. Meng Chang created a new document and started to analyze. What is the biggest advantage of this product? First, it can be linked with games, and the characters in the game can be developed through fitness training. Moreover, it also has a built-in artificial intelligence module, which can perform some simple communication. These are advantages compared to traditional fitness equipment, so they must not be mentioned in the promotion. Secondly, its training programs are relatively comprehensive, and the core muscles of the whole body can basically be trained. Moreover, there are games as teaching, and it is very easy to get started. There are also very complete after-sales services for home delivery, assembly, and even moving. Well, these are also its unique advantages, so they must not be mentioned in the promotion. Finally, it has another advantage that cannot be called an advantage, that is, it has the function of drying clothes. When this fitness equipment is idle, there are many places on the top that can be used to hang clothes. Although it takes up a place, if it is used to hang clothes, this space can still be barely used. Although other fitness equipment can also be used to hang clothes and sheets, it is inconvenient to use, and there is no special design for hanging clothes on the equipment. Well, so I should start from this point and promote it in the promotional video. Meng Chang quickly found an excellent promotional direction. Ignore the two biggest advantages of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, never mention it in the promotional video, and put all the space on the most nonsensical and marginalized function of this equipment. The next thing is the style of the promotional video. If you want to emphasize the function of the product's drying clothes, then no matter whether the style is serious or humorous, it will eventually become a nonsensical funny style. But as long as everyone laughs after watching it and does not have the urge to buy, then there is no problem. We still need to find a star for this promotional video. Well, who should we find? Meng Chang fell into deep thought. If we follow the normal thinking, we must find a popular young actor, regardless of gender, who must have a good figure. For fitness equipment, it is only convincing to find a spokesperson with a good figure. Just like looking for a spokesperson for a shampoo advertisement, no one looks for a bald star, right? But Meng Chang is not going to do positive publicity. He wants to make this thing as unsellable as possible. So, Meng Chang immediately decided to find a celebrity with a bad figure. But after thinking about it carefully, it is really hard to find such a celebrity because most stars pay great attention to body management. If you want to find a star with a bloated body, you have to find the kind of gold medal extras and special actors, and the number of such actors is relatively rare. What's more, those who do not rely on their looks and body to mix in the film industry are often real powerful actors with excellent acting skills, and there is a certain risk in finding them to endorse. It is better to find a supporting actor with a bloated body and low popularity to play. Meng Chang thought about it for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of a candidate. Lin Jiaqiang. This name is very unfamiliar to many people, but as long as it is mentioned, everyone will know. He is one of Zhang Zuding's best friends. As an out-of-date actor, Zhang Zuding had several good brothers who were the royal supporting actors when he was filming movies, such as Ajian, Axiong, and Jiaqiang, who were all Zhang Zuding's good friends. After these people gradually became out of date, except for Zhang Zuding who could still get some movies with the handsome image of a middle-aged uncle, the other supporting actors were in a miserable situation, and some even fell to performing when the real estate was launched. Among them, Lam Ka-kung was the most miserable one. Because he could not get any roles, he was involved in a contract dispute with his agency. As a result, He lived in poverty and could only rely on Zhang Zuding and other friends for support. President Pei asked them to shoot a set of advertisements for Hot Blood War Song Power-Up Edition. "I am a fried pig's trotter, come and eat me if you are a brother," became a popular online quote. After that, these buddies also shot advertisements and were nicknamed Five Tigers of Hot Blood War Song by netizens. According to the price President Pei offered at that time, it should be quite high, which should greatly improve the living conditions of these people. The more Meng Qiang thought about it, the more he felt that this buddy was very reliable. Because Lin Jiaqiang was a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds, and he was out of breath when walking, asking him to shoot the advertisement for this fitness equipment was exactly what Meng Qiang wanted. Thinking of this, Meng Qiang immediately arranged his men to contact him. Tenda had no shortage of publicity funds, and Lin Jiaqiang was very short of money. In addition to Zhang Zuding's relationship, he would definitely be able to invite people. After finalizing the starring candidates for the promotional video, Meng Qiang suddenly had a lot of ideas, and the general outline of the entire promotional video emerged in his mind. He immediately tapped the keyboard quickly and wrote it out in the document. The video begins with a voiceover. Strong chest muscles. Strong latissimus dorsi. 8 clearly visible abdominal muscles. Powerful biceps. They symbolize the strong hormones of men and are the dream pursued by every man. At the same time, Lin Jiaqiang appears in the camera and follows the voiceover to show the fat on his chest, back, abdomen, and arms. Of course, he will wear a loose sports vest to prevent the advertisement from being too eye-catching. But most people don't have developed muscles, only fat that can't be driven away no matter what. After posing for a few times, Lin Jiaqiang stopped helplessly and pinched the flesh on his belly. Is there a kind of fitness equipment that allows you to have these handsome muscles that you can't buy at home without leaving your house? Of course there is. The fully automatic fitness clothes drying rack appeared on the screen, and Lin Jiaqiang looked at it with a very happy and expectant expression. The smart fitness clothes drying rack supports up to 350 pounds of weight. This is a weight you will never use. Because you may find that you actually hate fitness after trying it once or twice. The camera turned and Lin Jiaqiang was exercising with the smart fitness clothes drying rack, but he soon lost interest and stood up from it with his tongue sticking out. But if you think it will collect dust, you are wrong. This latest equipment not only allows you to exercise at home, but also gives you what you really want, a place to hang clothes. The camera turned, Lin Jiaqiang held a pile of freshly washed clothes, put them on the seat of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, and then picked up the clothes hanger and hung them one by one on the horizontal bar above the smart fitness clothes drying rack. The smart fitness clothes drying rack is tailor-made for the clothes drying needs of urban white-collar workers. It can dry up to 10 pieces of clothes at the same time, and it is also equipped with an automatic blowing function to speed up the drying of clothes. The smart fitness clothes drying rack is already full of clothes, and the ribbons of the air outlet are floating up. All the clothes are bathed in the breeze. Lin Jiaqiang feels the breeze and smiles with satisfaction. Moreover, you don't have to worry about it taking up too much space. Its seat is a very user-friendly folding design. As long as you fold it up, you can get a piece of exclusive clothes drying space. There is also a cup holder for beer or red wine on it. The hidden design allows you to use it to drink a few glasses occasionally. Of course, you can also use it to hold water cups or energy drinks when you recover from training, although I know that scene will never happen. Lin Jiaqiang took out a can of beer from the smart fitness clothes drying rack, raised his head and drank a few sips, and gave a thumbs up. We will also give each customer who orders a set of sportswear for free. It is very comfortable and can be worn as pajamas. What are you waiting for with such a versatile smart fitness clothes drying rack? Order it now. After writing the general outline of the promotional video, Meng Qiang read it again and nodded with great satisfaction. Yeah, very good. After this ad is broadcast, no one will buy it, right? This advertisement first gives the audience a very bad psychological suggestion through the image of Lin Jiaqiang, and then it blatantly reveals the fact that even if you buy home fitness equipment, you will never use it to hang clothes. In short, it is completely contrary to the purchasing desire of the target users. Not only that, this advertisement does not reflect the game fitness war that is matched with the smart fitness clothes rack, nor does it mention the smart system on it. The fitness function is even more vague and glossed over. The more Meng Chong thought about it, the more he thought it was perfect. As long as this promotional video is shot and released, combined with the original sand sculpture product positioning of the smart fitness clothes rack, customers will definitely laugh it off, right? Of course, some people will definitely buy it out of curiosity, but this thing is very expensive and takes up a lot of space, so there will definitely not be many people who buy it. As long as the publicity does not have the desired effect at that time, and the smart fitness clothes rack is not sold much, won't the commission be stable? The more Meng Chong thought about it, the more optimistic he became, and suddenly he burst out with passion for work again. Chapter 1033, The only problem is that the acting is too good. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. May 9th, Wednesday. Lin Jiaqiang was in a good mood when he stepped on the land of Jingzhou again. It might be because of the very pleasant cooperation with Tenda last time. Thinking back to the last time he came to Jingzhou, it was September 2010. At that time, Lin Jiaqiang and 3 other buddies came to Jingzhou to shoot the promotional video of Hot Blood War Song Power Up Edition. The price offered by Tenda at that time was also very generous, 500,000 per person. For those who have been out of fashion for a long time and even have problems with eating, this opportunity is simply what they want. Moreover, the whole shooting process at that time was also relaxed and enjoyable. Lin Jiaqiang just wore a special cos armor, held a large plastic machete, posed a few times in front of the camera, and even did not say a few lines, and the shooting was completed. The actual shooting time was less than half an hour. In addition to this, the rest of the time was spent eating and drinking in Jingzhou and playing around with old friends. Everything was perfect, except that this promotional video slightly affected the company's image after it was broadcast and has been used as a joke for years, but this is not a big problem. For these supporting roles who are almost forgotten, as long as they can make money, what does it matter if they are laughed at? When they were making movies, they played all kinds of ugly roles. Were they laughed at? What's more, this advertisement became popular, and it can increase their exposure in front of netizens. No matter how you think about it, it is profitable. So, after receiving the invitation from Tenda again after more than a year, Lin Jiaqiang agreed on the spot. After agreeing, he asked what the specific promotional video was, and the other party replied that it was a promotional video for fitness equipment. Lin Jiaqiang was a little confused at the time. With my figure, they asked me to shoot an advertisement for fitness equipment? It's a bit wrong, right? Is there something wrong? But he thought again. The advertisement shot for the game Hot Blood Battle Song Power Up Edition seemed to be quite unserious, but the publicity effect was also good. It can only be said that Tenda does seem to prefer this kind of weird advertisement. Lin Jiaqiang didn't think too much about it. Anyway, there was an advertisement to shoot and the money was enough. As for the effect of the advertisement, that was a problem for others to consider. What did it have to do with him? So he didn't think too much about it, just lay down and let it be arranged. Lin Jiaqiang didn't have any schedule at the moment, so he settled the things at hand and booked a flight to Jingzhou. Just like the last time he came to Jingzhou, he was picked up by a special car, and the 5-star hotel arranged food and accommodation. In short, everything was arranged clearly. Lin Jiaqiang rarely experienced such treatment even during his most popular period. After arriving at the hotel, the receptionist arranged for Lin Jiaqiang to stay and rest first, saying that he would be notified immediately after the filming-related work was arranged. At the same time, Meng Chang was perfecting the details of the promotional video copy in the advertising and marketing department. Yu Yao walked quickly to his side and said, "Brother Meng, Lin Jiaqiang has arrived. I have arranged for him to stay in the hotel. We can start filming at any time in the next 2 days." Meng Chang was a little surprised. "So fast?" "Oh, that's right, he doesn't have a schedule now, and he doesn't need to make an appointment in advance." As the head of the department, Meng Chang certainly wouldn't do everything himself, not to mention that he didn't intend to do his job well. So he handed over most of the details to Yu Yao, including contacting Lin Jiaqiang, preparing the shooting location, etc., and didn't ask anything. He originally thought that Lin Jiaqiang would not be able to come to Jingzhou for another 2 days, but he did not expect that he would come so soon that he had not even finished revising the copy for the promotional video. Yu Yao asked, "Then, why not let him stay in the hotel first and arrange for someone to take him to Jingzhou for 2 days? We can prepare slowly here." Meng Chang shook his head. "No need, let's start shooting in the afternoon." Although the copy details of the promotional video are not perfect enough, after all, for Meng Chang, this film is just a casual shot, and there is no need to worry too much about those details. "Where is the shooting location?" Meng Chang asked. Yu Yao answered truthfully, "I originally wanted to shoot in the sloth apartment, but I thought about it carefully. The environment of the sloth apartment looks too good. It doesn't seem to meet your requirements, Brother Meng. So we found an ordinary rental house and tried our best to restore the most realistic living environment of young people, especially otakus and otaku girls. Here are the photos." Yu Yao handed over the phone. Meng Chang reached out to take it, took a look at the photo of the rental house on it, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad, it meets my requirements." The whole shooting this time was carried out in the room, without any outdoor scenes, so it was easier to set up. If it is a normal promotional film shooting, it must be found in a neat and bright DREAMHOUSE4 shooting, and it must be accompanied by a sweet-looking young lady, so as to leave a good impression on the audience. But Meng Chang had not intended to leave a good impression on the audience, not to mention that the protagonist had been chosen to be a standard fat otaku like Lin Jiaqiang, who weighed more than 200 pounds, so the room must be messy to match his image. Of course, it can't be too excessive, otherwise it will be too obvious and his undercover identity will be exposed, which will not end well. In that case, let's shoot this afternoon. The venue is ready, and the actors are in place. I'll hurry up and revise the copy. Let's make a quick decision. Meng Chang began to quickly make the last revision of the copy, then printed it out and rushed to the shooting site. Yu Yao also hurried to do his own thing. The action efficiency is very high, which is in line with the consistent style of Tenda Group. In the afternoon, the promotional video shooting site. Meng Chang, Yu Yao, Lin Jiaqiang and the staff who shot the promotional video were all present. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Chang distributed the script of the promotional video to the staff on the scene, and then simply explained the play to Lin Jiaqiang. In fact, there is no need to figure out the script in particular. Just act according to your first impression. Do you understand? Meng Chang hinted wildly. Obviously, Meng Chang did not want Lin Jiaqiang to suddenly burst into acting skills and contribute a hotly discussed acting performance on the internet, which inexplicably made the smart fitness clothes drying rack popular. The worse Lin Jiaqiang's acting skills are, the more likely Meng Chang will get a high commission. Lin Jiaqiang carefully read the script from beginning to end and nodded. "Don't worry, I am familiar with this kind of role." He had acted in many nonsensical comedy films before, which often contained some absurd and bizarre plots. Seeing the somewhat spoof script of the promotional film, he couldn't help but feel very happy. Isn't this my strong point? Acting in character. Meng Chong nodded. Okay, let's start shooting. Shoot one version first and see how it goes. Everyone quickly took their positions and started shooting. Although Lin Jiaqiang hasn't acted in a movie for a long time, he is an old actor after all, and his skills are still there. Moreover, he doesn't need to memorize the lines in the promotional film, but only needs to make various exaggerated expressions and actions, so there is basically no difficulty. The edited film of this promotional film is estimated to be more than 2 minutes, and the few shots are not complicated, so it was shot very quickly. With all the scenes and props on the scene ready, and Lin Jiaqiang getting into the state very quickly, all the shots were shot in less than half an hour. Okay, cut. Yu Yao looked at Meng Chong. Mr. Meng, can you give me some instructions? Lin Jiaqiang's acting was okay, but if you really want to find problems, you can still find them. As a director, in this case, even if there is no problem, he will often keep one line, just like Party A will find faults and force a second version even if they are satisfied with the first version. Meng Chong fell silent. It's not that he has too many opinions or dissatisfaction with Lin Jiaqiang's performance, the situation is quite the opposite. Lin Jiaqiang's performance is too good. Whether a short comedy like this can be funny depends on how well the actors perform. Like many domestic comedians, when they act, it's like they are forcibly tickling the audience. Many jokes, once performed, not only do not make people feel funny, but make people feel awkward. But Lin Jiaqiang is a veteran comedian after all. Although he is out of fashion now, his skills are still there. His exaggerated movements and expressions, coupled with the narration, are really quite interesting. Before Meng Chong spoke, Lin Jiaqiang volunteered to say, everyone can raise any opinions. I haven't acted for a long time, and my condition has not recovered yet. But my condition is getting better and better. If I shoot it again, I will definitely act better. Chapter 1034, President Pei likes your promotional plan. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Lin Jiaqiang feels that his acting soul seems to have been revived and is burning, not to mention that Tenda is so generous, he is already prepared to shoot the same shot many times. Meng Chong said after a moment of silence, very good. This is the effect I want. That's it for today, we're done. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Yu Yao was a little surprised. This is just one version, right? Brother Meng, we have to shoot another version, compare the two versions, and choose a better one? Meng Chong shook his head, there is no need for this at all. People's inspiration is limited. Many classic scenes are performed in a flash of inspiration. Forcing to perform them several times will not help improve the effect. Instead, it will waste precious time. Since the requirements have been met, there is no need to waste time reshooting. Today's shooting task is completed. Let's go back and hurry up to do post-production. Everyone looked at Yu Yao. Apart from Meng Chong, Yu Yao's words are the most important at the scene. Why Yu Yao thought for a moment, well. Brother Meng also has a point. I remember that President Pei seemed to have said a similar theory before. Since Brother Meng thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Let's go home. At the command, the staff on the scene immediately began to pack up. Lin Jiaqiang was at a loss. Boss Meng, Boss Lin, I. Meng Chong smiled and patted his shoulder. Your acting is very good today, and you have completed the task perfectly. In the next period of time, I will arrange someone to accompany you to play in Jingzhou. I hope you can have fun. Lin Jiaqiang opened his mouth, although he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Since Party A is satisfied and he has received his own remuneration, it is definitely not appropriate for an actor to force himself to shoot again. Of course, Lin Jiaqiang was not dissatisfied, but he felt that the money was too easy to earn, and he felt a little uneasy. 4:00 in the afternoon, Advertising and Marketing Department. Meng Chong yawned while eating snacks at his seat. Brother Meng, the rough cut is out. Please take a look. Yu Yao sent a video file. After the filming was completed, Meng Chong immediately arranged for the post-production to do preliminary editing and dubbing. The efficiency of the post-production team was also very high, and it was completed in less than an hour. Of course, this is a rough cut, and the official version will take more time. Meng Chong clicked on the video file and watched it quickly. It was a good display of what he wanted to show. The only flaw was that Lin Jiaqiang's acting was a little too good, which made the promotional video look a little bit brilliant. But it did not affect the essence of the promotional video. Meng Chong nodded. Well, it's okay, that's the effect. Just deal with the details. Yu Yao nodded and continued to work. Meng Chong was eating snacks and had nothing to do. Suddenly, he had an idea. Should I send this rough cut video to President Pei? I wonder how President Pei will react. Meng Chong still remembered that when he went to President Pei to discuss the commission at the end of the month, President Pei said with great pain that he asked Meng Chong to discuss it with him after he had decided on the plan. It was true that he was very sad, but it did look quite hypocritical. Meng Chong suddenly thought, if he showed this outrageous promotional video to President Pei, would President Pei be so angry that he would change his face on the spot? Although he might be scolded, Meng Chong was also avenging the previous commission. The more Meng Chong thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately copied the video to his phone, then got up and went to the 16th floor to show the video to President Pei. After a while, Meng Chong came to President Pei's office door and knocked gently. Come in. Meng Chong smiled, tidied up his appearance, and then walked in with his head held high. Pei Qian was a little surprised to see Meng Chong, because he rarely saw Meng Chong except for the month-end commission. What's the matter? Pei Qian asked. Meng Chong said, Mr. Pei, didn't you take me to see the smart fitness clothes drying rack a few days ago? Now the promotional video has come out, and I brought it to you to watch. After all, you also said before that I should report and communicate with you more after I come up with the promotional plan. Meng Chong was already trying to be sarcastic. However, Pei Qian didn't seem to get his sarcasm at all, and showed a happy expression on his face. So efficient? It seems that you have completely come out of the previous failure. Very good. This shows that you have a strong ability to self-regulate. This setback will not crush you. I admire your tenacious character. Where is the video? Show it to me. Pei Qian was really happy. In any case, Meng Chong has learned to discuss with him before making a decision. He is no longer like before, doing things in a hurry and disappearing instantly after failure. This is undoubtedly a good phenomenon. Meng Chong handed over the phone. Pei Qian clicked on the video to check. Meng Chong stood aside and carefully observed Mr. Pei's expression. In his imagination, Mr. Pei's expression should change from a smile to silence, then to confusion, and finally to a livid face. Because as far as he knows, the research and development of the automatic fitness clothes drying rack also cost a lot of money, and this thing is expensive and heavy, the stocking and logistics costs are very high, and the game fitness battle has also invested a lot of resources and manpower. This project should obviously be a key project within Tenda. However, such a key project with high hopes has made such an unreliable promotional video, which not only did not praise the point at all, but also secretly discouraged the audience. Can Mr. Pei tolerate this? But the wonderful thing is that Meng Chong knows very well that even if Mr. Pei can't tolerate it, he can't do anything about it. The contract clearly states in black and white that all matters of the publicity and marketing department are the responsibility of Meng Chong himself, and Mr. Pei cannot forcibly interfere. So even if Mr. Pei is angry, at most he can only be furious, and there is nothing he can do except scolding Meng Chong. Meng Chong couldn't help but feel a little proud. What's wrong with being scolded? It won't lose a piece of meat. But Mr. Pei's loss is real. Meng Chang waited expectantly for Mr. Pei to break down. Mr. Pei watched the video from beginning to end, then rewound and watched it a second time. Then, his expression suddenly became ecstatic, and he gave a thumbs up. Great. Meng Chang, I knew you were a genius. Compared to before, you have improved. But there is still a little flaw, that is, Lin Jiaqiang's acting is a little too good. If he can show his acting skills when filming Hot Blood War Song Power-Up Edition, it will be perfect. But this little flaw doesn't have a big impact. I can give you 90 points for this assignment, and the remaining 10 points are for you to continue to improve. Very good, the promotional video for the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack is decided on this, go back and continue to prepare. Pei Qian smiled and handed the phone back. Meng Chang was stunned in place, and even forgot to reach out to take the phone for a moment, and forgot what he was doing here. Pei, praised me? He was very happy after watching this video? And then let me go like this? After I leave, I really have to spend Tingda's money to put this advertisement on the whole network. That's a lot of publicity funds. The current scene is too different from the script Meng Chang expected, which made him completely unacceptable for a while, and even wondered if there was something wrong. Pei Qian looked at Meng Chang, who was dumbfounded, and shook the phone in his hand. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Meng Chang finally reacted, took the phone, and said in confusion, no problem. Then I'll leave first, President Pei. Pei Qian nodded and continued to do his own things. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Meng Chang scratched his head. At this moment, he felt like punching cotton with a punch. Not only did it not have any effect, but it also caused internal injuries. So much so that after coming out of President Pei's office, Meng Chang was still a little dazed. Forget it, I think President Pei is still determined to make it. When this advertisement is really released and the publicity effect is very poor, I will see if President Pei can still be so calm. Meng Chang left angrily. Chapter 1035, The Signal of the Price War. The loss of becoming the richest man started from the game. Not long after sending Meng Chang away, Pei Qian received a call. It was from Changyu. Boss Pei, I've encountered a little problem. I've already reported your requirements for the mall and lottery system of fitness battle, but the development team replied that these functions can be made, but there are some slight changes compared to the original design. So the game may be delayed for a few days. After all, the functions need to be tested repeatedly to avoid some malicious bugs when the game is launched. But in this case, the time of the game launch will not match the time of the press conference. The original time of the game launch and the press conference was set for this Sunday, and the two were released at the same time. Now the game will be launched several days later than the press conference. There are two ways now: either postpone the press conference and the game together, and hold it after the game is completed, or mention it at the press conference, saying that the game will be launched in a short time in the future, and say it awkwardly. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and asked, is there no third way? For example, don't mention the game at all at the press conference? Changyu was stunned. This was something he had never expected. Fitness Battle is a game tailor-made for the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack, which can be said to be its biggest advantage compared to other fitness equipment. Even about one-third of Changyu's original PPT was about introducing this game. With this game, many people have a reason to buy a Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack. If this game is not mentioned, everyone may think that the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack is a comedian product. Changyu confirmed again, Mr. Pei, are you sure you don't want to mention the game at all? Pei Qian said seriously, of course. The time of the press conference must not be postponed. All the preliminary work has been prepared, and the invitations to various technology media have been sent out. It is definitely inappropriate to change the plan at the last minute, which will make us look untrustworthy. But since the game has not been completely completed and there is still the possibility of modification, it is better not to say too much. If the finished product does not meet everyone's expectations, it will disappoint customers. Our style of doing things at Tenda has always been based on integrity. We don't say anything without confidence and don't fight a battle without confidence. So don't mention this matter at the press conference. There will always be a chance to let customers know later. Pei Qian tried to fool around, but it didn't work. It wasn't very convincing. You hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, Mr. Pei, actually consumers are not that fragile, and the general framework of our game has been determined, and it is unlikely to change too much. Of course, if you think it's more appropriate not to mention the game at the press conference, then don't mention it." Pei Qian, no. You nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei, then do as you say." After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian's face smiled again. Good news comes one after another. If the press conference of the smart fitness clothes rack does not mention the game, then this fitness equipment will have little appeal to ordinary consumers. After the press conference, the popularity of the smart fitness clothes rack has gone down, and most people will not remember such a fitness equipment. At that time, even if the news of fitness war is released again, the influence will be greatly reduced. Of course, it is impossible to say that no one will buy it. There are always a few curious little white mice, but the popularity of things like this can be reduced a little bit. Pei Qian was very happy, and couldn't help but imagine the wonderful scene where the smart fitness clothes drying racks could not be sold and all the stock was piled up in the warehouse. May 10th, Thursday, Magic City, Longyu Group. Eric just finished a phone call, and it seems that he had a heated argument with the person on the phone about some issues, but in the end he still seemed to be unable to convince the other party, and nodded reluctantly, agreeing to the other party's proposal. Zhao Shuming was also there. Although his English level was also okay, Eric spoke too fast, and Zhao Shuming couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone, so he couldn't know the full content of the call just by these few words, and could only vaguely hear the general idea. It seemed to be related to the IOI mobile game version. This made Zhao Shuming a little worried. Because according to Eric's arrangement, Longyu Group and Jito Company will jointly hold a press conference today. At this press conference, the two parties will jointly announce a series of measures for IOI national service, including the news of the launch of IOI mobile games, the new hero Yunxia Shenlong released by IOI to take care of the domestic market, a full set of national-style skins for the domestic market, and a series of subsidies and money-burning policies, etc. It can be said that today's press conference is the beginning of Longyu Group and Jito Company's formal large-scale declaration of war against Tenda Group. Eric has actually been planning for this day for a long time. Since the day Eric was dismissed, he has been carefully preparing today's plan, hoping to defeat President Pei in one fell swoop by burning money. After Eric took over the IOI national service again, he also made preliminary preparations while patiently observing the opportunity. Now the time has finally come. Eric has been carefully observing Tenda's various industries and believes that now is an excellent time. The movie and game of Mission and Choice have invested a huge amount of money. Although it is now successful in word of mouth, it will take a long time to get the money back. The initial sales of the G1 mobile phone are good, and it will definitely be stocked in large quantities in the future, which will suppress a large amount of funds. According to gossip, O2 Technology has another new technology product to be released. According to President Pei's personality, this product will definitely be stocked in large quantities. All this means that Tenda's already tight capital chain is facing greater pressure. At this juncture, the money-burning war will not be much for President Pei to use, which is very beneficial to Eric. Although the money-burning war can be carried out secretly, in order to achieve the best effect, a press conference must be held to announce it to the world as loudly as possible. Because only by publicizing it will most players know the news and new blood will be attracted to the game. This move will attract Tenda's attention and even cause Tenda to counterattack quickly, but this is exactly what Eric wants to achieve. Because the outcome of the money-burning war has nothing to do with the speed of reaction, but only with the number of bullets in hand. And bullets actually depend on who has a healthier capital flow and who has a stronger family foundation. Tenda paid attention early and burned money to fight early. Although it was easy to withstand the pressure from the finger company in the early stage, the stamina was bound to be insufficient. Therefore, today's press conference was also carefully prepared for a long time. Its influence directly determines whether the start of this money-burning war will be smooth. Seeing that Eric had hung up the phone, Zhao Shuming asked, tentatively, "Is there any new situation?" "It won't affect today's press conference, right?" Eric shook his head slightly. "There is a little problem with the mobile game, but it shouldn't affect today's press conference." Previously, the mobile game was designed in a form where the terminal game and the mobile game were not interoperable. After I protested to the top management, this approach has been rejected. But just now the person in charge of the mobile game project called and said that although the mobile game is now designed in a form where the terminal game and the mobile game data are interoperable, some charging points different from the terminal game have been added to the mobile game. For example, there are some exclusive skins, exclusive gift packs, special icons, and emoticons in the mobile game, etc. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. "This doesn't seem right, right? Since we want to do data interoperability, why not do it more straightforwardly? Wouldn't it be better to make it exactly the same? It will save people from criticism." Eric shook his head helplessly. "That's true. But the mobile game project is also under pressure to make a profit. If the content of the mobile game is exactly the same as that of the terminal game, then the revenue capacity of the mobile game will be too weak. Mobile game development is also maintained and developed by a special project team. With so much investment, the top management must also consider the input-output ratio. Data interoperability has already made a lot of concessions in terms of interests. If you don't want to find other ways to make up for the loss, the mobile game project will definitely not agree." But the person in charge over there also gave a compromise solution. "Although the mobile game has some exclusive skins, gift packs, and other consumption points, we will give players some tokens at the beginning of the launch, so that they can use these tokens to obtain most of the exclusive skins and gift packs for free. After the mobile game player group stabilizes, new exclusive skins and gift packs will be slowly released to slowly recover blood." This is also a barely acceptable compromise. Zhao Shuming nodded slightly. "Well, this is the only way." Obviously, as the person in charge of IOI's national service, Eric has a certain say in the senior management of the finger company, but his say is not so great that he has the final say. The other project teams of Zhito Company are responsible for developing the IOI mobile game. Eric hopes that the IOI mobile game will be fully interoperable with the terminal game and will not make any more money. However, some people in the senior management of Zhito Company disagree with this idea, thinking that after working hard to make a mobile game, why can't it make money? The result of the game between several factions is that each side takes a step back. The mobile game will make money by issuing some exclusive gift packages, but it should be done a little more subtly. In the early stage, more tokens will be given to pretend that these exclusive contents can be obtained for free. After a period of time, the exclusive contents will be slowly sold to recover. This is relatively easier for players to accept emotionally, and the IOI mobile game project team can also make more money. Although Eric is still a little dissatisfied with this approach, he is also a smart person. He knows that it is unrealistic to let the IOI mobile game be done completely according to his will, so he will not insist on it very tactfully. Zhao Shuming suddenly thought of a question and said, "Then, what about the press conference this afternoon? There are mobile game-related content in the press conference." Our slogan is the data of mobile games and terminal games are interoperable and the content is completely consistent. In this situation, I'm afraid it can't be considered completely consistent. Eric thought for a moment and said, you don't have to be so clear and introduce it vaguely. If we tell the truth at the press conference and tell the truth about the exclusive gift package for mobile games, it may put us at a disadvantage in public opinion from the beginning. We hinted at the press conference that the game is still under development, which does not represent the final effect. After the game is released, we will give away more tokens. Most players will not hold on to this point. Zhao Shuming nodded, that's right. As long as enough tokens are given away, the players will definitely have collective amnesia and pretend nothing happened. It shouldn't be a big problem. Eric stood up, okay, this matter is settled. The press conference will be held in the afternoon. Hurry up and prepare. We are going to declare war on Tenda. Chapter 1036, Joint Press Conference of Finger Company and Longyu Group. 3 p.m. Pei Qian was lying on the sofa in the living room at home watching TV. The afternoon sun was nice, shining through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, making him feel warm. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Pei Qian glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Min Jingqiao calling. Mr. Pei, are you watching the press conference of Finger Company and Longyu Group? Min Jingqiao's voice was filled with a trace of worry. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. I'm not watching, what's wrong? Min Jingqiao hurriedly said, Finger Company and Longyu Group seem to be making a big move, and they are targeting us. According to the information currently available, Finger Company is going to spend a lot of money to promote IOI National Service this time. The content of this press conference includes the IOI mobile game version, exclusive heroes and skins for domestic players, and a series of preferential activities. In addition, according to some news, Dayak Group and Longyu Group do not seem to intend to limit the money-burning war to the game field. It seems that there are water armies ready to attack other industries and products of our company. The primary target should be the mobile phone we just released this month. The fitness equipment to be released soon may also be included in the attack range soon. Hearing Min Jingqiao's anxious voice, Pei Qian couldn't help but be overjoyed. Oh? It's finally here, I've been waiting so hard. Since the establishment of Tenda Group, Pei Qian has been looking forward to the emergence of such a powerful enemy. It can comprehensively strike all industries of Tenda Group and start a money-burning war with Tenda Group, and it will never stop. Pei Qian originally thought that President Li would be this enemy, but he didn't expect that President Li would soon retreat when he knew the difficulty, and instead hugged his thigh. Isn't it infuriating? This also includes the Dayak Group. Pei Qian had provoked them several times before, but the Dayak Group seemed to have been very restrained and had given in first, so that Pei Qian had only provoked them for a while, but they were advancing triumphantly, which made him very uncomfortable. Now, after Eric's comeback, the Dayak Group and the Finger Company have finally come to their senses and are going to play a money-burning war. There is also more optimistic news. The other party is coming with great momentum, not only in the game field, but also in all of Tenda's industries. Obviously, in Eric's view, it is very unwise to fight Tenda only in the game field. Tenda Group is a group company that spans multiple fields. Its most powerful point is that it has formed a closed business loop in Jingzhou, where various industries support and transfuse each other, and then slowly radiate to surrounding areas. If it is only in the field of games, then President Pei can mobilize the power of other industries to support and continuously transfuse blood for the game. In this way, the winning rate is actually not high. Therefore, Eric chose the game field as the main battlefield, and at the same time spread the secondary battlefield to other industries, which can disperse the energy of Tenda Group as much as possible, so that each industry can be busy and difficult to support the game department. Moreover, this is a very efficient method. Eric does not need to really enter these fields, and does not need to develop products to compete with Tenda. He only needs to buy more water troops and cooperate with Tenda's competitors in these industries to find ways to discredit. It is easy to hide from the open gun and difficult to guard against the hidden arrow. Now Tenda is equivalent to being in the open, and the situation of various industries has been investigated clearly, while Eric hides in the dark and secretly shoots 2 cold arrows to make Tenda's departments busy. Take mobile phones for example. Eric only needs to join hands with other mobile phone manufacturers to continuously smear and attack mobile phones online, and it will have a good effect. After all, it takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. It is easy to create black spots, but it is too difficult to eliminate them. Min Jingqiao obviously knew this truth very well, so he felt a huge threat at the first time and hurried to report to President Pei. But for Pei Qian, this is simply what he wanted. What Eric was worried about before, wasn't it what Pei Qian was worried about? Pei Qian hoped that a certain industry would be completely cold, so that he could lose money continuously, but these industries would inexplicably link up every time, pulling some industries back from the edge of losing money, and instead reviving and making a lot of money. Now Dayak Group is willing to spend a lot of money to hire Water Army to carry out all-round and no dead-angle attacks on various industries of Tenda Group, so that Pei Qian can complete the loss without doing anything. What kind of spirit is this? Pei Qian felt that if he could really lose a lot this time, he should set up a statue of Eric at home and burn incense every time. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sighed, finally here. Min Jingqiao, on the other end of the phone, was slightly stunned. Listening to what President Pei said, why does it seem to have been expected? Moreover, Mr. Pei's tone seemed to be relieved, and a little bit happy. Could it be that Mr. Pei had already calculated that Eric would act like this, and had prepared a response in advance? Now that he saw Eric took the bait, his preparations finally came in handy, so he reacted like this? As expected of Mr. Pei, strategies are planned and victories are 1,000s of miles away. No one else has this wisdom and vision except President Pei. Since President Pei has already made arrangements, we can rest assured. Min Jingqiao was a little panicked before, but he immediately felt at ease after talking to President Pei on the phone. After hanging up the phone, he went to do his own things. Pei Qian immediately turned on the TV, found the live broadcast room of the press conference of Zhito Company and Longyu Group, and watched it with interest. After nearly 3 hours, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening before the press conference finally ended. Pei Qian yawned and turned off Lingshire. The content of the press conference was okay, but it was too long. Something that could be finished in more than an hour was stretched to 3 hours, which made Pei Qian sleepy. It is strongly recommended that all press conferences be like the press conference of UTA Technology. No matter how much content there is, it should be forcibly compressed into 1 hour, so as not to waste the audience's precious time. However, although this press conference was long and boring, it still contained a lot of useful information. Zhao Shuming and Eric, 2 heavyweights, both took the stage and introduced their respective business areas. In general, the content of this press conference is mainly divided into the following parts. First, the changes in IOI's global data, the achievements of the national service since its launch, and various exclusive benefits for national service users, including data changes since the ICL League was held. To sum it up, it is a summary of the previous achievements, and a daily bragging session. Then, the version update of IOI was introduced. In addition to fine-tuning the game balance and gameplay, this version update also launched a set of national-style skins, a new hero Yunxia Shanglong for the domestic market, and a series of discounts, half-price, and promotional activities. The version update content of the game is carried out simultaneously around the world, and foreign players can also enjoy these contents, but the national-style skins and new heroes are obviously meant to please domestic players. Of course, for this new version, Longyu Group will definitely spend a lot of money to promote it, and will buy a lot of online and offline advertisements. These were not mentioned at the press conference, but they are definitely indispensable. Then there is news about IOI mobile games. This session was introduced by Eric himself, who praised the IOI mobile game to the utmost, claiming that it could perfectly reproduce the details of the terminal game, promising data interoperability between both ends, and that all the current assets of the terminal game could be brought to the mobile game. Here, Eric actually played a little trick. He just said all the current assets of the terminal game can be brought to the mobile game, but there are some unique charging items in the mobile game. But if you pick on the words, there is nothing wrong with this, it can only be regarded as a word game. If the players misunderstood, it is the player's own problem. At most, they will just curse a few words online, and there should not be too much opposition. However, except for a few people such as Eric and Zhao Shuming, no one knows this now. After all, the IOI mobile game will have to wait until after the press conference, which means that it will not be officially launched until next week at the earliest. Pei Qian was very satisfied with the content of this press conference. Obviously, Eric finally got it. He had been patiently waiting and preparing for so long before, and finally the dagger was revealed and the killer move was released. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room and the online discussions, it is obvious that most players have also shown a positive attitude towards this press conference. After all, the content of this press conference can be summarized in one sentence: "Dear players, you are my father." From the new Chinese-style heroes to the new skins, to the data intercommunication between the two ends of the IOI mobile game, including various extremely preferential operation activities, it can be seen that the Finger Company and Longyu Group have lowered their posture and are completely kneeling to domestic players. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Game manufacturers offer so many benefits, how can players refuse? Just like some game platforms, no matter how deceptive they are, as long as you persist in giving games to players every month, as long as you give enough games, the players will collectively forget their memories and help you clean up the mess. After all, when manufacturers engage in price wars, it is the players who benefit. So, everyone is very happy. Zhito Company and Longyu Group are ambitious and want to spend money to regain the domestic market. Domestic players cheered and could get a lot of good skins for free. Pei Qian was even happier. This Eric is simply a lucky star sent by God to make it easier for him to lose money. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The other party has already expressed this: if Tenda does not do something, it will be a bit unreasonable. Pei Qian immediately began to prepare a plan for Tenda to give back to the players. Chapter 1037 515 Game Festival. Early in the morning of the next day, Pei Qian came directly to the company after finishing breakfast. Today is Friday, and tomorrow is a day off, so the money-burning matters must be arranged as soon as possible. After watching the press conference held by Zhito Company and Longyu Group yesterday, Pei Qian spent only half an hour to think of a counterattack plan. Anyway, as long as it involves spending money, Pei Qian is more active than anyone else. His original procrastination immediately disappeared, replaced by extremely high efficiency of action. Because this plan involves many departments, Pei Qian directly called Assistant Qian. This is the general planning plan for the 515 Game Festival. Take a look, improve it a little, and then arrange for the relevant departments to do it. Pei Qian directly handed a document to Assistant Qian. Assistant Qian reached out to take it and quickly browsed it. Her usually calm expression also showed a slight fluctuation. Assistant Qian asked, "Mr. Pei, is this a measure taken to deal with the price war of Longyu Group?" Pei Qian nodded. "Well, you can understand it this way." After a slight hesitation, Assistant Qian said, "Boss Pei, I think it is necessary to remind you that if we follow this plan, our capital chain will be at risk. My idea is that this series of activities can be done, but it is better to combine it with some revenue activities, which is safer. Of course, it depends on your arrangement." Assistant Qian would not express her opinions in most cases, But this time the plan really made her feel a little inappropriate, so she couldn't help but give a very restrained reminder. The plan given by Boss Pei can be seen as a variant of the previous 1024 Digital Festival, but with a different focus. The previous 1024 Digital Festival can be summarized in 3 words, which is big reward, which subsidizes customers in various industries, burns money to gain popularity, and increases brand awareness. But the 1024 Digital Festival mainly focuses on the physical industry, such as Moyu takeout food discounts, free delivery fees, using Nifeng logistics to send express delivery can get express fee reductions, and other express delivery companies' pickup commissions can be cancelled. ROF installation is free door-to-door service and installation fees, and you can also upgrade randomly. After that, every year's 1024 Digital Festival was basically carried out according to this plan, but some new content was added. For example, after the OTTOE1 mobile phone was released, there was also a subsidy activity for purchasing the phone during the 1024 Digital Festival, because the official promise is that the E1 phone will not be reduced in price. It is still available at the original price, but some gifts will be given after purchase. For example, after the hosting gym and sloth apartment business, customers can also get certain discounts when they consume in these industries during the 1024 Digital Festival. But even if this 1024 Digital Festival has undergone some changes, its main focus is still on physical stores and digital products. And this 515 Game Festival, given by President Pei, this time has shifted the focus of preferential activities to games and game-related industries. The specific regulations are as follows. The 515 Game Festival lasts for 1 week, from May 15th to May 22nd. During this period, anyone who plays with friends in online games such as Sea Fortress and GOG can get a gift package every day and randomly obtain props in the game, including epic weapons, rare skins, and other props. During this period, anyone who purchases standalone games such as Turning Back, Struggle, Mission and Choice, and so on has a certain chance of getting a free order. In any Tenda game, if you accumulate online time of 1 hour every day, you can get a random red envelope rebate, with a minimum of 0.1 yuan and a maximum of 888 yuan, and it is not in tokens, but in cash. Watch GPL games on Rabbit Tail Live and you will receive gifts from the website. These gifts are all paid gifts. After you give gifts to the anchor can receive real money. Watching the GPL live, there is also a chance to win prizes, which may be free tickets on the spot, or rare skins or limited figures, etc. Another very important point is that G1 mobile phones and smart fitness clothes drying racks are also required to be stocked in large quantities. In addition, there are some miscellaneous detailed regulations, but these are the main ones. For Assistant Xian, she can see that these regulations are obviously intended to deal with the price war between Zhito Company and Longyu Group. At yesterday's press conference, Zhito Company and Longyu Group came in with great momentum, and President Pei responded quickly, which is a very normal behavior. But there are 2 very obvious problems in President Pei's series of measures. The first problem is that almost all activities have no threshold, and these activities are not discounts, but free. There is a big difference between discounts and free. Take games for example. Whether it is the game itself or the skins and props in the game, if there is a discount, even if it is 10% off, the game company will still make money. After all, after the game is developed, there is no cost issue no matter how many copies are sold. It is nothing more than copying and pasting the same code countless times. Therefore, most game manufacturers often hold promotional activities, and they still make money no matter how big the discount is. It is even possible that because the discount is large and attracts more players, it can make more money than selling at the original price. But Mr. Pei's behavior is not a discount at all, but a free gift. There is no discount promotion at all, but gifts are given when logging in, or even cash. Although giving props for free seems to have no cost, if a player who originally planned to buy a certain prop happens to be given this prop, it means that he will not spend this money again, and for the game company, it is still an overdraft of future income. In short, it is all about burning money to buy popularity. This behavior basically cannot be recovered, and the popularity burned may not be converted into income in the short term. It even makes many people feel too good for free, which eliminates their desire to consume. The second question is, why did Mr. Pei specifically emphasize that the G1 mobile phone and the smart fitness clothes drying rack should be stocked up? What does this have to do with the 5/15 Game Festival event? And these two problems are actually one problem in the final analysis, that is, the pressure of money is very high. Assistant Qingshan is very clear about the company's current financial situation. Although Tenda Group has always been rich, recently Mission and Choice invested a large amount of money and has not yet been able to get the money back, and then Qingshan Studio invested a large sum of money. In addition to the miscellaneous expenses of the artificial intelligence laboratory and other projects, the company's available funds are not as abundant as before. The subsidies for this 5/15 Game Festival are all real money, and it is impossible to stop it. I am afraid that it will be in the hundreds of millions. If you add the stock of mobile phones and smart fitness clothes racks, the amount of funds required will be even more terrifying. Although Tenda's various industries are still making money so far, this behavior is like dancing on the edge of a knife. It is easy to have problems if a sum of funds is not turned over smoothly. What's more, if Zhito Company and Longyu Group hold another press conference and burn more money, will Tenda follow or not? Although this risk can be solved, in the final analysis, there is a sentence, there is no need. It's all about burning money anyway, why take risks if you can burn money safely? So Assistant Qingshan couldn't help but mention that he hoped to combine it with operational activities, recovering blood while transfusing blood, which would be safer. Pei Qian smiled slightly, combined with operational activities? Of course not. What is a festival? The meaning of a festival is to celebrate and be happy. If you hold a lot of marketing activities, then are you celebrating for customers, or are you making money from customers in disguise? We can usually hold promotional activities, but in the 515 Game Festival and the 1024 Digital Festival, what we have to do is to fully subsidize and give back to customers, and pay out of our own pockets so that customers can get 100% real benefits. If we secretly hold operational activities and make money while subsidizing, it will go against the original intention of this festival. This so-called festival will not be highly recognized by customers. In the end, it will only become a big promotion like other ordinary merchants, and no one will remember it. Isn't that picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? As for the problem of funds, there is no need to worry at all. Tenda's various industries are still making money continuously. Even if there are some financial problems, there are ways to solve them. For example, isn't it okay to sell a building? Pei Qian's wishful thinking has long been loud. Of course, he knows that this set of combined punches will bring great pressure to Tenda's funds, but the problem is that if Tenda's funds are not under pressure, then he will be under great pressure when settling accounts. When calculating these problems, others will subconsciously give a little more advance. For example, if the company has 100 million in its account, it can only spend 60 million at most, and at least 40 million must be left for emergency. What if something happens and money is needed urgently? But Pei Qian always considers the problem in the most extreme way. If the company has 100 million in its account, it must aim to spend 130 million. Because the facts have proved that Tenda Group has an inexplicable ability to make money. The 100 million has just been spent, and maybe Tenda Group has already made another 50 million. Therefore, Pei Qian gave enough advance payment this time. As for the risk, it is nothing more than insufficient funds, and some activities are stuck halfway and cannot be promoted. But this risk is nothing to Pei Qian, because he bought several buildings before to build sloth apartments, and these buildings have appreciated. According to the rules of the system, fixed assets are equivalent to a large reservoir. When Pei Qian has too much system funds, he can quickly consume them by buying buildings, and when Pei Qian has insufficient system funds, he can sell these buildings and turn them into funds again. The only problem is that if too many buildings are bought, it may cause the proportion of fixed assets in the system funds to be too high, and the personal property converted from losses will shrink. Selling one or two buildings can also reduce this risk, so why not do it? What's more, Pei Qian had a backup plan, which was the mysterious reward of the system in this cycle. Consuming personal property could increase the profit margin of a certain industry, with a ratio of 1 to 100, and the maximum consumption of personal property was 100,000. In other words, if the money could not be burned out, Pei Qian would grit his teeth and spend 100,000 yuan, and then instantly increase the profit margin of a certain industry by 10 million, all for free. This 10 million is a pure profit without any reason. Even if it is directly giving cash to customers, the system will not stop it. At present, Pei Qian has not used this rule. Because it is 100,000 yuan. If you can spend all the system funds without using this rule, why should you pay out of your own pocket? These current money-burning policies are all within the scope allowed by the system. Because Tenda Group faces external competition, it is normal to be forced to burn some system funds as a counterattack. The system considers this to be a reasonable behavior after dynamic evaluation. In other words, if there is no money-burning competition between Jito Company and Longyu Group, the system will not approve activities such as the 515 Game Festival. That's why Pei Qian is so grateful to Eric, because Eric's behavior is simply a timely help. Even Pei Qian can't wait to see Eric burn more money, because the more money he burns there, the more money the system allows Pei Qian to burn, plus this 10 million unreasoned pure profit-breaking quota. This back and forth, Mr. Pei will lose blood. Chapter 1038 Clothes Drying Rack Conference. I fell in love with your reading website, and I lost money and became the richest man from playing games. May 13th, Sunday. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Pei Qian was drinking Fat House Happy Water in his living room while playing games. Suddenly, the alarm on his mobile phone rang, and a memo appeared on the screen, press conference. Pei Qian immediately saved the game, then used his mobile phone to cast the screen and started watching the new press conference of Uda Technology. This time, the smart fitness clothes drying rack was to be released. The venue was still the same place, the banquet hall of Oasis Four Seasons Hotel, which was not far from Pei Qian's residence. But Pei Qian didn't go this time. Because Pei Qian felt that the press conferences of E1 and G1 mobile phones were a great success, and the problem might be with himself. It seemed that every time he went to the scene, there would always be something wrong with the press conference. Then this time he would not go to the scene, and try watching the live broadcast at home? Sometimes we have to admit that metaphysics exists. Although he was not at the scene, he could basically guess the reaction of the audience from the reaction of the barrage. At this time, the press conference has not officially started. The live broadcast room shows a wide-angle lens, and the entire stage of the venue is in full view. A line of huge artistic words was written on the big screen, Oda Technology's new smart product. There are several keywords below: smart life, healthy life, convenient life, efficient life, etc. These keywords are the purpose of the Smart Product Department of Oda Technology, that is, to combine artificial intelligence technology with digital products or other household products in daily life to bring customers a convenient, efficient, and healthy lifestyle. Although it is impossible to see the seating situation of the entire venue, it is also known that it must be full. Because each press conference will invite various technology media to come, and will also select many loyal users in Jingzhou by giving away tickets. There are even some Tenda fans who live nearby who come here to watch the live broadcast. What's more, the previous E1 and G1 mobile phone press conferences received very enthusiastic responses. The popularity of the G1 mobile phone has not completely passed. Now there is another press conference. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of product OTA technology will bring to everyone this time. The barrage in the live broadcast room has begun to discuss. Why isn't it starting yet? Don't worry, Tenda's press conferences are always on time, and they'll start soon. Anyway, it's definitely exactly 1 hour, and starting early won't make you watch a minute longer. I wonder what product is being released this time. A brand new smart product, most likely a smart home appliance, right? It's hard to say. Before, OTA technology made something like a fully automatic smart bar lifter. I think with their style, they won't make a product like smart home appliances that has been overmade. Who will be the speaker of this press conference? It won't be Yuan again. I have no problem with him, but I really want to meet Mr. Chang. I heard that Mr. Chang is indeed in charge of this project, but I don't know if Mr. Chang will come on stage to speak in person. Okay, let's start. It's Mr. Chang. Amid the cheers of the barrage, Chang Yu came on stage. As expected, there was warm applause and cheers at the scene. Although Jiang Yuan's G1 mobile phone press conference was also very successful, his slightly timid speaking style formed a sharp contrast with a mobile phone product that boldly subverted tradition and adopted a lot of new technologies, but after all, his ability to make people live was still more than one level lower than Chang Yu. So after more than a year, seeing Chang Yu return to the stage of the press conference again, everyone felt a sense of long time no see. Hello everyone, I'm Chang Yu. Welcome everyone to the launch of OTA Technology's new smart products. On behalf of all my colleagues at OTA Technology, I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone for coming. It was the same old opening speech, but the atmosphere seemed particularly warm this time. Maybe because of the loss of Chang Yu, we realized how boring, tedious, and uninteresting other launches were, so everyone cherished them. Chang Yu was also very moved. This warm applause and cheers represent everyone's recognition of me. Before coming to Tenda, Chang Yu had never enjoyed such treatment. After coming to Tenda, not only did OTA Technology gain a foothold in the digital circle, but he himself became a ghost animal celebrity in the digital circle, and even had his own traffic. Weibo quickly increased his followers, and also gained a group of loyal fans. All of this is obviously inseparable from Mr. Pei's careful cultivation. After the applause stopped for a while, Chang Yu began to introduce the main topic of the press conference. Maybe many friends are very curious, why didn't they give the main speech at the press conference of the G1 mobile phone? This has to start from the great success of the E1 mobile phone and the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine, and the excellent employees I got from Tenda. Chang Yu talked freely and recounted his experience of being eliminated first in a humorous way. Bursts of laughter broke out from time to time at the scene. Is it okay to be transferred because of your excellent work? Is this the first elimination in Tenda's legend? Although many things have been known through gossip, it is still very funny to hear Mr. Chang say it himself in such a helpless tone. What should I do? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Chang Yu spoke in a joking tone, and the audience listened in a joking manner, and most of the discussions were about teasing and playing with memes. Being transferred because of excellent work? How is that possible? It must be because President Pei thought Chang Yu was very capable, so he asked him to be responsible for developing new business. In this way, today's new smart products may have a higher status in President Pei's heart than OTA Technology's flagship G1 mobile phone this year? Many viewers couldn't help but have such speculations, and were full of curiosity about what products would be released today. At the beginning, Chang Yu talked about the changes in his position and the business changes of OTA Technology during this period, and he spoke relatively concisely without taking up too much time. After all, President Pei has always had very clear requirements for the time of the press conference, which should not exceed 1 hour. The highlight has to be left for later. Chang Yu pressed the remote control, and 4 big words appeared on the big screen instantly. Price link. As soon as these 4 big words came out, the audience seemed to have been looking forward to it, and couldn't help laughing. The audience in the live broadcast room also had a look of satisfaction as they finally got what they wanted. Ha 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 ha, here it comes, traditional art, let's put the price first. I missed 2 hours of watching again. This is even worse than the yuan phone. At least we knew it was a phone then, but this time we don't even know what the product is, but they've already put the price. Are they asking us to guess the product based on the price? The atmosphere was relaxed and humorous. After all, in this press conference, the product is secondary. The key is to see what Chang will do. Pei Qian couldn't help sweating when he saw the atmosphere on the scene was so hot. He didn't say anything. We can only hope that everyone will be disappointed after seeing the product. Chang, you pressed the remote control again, and 4 huge numbers appeared on the screen. 4,999. He also explained, in fact, we are under great pressure to set this price, because considering all aspects of R&D costs and material costs, this price is a relatively extreme price. In the long term, this price may drop due to subsidies, but it will drop by 200 yuan at most. The price of 5,000 yuan was set at the beginning. In fact, this price has some profit margin, but it is very small. After all, fitness equipment is made of iron, and reliability and safety must be guaranteed. The cost of raw materials alone is completely uncontrollable. What's more, the smart fitness clothes rack also has the design, artificial intelligence chip and the development cost of Fitness Battle. Of course, the game Fitness Battle itself can also make money and may even become a major profit, so the price of the smart fitness clothes drying rack can be compressed to this extent. The audience and the barrage audience began to discuss. 5,000 yuan? It looks like a big item. What could it be? High-end audio? Washing machine? Refrigerator? Air conditioner? These are not very related to intelligence, right? I think it may be a TV, which happens to be related to Tenda's game business. It may also be a sweeping robot? In the live broadcast room, various barrages floated by, guessing everything, but no one really guessed it. This is normal. Who can guess something as weird as smart fitness clothes drying rack? There are actually only a few types of smart homes now. Home products such as refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners are relatively practical, and they are basically the world of traditional companies. Putting on a smart halo does not necessarily make them easy to use. There are quite a lot of products such as sweeping robots and TVs, and the possibility is slightly greater. But the price of 5,000 yuan makes many speculations less reasonable. For example, a sweeping robot costs only 3,000 yuan at most, so selling it for 5,000 yuan is a bit unbelievable and unrealistic. Everyone guessed at once, but none of them got the point. And some old fans have already vaguely felt that things are not that simple. Everyone guessed some conventional products. Does Oda Technology look like a manufacturer that can make conventional products? Their brain circuits are not what ordinary people can imagine. After all, the last product was something like fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machine. If they release a conventional product this time, wouldn't it be very disappointing? Chang Yu pressed the remote control again, and a dimension diagram of length, width and height appeared on the screen, 2.1 meters long, 1.4 meters wide, 2.1 meters high, covering an area of 3 square meters, and a total weight of 218 kilograms. This dimension diagram does not draw the specific appearance of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, but only uses some dotted lines to mark the dimensions and parameters it needs to occupy. Everyone was confused again. Chapter 1039. Chang Yu is always professional in making things happen. The audience at the scene was obviously puzzled. What is this? It takes up such a large space? Vertical air conditioner? Super large refrigerator? No, it doesn't seem to take up such a large space. It's 2 meters long. Is it a wardrobe? Total weight 200 kilograms. What is so heavy? It's so heavy, and it can be called a smart new product? It can also be related to smart? Chang Yu smiled slightly, and it seemed that the suspense was almost created. Okay, then it's time to unveil the mystery of this new product. Please watch a promotional video we carefully prepared for this smart new product. After Chang Yu finished speaking, he walked down, the lights dimmed, and the promotional video began to play on the big screen. Everyone held their breath and watched carefully. Everyone wanted to know what such a huge thing was. Strong chest muscles. Strong latissimus dorsi. The promotional video that Meng Chang had asked Lin Jiaqiang to shoot before appeared on the big screen. In the picture, Lin Jiaqiang is wearing a loose sports vest and sweating profusely on the smart fitness clothes drying rack. However, the next second, he gave up and started hanging clothes on the smart fitness clothes drying rack. What are you waiting for with such a versatile smart fitness clothes drying rack? Order it now. At the end of the promotional video, Lin Jiaqiang stood next to the smart fitness clothes drying rack, raised his thumbs to the camera, and made a like gesture. He already had a comedian's face, and with this unique machine, the last scene had a hilarious program effect. Chang Yu came to the stage again. This is our Oda Technologies' ingenious work, a smart new product, smart fitness clothes drying rack. It solves the biggest pain point of home fitness equipment in one fell swoop. It's inconvenient to dry clothes. This device can not only do fitness, but also dry up to a dozen pieces of clothing. The attached automatic drying function and smart reminder function make your home fitness equipment no longer a decoration. Chang Yu's serious introduction made the audience laugh again. Ha 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 ha, what the hell, why am I so heavy? It turns out it's fitness equipment. Artificial intelligence combined with fitness? Which genius product manager came up with this? I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated this press conference as a serious press conference from the beginning. Although I reminded myself countless times that this press conference was probably a joke, I never expected that the entire press conference existed just for jokes. Indeed, I suggest that Mr. Chang should charge for tickets next time. You have done this, performed crosstalk, and entertained the audience, but you launched a product that you don't intend to sell at all. You don't make any money from us, and you even waived the tickets. This really makes us feel bad. Indeed, I suggest that you charge for tickets in the future. After all, it is very costly to design such a funny product seriously, and it can't be sold. Everyone can understand that you charge for tickets to make up for the loss. The audience at the scene were amused by this strange product and Chang Yu's serious introduction. Originally, I just expected Chang Yu to do a good job in language art, and the product was still a serious product, just like the previous one. Unexpectedly, Chang Yu gave everyone a surprise, and even the product was done well. What is the meaning of this smart fitness clothes rack? It seems, I didn't see it. The only meaning should be to make everyone laugh, right? It has to be said that such a conscientious manufacturer who spends a lot of money on research and development, makes samples, and finally holds a press conference to entertain the public for free is really rare. Cherish it while you can. As for the product itself, to be honest, if it were any other product, such as a mobile phone or a sweeping robot, and the price was inflated or the product had flaws after it was released, everyone would definitely complain. Because everyone knows that the manufacturer still intends to sell it, but just messed it up. But this smart fitness clothes rack is different. The manufacturer has done this. It seems that they have no intention to sell it at all. If the manufacturer's product has a little flaw, everyone will think that it is due to the manufacturer's lack of ability, but if the product has too many flaws, and even no one knows where to complain, everyone will think that the manufacturer is making a fuss, joking with everyone, and has no intention to sell it at all. Since the manufacturer has no intention to sell it, everyone has no intention to buy it, so for some possible defects or price issues of this product, everyone will naturally not care, and all of them are watching the whole process with a mentality of watching the fun. It's like setting up a stall outside. If you think your things are good in this way or that way, most people are not going to buy them at all. Only those who keep picking and finding faults are really going to pay for it. Seeing the reaction of the audience, Changyu couldn't help but feel helpless. Why are you all laughing? I am introducing this product very seriously. This is a project of our UDA technology at the same level as the G1 mobile phone. It is highly valued. Even this project, from project establishment to design, is fully coordinated and followed up by President Pei. This time we have also prepared up to 10,000 units of stock for the smart fitness clothes drying rack. All of our warehouses in Qingshan are full. You know, the first batch of E1 mobile phones was only 1,000 units, so they were sold out before the press conference was over. The smart fitness clothes drying rack is a fitness equipment, which takes up a lot of space and few people buy it. The stock of 10,000 units has accumulated tens of millions of dollars in payment, which is enough to show that it is important. However, it would have been better if Changyu didn't explain. After his explanation, the audience was convinced that he was making a fuss. Haha, how does Mr. Chang hold back his laughter? Nonsense, have you ever seen a crosstalk actor laugh on stage? This is basic skill, Mr. Chang is a professional. A project of the same level as G1? Mr. Pei participated in the whole process? Haha, okay, I believe it. You can't design such a thing without a 10-year cerebral hemorrhage? It's possible that it's true. Isn't the fully automatic bar lifting machine designed according to Mr. Pei's ideas? It also contains Mr. Pei's philosophical thoughts. It's true that the bar lifting machine contains philosophical thoughts, but what philosophical thoughts does this clothes drying rack contain? Reminding us that clothes will dry when they are exposed to the sun, right? My goodness, there are pictures of this stock? It should be photoshopped, right? This thing has a stock of more than 1,000 units, and it may take a whole year to sell. If it really has a stock of 10,000 units, I highly doubt whether it can be sold out by the time the OTTOE 8 mobile phone comes out. The scene was already filled with a sea of joy, and Changyu had no choice but to move on to the next stage. He introduced the basic functions of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, including the training modes it can perform and how useful it is for drying clothes. In addition, he also introduced that it is equipped with AEIS, and that AEIS will sneer at you when you are not exercising. He also mentioned that Nifeng Logistics will provide door-to-door delivery service, warranty service, and annual moving service. But this seems to confirm that this is a whole life product. The richer the content, the more fake it seems to be. Finally, Changyu introduced, in addition, Shangyang Games has also tailored a mobile game for the smart fitness clothes drying rack. This game is still in the final stage of research and development and will be available to you as early as next week. The PPT turned to the last page. Next Tuesday, May 15th, we will usher in Tenda's 515 Game Festival, with massive discounts and welfare rewards waiting for you. The detailed rules will be announced at midnight on May 15th, so stay tuned. Okay, that's all for this press conference. I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone for coming again. Please exit in an orderly manner. You can receive free gifts at the entrance. If you are interested in the smart fitness clothes drying rack, you can log on to the official website of UDA Technology or the official mall of Tenda, and the staff of Nifeng Logistics will deliver it to your door as soon as possible. Changyu looked at his watch and found that the time was just right at 1 hour, which was perfect. Although the press conference had ended, the discussion was not over. Most of the discussions focused on this strange product, smart fitness clothes rack, while some of the discussions focused on the 2 points that Changyu mentioned at the end of the press conference. Mr. Chang, did Shangyang Games develop a game specifically for this device? Is it true? Is this a prank or is it true? I think it's probably a joke. This thing is already losing money after it was designed. If it is produced, it will lose money. If it develops a game for it, wouldn't it be a double loss? Who would do such a stupid thing? But today is not April Fool's Day, and I don't think Mr. Chung looks like someone who would deceive the audience. It is being done. Maybe a new folder has just been created? Some manufacturers will use this as a gimmick. It's good at the press conference, but it will be released a few months later. This kind of thing is not uncommon. It may also be a very simple game, not even worthy of being put on the press conference. If it is a large-scale game, it must take a lot of space to introduce it. Now there is no mention of it, not even a picture. Isn't it clear enough? This 515 game festival is quite interesting. What does it have to do with the 1024 digital festival? I just want to change my computer recently. Can there be another ROF upgrade event? I don't know. Let's wait and see in the early morning. In my experience, anything that President Pei calls XX Festival generally has very large discounts. You can look forward to it. At the same time, Pei Qian also watched the press conference on TV at home and was paying a little nervous attention to the sales data on the product details page of the smart fitness clothes drying rack. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Pei Qian took a look every now and then. After a whole hour, the sales figures on this page reluctantly broke through 10 and became double digits. Pei Qian couldn't help but be overjoyed and let out a long sigh. It's done. Chapter 1040. Eric secretly visits the managed gym. Compared to the previous two mobile phones that were quickly sold out shortly after the press conference, the results of the smart fitness clothes rack can be described as brilliant. Obviously, most people regard the smart fitness clothes rack as a pure living product. Although Changyu introduced its functions at the press conference, most of the functions are also available in traditional fitness equipment, and the price is cheaper than it. For example, those N1 strength training equipment occupy a similar area as the smart fitness clothes rack, but the price may be only about 3,500 to 4,500, which is much cheaper. Everyone has a lot of concerns about the smart fitness clothes rack, and the motivation to buy is seriously insufficient. It is normal that not many units have been sold for a while. Of course, the sales volume of more than 10 proves that Tenda still has a few iron fans. No matter how outrageous the product is, these iron fans will buy it with their eyes closed. In any case, the smart fitness clothes rack has so much stock and the press conference is so popular, but only a few units have been sold after the press conference. No matter how you look at it, it is a very optimistic result. Pei Qian couldn't help but hum a song. Hard work really pays off. At the same time, at Jingzhou Airport. Brother Lin, are you really not going to stay and play for a few more days? Meng Chang's face was full of smiles, and he repeatedly tried to persuade Lin Jiaqiang to stay. Lin Jiaqiang hurriedly shook his head. No, I have disturbed you for a long time, and I have something to do at home, so I have to go back. Since the filming of the promotional video, Lin Jiaqiang has been eating, drinking, and having fun in Jingzhou, and the money is naturally paid by the advertising department. Meng Chang wanted to keep Lin Jiaqiang to play for a few more days. Anyway, these funds will not come to him, so he can use them to entertain Lin Jiaqiang and eat and drink for free, so why not? What's more, he watched the press conference and knew that the sales of the smart fitness clothes drying rack were dismal, and he was happy now. Meng Chang drooled when he thought of the commission he could get at the end of the month. And Lin Jiaqiang was the hero who helped Meng Chang get the commission, so Meng Chang naturally loved him and got closer to him. Lin Jiaqiang had a lot of fun, but after all, he had to support his family, and staying in Jingzhou was not a solution, so he decided to leave. Meng Qiang had tried to persuade Lin Jiaqiang to stay several times before, and Lin Jiaqiang had changed his flight ticket twice, so he didn't try to persuade him to stay this time. He just said that he would contact him as soon as there was an opportunity for cooperation in the future, and personally send Lin Jiaqiang to the airport. Lin Jiaqiang was naturally very grateful. As he was about to board the plane, Lin Jiaqiang suddenly thought of something. "Boss Meng, I have an unwelcome request." Meng Qiang was stunned for a moment, but it doesn't matter. Lin Jiaqiang said a little embarrassedly, "Boss Meng, can you give me a smart fitness clothes drying rack? I also want to go back and exercise a little. After all, I'm getting older recently, and my health is getting worse every year. In theory, it is reasonable to give more samples to celebrities to endorse products." But Meng Qiang felt that Lin Jiaqiang definitely didn't need such a weird thing, and he might be disliked if he gave it to him, so he didn't give it to him at all, but just took Lin Jiaqiang to eat, drink and have fun in Jingzhou for a few days. Now that Lin Jiaqiang took the initiative to ask for it, it's a big deal to give him one. Meng Qiang knew that the smart fitness clothes drying racks were now piled up in Tenda's warehouse in Jingzhou and couldn't be sold at all. What's more, giving one would also lose money, so why not do it? Meng Qiang smiled slightly, "No problem, I will arrange for someone to express it to your home later, and then arrange for someone to install it at home." Lin Jiaqiang hurriedly said, "Thank you so much." In fact, Lin Jiaqiang had this idea on a whim. He has always been obese. When he was young, he had to maintain this obese body shape to play clown roles in order to film. But now that he is old, this obese body has also brought him many diseases. There are no more movies to shoot, so what's the point of being so fat? So Lin Jiaqiang has been thinking about exercising a little bit. It doesn't matter whether he loses weight or not. Isn't it good to be healthier and live a few more years? But he has tried many ways, but he can't stick to it. Now seeing this smart fitness clothes drying rack, Lin Jiaqiang thinks he can have one and put it in his home. It's always good to exercise when he has nothing to do. Even if he doesn't remember to use it, he can still use it to dry clothes. Of course, this big guy is a bit expensive, so it's good to get it for free, but forget it if you pay for it. After getting Meng Qiang's promise, Lin Jiaqiang said goodbye to everyone with satisfaction and got on the plane to leave Jingzhou. May 14th, Monday. Magic City, Longyu Group headquarters. Just when it was time to go to work, Zhao Shuming hurried to the meeting room, and Eric was already waiting inside. It has been confirmed that Changyou's statement at the press conference that Uda Technology had stocked up a large amount of smart fitness clothes drying racks is true. Now Tenda's several warehouses in Jingzhou are indeed full of these things. Moreover, smart fitness clothes drying racks have been sold to various managed gyms, including one in Shanghai. How about we go and have a look? After listening to Zhao Shuming's report, Eric frowned slightly, looking a little confused. After a moment, he said, "Don't worry, wait until the evening to see it. There should be more people at night, and we can see how popular this device is." Ever since the joint press conference between Zhito Company and Longyu Group, Eric and Zhao Shuming have been keeping an eye on Tenda's movements. Because they know very well that Mr. Pei is a person who will not suffer any loss and will definitely fight back. But after waiting for 2 days, there was no movement, which was a bit abnormal. In theory, Tenda Group is very efficient, and Mr. Pei is never vague about spending money. Finally, the press conference for the smart fitness clothes rack came. Eric and Zhao Shuming also watched the press conference and were a little confused by this nonsensical product. But they mainly care about 3 points. First, is it true that Changyou's smart fitness clothes rack is in large stock? Second, the smart fitness clothes rack is indeed unpopular now, but is there any chance of turning around later? Finally, what are the specific rules of the 515 Game Festival? In fact, the result of this press conference is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Eric. Because the previous products of Oda Technology, whether it is the E1 mobile phone or the G1 mobile phone, or even the fully automatic smart bar lifter, have all been successful. So for this new product that is about to be released, Eric also regards it as a success and is mentally prepared for it to sell well. However, unexpectedly, no one was interested in the product after the press conference. What is even more gratifying is that this broken thing actually has 10,000 units in stock. There are tens of millions of funds in backlog? Eric is very clear that he is fighting a price war against the entire Tenda Group, not just the Tenda game department. That is, the situation of other industries must also be taken into consideration. Now that UTA Technology's new product release has no interest and a large amount of backlog of payments will lead to a decrease in the available working capital of the entire Tenda Group, which is of course good news. The only question is Changyu's statement at the press conference true or just a joke? For this reason, he specially asked Zhao Shuming to arrange his men to visit Jingzhou secretly. There is no impenetrable wall, and the location of Tenda's warehouse is not a secret, so the definite answer was soon obtained: this broken clothes drying rack is indeed in stock. So, the first question was solved. As for the specific rules of the 515 Game Festival, it should only exist in the computers of some core employees of Tenda at present, and it is unlikely to be leaked. Since it will be revealed in the early morning of May 15th, there is still a lot of time now, and there is no need to rush. Eric guessed that this so-called 515 Game Festival was probably the same as the promotions held by Finger Company and Longyu Group, which were nothing more than discounts on skins and games. It won't be too late to consider the response plan after seeing the specific promotion strength of Tenda. So now the most critical link is to determine whether this smart fitness clothes drying rack is really no longer in demand and has no chance of turning around. If it is, then the batch of unprocessed stock in the warehouse is likely to be one of the straws that broke the camel's back for President Pei. Eric originally planned to buy one for research, but when he heard that the managed gym also arranged this thing, he immediately changed his mind and decided to go to the managed gym to take a look. Because there are many fitness people in the managed gym, their views on the smart fitness clothes drying rack are more professional and objective. As long as they don't like to use this thing, it can basically be declared dead. Some time ago, Tenda's various physical industries began to enter super first-tier cities such as the capital and the Magic City, so the managed gym also opened in the Magic City, and the business is good. After get-off work in the afternoon, Eric and Zhao Shuming came to the managed gym. The two pretended to be customers who came to understand the situation and consider applying for a card, and successfully mixed in. There was a person at the front desk who was responsible for leading and receiving them, and introduced the model of the hosted gym to the two. Eric and Zhao Shuming pretended to listen carefully, but in fact they were constantly looking at the situation inside the gym. It has to be said that the model of the hosted gym is indeed different from that of other gyms. There is no crowding because the time for the managed gym is booked in advance to ensure that the number of people the gym can actually carry is always at a relatively appropriate level. Although there is no need to queue for all fitness equipment, the popularity of different fitness equipment can still be roughly seen. For some equipment, someone will take over soon after the user leaves, while for some equipment, someone will use it after more than 10 minutes. The smart fitness clothes rack is placed in a very eye-catching position in the managed gym. Zhao Shuming secretly stared at it for a long time and found that no one used it at all. Most of the male members glanced at it and continued to lift dumbbells, while the female members did not even look at it and went straight to the treadmill, spinning bike and yoga room. Even the receptionist did not specifically introduce the smart fitness clothes rack when introducing the various fitness equipment in the managed gym. All of this is obviously a very good sign. Zhao Shuming coughed twice and asked knowingly, "Excuse me, what is this fitness equipment? It looks very special. I don't think I have seen it in other gyms." The clerk smiled a little embarrassedly. "Oh, this is the smart fitness clothes drying rack newly developed by our Tenda Group. It is a home-use product, and it is mainly used for display here. As a home product, its advantage lies in the combination of multiple fitness equipment. One device can exercise the whole body, and it can also be used to dry clothes when it is idle. However, if you want to exercise in the gym, its effect is still slightly worse than those special equipment. Tengda's clerks always tell the truth. Don't deceive customers. Even concealing part of the truth to induce customers to consume is not allowed. This is the purpose set by President Pei since the establishment of the company. So the clerk introduced the situation of the smart fitness clothes rack to Eric and Zhao Shuming very honestly. In particular, it pointed out the key point that no one cares about the smart fitness clothes rack in the managed gym. Everything means nothing is good. Those professional fitness equipment seem to be able to practice only one action, but in fact there are many adjustable places to ensure that the best effect can be achieved by practicing this action. And the smart fitness clothes rack has to take into account so many actions, and some of these details must be slightly castrated, otherwise on the one hand, the cost cannot be controlled, and on the other hand, it will be too cumbersome and inconvenient to use. Therefore, for members who come to the gym, they only need to consider the training effect, not the space occupied, so they naturally won't use the smart fitness clothes drying rack for exercise. Eric and Zhao Shuming looked at each other, and both of them were delighted. What does this mean? It turns out that this smart fitness clothes drying rack is not only unpopular and unsaleable among ordinary consumers, but also has no room for survival even in professional commercial environments such as gyms. Even Tengda's own managed gym can't save this broken equipment, and other gyms are even less likely to buy this broken thing. Originally, the two of them were a little worried. What if this smart fitness clothes drying rack was purchased crazily by gyms? There are not a lot of gyms in the country. If each gym has one, it is also a very scary number. But now, this possibility seems to be non-existent. This smart fitness clothes drying rack is basically a dead end. Chapter 1041 Is it that Mr. Pei is going all out? I fell in love with your reading website, and I lost money and became the richest man from the game. That night, late at night, Zhao Shuming was at home, wearing loose pajamas, preparing to rest. After get off work this afternoon, Zhao Shuming and Eric secretly visited the managed gym. After seeing that no one was interested in this smart fitness clothes drying rack, they felt relieved. Although the smart fitness clothes drying rack itself has little to do with the upcoming money-burning war between the two companies, according to intelligence, the large amount of backlog of this fitness equipment will bring heavy pressure to the capital chain of Tenda Group. This means that Tenda must be more cautious in burning money. Zhao Shuming and Eric unanimously guessed that the 515-game festival held by Tenda Group this time was mostly thunder and rain, mainly for bragging, and would not open up a significant gap in the margin of profit with the series of activities held by the finger company. Although games are different from other industries and skins no longer have costs after they are produced, excessively low prices will still stimulate players' enthusiasm for consumption. If they spend crazily during this period, they will spend less in the future. In the long run, this will still reduce income. Therefore, generally, game companies will never offer discounts when new games are just launched. They will wait for a few months until the popularity has faded before offering discounts to attract players who have not yet experienced the game. And with the Tenda Group's capital chain already somewhat tight, the discount strategy for the 515-game festival must not be so radical, otherwise the risk is too great. Of course, President Pei's style of doing things has always been erratic. Many competitors who tried to predict President Pei's behavior have failed, and the consequences of failure are extremely serious. Therefore, Zhao Shuming did not dare to take it lightly. He still had to wait until the specific discount strategy of the 515-game festival was announced before he could rest assured. As for Eric, he was probably paying attention at this time. Zhao Shuming looked at the time and it was already past midnight. There was no need to deliberately look for the specific rules of the 515 Game Festival, because the official websites of all Tenda games and the websites of most of its industries, all of which were slightly related to the 515 Game Festival, had posted activity announcements for this new festival. Including GOG's game client, the 515 Game Festival event promotion page was displayed in the most eye-catching position, and the details were clicked in. Zhao Shuming immediately clicked to check. Just 5 minutes later, his face turned ugly, and his originally calm expression turned into shock. But in the shock, there was a hint of confusion, and even surprise. The reason for the shock was that the details were completely beyond his expectations. Originally, Zhao Shuming and Eric speculated that the Tenda Group was limited by the pressure of the capital chain, and even if the 515 Game Festival was to be held, it could only be a discount similar to IOI. In other words, the goods purchased in the game are still sold, but at a discount. It can be a direct discount, or it can be a disguised discount through activities. In short, at least a part of the money must be collected to recover the blood. But what is the discount of the 515 Game Festival? It is clearly a complete free gift. The most terrifying thing is that there is no rule directly related to the discount here. The only one that is slightly related to the discount is the Buy Tenda Game random free order, but among all the activity rules, this is only a very marginal one. All other rules can basically be summarized as long as the player goes online to play the game, he will be randomly given something, which may be an in-game prop, or it may be directly given cash. Zhao Shuming was a little bit unbelievable, and read these rules from beginning to end, word by word. He thought of some possible problems, such as what to do if someone with ulterior motives registered a robot account to take advantage of him. But on second thought, for the experienced Tenda, these should be some small problems that can be easily solved. President Pei has always been very professional in fighting against scalpers and wool-gathering parties. Long ago, President Pei had foresightly opened up all the accounts of the Tenda Group. Whether it was games, novels, live broadcasts, Tenda Life app or even TPDB website, all were logged in with Tenda accounts. On the TPDB website, the weight of each Tenda account is completely different. In simple terms, accounts that were registered early, consumed a lot, and used for a long time have higher weights, while newly registered, rarely used, and suspicious accounts have very low weights. Even if someone has ulterior motives to raise accounts, because they are all operated in batches by robots, their behavior patterns and the characteristics of the raised accounts are very obvious and very easy to check. In this way, although on the surface it is under the banner of random free orders and random money, in fact, the higher the weight of the account, the better the reward, and those with low weights may symbolically send a dime or even not give a dime. For Tenda, which holds the final right of interpretation for the event, these are all normal operations, and the players will not be disgusted. After all, the players have high-powered accounts with real money, and it is also beneficial for them to crack down on the wool party. There are only so many benefits. If they are taken away by the wool party, won't the benefits for real players become less? Everyone must understand this truth. So, there is no problem with this rule. The problem is that this activity is too generous. Even if there are many ways to prevent robots and wool parties, Tenda has such a large number of users. If everyone goes online to receive benefits, the cost is still an astronomical figure. And it is completely different from what Zhao Shuming and Eric predicted. This 515 Game Festival is not a discount at all, but a free gift. This means that the price paid by Tenda Group is significantly higher than that of Zhito Company and Longyu Group. Originally, Zhao Shuming thought that if Tenda Group used the discount method to organize activities, the money-burning war between the two sides would have a lot of room for operation. For example, I give a 60% discount and you give a 50% discount, but the props in the two games are different in value, and it is difficult for players to tell which one has a greater discount. Moreover, this discount can also be adjusted according to the situation, and increasing the discount amount is completely within the controllable range. But Tenda just went all out and gave it away for free. In this way, although the value of the products in the two games is different, one is discounted and the other is given away for free, players can still tell at a glance which one is more cost-effective. It is obvious that Tenda is more open to giving away products for free. Before the price war officially started, all the players' attention was attracted by Tenda's 515 game festival. Even the old players of IOI were jealous and looked down on IOI's activities. How could they do this? As soon as the game started, they were completely crushed by the opponent in terms of the pattern. But in the confusion, Zhao Shuming felt that there was still a glimmer of hope, or even an opportunity. President Pei's move was indeed a big deal, but this would make Tenda's funding problem even more serious. Originally, the promotion activities could make up for the loss, but in order to suppress the Finger Company and Longyu Group, President Pei had to make it a free gift. The result of swell-up face and fat is often to swallow the teeth. However, is President Pei bluffing or is he strategizing and confident? No one can guess. Zhao Shuming was thinking, and the phone on the table rang. Sure enough, it was Eric calling. Mr. Zhao, have you also seen the specific rules of the 515 game festival? Eric's voice was low, and it was obvious that this matter was completely beyond his expectations. Zhao Shuming nodded, I see. What should we do? Although Eric's voice was a little serious, it was still calm. Don't worry, just observe first. Who will have the last laugh in the money-burning war depends on who can burn longer. The 515 game festival did completely suppress us in terms of the initial welfare strength, but how long can this welfare last? Even if it can last a week and the entire game festival, what about after that? Does Tenda still have the spare energy to deal with our new round of offensive? This is a long-term war, and the one who laughs to the end can laugh the best. Zhao Shuming hurriedly said, I understand. Boss Pei's move can be said to be a desperate battle. Although it can greatly boost morale in the short term, it lacks stamina. In other words, Boss Pei did not leave much room and retreat for himself. As long as we persist, the longer we persist, the more beneficial it will be for us. I will definitely observe Tenda's movements at any time and not miss any clues. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shuming felt much more at ease. I was a little scared by the benefits of the 515 game festival before. It was like being at the gambling table. I just added a few chips tentatively, and President Pei went all in. This caused Zhao Shuming great psychological pressure and made him deeply doubt the strategy he had prepared. But now that I have calmed down and thought about it, it seems that there is another way to interpret this matter. The money of Tenda Group can't be generated out of thin air, right? It will be spent eventually. The inventory of smart fitness clothes drying racks is piled up like a mountain, and the movie and game of Mission and Choice are still within the collection cycle. In addition to Tenda's other industries under development. No matter how you calculate it, Tenda should not have much money left. So, is Mr. Pei bluffing by doing this? He wants to show that he has sufficient funds and is not afraid of price wars at all, in order to scare off the Finger Company and Longyu Group? Mr. Pei is so cunning, he likes to play tricks the most. As long as the Finger Company and Longyu Group can continue to spend money, it will be interesting to see if Tenda can still spend money after the week-long 515 game festival. The more Zhao Shuming thought about it, the more he felt that the situation was not as pessimistic as he thought at the beginning, but optimistic. He felt relieved and went to sleep peacefully. Chapter 1042 Opening Plot of Fitness War. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. May 16, Wednesday. Binhu Community. Xiao Liang is playing with several fans in GOG. Hurry up and kill, the opponent's mage has no ultimate move. No ultimate move, no ultimate move, you can kill. Now there is no ultimate move. Now the opponent's mage has no ultimate move. Can anyone make up for the damage? The team voice came from the team voice. Old Xiao, which side are you from? Don't lie about military intelligence. Whether it is a big move or not, you can tell me for sure. In the previous team battle, Qiao Liang was accidentally caught and died first. On the way to his teammates, he shouted the opponent's mage has no ultimate move, so everyone rushed up and decided to fight 4 against 5. As a result, the opponent's mage made a perfect ultimate move, and other enemies also rushed up and beat them to death. Qiao Liang said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm old and my memory is not good. I remember that the mage just used his ultimate skill. How come he recovered so quickly? Okay, let's stop here today. I need to take a rest. Qiao Liang left the team, took off his headphones, and stretched. Yesterday morning, the 515 game festival officially started, and more than a day has passed. During this period, Qiao Liang was very busy. In Tenda's online games, playing games with friends, you can get a gift package every day, with a chance to get rare props in the game, and you can also get a random red envelope cashback after 1 hour in the game. In short, players are responsible for playing games, and Tenda is responsible for spending money. Although Qiao Liang considers himself a hardcore player, he can't buy all the epic weapons in Sea Fortress, and GOG has not achieved full skins, not to mention that there are cash red envelopes in the rewards. Although these rewards are not much for Qiao Liang, it is just a side thing. Anyway, you have to play games on weekdays. Now there are such generous rewards for playing games. It's nothing more than playing more time, why not? Of course, in addition to playing games, Qiao Liang is also paying attention to the money-burning war between Tenda Group and Jito Company. From the current situation, it can be said that Tenda Group is completely crushing. Although the Finger Company and Longyu Group also launched a series of preferential measures, players thought they were very attractive at first, but compared with the generous gesture of President Pei, they immediately pale in comparison. After all, one is a preferential treatment, and the other is a pure free gift, which is an essential difference. After the detailed rules of the 515 game festival were exposed, players immediately entered a carnival state, and those players who only played IOI and not GOG once again expressed their sincere envy of GOG players. After all, although IOI skins are discounted, you still have to pay to buy them, while GOG gives them away for free when you play games online. As for who will win this money-burning war? Most players have never considered this issue. Is there any need to say this? Of course it's President Pei. Because in this kind of thing, President Pei seems to have never lost at all, and players have 100% trust in President Pei. If it's compared to other things, it's hard to say, but compared to spending money, Tenda has never been timid to anyone. It's not that Tenda has a lot of money, but that Tenda is bold. What's more, players don't care whether the game company wins or loses in spending money. Anyway, everyone can get real benefits. The more money the two companies spend, the happier the players are. The previous game made Qiao Liang a little tired. He stretched and decided to take a break. He opened the fan group to secretly see what everyone was discussing. Huh? Shangyang Games has a new game. New game? Is it true? I haven't heard any publicity before. It's true. This game is called Fitness Battle. It's a mobile game. It's available on many platforms. You can find it by searching. Seeing the discussion in the group, Qiao Liang couldn't help but be stunned. New game? It seems that Tenda has not announced that there are new games coming online recently. But these people in the group posted screenshots while discussing. This game called Fitness Battle is really the work of Shangyang Games. From the name, it seems to be a game related to fitness, so many people in the group are a little disappointed. What's fun about this? In most people's minds, Fitness Battle should be a game similar to a fitness simulator or a game that uses fitness to package traditional gameplay, so there is no interest. After all, this kind of game is the only one on the market that can barely be related to fitness elements. If you have time to play this kind of game, you might as well go to a managed gym to get a card. After all, if you go to a managed gym to get a card, you can lose weight as long as you can stick to it, but can you lose weight by playing this game? Isn't it still staying at home? The more you stay at home, the fatter you get. Everyone's confusion is normal. Because their first reaction did not link this game called Fitness Battle with the game announced at the launch conference of the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack. Because the name of the game was not mentioned at the launch conference, and the promotional page of Fitness Battle did not mention the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack, there weren't many players who were interested in the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack, and most of them had no expectations for the games that came with it, so many people didn't think about it when they first saw the game. They chose to download it because of the golden signboard of Tenda. Xiaoliang certainly wouldn't let it go. Although this was a mobile game, its capacity was not small among mobile games. Xiaoliang guessed that the content of the game might be very rich. Moreover, the games produced by Tenda were all high quality. When had Tenda ever fooled people? With such expectations, Xiaoliang immediately downloaded the game on his tablet and checked it out. After a short black screen, the opening CG of the game appeared on the screen. The style of the CG was more inclined to the cartoon style of the second dimension, and the characteristics of the characters were very distinct. The scene at this time seemed to be the remains of an ancient building. It was late, there was no moon or starlight, and only a few dim oil lamps stood on the ruins of the ancient building ruins, which seemed to add a bit of evil atmosphere to the whole scene. In the ruins, 8 people sat cross-legged in a circle. Under them, a huge magic circle emitting a strange red light connected them all together, flickering slowly like a pulse. The camera swept across and could glimpse the general appearance of these 8 people. The characters are still in the style of two-dimensional cartoons. There are cute girls, big sisters with amazing breasts, and small Lolita and Shota. These characters are obviously carefully designed. Their appearance is very consistent with the aesthetics of two-dimensional players. The hairstyle, hair color, and clothing details are all very consistent with the characteristics of the characters. The clothes worn by these people are different, which are consistent with the character's personality, but all the clothes are a bit more sportswear style. The strangest thing is that these people don't seem to have perfect figures. For example, the big sister character obviously has a protruding front and back that makes people bleed from the nose, but it is obvious that there is a little belly, and there seems to be some extra fat on the upper arms and thighs, which does not look tight enough. Other characters also have their own problems, but they are not very obvious. At this time, all 8 people have their eyes closed, their brows are frowned, and they swallow their saliva from time to time, as if they are enduring terrible pain. In front of them, the inner circle of the magic circle also has 8 extended branches, each of which has a kind of food on it. Braised pork, fried chicken, milk tea, grilled skewers. They looked very tempting. The aroma of these foods continued to waft, stimulating the 8 people's sense of smell, and the speed at which these 8 people swallowed their saliva seemed to be getting faster and faster. Some people were almost unable to bear it and tried to control their hands, not letting themselves reach out to the food in front of them. At this time, a majestic voice came, "Hold on, the ceremony will soon succeed. As long as you can stick to the diet and endure hunger, you will eventually defeat the terrible fat demon." But then, another treacherous and bewitching voice came, it's okay to eat a little occasionally. You have worked so hard, shouldn't you eat a little, replenish your energy, and reward yourself? What's the point of living if you can't even eat as you please? Just eat a small bite, it's okay. The 2 voices hovered around the crowd, constantly exerting influence on them. Finally, these people's wills were on the verge of collapse. "I can't stand it anymore, I'm starving," just eat a bite. Some people pounced on the food in front of him. After the sound of feasting sounded, the psychological defenses of others also collapsed instantly, and they all pounced on the food in front of them, stuffing it into their mouths desperately. Ha 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 ha. A burst of crazy laughter came, and layers of black smoke suddenly rose from the bottom of the magic circle, turning into a huge demon with a bloated body and a bloated brain. Poor human, your willpower is so fragile, how can you seal me with this trick? Then, these are gifts for you. The huge fat demon waved his hand, and countless bubble-shaped light balls floated out of his body and merged into the bodies of the 8 people. Then, the figures of the 8 people swelled visibly. Originally, they were just slightly out of shape, but it was not particularly obvious if you didn't look closely, but now they were obviously fat. The 8 people's situations were different. Some people only had fat in specific parts, but some people were fatter all over, and their originally good looks were almost on the verge of collapse. Amid a burst of laughter, the magic circle completely dimmed, and the fat demon also rolled up a puff of black smoke and flew away. The 8 people fell to the ground, and the remaining food in their hands fell to the ground. It's over, we failed. We still couldn't resist the temptation of food. The fat demon ran away, and we were parasitized by his fat clone. We can no longer control this magic circle. Everyone's face was full of frustration, and 2 female characters even bowed their heads and sobbed. But soon, one of the plump but sunny girls stood up and said, "No, we can't just give up like this. The fat demon will continue to seduce humans, parasitize with fat clones, and eventually become the host of everyone. Our human lifespan will be greatly reduced. Our willpower is not strong enough, and our physique is not strong enough. But as long as we go through hard training, we still have a chance to drive away the fat demon clones parasitic on us and reseal the fat demon." Chapter 1043 Purchase Clothes Rack to upgrade professional version content. The plot may seem a little awkward, but it fits the game type of fitness battle, so players will not feel strange or uncomfortable. Fitness battle is a casual game, and the game style is also cartoon style, so the overall tone is like this. This opening plot turns fat into a demon and 8 fitness people into warriors. It uses a story background of warriors fighting demons. Although it is very traditional, it is quite innovative when combined with fitness. Moreover, this kind of plot will also appear to be more funny, with a kind of cold humor, and will also make the player's mood more relaxed and less serious. The opening animation is all made with real-time rendering, but because of the game style, it does not look rough at all, but has a strange cuteness. Then, it entered the official plot process of the game. In the plot, the player will play the role of God's chosen one. The prophet predicts that God's chosen one is the key to resealing the fat demon. Only with God's chosen one can the warriors persevere, successfully drive away the fat demon's clones, and finally fight the fat demon with a perfect posture. The game is played from a first-person perspective. The chosen one, played by the player, will accompany 8 warriors into different places such as glaciers and deserts. After expelling the parasitic fat demon clones on their bodies, they will defeat the city lords in these different areas who are parasitized by the fat demon clones, and finally defeat the fat demon through the sealing ceremony. The characters are unlocked in a certain order. At the beginning, you need to choose one of the 2 initial characters. After training this character to meet the conditions, you will choose one from 3 characters, and then choose one from 3, and so on. Players do not need to train all 8 characters to complete the story mode, as long as they can complete 4 of them. But after completing the story mode, there are more difficult challenges, and it will take a long time to train the characters to a perfect body state. Xiao Liang decided to go through the story first and play it 1 chapter at a time. The first chapter is a level that is more inclined to novice guidance. In a green field, the attacks are also some relatively simple fat monsters. During the battle, the character will guide the player to continuously perform various fitness movements and explain the key points of these movements. Most of these movements are done on yoga mats, such as high leg raises, squats, push-ups, crunches, etc. There are also some difficult movements, similar to burpees, or other strange-looking movements. It can be seen that these movements are designed by professionals and are indeed helpful for fitness. Qiao Liang took out his long-dusted yoga mat and spread it in the living room. He projected the tablet screen onto the TV, propped up the tablet with a stand according to the prompt, pointed the camera at himself, and started exercising. Strange, how does it detect my movements? Qiao Liang was a little curious. Although the game did use the tablet's camera and required the player to always be within the camera's shooting range, with the accuracy and sensitivity of this camera, could it determine whether the player's movements were standard? Out of curiosity, Qiao Liang deliberately paddled a little and made a few particularly non-standard movements. Then he found that it was obviously not possible. As long as he was moving, regardless of whether the movement was standard or not, the system would count him as having completed the movement. Unless he left the camera area or stayed still, the system could determine it and pause and wait for him. This is a bit confusing. But it's also reasonable. At first, Qiao Liang felt it was a pity. He worked hard to make the movements, and then moved twice to get the same effect. What's the point? But now he is no longer considering the problem from the perspective of a player. From the perspective of a game designer, this design is likely to be a helpless move. First of all, this is a mobile game, and the devices used by players are different. There are flagship devices costing thousands of yuan, as well as devices costing thousands or even hundreds of yuan. To ensure that the game can barely run on most mobile phones, the performance of the lowest device must be taken into account. Some mobile phones have such low pixel counts on their front cameras that it is difficult to accurately locate the player's movements. Moreover, although there is technology that can accurately locate the player's movements through the camera, it requires a professional camera. Whether the mobile phone camera can achieve this level is still unknown. It is very likely that a lot of effort has been put into research and development, but there is no result, which seriously delays the release date of the game. Therefore, this design depends entirely on the player's consciousness. If the player is lazy and wants to fool around, then fool around. If the player wants to practice seriously, he will definitely be able to practice effectively. According to the standard evaluation of a mobile game, this is actually not satisfactory and barely acceptable. Qiao Liang exercised for a while according to the movements in the game, and soon he was sweating profusely. Although they were all very simple movements, such as plank support, crunches, or kneeling on the ground with elbows and knees on the ground and stretching arms and legs, after doing them for more than 10 minutes according to the time and rhythm in the game, he still felt quite tired. It seems to be easier to stick to it than on the app. I don't know if it's my illusion. Qiao Liang bought a yoga mat before because he wanted to exercise in the living room by himself, but after trying it a few times, the yoga mat has been gathering dust. The reason is that I just can't hold on. In fact, there is a module for hosting gyms on the Tenda Life app, which contains some videos recorded by professional coaches, and you can follow the videos to exercise. There are also a large number of aerobic fitness and other similar courses on the Eli Island website, but Qiao Liang gave up halfway after trying several times. On the contrary, although the movements of Fitness Battle are similar to those in the fitness app, Qiao Liang persisted for a long time, and still felt that he could play another chapter. Qiao Liang thought about it. This is obviously the special effect of the carrier of game. Because games are an interactive art, what matters is the feedback of players. If you just play a video, you can't do anything except fast forward and rewind, and there is no clear goal accumulation after practicing once. But games are different. Games have colorful pictures and gorgeous attack special effects. Every time you defeat a monster, pass a level, win a chapter, and watch a cut scene, players will get a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. So, compared to exercising with videos, it will be easier to stick to it. After clearing the first chapter, you can get some token rewards, and it seems that you can also get a free chance to draw a lottery. There are still 2 levels to go. Forget it, let's take a break first. Xiao Liang wanted to continue, but his old arms and legs, which had been lacking exercise for a long time, could not hold on any longer. Moreover, the game also limits the duration of exercise. The first time, the player is reminded to replenish water, the second time, the player is reminded to rest, and the third time, the player is directly locked, and the challenge can only be continued after a period of forced rest. Obviously, this is to prevent some players from getting too addicted to exercise and causing excessive fatigue. Xiao Liang exited the plot chapter and returned to the main interface of the game. Interestingly, after the exercise is over, the character in the game will count the amount of exercise today, such as how many sets of various actions have been done, and then convert it into how many calories have been consumed. Afterwards, some transparent bubbles can be seen flying out of the character, and the character's body shape has changed a little bit, which means that part of the fat demon clone has been expelled. This game is quite interesting. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. The idea of combining games and fitness is indeed novel, but like all other games, the idea is just a foundation, and more importantly, the details required to complete this idea. Fitness Battle has done a great job in every detail, including the character's painting style, personality, modeling, movements, detailed explanations and guidance of various fitness movements, and finally the game's plot packaging, gameplay settings, etc., all of which reflect a meticulous attitude. Huh? What is this? Xiao Liang suddenly noticed that there was a not very eye-catching button in the lower right corner of the game's main interface. Upgrade to professional version. There is also a professional version? How professional is it? Xiao Liang couldn't help but be curious, and immediately clicked to check it out. After he clicked, a page popped up. Buy the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack and connect it to your phone via Bluetooth to upgrade to the professional version of the game content. In the professional version of Fitness Battle, you will get dozens of professional fitness movements that match the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack. The Smart Fitness Clothes Rack accurately detects the range of motion, corrects incorrect postures, and provides better movement guidance. Double calorie coins are obtained. Professional version gift pack, including 10 random rare props. Click the button below to jump to the purchase page. Xiao Liang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, so I'm waiting here. The game that President Chang showed at the press conference that was paired with the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack is really Fitness Battle. Xiao Liang instantly understood the routine of this game. The ordinary version of Fitness Battle is to attract as many players as possible to play, even if they are all free players, it doesn't matter, it can increase the popularity of the game. Ordinary players can just do a few exercises on the yoga mat and brush up on the in-game props. For those professionals who require more and want to experience the best effect of this game, they have to use the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack. According to the introduction above, the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack can detect the player's movements, and also clearly know how much weight the player uses, how long it takes to complete a set of movements, and whether the movements are getting slower and slower, so it can more accurately grasp the player's training status. In addition, the professional version will also give extra gift packages, as well as the advantage of double calorie coins. This double calorie coin acquisition is obviously to prevent some people from deliberately using the mobile version to brush tokens. Calorie coins are obtained through exercise. The mobile version does not need to make the movements so standard. Just moving casually is considered to have completed the movement. If the efficiency of obtaining calorie coins is the same for both, many people may deliberately not connect to the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack in order to grind characters or props, and only play the basic version. This is obviously contrary to the design idea of encouraging players to exercise. In fact, brushing tokens does not matter, but if the fitness effect is affected in order to brush tokens, it will be meaningless. Therefore, while limiting players' fitness time and preventing excessive fatigue, allowing the smart fitness clothes rack to earn double calorie coins can avoid the situation of brushing calorie coins by not exercising seriously. It can also be regarded as a benefit for players who purchase the smart fitness clothes rack and play a better promotional role. Qiao Liang had also watched the press conference before and knew about the smart fitness clothes drying rack. But at that time, he was not interested in it. He just thought it was an ordinary home fitness equipment, not much different from those sold online, so he didn't want to spend money to buy it. But now, after the smart fitness clothes drying rack and fitness battle are combined, it suddenly becomes a different story. Qiao Liang suddenly became very curious. What kind of experience would it be to play fitness battle with the smart fitness clothes drying rack? Chapter 1044, The secret key of the movie is extended for 2 months. I fell in love with you reading website, and I lost money and became the richest man from the game. After the exercise, Qiao Liang sat on the sofa for a while, drank some water to replenish his water, and ate 2 pieces of chocolate. Physical strength is consumed quickly, but it also recovers quickly. Because he played the basic version of fitness battle, the movements on it are relatively simple movements on the yoga mat, and the amount of exercise arranged in the game is not large. If you use strength training to exhaustion, you may not have the energy to do other things all day, and even have muscle soreness in the next 3 days. But if it is just these basic training, physical strength recovery is still relatively fast. If Qiao Liang follows his usual deadhouse personality, he will definitely rest after practicing for a while today, regardless of whether the training is in place. As long as he has practiced and the time is almost enough, he will basically give up, and even don't want to practice again in the next few days. In fact, this amount of exercise is completely insufficient, and it does not achieve the purpose of losing weight and shaping at all. But today, Qiao Liang felt a little unsatisfied. The main thing is what kind of wonderful chemical reaction will be produced by combining the gamed fitness battle with the equipment such as the smart fitness clothes drying rack. He was very curious. After thinking about it, he felt that the experience must be more than 1 level higher than this basic model. This curiosity made Qiao Liang's heart seem like ants crawling, and he couldn't suppress this impulse at all. So he made a move that shocked himself. He decided to go out immediately and go to a nearby managed gym to experience what it feels like to play fitness battle on the smart fitness clothes drying rack. If it really works, he doesn't mind ordering one immediately and putting it at home to exercise at any time. I haven't started a live broadcast for a long time. It's been more than a week. Why don't you start a live broadcast for everyone today? As a senior pigeon, Qiao Liang's shame of having a stable period once a month, which is like a period that can't be avoided but is not on time, appeared. It just so happened that this was a good live broadcast topic, so Qiao Liang packed up and prepared to go out while turning on the rabbit tail live broadcast, ready to broadcast the whole process of this experience of the smart fitness clothes drying rack to fans. At the same time, Pei Qian had just arrived at the company, ready to start half a day's work. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and to be more precise, Pei Qian still had more than 2 hours of work left today. There was no way, President Pei was too busy. There are so many things in life, any one of which is much more important than coming to work. The first thing to do when you get to work is to open the sales page of the smart fitness clothes drying rack to check the sales. Well, although the numbers have changed a bit, they are still quite bleak. It is still unknown when the backlog of stocks in the warehouse can be cleared. The situation is very good. It seems that the smart fitness clothes drying rack can be reassured in the short term. After being relieved a little, Pei Qian made a cup of tea and thought about the situation of other industries while drinking tea. Now Tenda Group is involved in too many industries. To outsiders, President Pei is in control and has a clear grasp of the situation of all industries, but only President Pei himself knows that he often misses some industries and has to look at the organizational charts of various departments of the company to remember them clearly. Suddenly, Pei Qian thought of something. Has the movie Mission and Choice been taken off the screen? The release date of the movie Mission and Choice is April 14th. Generally, the first round of movie releases is 1 month, which means that the movie should be taken off the screen by May 14th. And now, it is already May 16th. Since May 1st, when Battleship, which President Pei had high hopes for, suffered a box office Waterloo, Pei Qian has not paid attention to the movie Mission and Choice anymore. He directly blocked the push messages from the Yuan app and various movie apps, as well as the entertainment and film and television sections of various news clients. In short, he tried every means to prevent himself from receiving any news about the movie Mission and Choice. Although the plan to lose money through Mission and Choice completely failed, life still had to go on. Pei Qian was afraid that if he continued to pay attention to these news, his mentality would collapse, so he could only bury his head in the sand like an ostrich, so that he could keep his mentality stable. After all, there was still some time before the settlement, and if he struggled hard, there would still be hope. His approach did have a very good effect. Modern society seems to have developed information, but in fact there is a strong information cocoon effect. In other words, although there is a lot of information on the internet, it is precisely because there is too much information and too many channels for obtaining information that people tend to only pay attention to the parts they are interested in. The information obtained by different groups shows huge differences. Many people think they are well informed, but in fact they have become isolated from the world. In this environment, as long as you spend a little effort and don't learn some information, then these things are equivalent to non-existence. Now, Pei Qian felt that he could almost come out of the information cocoon, take a walk, and face the reality. Now that the box office of Mission and Choice has been settled, there is no point in avoiding it. It is better to face the reality as soon as possible and prepare for a tough battle. Pei Qian opened the Yuan app and planned to check the final box office of Mission and Choice. However, as soon as he opened the app, he saw a notification message pop up on the homepage. The release date of Mission and Choice has been extended by 2 months. This message directly stunned Pei Qian. He was completely unprepared and 3 question marks slowly floated above his head. What did I do wrong? I haven't logged into the Yuan app for more than half a month, and I was pushed such a blinding message as soon as I came in. Pei Qian clicked to check with a shocked face. According to the news from the film's distributor, the recent popular movie Mission and Choice has extended its release date from May 14th to July 14th, and will be extended for 2 months. At the same time, the film has also adjusted the ticket prices of all types of movies. Below is a screenshot of the announcement. The title of the announcement is Notice on Extension of the Key for the Digital Film Mission and Choice and Adjustment of the Minimum Ticket Price. The content of the notice is very simple. The key for Mission and Choice is extended for 2 months, and the minimum ticket price for the film is adjusted. Depending on the city and the theater, the ticket price generally drops by 5 to 10 yuan. The basic situation of the film will also be introduced later. Mission and Choice is an original science fiction film by Fei Huang Studio under Tenda Group. It tells the story of the magnificent interstellar war between humans and Zerg in the future. The film has aroused enthusiastic response since its release. Some industry insiders said that it opened the door to domestic science fiction films and opened the precedent of heavy industrialized films, which has a milestone historical significance. As of 1610 on May 14th, the box office of Mission and Choice has exceeded 1.5 billion after 1 month of release, breaking the 1.1 billion box office record of domestic films that had been maintained for 2 years, and is far ahead of all films released this year, and even exceeds the domestic box office of several Hollywood blockbusters. The extension of the secret key of Mission and Choice obviously meets the common expectations of the film company, audiences, theaters, and industry insiders. How much box office can this excellent domestic film finally get? Welcome everyone to Wait and See with Goyan app. Go to Goyan app Professional Edition to check the movie box office in real time. At the end of this news push, he did not forget to promote his own app. But Pei Qian could no longer take care of these contents. Now his mind was blank, with only 2 numbers left. 2 months postponed. Box office 1.5 billion. When Mission and Choice was first released, Pei Qian checked the estimated box office on Goyan app every day. At the beginning, Goyan app's estimates were very conservative, with figures like 350 million and 400 million. According to this estimate, this movie will definitely lose a lot of money, which made Pei Qian excited for a while. But things started to get more and more wrong afterwards. The poor box office performance of the movie in the early stage was simply due to the lack of publicity. However, after a series of publicity strategies heated up the popularity of the movie, the box office of the movie began to rise against the trend, and Goyan app also repeatedly adjusted its box office estimates, all the way up to 500 million or even 800 million. Many film critics believe that 800 million box office is already the level of the domestic box office champion of this year. Even if there is a stronger dark horse, Mission and Choice will still be a strong competitor for the domestic box office champion. This is enough to make Pei Qian tremble with fear. Because the current size of the domestic film market is so large, the previous box office champion of 1.1 billion was already a big explosion under the right time, place and people, and it dominated the hot search for a long time. After that, domestic films, even if they won the annual box office champion, would at most be around 600 to 800 million, and many Hollywood blockbusters would not get more than 1 billion in the mainland. As a result, Mission and Choice directly won 1.5 billion box office this month. Not only did it break the domestic film box office record and crush many Hollywood blockbusters, but it also had to postpone The Secret Key for another 2 months. With a box office of 1.5 billion and a 30% share, Fei Huang Studios' revenue is at least 500 million. The game and movie of Mission and Choice together cost less than 600 million. As early as the first week, the sales of the game Mission and Choice reached 800,000 copies, with a net income of more than 80 million. Once these 2 numbers are added together, the cost has been fully recovered, and every penny after that is pure profit. What's more terrifying is that among the many analytical articles about Mission and Choice on the Goyan app information channel, Pei Qian saw an analysis of the final revenue sharing. The author of this article is obviously an industry insider. He analyzed various clues and finally came to a terrible conclusion. The share of the final box office share obtained by Fei Huang Studio is likely to be significantly higher than that of other film producers. Because Mission and Choice is different from other movies, the publicity and promotion costs can basically be ignored. Chapter 1045 Mobile Games Collide. Among the costs of other movies, publicity and promotion account for a large part, which will also affect the final income of the film company. The producers and distributors of some movies like to sign gambling agreements. For example, the producer authorizes the guaranteed distribution rights of the movie to the distributor at a total box office price of 1 billion. In this way, the producer can directly obtain more than 300 million guaranteed income. The advantage of doing this is that the producer can take less risks. Even if the movie fails at the box office and loses all the money, these losses will be borne by the distributor, and the producer can still get more than 300 million from the distributor. But if the box office of the movie explodes and exceeds 1 billion, only a part of the extra money will be given to the producer, and the bulk will be taken by the distributor. Of course, not everyone is qualified to sign this kind of agreement. It is often the Golden Sign series of movies by famous directors that can get such treatment. But this also reflects a fact that in the film industry, the voice of the distribution company is very important. If a movie wants to be a hit, it must spend a lot of resources on promotion, and when the money is divided in the end, the distributor must not get less. If the distributor prepays the publicity and distribution costs of the film, the distributor will charge an agency distribution fee of 12–20% of the box office revenue. If the distributor promises a minimum guarantee, buyout, prepayment of production costs, etc., the agency distribution fee will be even higher. In order to reduce risks, many film companies will not bear the publicity and distribution costs themselves, so a large part of the box office revenue will be paid to the distributor as an agency distribution fee. Many movies seem to have good box office, but the producers still lose money because of this reason. But Mission and Choice is an outlier. Although the box office exploded, it did not spend much money on publicity. In the case that the distributor does not bear the publicity and distribution costs, it can only collect 5–15% of the box office revenue belonging to the producer and distributor as an agency distribution fee, which is only 2–6% of the shareable box office revenue. This specific ratio will be adjusted according to the weight of the voice of both parties. Feihuang Studio, which has the successful experience of Beautiful Ming and has a close relationship with Shenhua Film and Television, obviously has a higher voice. That is to say, the 1.5 billion box office of Mission and Choice can actually get at least 10% more than other movies when it is distributed. And with this level of box office, every extra 1 or 2 percentage points may make a difference of tens of millions. What's more, these calculations are based on the current 1.5 billion box office. The movie will be postponed for another 2 months, of course, according to common experience. Even if the delay is 2 months, the box office will not fluctuate too much. It would be good if the delayed box office can reach half of the total box office, that is, 5%. With a box office of 1.5 billion, the delayed box office will be at most 60 to 70 million. Because a movie goes from release to popularity very quickly, within a month after the release, everyone who wants to watch it has watched it, and those who don't want to watch it will not watch it again. The box office that is supported by some slippery fish will not be much, and the theaters will not be stupid enough to schedule so many films. But the problem is that Mission and Choice has a lot of stamina because it did not have any publicity in the early stage. The box office performance of the 30th is obviously higher than the average level, and the proportion of delayed box office is probably better than other movies. This is just a random trick, but it is tens of millions of box office. What's more, the delayed release will continue the popularity of the movie. Every bit of box office will increase the box office record of domestic films. Many domestic video websites want to buy the copyright of the film and post it on their own websites, and the price they offer will be more generous. Pei Qian slumped in the boss chair, and suddenly felt a little bit hopeless. Originally, he thought that the movie Mission and Choice was off the screen and he should be dead, so Pei Qian was ready to take a look at the box office and accept the cruel fact. But after taking a look, he found that he was not dead yet and had to be cremated again. The crematorium had just started to warm up. Oh no, the benefits of this 515-game festival are still too little. Pei Qian felt a little disappointed. The saddest thing in the world is that you thought you had successfully completed the task and spent a lot of money, but then you found that there was another unexpected amount of money to be credited. What to do? Pei Qian could only open the detailed document of the 515-game festival again, thinking about how to make up for it a little. There was a sense of sadness in the office of the President of Tenda Group. At the same time, Longyu Group was in a completely different situation. Zhao Shuming came to the meeting room excitedly and met Eric. Good news! The development team of Eternal Hunter just announced that due to technical reasons, they decided to postpone the official launch of the game to next month. Eric put down his work and looked up. Oh? His eyes were also full of surprise. In theory, it is normal for game manufacturers to delay the release of the game. Some delay it by 1 or 2 months, and some delay it by half a year. There are only more, not the most. This kind of jump of only 2 weeks is not really big news. But it is great news for Eric and Zhao Shuming. Eric laughed. It's a technical reason, probably an excuse. After all, Eternal Hunter has already been tested twice, no malicious bugs have appeared, and the game runs well. Zhao Shuming nodded. Yes, they probably want to avoid us. That's right, we don't want to collide with them. Eternal Hunter is an action mobile game developed with huge investment. It has been promoted several months ago, and the scene is not small. Before that, the game had been tested twice, and the overall reputation was good and very popular. The only problem is that the official launch time of this game is scheduled for this Saturday, which coincides with the launch time of the iOS mobile version. This made Zhao Shuming worried for a while. Although he has absolute confidence in the iOS mobile game and cannot lose to any opponent, it is not beautiful to collide with it. Because there are only so many domestic channel vendors, and there are only so many recommendation positions. For example, each mobile application market will definitely negotiate cooperation with these game vendors in advance and allocate their best recommendation positions to the games launched this month. Although iOS mobile games can get the best recommendation position, Eternal Hunter will definitely be recommended by other good ones. In this way, players will inevitably be diverted, and all data of iOS mobile games will definitely be affected. But now, Eternal Hunter has retreated in the face of difficulties. Obviously, the people at Eternal Hunter also felt the pressure and felt that the launch time they chose was not appropriate, so they decided to postpone it for 2 weeks to avoid the limelight and ensure that the game would enjoy the highest popularity after it was launched. Eric asked, in this case, all other games released in the same period cannot be compared with iOS mobile games, right? Zhao Shuming nodded, yes. I just flipped through several application markets in the past 2 days. The new games released in the same period are awesome productions. They are completely not at the same level as our mobile games and will not pose any threat. I have also looked at several old games on the list. Tenda has several evergreen mobile games, such as GOG, Hot Blood War Song, Sea Fortress Mobile Game Edition, etc., but these games are played by a fixed group of people and should not constitute a direct competitive relationship with iOS mobile games. Eric was very happy. Okay, then hurry up and arrange the mobile game to go online. Players are probably a little impatient. Longyu Group is promoting iOS mobile games as a key project. It is almost blown up. It was also talked about a lot at the previous press conference. Players' expectations have already reached a peak. If it continues to drag on, the enthusiasm of players will fade away, and then it will be too late. What's more, now is a critical period for Tenda's 5/15 Game Festival. If the iOS mobile game is launched earlier, it can also shift some of the network's attention from the 5/15 Game Festival to the iOS mobile game. Zhao Shuming immediately went to make arrangements happily. After Zhao Shuming left, Eric took out his mobile phone, opened the Shenhua app market, and checked the more popular new mobile games. He did not doubt Zhao Shuming's words, but just took a look out of habit, so that he could feel a little more at ease. Eric himself uses a Pineapple phone, but for work needs, he also has a Shenhua phone. After all, he is the person in charge of iOS in the Greater China region, and Shenhua phones occupy a large market share in the entire mainland market. The situation seen through the Shenhua mobile phone application market can also reflect some problems. Suddenly, Eric's eyes stopped at the recommendation position at the top of the game page of the Shenhua app market. There was a game called Fitness Battle. Eric was a little confused. This kind of game can also be in the best recommendation position? He flipped through the game list of the app market again, including the free list and the best-selling list, and did not find this game in the top 20 displayed this month. He opened 2 other app stores and searched, and found that they also had the game Fitness Battle, but it did not have such a good recommendation position as Shenhua App Store, and its ranking on the best-selling list was very low. This game seems to have just been released today, so it hasn't had time to rush to the top of the list. Whether it makes money or not, we can't tell now. It seems to have a certain relationship with Shenhua. It's not something that ordinary game companies can do to give new games this kind of recommendation position directly. From the current ranking, it seems that it is not enough to pose a threat to IOI mobile games. I don't know if Zhao Xuming has seen this game before. Maybe he didn't see it at all, or maybe he didn't care about it. Eric didn't think much about it at first. After all, the development of mobile games is in full swing now. There are almost several new mobile games online every day. There is nothing to be surprised about. But he casually clicked on the details page of Fitness Battle and took a look at the name of the developer, but he became alert instantly. This is made by Qingshan Games. It was the critical period of the price war with Tenda Group. Eric was very vigilant. When he saw the 4 words Qingshan Games, he immediately put away his contempt for this game. No wonder Shenhua App Market gave it such a good recommendation position. They are in the same boat with President Pei. With the user volume of Shenhua App Market and the appeal of Tenda, this game will probably be on the top of the best-selling list soon. Eric is not a lazy guy. He immediately understood the danger of this matter. Maybe the reason why Eternal Hunter postponed the game is not only to avoid IOI mobile games, but also to avoid Fitness Battle. But what should we do next? Just like Eternal Hunter, postpone? Eric quickly gave up this idea. On the one hand, the postponement will definitely collide with Eternal Hunter, which is not easy to deal with. Instead, it will hand over the market in the second half of this month to Fitness Battle. This way, he will lose a lot of money. On the other hand, it is now at a critical node of the 515 Game Festival. If the game is postponed, how will it be interpreted by players? Either the Finger Company admitted its weakness, or the Finger Company did not keep its word and had problems with project management, and it could be launched, but was delayed in the end. No matter which method it is very unfavorable to Eric. After thinking it over and over again, Eric decided not to postpone it as planned before. If GOG mobile games collide with IOI mobile games, Eric will definitely not be confident. But the game Fitness Battle is a casual game related to fitness. The developer is not the Tenda game department, but Qingshan Games. It's too embarrassing that MOBA games don't even dare to touch casual games. Moreover, although the risks of launching at the same time are high, the benefits are also high. If the IOI mobile game can become popular after its launch and grab a lot of public opinion, and form a comprehensive crushing trend against Fitness Battle, it will definitely be great news for the ongoing money-burning war between the two parties. Thinking of this, Eric did not notify Zhao Xuming to postpone, but still let the IOI mobile game go online within this week as planned before. Chapter 1046, the professional version and the regular version are 2 completely different games. Xiao Liang turned on the live broadcast and came to the managed gym near his residence. He didn't have a membership, but it didn't matter. As a loyal user of Tenda, he could try the smart fitness clothes drying rack with his autophone. He brought his tablet computer with him, and planned to use it to play games, and then use the tablet's front camera to live broadcast his fitness screen. The 2 screens can be overlapped, and the Rabbit Tail Live app supports this function, and the size of the 2 screens can be adjusted, so there is no need to worry about this. After arriving at the managed gym, Xiao Liang explained his intention to the fitness coach. Hearing that the person opposite was Mr. Pei's close friend, the famous Mr. Qiao, the fitness coach attached great importance to it and immediately nodded, "Okay, please come this way." Then, he led Xiao Liang to a specific area in the gym. Xiao Liang was stunned for a moment. So many equipment? And TV? In a very core area of the gym, 6 smart fitness clothes drying racks were neatly placed. Moreover, there are televisions hanging on the walls opposite these devices, corresponding to each other, the size of the TV is not very big, 55 inches, but it is enough for this distance. These TVs are obviously well-known brands of foreign manufacturers, and the picture quality is absolutely guaranteed. Seeing this scene, Qiao Liang was a little surprised. He originally thought that there would probably be only one smart fitness clothes rack in the managed gym, and it was placed in the corner without a TV or any other equipment. After all, managed gyms also have their main business, and they already have a lot of professional fitness equipment. Why put so many smart fitness clothes racks? The coach hesitated for a moment, and told the truth a little embarrassedly. In fact, there was only one of these things originally. But when President Pei visited our flagship store 2 days ago, he found that there was only one in the store and no one was interested, and he was very unhappy. It is mandatory that all stores have at least 5 to 6, and all of them must be equipped with TVs. We also spend a lot of effort to make room for these broken toys, equipment. The fitness coach almost slipped up and said these broken things. Tingda's clerk highlights the truth. Obviously, not all employees of the managed gym can understand the benefits of this thing. Although Guo Liqing also participated in the research and development of this thing, other coaches in the gym have no access to these things. The managed gym has opened many branches now. With the level of these store clerks, most of them don't know that this equipment is also equipped with games. They are just a little dissatisfied because they see that no one has been interested in this equipment since it was put out, and it takes up a lot of space. Although it is their own product, these fitness coaches still prefer those professional fitness equipment, which is obvious. Qiao Liang heard the dissatisfaction of the staff and smiled slightly. That's because you haven't understood the deep meaning of President Pei. Let me do it. When you understand, you may be close to becoming the manager of this store. Qiao Liang smiled, chose one of the smart fitness clothes drying racks and sat down, then turned on the TV and used the mobile phone to cast the screen. The fitness coach couldn't help but be a little curious and stood aside. On the one hand, it was because Qiao Liang had a special status and he had to receive President Pei's friends well. On the other hand, he was curious and wanted to know what Qiao Liang meant by this. What do you mean by not understanding President Pei's deep meaning? Why is it that after understanding, you are not far from becoming a store manager? Could it be that this thing that looks a little bit out of place has something unique? Qiao Liang first searched and connected the smart fitness clothes drying rack via Bluetooth, then opened the game and clicked the Professional Edition button on the title screen. There were no excessive prompts, just a simple change of interface style, but there were many more contents, and the fitness movements were completely changed. When changing actions, a very detailed page will appear on the game screen, showing the current shape of the smart fitness clothes drying rack and which parts need to be changed if you want to practice the next action. Every time Qiao Liang changes a part, the screen will display it in real time, which is as accurate as using your fingers. The first action Qiao Liang did was chest press. The fitness coach stood aside. He could see that Qiao Liang was a novice and had no fitness foundation at all, so he wanted to give some pointers to avoid the non-standard actions and not achieving the best exercise effect. However, he tried several times and couldn't get a word in. Because the game character on the screen had already thought of him almost. For example, at the beginning, the coach wanted to remind Qiao Liang to adjust the weight according to his ability, not to add too much at once, and finding the weight that suits him is the most important thing. As a result, he found that he didn't need to speak at all. Because the character in the game will roughly determine Qiao Liang's physical condition based on the basic information such as height, weight, and training status that Qiao Liang filled in when entering the game, and then let Qiao Liang try 3 different weights, and then determine whether the current weight is suitable based on the time it takes Qiao Liang to pull up these weights and Qiao Liang's own feedback. While Qiao Liang is adjusting the equipment or changing the weights, the game character will also talk about some professional knowledge about fitness, ranging from the basic concepts of fitness to the details of a certain movement. The fitness coach watched from the side and couldn't help but feel a little confused. He suddenly felt like he was unemployed. Although there are no personal trainers in the managed gym, as a coach, he is still responsible for guiding the novices. But the coach found that the character in the game actually perfectly replaced his role. Of course, it is impossible to completely replace it. After all, no matter how smart a game program is, it can't be better than a living person, but at least 70% to 80% of the role is still there. Because fitness is profound and simple, some basic theories will not change much, and they are basically common. And the characters in the game have another advantage, that is, they will not be annoying and have a bad attitude. Even if the player repeats the same mistake 100 times, the character in the game will still seriously prompt and guide. This kind of good temper is absolutely impossible for people to have. And this will obviously make many people who are embarrassed to communicate more with the coach let down their guard and alienation. After all, dealing with game characters is much simpler than dealing with real people. Xiao Liang quickly immersed himself in the game. He found that playing fitness battle with a smart fitness clothes rack and playing with a mobile phone are completely two concepts. When playing on a mobile phone, those actions are basically just fooling around, just to move your hands and feet to exchange for calorie coins, and the fun of the game is all concentrated on clearing levels and getting rewards. But it is completely different when playing with a smart fitness clothes drying rack. Depending on the completion of the action, the character in the game will give different feedback. For example, if the action is too fast, the player will be asked whether the weight is too low, so that the player can do the action in a standard way and not just pursue quantity, and if the action is too slow and obviously can't be done, the player will be asked to lower the weight or take a short break. When the action is completed in a particularly standard way, the character in the game will also have special voice and praise actions. That is, when playing this game with a smart fitness clothes drying rack, every action can get feedback. Making a particularly standard action will get the character's special praise voice and action, and will also get extra calorie coins. After performing standard actions continuously, there will be extra calorie coins. And all of these are not available in the ordinary version. Xiao Liang constantly changed fitness actions according to the system prompts. After the chest action, he started to practice the back, and then other parts. Fitness requires methods and techniques. Generally, veterans will make a fitness plan, for example, training chest now, and then training legs tomorrow instead of chest, because after training a certain part of the muscle to exhaustion today, the muscle may not have recovered tomorrow, and further training will not have a very good effect. The muscles of this part must be fully rested, and different parts should be trained alternately for better results. Fitness Battle obviously also took this into consideration. The system arranged the fitness tasks for Xiao Liang according to this principle, and the schedule can be checked at any time and adjusted freely according to one's own preferences. Xiao Liang was very devoted to the training here, and he had no time to watch the barrage in the live broadcast room. He could only see a large number of barrages rolling by. Obviously, the audience in the live broadcast room was as shocked as the fitness coach next to him. Oh my God! Lao Qiao, this lazy guy, is actually working out so hard? I want to try it too. I don't know how long Lao Qiao can keep doing it. He's only interested for a short time. I'm afraid he'll forget about it tomorrow. Not necessarily. This game has obviously made a lot of efforts to prevent players from giving up halfway, such as character development, which is very motivating. The explanation is very detailed. This is not the same game as the normal version I played. What is the coach standing next to him for? Watching? I want to place an order, what should I do? Don't be impulsive. Hold on. If you can't do it, go to a nearby managed gym first. It's not too late to experience it before deciding to buy it. The audience in the live broadcast room obviously had a strong interest in this fitness equipment. In the gym, many members noticed the game Qiao Liang was playing and came over curiously. After watching for a while, they also cancelled their fitness plans today and used another smart fitness clothes drying rack. Coach, how do you use this? Where did you download the game? How do you connect the device? In response to the members' questions, the coach hurriedly answered them one by one and was busy helping them debug the equipment. The smart fitness area, that seemed very deserted just now, suddenly became lively. Chapter 1047, Can I get a refund at will? I fell in love with your reading website, and I lost money and became the richest man from the game. The coach answered one by one, and then helped these people debug the equipment. Soon, several smart fitness clothes drying racks were full. People who came late could only watch from the side. This thing is actually equipped with a game? It looks fun. The users of the managed gym are mainly young people and white-collar workers, and the proportion of female members is very high. Because the model of managed gyms has a certain screening effect, only those with relatively good economic conditions, high requirements for the fitness environment, and slightly poor self-control but strong determination to exercise can finally stay. Most of the people selected in this way are young people, who happen to be the target player group of fitness battle. Naturally, they have a very strong interest after seeing the game screen. Before, everyone did disdain smart fitness clothes drying racks, but that was because there were no games. Without games, this thing is just an ordinary fitness equipment, with no essential difference from other fitness equipment in the gym, and it is not as professional as those equipment, but with games, it becomes a peripheral of the game. The more fun the game is, the more useful it will appear. Even the fitness coach was stunned. He didn't expect that the smart fitness clothes rack, which had been ignored before, would suddenly become so popular. But he had to admit one thing. After the game, the fitness experience of the smart fitness clothes rack is indeed much more interesting than the boring weight lifting in the gym. After the perfect combination of fitness wars and the smart fitness clothes rack, their news spread quickly and reached the ears of netizens. After completing the first chapter, Qiao Liang was completely exhausted. The game also began to remind him to take a forced break. After restoring the smart fitness clothes rack to its initial state according to the prompts in the game, Qiao Liang prepared to use the free lottery opportunity and then study the mall system of this game. During the game, the system has given several beautiful clothes and guided Qiao Liang to complete the process of changing the dress for the game character. Changing clothes is a popular gameplay, and it lasts for a long time. Who can resist the temptation of changing a beautiful girl's skirt? The gameplay of many dress-up games is very simple, but they can generate tens of millions of dollars in monthly revenue. As long as new skirts are released one after another, players will pay for them without hesitation. Most of those specialized dress-up games use paper people as game characters, and players still enjoy spending money on them. The characters in Fitness Battle are all 3D models, very detailed, and they can talk to players and do fitness exercises with players. Isn't this more worthwhile than spending money on paper people? After seeing the few clothes given by the system, Qiao Liang instantly developed a strong interest in the dress-up system of this game. Although many high-end fashions are more troublesome to unlock, it's always okay to take a look and satisfy your eyes, right? If it's really good looking and the price is right, it's not a bad idea to spend a little money. Qiao Liang opened the newly opened mall interface and found that the entire interface was quite simple, with only two large tabs, namely Mall and Lottery. Although other games have similar systems, they are basically slightly modified and not so straightforward. Fitness Battle is not subtle at all. Click on the Mall interface, which contains various props in the game, clearly arranged by category. These props are divided into types, including hats, tops, pants, shoes, gloves, wristbands, accessories, and other decorations for the characters, as well as special fitness scenes, special effects when attacking monsters, etc. The mall can also sort these props according to their quality, price, etc., which is very convenient to choose. In addition, there are some arranged discount packages, such as a full set of costumes for a certain character, which will have a specific discount. However, all items in the mall have two prices. One is the price of calorie coins and the other is the price of recharge tokens. For all commodities, the ratio of the two currencies is the same, and there are no items in the entire mall that cannot be bought with calorie coins. The lottery interface is much simpler, with information such as single draw, 10 consecutive draws, and 10 consecutive draws for a guaranteed item. Many other games will put the latest new heroes and new items on this interface to attract players, but this interface of Fitness Battle does not put these things, and it looks very simple. Just when Xiao Liang thought that there was nothing special about this lottery system, he noticed that there was a very eye-catching explanation icon on the interface. Detailed explanation of the lottery? Xiao Liang was a little surprised, because many other games would not explain the lottery system. The reason is simple, there is actually nothing to say. Things that can be said clearly, players know too well, so there is no need to explain. Things that cannot be said clearly, let the players know that something big is going to happen, and they cannot be explained. The lottery is a dark box. Many game companies will write fake probabilities in the lottery system, or set the delivery rate of some rare props to be very low without stating it clearly. Anyway, players have no way to verify it. Of course, as the restrictions on lottery on the ESRO official platform have become increasingly strict, this situation has also improved in recent years, but most game companies will only be responsible to the official platform and will not give too many explanations to the players. Xiao Liang subconsciously clicked on it. He thought it was just a few simple explanations, but it was unexpectedly very detailed. The price-performance ratio of the lottery is 0.8. It seems a bit unprofitable, but it's actually not bad. The lottery is supposed to be a chance. Wait, you can't use calorie coins for the lottery, and, can you automatically refund? Xiao Liang was dumbfounded by this automatic refund. In fact, many games can be refunded, but there are very strict restrictions, and there must be a special manual review, and after a refund, basically no refund application will be accepted in the future. But Fitness Battle is obviously not the case. This automatic refund does not require manual review at all, and there is no need for reasons such as children steal money to recharge. As long as you are not satisfied with the lottery results, you can directly refund. The only restriction is that you can't make any recharges in the next 3 days. But this one is not strictly speaking like a restriction, but more like a protection, allowing players to calm down a little after impulse consumption and control their wallets. As long as there is no upper limit on the refund, players can just withdraw every 3 days until they are satisfied with the withdrawal result. What is this trick? Xiao Liang was a little confused. He has seen many pay-to-win games and has a lot of experience in resisting temptation, but this is the first time he has seen a pay-to-win game that allows for a refund. Who is the designer of this game? Xiao Liang suddenly had a strong desire to recharge. Anyway, if you are not satisfied with the draw, you can just refund. There is no psychological burden at all. However, Xiao Liang hesitated for a while and still held back. After all, he has not even placed an order for the smart fitness clothes drying rack yet, so it is a bit too early to start playing pay-to-win. It is better to spend the calorie coins sent by the system first, and then take out the free 10 draw opportunity this time. Calorie coins cannot be used for draws, so Xiao Liang picked a few beautiful little skirts and used the free 10 draw. The props for the 10 draw were standard, not very good but not bad, with 2 very good little skirts. Xiao Liang was not a European emperor to begin with, so he had expected this result. By the way, doesn't the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack have a professional version gift package? Xiao Liang suddenly remembered it, but after careful study, he found that this gift package corresponds to the number of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, and each device can only be claimed once. These equipments in the managed gym are public equipment, so they cannot be claimed. It's done. Although he didn't get the professional version gift package, Xiao Liang was already satisfied. On the one hand, the official gave him a chance to draw 10 times in a row, so he also got some very simple and beautiful clothes at a reasonable price, which was a sense of satisfaction from the game. On the other hand, he had fully met the standard for exercise today, sweating profusely, and walking a little bit, which was a sense of satisfaction from the physical aspect. If there was only satisfaction from the game, it would actually be a little empty, because games are a kind of spiritual entertainment, and there would always be a feeling of wasting time. But if you exercise your body by the way, the whole person's state will be significantly improved, and the spirit will continue to be excited. The most important thing is that players can feel that through exercise, their physical fitness has been improved, which is more meaningful than simply playing games. I've decided, place an order. After trying it out, Xiao Liang no longer hesitated and placed an order directly. Although this smart fitness clothes rack is expensive, it is indeed worth the money. Moreover, Xiao Liang thinks that the design of the game Fitness Battle also has many advantages, especially the mall system, which must have the deep meaning of President Pei. Go back and see if you can make a video or post a Weibo analysis. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 1048 Preparation for the launch of IOI mobile games. May 17, Thursday. Longyu Group. Early this morning, several core members of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department of Longyu Group came to the conference room on time for a meeting. According to the original arrangement, the IOI mobile game will be launched on time at 10 a.m. this morning. These core members will naturally come to watch the whole process and deal with any unexpected situations immediately. Eric and Zhao Xuming have also arrived. It will be officially launched at 10 a.m. on Thursday. This time is a bit awkward, but there is no way, it can't be delayed any further. It is now during the 515 Game Festival. Various welfare activities of President Pei have been fully launched, which has aroused enthusiastic responses on the internet. Finger Company and Longyu Group must do something. If the launch time is delayed to the weekend, the loss of popularity in the past 2 days will be difficult for Eric to accept, and it may also affect other activities that have been arranged before. At this time, the employees responsible for connecting with various game platforms are reporting on the completion of the preliminary preparations. We have already negotiated with all the major channels, and they have reserved recommendation spots for our mobile games. The recommended positions of each channel are different. Some are very straightforward and directly give the best recommendation position, some have more requirements and need data to meet certain standards. Some of the best recommendation positions are no longer available, but the second-rate ones can be arranged at will. In short, overall, you can rest assured about the channel resources. After all, the quality of IOI mobile games is excellent and there is a foundation for terminal games. These channels also know that our games can make money and do not need too much from us. They will find ways to promote them themselves. In addition, all channels have also opened reservations for IOI mobile games. The current number of reservations has exceeded 1 million, and it is still growing. I believe that with the launch of our large-scale promotional activities, the number of players will increase significantly on this basis. Eric and Zhao Xuming nodded slightly, and they were quite satisfied with the current situation. Of course, this was also within their expectations. Originally, the most direct competitor to IOI mobile games was Eternal Hunter, and the number of reservations for this game also reached 1 million, which was basically the same level as IOI mobile games. But after Eternal Hunter decided to postpone the ticket, it seems that it is difficult for games in the same period to directly compete with IOI mobile games. For game channels, although recommendation resources can be negotiated through relationships, the most important thing is the actual benefits. With the same promotional resources, you can make more money by giving it to a good game, but the ability to make money will be greatly reduced if it is given to a bad game. Game channels also need to take a share, and they take a lot. For their own money, they will also give as much publicity resources as possible to those good games that can make more money. In the eyes of Eric and Zhao Shuming, IOI mobile games are obviously the best games that can make the most money in the near future. As long as IOI mobile games have enough exposure and enough recommendation resources, relying on the quality of the game, why worry about not soaring? Of course, it can't be compared with GOG mobile games. After all, GOG has laid out mobile games too early and is a well-deserved big brother in the domestic mobile game market. But IOI mobile games are a new game after all. Compared with a group of new mobile games, they are still enough to stand out. In the short term, they are actually misaligned competition with GOG mobile games. In short, it looks like the situation is very good. After listening to the report on the preliminary preparations, Eric nodded, "Well, everyone has worked hard and done a good job. Then we will open the server on time at 10 a.m. as planned." Zhao Shuming added, "Everyone has worked hard. You will work overtime today. You must keep a close eye on the various data when the server is opened, pay attention to the ranking of our mobile games on major charts, and pay more attention to online public opinion to see how players respond. If there is any abnormal situation, you must report to me immediately. Don't take it lightly." Compared to Eric, Zhao Shuming is obviously more familiar with this set of rules in the domestic mobile game market, and he had a vague feeling of unease. Logically, shouldn't President Pei be so silent? After the joint press conference between Zhito Company and Longyu Group, Tenda Group also held a 515-game festival. In fact, the two sides have declared war. Although they did not mention each other, everyone knows it, even the players can see it. With President Pei's personality and previous work style, once the money-burning war starts, he will never hold back. But 2 years have passed since the 515-game festival, and President Pei does not seem to have made any moves against Longyu Group. Instead, he focuses on his own piece of land. This makes Zhao Shuming feel a little strange, so he tells his men to always pay attention to game data and players' feedback, and report any abnormalities as soon as possible. In order to avoid that when President Pei's knife is already on his neck, he still has no idea. Everyone nodded. "Okay, President Zhao, you can rest assured. These are the elites of the department, with rich work experience. Even if Zhao Shuming doesn't tell them, they will do their best to handle this kind of thing." At 10 a.m., the IOI mobile game was launched on time. Eric still had a lot of things to deal with, so he didn't keep an eye on the data of the mobile game and the online discussions. He left all these things to Zhao Shuming and others. Eric is thinking about the countermeasures after the 515-game festival. In his opinion, after the 515-game festival week of vigorous money burning, Tenda Group will definitely fall into a period of weakness. He also paid attention to the movie box office, but it did not affect his plan. Because the movie's payment must wait until the final box office is determined before the process can begin. The extension of the key of mission and choice can indeed make more money, but this also means that the payment of the movie must wait until the movie is off the screen before it can start. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The money-burning war is already underway, and a sum of money that will not arrive in Tenda's account for 2 or 3 months, or even longer, will not have much impact on the current money-burning war between the two sides. Eric thinks this is a very wrong decision made by President Pei. Mission and choice has a lot of stamina, and the profit from the key extension is definitely much higher than that of ordinary blockbuster movies. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to leave tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of box office revenue unearned. But the key extension also means slower payment, making Tenda's funds even more stretched. Is it more important to pay back 2 or 3 months in advance? Or is it more important to earn tens of millions or hundreds of millions of box office revenue? Eric felt that at this critical moment of the money-burning war, the former was obviously more important. President Pei would not fail to understand this, but he still chose to extend the secret key. It was obvious that he was very confident in Tenda and believed that he could win this money-burning war without the return of this payment. Once a person becomes arrogant, he is not far from failure. Eric made up his mind to continue to increase the intensity of spending money after the 5/15 game festival, which put President Pei in a dilemma. While he was thinking about it, there was a slightly hurried knock on the door outside, and then Zhao Shuming pushed the door open. "Oh no. I have something to report to you." Zhao Shuming looked a little anxious. "Huh? What's wrong?" Eric asked. Zhao Shuming felt a little guilty and handed over his phone. "I just looked at the best-selling new games on several channels, and suddenly found that a game called Banana Fitness Battle seems to be very popular and has already rushed to the first place on the best-selling new games list. Our game has just been launched. Although the data is not bad, it only ranks second on the best-selling new games list. That's not the key point. The key point is that I took a look at the data of Fitness Battle and found that it was actually developed by Qingshan Games. In fact, I have seen this game before, but because I am not interested in the game type and have never heard of it online, I didn't look at it carefully. Looking back now, the delay in the launch of Eternal Hunter is not just to avoid us, but it is also possible that they heard the news from some channels and are also avoiding Mr. Pei's new game." Zhao Shuming was a little panicked. Fitness Battle was launched yesterday, and he had seen it, but maybe because he was busy with work, he didn't look carefully at which company developed the game. As a result, Zhao Shuming was stunned when he saw that it was Qingshan Games. Mr. Pei is regarded as the god of games and has a good reputation. Now the schedule of IOI mobile games coincides with Mr. Pei's new game. If there is any problem, he will be blamed. Eric smiled slightly and did not take the phone from Zhao Shuming. "I thought it was something else. I already knew about the situation of Fitness Battle. I deliberately didn't ask you to change the schedule." Chapter 1049. You are both in power and in disarray. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. "Ah?" Eric continued, "Are you scared by President Pei? What do you say? Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years? It is true that President Pei is called the god of games, but if President Pei releases a game, our game will be postponed for 1 month. If President Pei releases 12 new games a year, our game will never be online?" Zhao Shuming was speechless for a moment. Releasing 12 new games a month sounds unlikely, but it is not true for President Pei. Because President Pei's Tenda Group does not have only one project team. In addition to Tenda Games and Qingshan Games, it is said that President Pei is also planning more game studios by directly establishing or indirectly investing and controlling. Some time ago, there were rumors that Tenda Group and Shenhua Group invested heavily to establish a Qingshan studio. Although the specific situation is unclear, it is obvious that President Pei's speed of releasing games in the future will probably be faster and faster. If Mr. Pei sets up 6 studios, and each studio releases 2 new games every year, wouldn't there be a new game in every month of the 12 months of the year? So Eric's point is true. If he is afraid that he will hide every time President Pei releases a new game, then IOI mobile games will never be launched. Eric continued, "Although Fitness Battle was designed by President Pei, it is a casual game after all, and it was developed by Qingshan Games, and there was not much publicity before." He briefly recounted his previous analysis and told Zhao Shuming that it was completely within his plan to collide with Fitness Battle. He just saw that this was a soft persimmon and wanted to squeeze it hard. Otherwise, instead of Fitness Battle, would he collide with GOG mobile games? In short, even if Fitness Battle was designed by President Pei, it is just a casual game after all. I have confidence in IOI mobile games. The conditions for GOG mobile games are not yet mature, but it is a good opportunity to try casual games. As long as it succeeds, we can make a big fuss about this. Now Fitness Battle ranks at the top of the new game best-selling list because it was 1 hour earlier. Our game has already killed the second place after only 1 hour. It will not be a problem to surpass it in a few hours. After hearing Eric's words, Zhao Shuming was overjoyed. Okay, I don't have to take the blame. Of course, it's too early to talk about the blame now. After all, IOI mobile games have just been launched. Who knows what the data will be like in the future? If they lose to Fitness Battle, then Eric will take the blame. If they win, most of the credit will go to Eric, and Zhao Shuming will only get a small share. But Zhao Shuming would be satisfied with just this. In his opinion, the risk of fighting with President Pei is too great, and he cannot bear the blame if something goes wrong. Since Eric took the initiative to take the blame, it couldn't be better. Zhao Shuming immediately raised his thumb. You are so wise. It turns out that everything is within your calculations. I was reckless and bothered you. I will continue to monitor the data. Zhao Shuming was relieved and turned to say goodbye. Eric smiled and shook his head. He knew Zhao Shuming's thoughts very well, but there was no need to point them out. After all, it was a good thing for Eric that Zhao Shuming didn't have his own ideas, because it meant that the two would not have too many conflicts and disagreements. It is much more convenient to make decisions on everything yourself. After a while, there was another slightly hurried knock on the door outside the meeting room. Eric looked up and saw Zhao Shuming again. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. What was going on? It couldn't be that another Tenda game suddenly appeared out of nowhere, right? Mission and Choice and Member Fitness Battle were both released not long ago. Even if Tenda's game department was an old sow in the production team, it couldn't produce so quickly? What's wrong? It can't be that they discovered a new game? Eric asked. Zhao Shuming shook his head quickly. Of course not, there are not so many new games. It's still Fitness Battle. Eric was a little surprised. What's wrong? Zhao Shuming hesitated for a while and said, the online evaluation and reputation of this game seem to be a little bit ahead of the trend of IOI mobile games. What? Eric was shocked and was not calm at the time. What do you mean by the evaluation and reputation of Xinjiang are a little ahead of IOI? Isn't this a casual game with fitness themes? Eric was very puzzled. In theory, different types of games cannot be compared at all. For example, if you compare FPS games with MOBA games, how can you compare them when the gameplay is different? To compare two games, they must first be of the same type and use similar evaluation standards to compare. IOI mobile games are MOBA games, and Fitness Battle is a casual game. These two games are completely unrelated. For IOI mobile games, there is a point of advantage, that is, the gameplay of MOBA games is deeper and more playable, and the overall graphics and details should be better than casual games. This is also the key reason why Eric is very confident to launch IOI mobile games and Fitness Battle at almost the same time. He thinks that even if they are forced to compare, IOI mobile games are better, but now that the IOI mobile game has just been launched for more than an hour, the online reviews and reputation have been left behind by Fitness Battle? How is this possible? What Zhao Shuming reported now obviously overturned Eric's 3 views and made him unbelievable. Zhao Shuming also looked annoyed. It's not clear in a few words, you should look at the online reviews. The problem mainly lies in the promises we made at the previous press conference. Eric's heart stomped and he hurriedly checked the reactions of players on major forums on his computer. It's really the same as Zhao Shuming's, the players seem to have a lot of opinions. Something is wrong. This IOI mobile game is obviously false advertising. Didn't the data of the PC game and the mobile game interoperate at the previous press conference? How come there are some consumption points in the mobile game that are not in the PC game? I watched the replay of the press conference again and found that the Finger Company did not make false advertising. They said at the press conference that all the assets of the PC game can be brought to the mobile game, but the entire mall system of the mobile game is exactly the same as the PC game. Is there something wrong? Since the data is interoperable, wouldn't it be more convenient to make it the same? Nothing is gained without profit. Do you think that programmers work overtime to develop functions for nothing? Think about it, how many users will IOI mobile games have in the world? If some consumption points are added to the mobile game that are not available in the terminal game, how much revenue will it generate? If you are a finger company, would you be willing to give up this opportunity to make money? Well, it seems that it is indeed not false propaganda, but just a word game. But it is still disgusting. I think it's okay. Isn't it giving away a lot of money? Haha, it is indeed given away, but it is just to make you happy when the mobile game is first released. There will definitely be new products to make the money back in the future. Now it is just to trick you into falling into the trap. Fuck. There are so many routines. I have to admit that Tenda has no doubts about this. As long as the game is interoperable between the two ends, the data on both sides will be absolutely consistent, without any difference. If one side has new props or new gameplay, the other side will also be updated in real time. They will never play such a clever trick. Arika's face was a little ugly, but he also felt that it was not to the point where it could not be handled. If it was just this level of discussion, it would not cause players to have too huge a gap in their evaluation of the two games. As if he could see what Eric was thinking, Zhao Shuming handed over the phone with a pained look on his face. Take a look at this post. Eric took the phone and his face changed instantly. Obviously, the players' discussion did not just stay on the surface, some players dug deep into the essence of this matter. Both are new games launched, and the difference between the two companies can be clearly seen from the comparison between IOI Mobile Games and Fitness Battle. Before the launch of IOI Mobile Games, Finger Company and Longyu Group were so boastful at the press conference that they almost boasted too much. In particular, they played word games, saying dual-end intercommunication and all the assets of the terminal game can be brought to the mobile game network, making a very generous gesture. What happened after the game came out? They were very clever and added some consumption points in the mobile game that the terminal game did not have. Obviously, they felt that it was not easy for them to work hard to make a mobile game, and they still wanted to make another fortune. Not a sentence, it sounds good, this is playing both sides. You want to make the two ends interoperable and let players praise you, but you also feel that this is too much of a loss and want to make a little more money. Is it interesting? Let's take a look at what Tenda did. In fact, everyone knows now that Fitness Battle is a game that is paired with the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack, and the two projects are developed at the same time, but the progress of the game is a little slower than that of the equipment. It stands to reason that Mr. Chang could also praise Fitness Battle at the press conference to boost the popularity and sales of the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack. But Mr. Chang only mentioned it in one sentence, without adding a word. Why? Because Mr. Chang, the game has not been finalized yet. If we introduce it in advance, firstly, there may be subconscious beautification, which will mislead the players. Secondly, we are afraid that there will be some changes in the game at that time, which will disappoint the players' expectations. This comparison is obvious. Which company pays more attention to the rights of players? Which company is more responsible? They are both spending money on activities, but which company is really giving benefits to players? Which company is talking about thinking about players, but is actually thinking about how to make money? Are the activities organized by Zhito Company and Longyu Group to give back to the players? Or is it to seize the market by spending money and then double it back? Chapter 1050. It's definitely right to organize a lucky draw event. This post, which is several hundred words long, has aroused a heated response online, and there are many voices of agreement below. The big boss's analysis makes sense. From a small perspective, the gap between the two companies in terms of structure is indeed very large. I thought it was nothing before, but now I think it's really wrong. The finger company wants to make money and have a good reputation, and treats us as fools. This time Eric can't stay calm. This post is simply a bit murderous. After the specific activities of the 515 Game Festival came out, Eric was already in a disadvantageous position and felt a little uncomfortable in public opinion. Because Tenda's 515 activities are free, while Eric's side is discount, there is a fundamental difference between the two. When evaluating the two companies, players have more or less put on a little tinted glasses. Even loyal players of IOI have many complaints because the rewards of IOI's activities are not as good as Tenda's. As for the matter of IOI mobile games, if it were in normal times, especially when there were no competing games to compare with, it would be too common to be worth mentioning. At present, there are too many games on the market that are not interoperable between the two terminals. After spending money on the terminal game, you have to spend money again on the mobile game. Players just complain a few words and continue to spend money, and those game companies are not criticized. If IOI mobile games are compared with these games, they are simply conscientious. But now IOI mobile games are criticized, and it has risen to the level of company motivation. Why? Because it is related to Tenda. Other games of others are indeed not interoperable between the two terminals and make 2 rounds of money, but the key is that they just keep their heads down and make money, and never dare to touch Tenda. They just put on an attitude of "I just want to make money," and players can criticize them as they please. Anyway, our portal can't compare with Tenda. In addition, the size of the game is not large, and players are used to the personality of the manufacturer, and they don't have too high expectations for them, so naturally they don't have the mood to chase and criticize. But IOI is different. The whole world knows that you and GOG are direct competitors, and the new version and promotion activities this time are also aimed at grabbing GOG's market. The players' requirements of you will obviously have to be fully comparable to those of GOG, and will naturally be much more stringent. Eric never expected that IOI mobile game and fitness battle are 2 completely different types of games, but players still found a way to compare them. One played a word game to deliberately mislead players, while the other was very rigorous and even gave up the enthusiasm of the early publicity to prevent misleading players. What's more terrible is that many players slightly extended this detail and believed that this reflected the deeper problems of the two companies, such as the gap in values, attitude towards players, and sincerity. Coupled with the stereotypes that players have formed since the start of the 515 Game Festival, everyone obviously stood on the side of Tenda and resolutely resisted the behavior of IOI mobile games. Eric leaned back in his chair, unable to hide the tiredness on his face. I am tired. How could he have thought that President Pei would actually wait for him in such a place? Originally thought that IOI mobile game would be foolproof against fitness battle, but now it seems that fitness battle may be a card that President Pei had already calculated, and even deliberately made a gesture at the launch of the smart fitness clothes rack just to lure him in. The most ruthless part of this move is that it completely sacrificed the early publicity of the smart fitness clothes drawing rack and fitness wars, and strengthened the inherent impression in the minds of players. Tenda always considers the players, Jito Company and Longyu Group consider the players on the surface, but in fact they are making money for themselves. Once this impression is strengthened, it may not be seen in the short term, but it will play a subtle role and have a far-reaching impact. Moreover, Eric couldn't find a way to fight back. If President Pei decided to spend more money, Eric could continue to spend money. But President Pei easily established this impression in the minds of players. How could Eric do it, and how much money could he spend to eliminate this impression? Moreover, Eric couldn't convince all the senior executives of the finger company. As soon as President Pei made a move, he identified his weakness. Zhao Shuming waited patiently for Eric's reply. He knew very well that the IOI mobile game had just been online for more than an hour, and there should be a chance to save it while the matter hadn't become a big deal. But if he kept dragging his feet and not responding, the dissatisfaction of the players would definitely accumulate gradually, and more players would compare the IOI mobile game with Fitness Battle, which would be equivalent to bringing popularity to Fitness Battle for nothing. Eric frowned and forced himself to calm down. We can't work on the IOI mobile game. The mobile game was made like this, by the top management, and I'm unlikely to obey them. Moreover, even if it is changed now, the damage to the players has been done, and the lost trust cannot be restored. The stereotype has been formed, and it is difficult to reverse it. What's more, we can't learn what Mr. Pei has done. In my opinion, it's better to go with the flow. Don't fight with Mr. Pei in the field he is good at. Let's increase our efforts and organize promotional activities. Eric's idea is very clear. Tenda can do this, because Tenda's situation is special. Mr. Pei is the only one who makes the decisions in the company, and the whole company obeys him completely, so Mr. Pei can make such a radical move. But Eric is not the only one who is in charge of Zhito Company, and Zhao Shuming is not the only one who is in charge of Longyu Group. The two of them are at most one of the senior executives in the company, and they can't make the final decision on many things. This determines that even if they want to pretend to be as conscientious as Tenda, they can't pretend to be like that, because other senior executives of the company, including the boss, are still thinking about making more money. Therefore, learning Tenda's model is equivalent to imitating others. Not only will you bleed a lot, but there will probably be no good results. Eric decided to do more promotions, such as giving more discounts on skins. As long as the promotional activities are strengthened, a lot of reputation will definitely be restored. Zhao Shuming gave a thumbs up, smart. Your thinking is so clear, I'm grateful. Then, what kind of promotion should we do? Eric thought for a moment. The current promotion is mainly based on discounts. It's not impossible to reduce the current discount, but the effect may not be too good, and it may cause dissatisfaction among players who have already spent money. Zhao Shuming nodded. This is easy to understand. For example, this skin was 50% off before, and the players bought it at a high price. But before the second day, it became 70% off. Can the players tolerate this? If the price difference is refunded to the players, it will be very troublesome. Secondly, it will make people feel that this game company is too frivolous. What it says is like farting, and it changes its mind every day. Therefore, to increase the discount, we have to change the way we do it. Eric asked, Mr. Zhao, you know the preferences of mainland players better. What kind of discount activities do you think will be more popular? Zhao Shuming thought about it and had an idea. What do you think? How about the lottery? The lottery has always been the most popular way for domestic players to spend money, especially the surprise of drawing rare rewards, which will give them great satisfaction. We can hold a lottery event, and the apparent discount will be set a little lower, such as 70%. However, players will draw some things they don't need, which will encourage them to spend more, and we won't lose much. In order to increase the appeal to players, we can take out many limited skins that are no longer on sale and put them in the prize pool. As long as we make this lottery event a little more conscientious, the players will be very satisfied. Tenda's 515 Game Festival does not have a similar lottery event, and President Pei's pure free giveaway event model does not support lottery events. We should be able to compete with Tenda by doing this. Eric nodded frequently. Well, it sounds good. How long does it take to develop this event? Zhao Shuming said, very soon. We can put this lottery event on the website. It is not a particularly complicated function. It will definitely be completed before the weekend. If you are afraid that the players can't wait, we can make an announcement first to appease the players' emotions. Give some lottery tickets to those players who have already spent money. It should be foolproof. Eric was very happy. Okay, let's do it. President Zhao, you finally came up with a good idea. If this thing succeeds, you will have done a great job. Zhao Shuming waved his hands quickly. No, I just made a suggestion. Whether it is feasible or not, you still have to make the decision. For Zhao Shuming, ideas can be given, but the blame cannot be taken. He didn't want to rush to the front line of the battle with President Pei and become cannon fodder. Eric immediately made a decision. That's it, immediately develop the lottery function and issue the announcement as soon as possible. Chapter 1051 Clothes Drying Racks, delivered to your door. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money to become the richest man, starting from the game. May 18th, Friday. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qiao Liang finally got up from the bed with great difficulty. My old waist. Qiao Liang groaned as he moved to the bathroom to wash up. All the muscles in his body, especially those in his upper body, were sore and he felt that he could hardly control his body. I couldn't feel it at ordinary times, but now I feel it more obviously because walking requires so many muscles in the upper body. The amount of training he did yesterday was definitely enough. In fact, before the exercise, the game had already taken him to do warm-up exercises. After the exercise, it also took him to do stretching exercises, and during the training process, he was reminded many times that he should do his best for the first exercise, and finally forced him to go offline to rest. But Qiao Liang didn't take it to heart, because he felt very good about himself. Even when he was forced to go offline by the game, he still felt that he still had some strength. Although he was very tired, it seemed that it would not be a problem to practice for another 15 minutes. As a result, when he woke up today, his muscles were sore. However, the satisfaction he got after the exercise has continued to this day. Before, his work and rest schedule was not very regular. He often played games and stayed up late and lacked exercise. Although he could eat takeout, it was far from enough to rely on food. The state of the body will also directly affect the state of mind. After getting up today, Qiao Liang felt refreshed and seemed to be much more awake. Just after washing up, there was a knock on the door. Qiao Liang opened the door and saw two young men from Nifeng Logistics, dragging a large box with a trailer. It was obvious that the smart fitness clothes rack he ordered last night had been delivered to his door. Thank you for your hard work, please come in. Qiao Liang quickly stepped aside and let the two young men into the house. He knew that this smart fitness clothes rack weighed more than 200 kilograms. Although the commission for the logistics man to deliver such a large item must be quite a lot, it was indeed very hard. Although Qiao Liang's muscles were sore and it was very difficult to move, he still forced himself to go up and help. Just leave it to us. The two young men declined Qiao Liang's kindness, unpacked the box directly at the door, and then prepared to install it. Where do you plan to install it? A young man asked Qiao Liang for his opinion. Qiao Liang had already thought about it and came to an empty space in the living room. Put it here. The Binhe community where he lived was originally an unsold community. The apartment type was very strange, with a semicircular large floor-to-ceiling window that could see the artificial lake view outside. After Liang Qingfan's renovation, this semicircular large floor-to-ceiling window was perfectly utilized, and the layout of the entire living room was much more reasonable, with clear functional divisions. But because the decoration style of the sloth apartment is minimalist, there is still a lot of space to spare. The place that Qiao Liang chose now has enough space for the smart fitness clothes drying rack, and the lighting is very good. You can see the lake view outside and the TV in the living room, which is perfect. The two logistics guys obviously fully agreed with the choice of this location, and began to take out the various components of the smart fitness clothes drying rack from the box very quickly and began to install. They obviously have undergone professional training, and they know which parts to take first and which parts to take later. The whole installation process is fast and efficient. Xiao Liang watched from the side and found it difficult for him to help, so he enjoyed this convenient service with peace of mind. The two guys worked for less than 20 minutes, and the entire smart fitness clothes drying rack was fully assembled. They repeatedly tested the installation of each component, checked whether there was any unreliable installation, and finally took away all the garbage such as bubble film used to pack equipment parts with satisfaction. If you have any questions, you can call after sales at any time, the logistics guy said. Xiao Liang thanked them again and sent the two couriers away. There is no need to throw away boxes and garbage by yourself. The courier took all the garbage away. Compared with 20 minutes ago, there is only one more smart fitness clothes drying rack installed and placed in the right position at home. Activate it first and get the gift package. Although Xiao Liang is sore all over now, and it is a little difficult to exercise, he still plugs in the smart fitness clothes drying rack and sits on it. Because each smart fitness clothes drying rack can activate a professional version gift package with various rare props, Xiao Liang is still thinking about those beautiful little skirts. After logging into the game, the character in the game also asked him about his current physical condition very considerately, and verified whether the training volume arrangement yesterday was appropriate. After Xiao Liang selected whole body muscle soreness and selected 6 from the soreness level of 110 according to his own feeling, the game system automatically adjusted his training plan for today, reducing the weight, reducing the number of sets of movements, and giving some dietary advice. That's very thoughtful. It seems that there are people who really understand fitness in the project team responsible for developing this product, and the arrangements in all aspects are impeccable. Then, Xiao Liang connected the tablet computer and the smart fitness clothes rack via Bluetooth. Unlike the previous experience at the managed gym, this time an activation prompt popped up directly on the page. After the current account is bound to this smart fitness clothes rack, you can receive the gift package, which is limited to one time, and after activation, you can activate the artificial intelligence AEIS on the smart fitness clothes rack to cooperate with daily exercise. The smart fitness clothes rack at the managed gym is public and is a sample for display, so the function of AEIS has not been activated. As soon as he saw the name AEIS, Xiao Liang instinctively felt a sense of crisis. He had already experienced the poisonous tongue of AEIS on the fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine. If this thing appeared on the smart fitness clothes rack again, what kind of scene would it be? But Xiao Liang was more curious. Since this thing is called a smart fitness clothes rack and is equipped with AEIS artificial intelligence, he must experience it, right? After all the preliminary preparations were completed, Xiao Liang started to draw. Compared with the previous lucky draws, the overall quality of this lucky draw has obviously risen by more than one level. There are no ordinary props drawn, all of which are more expensive in the mall. Among them, there was a small skirt that Xiao Liang had seen yesterday when he was shopping in the mall and had long admired, which made him overjoyed. After drawing the prize, Xiao Liang prepared to log off. Because he had already reached the target amount of exercise yesterday, the muscles in his upper body were sore and he could not exercise anymore. Like the previous chest squeeze and back pull movements, it cannot be said that they are completely impossible to do, but even if they are done, they will definitely not be particularly standard, and the training effect may not be guaranteed. So Xiao Liang decided to take a full rest in the next 2 days, and it would not be too late to practice again after he recovered. However, when he clicked the exit button, the second confirmation box did not pop up as usual. An emotionless electronic voice came from above his head. You were so excited about practicing yesterday, and I repeatedly reminded you to take a rest, but you didn't listen. Today you are so weak, and you want to run away after coming here to receive a prize? The sudden voice almost scared Xiao Liang to fall. Because AEIS's voice did not come from his mobile phone, but from the small speaker that came with the smart fitness clothes drying rack, it was like someone suddenly talking in his ear. It was really surprising to hear it for the first time. Of course, it should be fine after getting used to it. Xiao Liang never expected that this AEIS changed its host and no longer automatically argued with the machine, but it still had the attribute of arguing. Obviously, this was the reaction of AEIS based on the data of the game account after it was bound to his game account. In Fitness Battle, there is a fitness schedule. The game will arrange fitness tasks for players, and this task will be constantly adjusted according to the actual situation of the players. At the same time, there are very detailed records of how many days a week players practiced, how many hours a day they practiced, which movements they practiced, etc., which can provide data support for AEIS. Xiao Liang was forced to log off yesterday, and today he logged on for a while and just received a reward before logging off. This abnormal behavior obviously attracted the attention of AEIS. Although he knew that the person talking to him was an artificial intelligence, Xiao Liang still subconsciously replied, "My muscles are sore all over my body, and I can't train anymore." He said it very confidently, because his muscles were really sore. AEIS, according to the schedule, most of the training yesterday was in the upper body, mainly the chest, back and arms. Today's schedule is mainly to train the legs and waist and abdomen, and the training volume has been adjusted according to your physical condition. Please don't waste a day's precious training time. Xiao Liang was speechless for a moment. Chapter 1052, The Significance of Artificial Intelligence. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. Xiao Liang originally wanted to slack off for a day, but AEIS directly hit him back. Knowing that you do have sore muscles, today I arranged all the parts that I didn't practice yesterday. You have nothing to say about this, right? Xiao Liang's mouth twitched slightly, but I'm not in good condition today, a little tired. Although this is 50% true and 50% lies, it shouldn't be a problem to fool this artificial idiot. However, AEIS said after a moment of silence, a writer who loves long-distance running once said, "I don't want to run today, so I run." This is the way of thinking of long-distance runners. Similarly, I don't want to practice today, so I practice. This is the way of thinking of a person who can persist in fitness and change himself. Always avoiding fitness for various reasons will most likely give up halfway and not be able to persist. If you feel physically uncomfortable during training, the equipment will detect it from indexes such as strength and heart rate, and stop training immediately. If this situation does not happen, but you don't want to practice, it is mostly a mentality problem. With the correct posture and appropriate weights, you can get a very full workout in half an hour. If you are too lazy to move even for half an hour, in the final analysis, you are still a lazy dog. If you are so lazy, the equipment you bought for thousands of dollars will probably be covered in dust. It is better to refund it or hang it up for clothes so that I can use other functions more. Xiao Liang. This artificial idiot made a lot of sense, and I was speechless for a moment. Moreover, this emotionless voice also carried a hint of sarcasm, and the sarcasm was very reasonable. Xiao Liang sighed helplessly. Don't say it, can't I practice? Half an hour later, Xiao Liang sat on the sofa with sore legs, and his lower body was almost useless. I really believed your lies. Xiao Liang felt that he had been fooled. He couldn't stand it after being slightly provoked by this AEIS. He felt that he could still hold on, and then completed today's training plan. As a result, starting from the squat, this set of movements made him feel like he was dying. Fortunately, seeing the calorie coins he had worked hard to train, Xiao Liang felt it was worth it. Although I was very resistant before the exercise, there were various stimulations and feedback during the exercise, and the rewards after the exercise were good enough, so I persisted. Xiao Liang was reluctant to spend all these calorie coins immediately. For him, these were truly hard-earned money, so he had to calculate carefully. Especially with this lottery system, he had to consider it carefully. Because this lottery system can be refunded unconditionally once within 3 days. If you don't get what you want, you can refund it and buy it with calorie coins. If you get it, you can use calorie coins to buy something else. With this refund policy, you don't have to feel that you have lost money every time. Xiao Liang clicked on the mall interface and flipped through it. I won't charge much, just charge about 200 yuan. You have to leave some surplus, just in case there are any props you want later. Xiao Liang has always had his own principles when it comes to charging money. For buyout games, as long as the reputation is good, they are generally purchased directly. Of course, it would be even better if you can catch up with the discount. For this kind of in-app purchase game, Xiao Liang will calculate carefully and charge a value that he thinks is most suitable when it is most cost-effective. Take Fitness Battle for example. If it was a serious one-time purchase game, Xiao Liang thought that selling it for 200 or 300 yuan was completely normal. If it was a relatively expensive console platform for some foreign games, 400 or 500 yuan would also be within the normal range. So, he would charge 200 yuan at this price. The lucky draw activity of Fitness Battle is relatively affordable, 10 yuan per draw. 200 yuan is just enough for 2 draws of 10 times. For Xiao Liang, it is enough to satisfy his desire, and he does not pursue to play the game through. Those who play the game through online either have a mine at home and do not care about the tens of thousands of yuan, or they have received business orders from game companies and can earn back any money they spend. Xiao Liang is neither of them, so he is naturally more restrained in spending money. He went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then very devoutly pressed the button for 10 consecutive draws. The animation of the 10 consecutive draws is the same as the lucky draw interface, plain and unpretentious. Soon, 10 props appeared on the screen. Xiao Liang's eyes swept over and immediately showed a surprised expression. There are good things. The quality of the props is the same as other games, also white, blue, purple and orange. The product pricing of Fitness Battle is quite affordable, following the same pricing strategy as GOG skins. Although the prices of different products of the same quality may fluctuate slightly, the prices can be roughly estimated as 5 yuan for white, 8 yuan for blue, 20 yuan for purple, and 50 yuan for orange. According to the instructions on the lottery interface, if you spend 100 yuan to get an item worth 80 yuan, you can break even. Xiao Liang looked at the 10 items carefully and found that there was 1 orange, 2 purples, only 1 white, and the rest were blue. Moreover, the orange item was the costume of one of the game characters, and one of the 2 purples was a pretty good training scene. Making a killing. I never thought I'd become the lucky guy one day. Xiao Liang was almost moved to tears. Take advantage of my good luck and draw again. Xiao Liang clicked the button for 10 consecutive draws again. However, this time, the god of luck did not favor him again. The blue icons were mixed with white icons, the standard blue sky and white clouds. Damn it! Xiao Liang almost fainted. I can only say that the ups and downs of life are really exciting. After drawing, the first thing he did was not to see how the costumes looked after wearing them, but to calculate whether he had made a profit or a loss. The first time was equivalent to drawing something worth 151 yuan, and the second time was equivalent to drawing something worth 68 yuan. Although he lost the second time, he still made a profit when added up. But the second draw did make Xiao Liang very uncomfortable. He wanted to keep the props from the first time, but he also wanted to return the money from the second time. Suddenly, he had an idea. I wonder if I can refund separately? Xiao Liang immediately opened the refund interface and found that there were all order information within 24 hours. He could choose one or more of them to refund. That would be more conscientious. Xiao Liang was shocked. If the refund policy is that all recharges within 24 hours can only be refunded together, then Xiao Liang will probably not refund, and Tenda can still make more money. But now the order information can be accurately pinpointed to a certain order. Doesn't this mean that players can try it unlimitedly? For example, 1,000 yuan is recharged in 10 times, 10 times of 10 consecutive draws, and then the ones that are satisfactory are kept, and the unsatisfactory ones are all refunded. Although there is a 3-day cooling-off period, the things drawn are enough to enjoy for 3 days, and you can draw again after 3 days. For the first time, Xiao Liang felt that this game was so conscientious that as a player, he was a little worried that the game company would go bankrupt. After clicking the refund button, there were no extra prompts, no manual review steps, and the corresponding props were automatically deducted and the refund was completed. The whole process was as smooth as silk, and even Xiao Liang felt that it was too fast and too convenient, and he was not used to it. There was not even a second confirmation box, and it was too late to regret, and the refund was completed very quickly. It was as if the game was saying to him, "Take your stinky money away." In this way, Xiao Liang spent 100 yuan and got something worth 151 yuan. It was a good deal. Unfortunately, the beautiful skirt he drew could not be worn by the girl in the game, because he still had to continue to lose weight. However, you can preview how the girl looks in a small skirt after losing weight, which is really good. This gave Xiao Liang a lot more motivation to continue exercising. After the draw, the game recharge system entered a 3-day cooling-off period, and Xiao Liang did calm down and turned off the game contentedly. Then, he found that he was already hungry. Fortunately, Mayu Takeaway was about to deliver the food on time, so Xiao Liang was waiting for the meal while checking the news on the internet on his mobile phone. Huh? Zhito Company and Longyu Group held a lottery event? It looks quite cost-effective. Chapter 1053. This lucky draw is a big investment. There is not much news online these days, and the news in the gaming circle basically revolves around these key events: the money-burning war between Tenda and Zhito Company, the 515 Game Festival, Fitness Battle, and the Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Rack, IOI mobile games, etc. Players don't know what to do. Tenda has several games that give away gifts as long as you play them, and the discounts on IOI are also very cost-effective, and there are also new IOI mobile games and Fitness Battle. It is precisely because the competition between the two companies is so fierce now that players are also in a state of profiting from the fishermen, and they are always paying attention to the movements of the two companies. After the IOI mobile game went online yesterday, many players expressed dissatisfaction with some unique charging points in the mobile game, and this emotion is still fermenting. Obviously, Zhito Company and Longyu Group responded quickly, and this new lucky draw activity is their sincerity to appease the players. Xiao Liang read the announcement and rules of the lucky draw and couldn't help but sigh, what a huge investment. Currently, the lucky draw has only been announced, and the official opening will have to wait until tomorrow, which is Saturday, but the specific rules have been clearly written. The prize pool for this draw covers a large number of precious skins in IOI, and even many limited skins that have been out of print are all put into the prize pool for players to draw. More importantly, the prize pool for this draw not only contains virtual items, but also some physical items. For example, the latest Pineapple mobile phone, brand computer, graphics card, mouse, headset, etc. All digital products that players may like are arranged here. The most eye-catching thing is the official statement that there is a car in the entire prize pool. It is not a luxury car, it is only more than 300,000, but for ordinary players, this is enough to make many people crazy. What's more, the discount for this draw is 30%, and there is no limit on the number of times. It seems that you will not lose no matter how you draw, but you will lose if you don't draw. Of course, the probability of the draw must be strictly calculated. The probability of game skins, especially some garbage skins, being drawn will be higher, and the rarer the skin, the lower the probability of being drawn. The probability of those digital products is lower than that of limited skins. As for that car, there is only one in the entire prize pool, and it is not purely based on probability. You have to spend at least 100,000 yuan during the entire lottery process to have a chance of winning it. This is the basic condition. For Longyu Group, a car worth more than 300,000 yuan is nothing. The key is that this car must have enough publicity effect. For things like this, it is better to give back to the rich. Of course, some less tasteful game companies will play shady operations when organizing activities. On the surface, they prepare a lot of gifts, but in fact, they are all distributed to the company's internal staff in the end. Anyway, this lottery event is not notarized or supervised. It is enough to hold an event to stir up attention. As for the prizes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders, and the employee benefits are distributed by the way. Spend 2 times for 1 money, which is very well planned. Of course, Zhito Company and Longyu Group did not do that. After all, they are big companies and still have face. Now is a critical period. If the shady operation is discovered, it will be a big scandal, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Therefore, in addition to adding 0 restrictions to the lottery, making it easier for the rich to get it, other places are still very fair and just overall. Even people like Qiao Liang, who have always been good at resisting temptations, are a little tempted. But just when he had the idea of charging money, he felt something was wrong. If there was only this lucky draw event of Finger Company, he would definitely not have any other ideas. But after experiencing the lucky draw of Fitness Battle, Qiao Liang looked at the lucky draw event of Finger Company again and felt that something was strange. It's not that the rewards in the prize pool are bad, nor that the discounts are not enough, but it feels a bit unrewarding. In fact, this lucky draw activity of Zhito Company is a very common lucky draw activity. And to be fair, it is very conscientious. It's just that the lucky draw system of Fitness Battle is very different from the common lucky draw system, so this comparison makes the difference feel quite big. But then again, why does Fitness Battle have such a lucky draw system? Qiao Liang suddenly fell into deep thought. The lucky draw system of Fitness Battle does not look complicated, but this design is definitely not made by an ordinary designer. The reason is very simple. This thing does not restrict players from refunding at all. Which designer has such authority? With such a large amount of money involved, it must be decided by President Pei himself. President Pei personally designed a lucky draw system, and the reason behind this is worth exploring. Is it to be innovative and different from the lucky draw systems of other games? Or is it to make the game more conscientious, win the reputation of players, and achieve the effect of small profits but quick turnover? It can't be to make less money, right? These reasons seem a little inadequate. Mr. Pei should not bother designing a game himself just for such a superficial reason as making it different from other games. Tenda has so many projects now, and the projects that can be decided by President Pei personally must have deep meaning. Qiao Liang thought for a long time, but still had no clue. Let's go online and have a look. There should be many people who feel the same as me. Qiao Liang easily found a lot of discussions about this lottery. Obviously, Finger Company and Longyu Group came prepared. This lottery event must have spent a lot of money on publicity, and they should have hired a water army. Drawing a car is relatively rare in the activities organized by game manufacturers. Coupled with the strong publicity offensive, it quickly spread among the player community. Many players said that it was really good. Although everyone criticized Finger Company's activities for being stingy and not as generous as Tenda's 515 Game Festival, and IOI mobile games were scolded again after they were launched, to be fair, that was compared with Tenda after all. Compared with other game companies, Finger Company's activities were already quite conscientious. This time, the Finger Company has gone to great lengths to organize a lottery event, where not only skins can be drawn, but also digital products and even cars. Many players who complained before have lost their memory on the spot. There are also discussions about the lottery system of Fitness Battle, but relatively few. On the one hand, it was because Tenda did not hire any water army or do any publicity. On the other hand, the lottery could only draw in-game props, not real items, so the popularity would be a little lower. However, most of the players who participated in the discussion also felt very conscientious. There were many people showing off rare props in the forum, and almost everyone refunded their money. It was just a matter of how much they would refund. Some people originally planned to recharge only 200 or 300 yuan, but because they could get a refund at will, they couldn't help but recharge more than 2,000 yuan, and finally spent more than 400 yuan after the refund. Some people calculated the probability of various props in the recharge records to see which people passed the 0.8 passing line and which non-Africans had the worst luck. Players seem to have never been so interested in the gameplay of the lottery system itself. Qiao Liang frowned slightly. Could it be that Mr. Pei's intention to make this lottery system is not only to complete a game function, but also to deconstruct the very popular lottery gameplay in the game through this unique lottery system? Chapter 1054, True Probability and False Probability. After this idea came up, Qiao Liang was shocked by himself at first, thinking that he might have thought too much, but the more he analyzed it, the more he felt that this possibility did exist. Whatever Mr. Pei does, there must be a deep meaning. For the game Fitness Battle, how this lottery system is implemented does not necessarily have a big impact on the profitability of the game itself. Even if it is replaced with a regular lottery, the players who should draw will still draw. And since Mr. Pei has made the lottery system so aggressively into its current state, there must be a certain intention in it. This intention is not yet visible, but it is very likely that Mr. Pei has estimated the possible reactions of the players. So, if you want to truly analyze Mr. Pei's intention, you still have to start with the reactions of the players. Qiao Liang immediately searched for posts about the lottery of Fitness Battle on the internet and conducted a portrait analysis of different user groups. He soon found many cases. Because the desire of players of Fitness Battle to post their orders seems to be much higher than that of other games. Whether they are extremely lucky or extremely unlucky, they are all very keen to post the results of the lottery online. If we analyze it according to traditional Krypton Gold games, the players who spend money are generally divided into micro Krypton, medium Krypton, and heavy Krypton. The boundaries are relatively vague and can be converted into each other, but the overall division is based on the amount of money spent. But in Fitness Battle, this distinction does not seem to work. For example, someone spends 100,000 yuan, keeps the few orders he likes most after a lot of draws, and refunds all the others. In the end, he only spent more than 1,000 yuan. Is this considered medium Krypton or heavy Krypton? Although this situation is relatively rare, it definitely exists. Qiao Liang looked at many cases online and found that they are really varied and amazing. For example, someone drew 5 consecutive 10 draws, and the results were all blue and white clouds, and a purple prop was produced, but it was not what he wanted. So this buddy refunded all the money with a smile. If it was in other games, he might have to ask the customer service for a solution, but since Fitness Battle refunds casually, let's come back 3 days later. There was also someone who had drawn 3 consecutive 10 draws and got oranges in all of them. He originally planned to keep the one with the best result and refund the other 2. Now he won't refund them and excitedly showed off online. There was also a weird one who really drew more than 50 10 draws and kept the one that got 2 oranges in a row. He refunded all the others and proudly posted that he was the king of exploits and suggested that everyone learn from him and fleece Tenda. Some people even use this lottery system as a testing ground. After all, they can get a refund. If they draw and then get a refund, it is equivalent to not spending money, and they can enjoy the lottery addiction. These strange situations are never seen in the lottery systems of other games. Even if players of other games post, I am afraid there are only 2 results, lucky and unlucky. Of course, lucky may be very lucky, but unlucky may not be too unlucky. Tenda's lottery mechanism, seems to be a real probability? Xiao Liang suddenly had an idea and listed the differences between the traditional lottery mode and the lottery mode of fitness battle in the document. True probability is relative to false probability. If you think that the traditional lottery mode is purely based on probability, you are wrong. Xiao Liang also consciously made up for a lot of game design knowledge, and he knew very well that the lottery in the game was never true probability, but false probability. Of course, false probability is not entirely for merchants to make money, sometimes it is also to ensure the experience of players. This point must have a relatively basic knowledge of probability to understand. For example, the merchant sets the explosion rate of a certain product to 20%, which is already very high. Then, if the number of players is large enough and the sample is large enough, the number of players who draw this product for the first time is about 20%, which is easy to understand. However, the probability of not getting an item after 5 consecutive draws is 580% multiplied together, which is 0. This means that about 30% of players will not get an item after 5 consecutive draws. The probability of not getting an item after 10 consecutive draws is 1080% multiplied together, which is about 0.1, which is 10%. For an item with a 20% drop rate, if calculated according to probability, 10% of players will not get an item after 10 consecutive draws. And if we add it, the probability of not getting an item after 20 consecutive draws is 1%. Assuming that 100,000 people participated in this lottery, 1% is 1,000 people. If 1,000 people cannot get an item with a drop rate of 20% after 20 consecutive draws, can they accept it? This is obviously inconsistent with their intuition. Isn't it certain that an item with a 20% drop rate will come out after 5 draws? But probability is different for different people. A 20% drop rate does not mean that it will definitely come out after 5 draws, and it cannot even be guaranteed that it will definitely come out after 10 draws. Probability cannot be accurately determined for a certain individual. Only when the data sample is large enough will the true probability be infinitely close to the theoretical data. That is, if you draw once, anything can happen, but if you draw 100 million times, the probability of it happening will be infinitely close to 20 million times. But people who don't understand the basics of probability don't know this. It is conceivable that if these 1,000 people didn't draw something with a 20% chance of happening after 20 draws, they would definitely go to the forum to make trouble. How much public pressure would that generate? Moreover, most of them are medium or heavy spenders. After such a lottery experience, will they participate in the event again? Not uninstalling the game directly is considered a good temper. Therefore, many game manufacturers will set false probabilities in the game to avoid this situation. That is, if a player does not get a 20% drop rate item the first time, the second drop rate will be increased. If it does not come out by the 5th time, it will be 100% guaranteed. In this way, no matter how bad the player's luck is, there is always a bottom line. From this point of view, false probabilities do have a certain effect of protecting players. But the problem is that since the game company has made a false probability, it is certainly impossible to protect only the interests of the players. They naturally have to protect their own interests. For example, a very precious item worth thousands or tens of thousands of yuan, even if the drop rate is 0.1%, if there are 100,000 players participating in the lottery, there will be 100 lucky people who get it once, and more than 90 lucky people who get it twice. If it is an unlimited number of precious items, it doesn't matter. But what if the official wants to limit the number of items to 500 or 1,000 in order to maintain their value? According to this method, the people who actually get the items are not necessarily the ones who pay the most, but mostly the ones who are really lucky. Maybe the rich people pay thousands of dollars but still don't get it, while someone else gets it right away. If the item is drawn by these lucky players, the rich players will feel psychologically unbalanced whether they have drawn it or not, because even if they have drawn it, they must have spent much more money than the lucky players. Luck and money power are unbalanced. Therefore, game developers often set a prerequisite at this time, that is, after spending a cumulative amount of money, it is possible to draw this item, and the more money you spend, the greater the chance of drawing it. Doing so also meets the psychological expectations of most players. I only drew it once, it is normal that it did not come out. The rich players drew it dozens of times, it is reasonable that it came out. But in fact, this has long been arranged by game manufacturers through false probabilities. In this way, game developers guarantee the consumption experience of the rich players, thereby preserving their consumption desire, and naturally preserving their own income and reputation. The interests of the group of pure lucky players are sacrificed, but it doesn't matter, because they don't know that they are actually pure lucky players, and they don't know that they can actually draw this precious item in one shot, and they think it is normal that they didn't draw it. Moreover, players have no way to verify the authenticity of the data, because both the detailed rules of the lottery and the data after the lottery are in the hands of the game company, and players have no access to them. And Mr. Pei's lottery model is obviously a true probability, that is, 20% is 20%. It doesn't matter if 1,000 people can't draw 20 times. I will give you a full refund and that's it. After an in-depth comparison of the two different lottery modes, Qiao Liang suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Mr. Pei wants to deconstruct the traditional lottery mode through this new lottery mode? Let some players realize that the lottery they think is just carried out within the framework drawn by the game company? And Tengda's lottery actually breaks this framework and gives players an absolutely fair, but slightly uncomfortable real probability? Then, this is an almost impossible task. Qiao Liang couldn't help but respect Mr. Pei. False probability has long appeared with the lottery system. Even before many games have lottery functions, some websites and apps have already done it. But after so many years, few people have questioned this kind of thing. On the contrary, more and more players have become accustomed to and keen on lottery, and more businesses have developed various lottery that apparently take care of the players' feelings, but are actually more convenient for them to make money. For game companies, the lottery system is equivalent to a stable cash cow, so that whether it is a terminal game, a mobile game, or even many businesses just holding an event, they have begun to frequently draw lotteries. If someone makes money, then naturally someone loses money. Game companies like to do lucky draws so much, they definitely don't lose money. Then isn't it obvious who loses money? And Mr. Pei's lottery system is obviously to pierce this veil, tell the players the cruel truth, and change this situation. Of course, the current situation is not optimistic. Because most players do not have the relevant knowledge of game design, and their nature is to try their luck and take advantage. Many people like to draw lots. You can tell them seriously about probability, expected value, and that the lottery is a scam, but they will not listen at all. They must think that they are lucky. Even after being cheated and spending a lot of money to draw a bunch of garbage, they still insist that it is just that they are unlucky this time, and they will definitely draw what they want next time. And ordinary merchants will obviously only try their best to tell consumers that the lottery is a preferential activity, and players and merchants are mutually beneficial. It is very cost-effective to draw a lottery. At most, they will use a line of words in the lottery to remind, the lottery is risky, and recharge should be cautious. But this kind of reminder will definitely be repeated, and most people will not take it to heart at all. After this analysis, Qiao Liang came to a rather shocking conclusion. Isn't Mr. Pei's behavior cutting off all the money-making channels for lotteries? Although it may not necessarily succeed, Mr. Pei is indeed trying to use the lottery system of fitness battle to contrast other lotteries, so that everyone can see the facts of the so-called lotteries more clearly. Even if not many people will appreciate it in the end, even if it will attract crazy attacks from other companies that hope to make money from the lottery, I don't care. What a good intention. Qiao Liang couldn't help but sigh, only President Pei would do, be willing to do, and dare to do this kind of thing. It's just that most people react too slowly and don't perceive President Pei's good intentions at all. A video must be made to explain the key points of this, so that President Pei's efforts can't be wasted. The lottery activities of Zhito Company and Longyu Group seem conscientious, but that is only conscientious compared to other lottery activities that can't be more shady. In fact, it's still the same thing. Even if it's 70% off, it's still trying to make money from players. Compared with Tengda's approach, what kind of conscience is there? Chapter 1055 I don't even have the energy to get the wool. May 19th, Saturday. Longyu Group is working as usual. Eric and Zhao Shuming set an example by working overtime, so other ordinary employees naturally don't dare to rest at home. Moreover, they are still in the period of burning money with Tengda, and the employees of Longyu Group are very conscious, and all of them work overtime voluntarily. In fact, some employees originally did not have this kind of consciousness, but such employees are basically unlikely to stay. In the meeting room, Zhao Shuming was reporting to Eric with a beaming face. Since our lucky draw event was launched, the players' response has been quite enthusiastic, and the heat of the previous IOI mobile game event has been diluted. Many players lost their memory on the spot, and even felt that our event was more attractive than the 515 Game Festival event on the Tenda side. So far, the popularity of our lucky draw event is still rising. The most important thing is that we not only didn't spend too much money on this lucky draw, but also made some money. Although it is 70% off, under accurate calculations, there is still some profit space. Zhao Shuming is obviously very proud. After all, the idea of the lucky draw was his. Although the lottery is not a new way to play, it should be quite difficult to accurately choose the lottery among many ways to burn money in that situation. Although he gave most of the credit to Eric, if this thing succeeded, Eric would definitely not treat him badly, and if it failed, Eric would definitely take the biggest blame. So when Zhao Shuming reported, he worked harder than usual. Eric nodded slightly and asked, "How is the situation at Tengda?" Zhao Shuming hesitated for a moment and replied, "Well, as far as I know, they still have a normal rest this weekend. For the activities of the 515 Game Festival. It seems that no adjustments have been made." Eric couldn't help showing a surprised expression on his face. President Pei. So patient? Eric originally thought that President Pei would definitely not be outdone and start another new activity, whether it was a lottery or something else, he would definitely try to overshadow him. He never expected that President Pei did nothing, but rested normally on the weekend. Eric thought that according to Mr. Pei's vigorous and decisive personality, Friday was enough time for him to come up with a solution and launch it quickly over the weekend. But Mr. Pei did nothing. There are only two possibilities. The first is that Mr. Pei felt that nothing needed to be done. The second is that Mr. Pei was powerless. Is there really nothing to be done? Eric doesn't think so. After all, judging from the current online feedback, the lucky draw event organized by Longyu Group has received a lot of enthusiastic response, and it has obviously taken away a lot of the popularity that originally belonged to the 515 Game Festival. That can only be the second case. President Pei wants to do something, but he can't do anything. Eric couldn't help but smile. It's just as I expected. It's fun to spend money like President Pei, but it's not long-lasting. It's not as cost-effective as us who are careful and long-term. Zhao Shuming understood something instantly, and his eyes widened slightly. You are. Tengda's funds are finally insufficient? Eric smiled slightly. It's not certain, but it's very likely. This is very consistent with their previous inference. Tenda Group's funds are spread across so many projects. The previous payment for Mission and Choice has not yet arrived, and the Smart Fitness clothes drying rack has a large backlog of stock. Forcing the 515 Game Festival to be held may have consumed the last large amount of funds that President Pei can use. Even if Mr. Pei tries to raise funds now, it will definitely take some time. That's why Mr. Pei didn't fight back immediately, but let it go and let Longyu Group's lucky draw event snatch the heat that the 515-game festival had worked so hard to generate. Only after the funds are raised can we launch a counterattack. Zhao Shuming's eyes lit up. If you analyze it, it seems to be true. Of course, you can never underestimate Mr. Pei, but one fact after another is more and more consistent with this bold inference. Suddenly, Zhao Shuming thought of something. He just found out about this matter, and it was just in time to report it when Eric was in a good mood. By the way, there is something I just found out about, and I want to report it to you. There seems to be a lottery system in Fitness Battle. However, this lottery system is unlocked only after completing the first chapter, so I didn't notice it before, and I only found out after seeing the discussion online. This lottery is very special, and you can get an unconditional refund. Do you think this is Mr. Pei's backup plan? Fitness Battle has just been online for a few days, and Zhao Shuming has found that it is relatively fast now. Originally, as a competing game, Zhao Shuming and his men should play it, but the problem is that Fitness Battle is not the kind of mobile game that can be upgraded by hanging up and moving your fingers. It really takes a lot of time to exercise. Zhao Shuming and his men were all busy with the lottery. With so much work to do, they had no time to actually exercise in Fitness Battle. If there hadn't been so many posts on the internet showing the results of the Fitness Battle lottery, Zhao Shuming would have discovered it a day or two later. Eric was stunned for a moment. Unconditional refund for the lottery? Is this lottery only for in-game props? Are there other game items? Are there physical objects? Apart from being able to get a refund, is there anything else special? Zhao Shuming answered truthfully, it's just a lottery system within the game, so naturally you can only draw in-game props, no physical objects, and nothing else special. It's a very simple lottery system. Eric fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, although the refund is indeed more conscientious than ours, it should not be very attractive to players if it only has in-game props. Our lottery activities can make money, but the lottery activities of Fitness Battle will greatly reduce the income of the game. What's more, Fitness Battle has been developed a long time ago, and this lottery system may have been developed earlier than ours. It is probably a coincidence and harmless. Zhao Shuming nodded immediately, yes, I think so too. I have read it carefully. Although the lottery system of Fitness Battle has caused some discussion on the internet, the current public opinion will not pose any threat to our lottery, and there is no way to snatch the popularity. Eric is in a good mood. He sorted out the work at hand and said, okay, after the overtime today, you don't have to come tomorrow. Since President Pei is resting, let's rest too. Tenda has obviously given up. If the employees don't go to work, even if President Pei wants to make trouble, no one will cooperate. In this case, just come back on Monday to keep an eye on it. Anyway, the 515-game festival will end at 2400 hours next Tuesday night. If the heat continues, it is obvious that Jito Company and Longyu Group will win. When he thought of this, Eric smiled. This emotion obviously infected his employees. After working so hard for so long, we are finally going to see the light. Although no one dared to guarantee it, most people firmly believed that there might be some problems with Tenda's funds. The fact that President Pei did not fight back immediately is proof of this. Even if it is not to a critical level, it is still a good thing to boost morale. In this optimistic mood, the news will naturally spread slowly. At the same time, Pei Qian had just got up. On Thursday, he bought a 3A masterpiece, which was really fun, so he stayed at home to play games all Friday, including last night. I stayed up all night to finish the game yesterday, so I didn't get up until noon today. After washing up, Pei Qian reluctantly took out his phone and took a look. There was no new news. In particular, he felt deeply regretful that Assistant Qian had not sent any message. Because this meant that Tenda's funds had not yet had any problems, and he did not need to prepare to sell the building. This makes people feel a little uncomfortable. I spent a lot of money on the 515 game festival, so I should have spent the money quickly, right? I continued to browse my phone and check the news of the past 2 days. Huh? Longyu Group held a lottery? The special prize is a car? That's fine. Why the hell didn't I think of this? Pei Qian was dizzy. He was so drunk playing games these 2 days that he didn't pay much attention to the news on the internet. He didn't need to keep an eye on the company, because if there was something wrong, someone would call him, and if no one called him, it meant that everything was fine. Unexpectedly, Longyu Group held such an event just when I didn't pay attention. Pei Qian didn't care about ordinary lottery events, but this car draw. It's really eye-catching. No, isn't this kind of event restricted? Pei Qian suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because in his memory, only some companies' annual meeting prizes were cars, and he had never seen a car prize in this kind of consumer event. The most valuable prizes in the lottery he had seen were laptops and the like. It seems that because of the sales with prizes, the maximum value of the prizes cannot exceed 50,000, which is clearly stipulated in this article. The reason why you can draw a car at the annual meeting is that it does not belong to consumption activities. Pei Qian quickly searched and found that it was because of the changes in the world that the relevant regulations became much more relaxed, from the original 50,000 to 400,000. In other words, the special prize of Longyu Group was just at the threshold of 400,000, which was not a violation. Damn. I should have held a lottery earlier. You draw 1, and I draw 10, isn't that enough? System, you saw it, they started it first, it's not too much for me to increase my efforts to fight back. It's a pity, today is not a working day, even if we want to hold this lottery, we can only wait until Monday. After the development is completed, the 515 game festival will be over. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It is absolutely impossible to ask employees to work overtime on weekends to develop functions. This is a matter of principle. But on second thought, it would be better to let Longyu Group make a fuss for a weekend. They grab more popularity, so Pei Qian can increase his efforts to burn money, otherwise the system will not agree. Eric always mistakenly thinks that popularity is very important to President Pei, but it is not the case. President Pei didn't care about popularity at all, he only cared about how to spend more money. Then, he looked at the news from Fitness Battle. Seeing that all the players refunded their money one by one, and there were also some weird players who charged tens of thousands of yuan and only kept the result of 10 consecutive draws, Pei Qian was simply laughing. Ruzi is teachable. These players are so worry-free. They understand my intention very accurately without any teaching. Why are there still some players who are too lazy to refund? Is the refund mechanism I designed not convenient enough? Work harder. You don't even have the energy to get free stuff, and you dare to be a freeloader? Looking at the refunds, Pei Qian's mood improved. At present, everything seems to be going well. After next Tuesday, when the 515 game festival is over, I will think of ways to spend money suddenly, and I will definitely make some achievements. But at this moment, a push notification popped up on the Ellie Island website app on Pei Qian's phone. The app host I pay special attention to has updated the video. Pei Qian's face changed instantly. Because this video was posted by Qiao Laosher, and the title is Game Miscellaneous, Things About Lottery. But after seeing the title of the game clearly, Pei Qian felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it is not a video in the function series. Looking at the meaning of the title, it seems to be a popular science video. It shouldn't cause any harm, right? Chapter 1056, The Huge Gap in the Concepts of the Two Companies. It is still the familiar video style, but the content of this video does not seem to be confined to a certain game. Instead, it is a kind of popular science, which explains the past and present of the lottery gameplay in the game industry for all viewers. From the earliest games with lottery gameplay, to the prevalence of lottery in domestic games, and finally why game designers, especially domestic designers, favor lottery so much. Obviously, there is only one biggest driving force, which is to increase revenue. Lottery takes advantage of the weakness of human psychology, to a certain extent. It is precisely because most people like to gamble on luck and like the feeling of getting something for nothing that lottery activities can be so popular and enduring. In other words, the reason why lottery makes people feel happy is not entirely because of how precious the prizes are, which is only one aspect. More importantly, the psychological satisfaction that lottery brings to people. In other words, it is a feeling of getting something for nothing. For most ordinary people, using 10 yuan to draw something worth 100 yuan is a strong emotional stimulation, which is the mentality of taking advantage of convenience. Qiao Liang changed the subject. In fact, there are many similar situations in commercial activities. Many businesses take advantage of consumers' desire to get something for nothing and want to take advantage of the situation, and come up with some activities that seem to be cost-effective but are actually trapping consumers. It's just that in commercial activities, the supervision of relevant departments will be more stringent, and the penalties will be more severe when it comes to false propaganda and marketing cases that induce consumption, so similar situations occur less frequently. But the game field has gradually become a disaster area. Because games are not pure commercial activities after all, they are more inclined to be a cultural and entertainment activity. The value of virtual items has not been clearly defined, and the supervision of relevant departments is relatively weak. Therefore, the lottery behavior in many games has actually become a tool for game companies to make money. The lottery rules are also varied and chaotic, and the interests of players after charging money are difficult to be guaranteed. Here, Qiao Liang also criticized several games by name. For example, a mobile game broke out a scandal some time ago. The official lottery event, all the grand prizes were drawn by several accounts that changed their names repeatedly, and attentive players found that these accounts would definitely win as long as they participated in the lottery event. Seeing this, Pei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. I thought old Qiao was going to do me harm again. It seems that it has nothing to do with me or Longyu Group. Although Longyu Group also held a lottery, they should not do such a stupid thing as giving the prize to their own account. As long as their lottery is completely legal and compliant, they should not be AOE'd by Qiao Laoshir's video. Pei Qian was also afraid. Every time he saw Qiao Liang release a new video, he felt as if it was directed at him. However, he was happy for less than 2 minutes when he heard Qiao Liang change the subject. Then some audience members may ask, if it is a legal and compliant lottery without shady manipulation, is it okay? Of course not. I have already said that the reason why merchants are so keen on lotteries is because they take advantage of the player's desire to take advantage and get something for nothing. Even if it is a lottery without shady manipulation, no matter how cost-effective it looks, it can be summarized in one sentence: you may make money, but the merchants will never lose money. Because you have to be sure of one thing, the merchants always understand probability better than you. Especially for game companies, all lottery systems must be designed by high-level numerical planners within the company, and they will definitely ensure that the entire lottery activity will bring positive benefits to the game company. Please remember that luck can never beat data. What's more, the probability of winning in the game is never a true probability, but a false probability with countless conditions attached. Although the results are similar, the internal operation methods are completely different. Players are actually participating in a game where if the expected return is negative and you never know the real, specific rules. You think 20% explosion rate is the rule, but in fact there are countless subtle rules behind this one, written in the code of the lottery program, and you have no way of knowing. For some individuals, the actual benefits obtained are very high, but if averaged to each person, this is a game that is sure to lose money. As long as the sample is large enough, from the perspective of the entire player group, it must be a loss, and the game company does not need to operate in secret, and it must be profitable. It's just that everyone thinks they will be the lucky one, so they will be deceived again and again. Xiao Liang quoted extensively in the video and showed off his knowledge of games and probability crazily, including the difference between fake probability and real probability in games, the internal logic and operation mode of fake probability, etc. The core argument is, lottery is actually just a disguised promotion. In fact, it takes advantage of people's desire to get something for nothing, and through probability, some players bear the losses of other players, while game companies profit from it. Any lottery activity, no matter how cost-effective it seems or how big the discount is, as long as it still meets the basic characteristics of traditional lottery rules, then its final result must be that players suffer losses and merchants profit. The barrage on the video is a sound of amazement. I've learned a lesson. Brothers, put protection on the public screen. As a former game industry practitioner, I can say that everything Lao Qiao said is true. In fact, lottery is nothing more than taking advantage of people's desire to make money without working. No matter if you are European or African, the game companies will actually make money in the end. Moreover, the real rules of lottery are never simple true probabilities, but false probabilities that have been calculated layer by numerical designers to ensure that the final results of most players are within expectations. It's really the saying, you may make money, but I will never lose money. Is Lao Qiao going to offend game companies across the country? How many games don't have lotteries now? Everyone knows that lotteries make money quickly, which is a way to cut off people's wealth. After watching this video, I decisively held down the hand that wanted to draw a lottery. There is a saying that is right. In fact, people who like lotteries don't like the prizes in it, but the feeling of drawing good things. Indeed, no matter how good the item is, it's only fun for the moment you draw it. You'll get tired of it after playing for 2 or 3 times, or at most a week. But the desire to win good things will always exist, so you can't control your hands next time you draw. Before you know it, you don't know where the money has gone. Old Qiao is really bold. He dares to make such a video to expose the inside story. As if he had anticipated Lianmu's possible reaction, Xiao Liang changed the subject in the video. In fact, this video was also inspired by my feelings. It's not me who really stood up to expose this unspoken rule, but President Pei of Tenda Group. As everyone knows, there are 2 big hot spots in the gaming circle recently. One is a lottery jointly organized by Finger Company and Longyu Group, with a special prize of a car, which attracted a large number of players to participate. The other is that Tenda Group's new game Fitness Battle adopts a new lottery mode, which allows free refunds. Now, the former is obviously more popular than the latter. And many players also think that the lottery activities of Finger Company and Longyu Group have such a large discount and a car, which will definitely be more conscientious than the lottery of Fitness Battle. This is obviously wrong. Because the lottery activities of Finger Company and Longyu Group are actually the lottery activities I described before. On the surface, the products are rich, but in fact, the wool comes from the sheep. If you don't believe it, you can ask the rich to show their lottery records, and after deducting the junk skins they don't want, roughly calculate the actual income to see who actually made the most money. Of course, compared with other unscrupulous lottery activities, this lottery may seem very conscientious, but compared with the lottery of Fitness Battle, it is far worse. Because the lottery of Fitness Battle actually completely breaks the original conventional model, because players can refund at will and only keep the lottery content they are satisfied with, so in fact the expected value of this lottery is no longer negative. It retains the lottery with while bringing a sense of surprise. It does not make players slaves to probability. Of course, Fitness Battle is all virtual items, so no matter how low the price is, it will still be profitable. But what is important is not the specific price, but the concept that Tenda Group conveys through the lottery model of fitness battle. Lotteries can indeed bring surprises and happiness to people, which is human nature. But more and more businesses and game companies have taken advantage of this mentality, and actually turned lotteries into their own money-making tools, normalizing and rationalizing them, so that players actually lose their interests without knowing it. On the other hand, the mall model of fitness wars is that all props can be purchased with calorie coins, encouraging players to exercise more. Even if they win a prize, they can get a full refund, so that players don't have to become consumption machines driven by desire, and they never have to make money by bad habits. Compared with the two, the difference is obvious. Taking into account the activities of the 515 Game Festival, Tenda Group has been tirelessly giving benefits to players, and it is a real giving, not a discount, not a disguised profit. Tenda has been working hard to create a harmonious relationship with players, making products that are worth the money, ensuring that you get what you pay for, and not playing with all kinds of complicated rules to make detours, and they don't need to deceive players with all kinds of crooked ways, but are tirelessly guiding players to re-establish a healthy consumption concept. On the other hand, from the IOI mobile game to the lottery event, no matter how much they seem to have given up, the impulse to make money in their hearts is still traceable. This difference in concept is the biggest gap between the two companies. The car will eventually be taken away by a local tyrant, and the money charged by this local tyrant will definitely be far more than 100,000. After the local tyrant draws the car, the Finger Company and Longyu Group will definitely use this case to hype it up and prove how conscientious their own lottery activities are. But in fact, this is a routine process that has been arranged, using some European players who have recharged a lot to stimulate the majority of players, so that non-Europeans will pay for the European players, and the game company will profit from it. At the end of the video, I would like to remind all the audience, there are risks in the lottery, and you need to be cautious when recharging. This is not an empty talk, because as long as it is a regular lottery, it must be an investment behavior with a negative expected value, which is not a wise move. If you have to draw, you should come to Fitness Battle to draw props to have fun. After all, you can get a refund here at will, and you won't lose anything. Chapter 1057, Did Tenda also secretly change the probability? Old Qiao, you fucking. After reading the last paragraph, Pei Qian almost fainted. Look, is this what a human being does? I don't care about you popularizing the rules of the game lottery and revealing the inside story of the industry. But don't put the blame on me. Especially Qiao Liang's sentence. It was President Pei who really stood up to expose all this, which was a clean way to get rid of the blame. At that time, even if the influence of this video is great, everyone will think that President Pei is the real revealer, and Qiao Liang is just a video author who happened to interpret it. Isn't this making trouble? In fact, Pei Qian didn't think so much at all. He was quite envious when he saw the lottery activities of Finger Company and Longyu Group. As for the fact that Fitness Battle can refund at will, it is just to let players refund more and spend less money. As a result, it was misinterpreted by Qiao Liang again. According to the current situation and previous experience, it is useless to clarify now, because the players have been deceived by Qiao Liang, and the popularity of this topic is rapidly increasing. Even if I explain, the players will not believe it. After all, compared to the reason of simply wanting to lose money, the reason given by Qiao Liang is more reasonable, more sufficient, and more convincing. This is what makes Pei Qian uncomfortable the most. No matter what he does, it seems that Qiao Liang can always give a reason that is more convincing to the players than his original motive. Seeing that the popularity of this video is getting higher and higher, Pei Qian feels that the situation is not good. Because the public opinion of both sides has been subtly changing. Originally, many people thought that the lucky draw of Zhito Company and Longyu Group was quite conscientious, and their impression of them has changed a lot, and the previous unpleasantness has also shown signs of gradually disappearing. But after watching this video, many people feel that it tastes a bit wrong. It is said that the lucky draw is to give back to the players, but according to what Qiao Laoshi said in this video, this kind of lucky draw is actually making money. Many local tycoons have already started to take action and posted their orders. Probability is something that is difficult to verify, because only when the data is large enough, the calculated probability will be infinitely close to the real probability. If the sample is not large enough, then the calculated probability will naturally be inaccurate. Precisely because it is difficult to verify, many game developers feel free to do all kinds of tricks, but this time, the lucky draw of Zhito Company and Longyu Group was very big, and many rich people participated, so when the rich people posted their lucky draw records, there would still be some reference value. The most important thing is that many people are watching the final owner of the car. Qiao Laoshi has made a judgment in the video. According to the lucky draw rules, this car will definitely not be drawn to ordinary players, and there will definitely be a consumption threshold, and it is possible to get it after recharging to a certain level. If the final result is as predicted by Qiao Laoshi, then it can be proved that the lucky draw is indeed a false probability, and there are indeed some unwritten rules hidden in the code. Although these are the unspoken rules that many people have become accustomed to, once they are made clear, it is not the case. This lucky draw is indeed more conscientious than many other lotteries, and even after Qiao Liang's video is released, those who should draw the lottery will continue to draw the lottery, and it is impossible to achieve the effect of everyone's joint boycott. But the key is the wind direction on the internet. Many people lost their memory because of this lucky draw, thinking that the lucky draw of Zhito Company and Longyu Group was more conscientious than Tenda, but this video reveals a fact: this lucky draw only looks conscientious, but in fact it cannot compare with Tenda's sincerity. Therefore, the hot spot on the internet once again tilted towards Tenda. Discussions about fitness battle, fully automatic intelligent barbell lifter and 515 game festival have once again taken the upper hand. After watching this video, many people who originally wanted to participate in the lottery and get some headphones or keyboards to play with gave up their ideas. Instead of spending a lot of money on a vague and negative expected value lottery, it is better to buy a smart fitness clothes rack, recharge and fitness battle, or participate in the activities of the 515 game festival. At least there is full of sincerity over there. Seeing that the trend on the internet was becoming more and more wrong, Pei Qian was simply sad. Isn't this making trouble? It was fine, why did this suddenly happen? What's worse is that after the smart fitness clothes rack and fitness battle were combined, players' interest in it seems to be growing rapidly. Qiao Liang is not the first anchor to introduce the smart fitness clothes rack. This thing seems to be about to become a trend. Many anchors and hosts are trying it. The sales of smart fitness clothes drying racks have also shown a rapid upward trend. Even if Pei Qian wants to sell it slower, it won't work because there is too much inventory, and the reverse logistics department is all automatically shipping, so there is no way to intervene. After this weekend, the situation is likely to change dramatically. Pei Qian is a little impatient. No, we have to do something. Now that all departments have gone off work, it's definitely too late to launch a new money-burning event. Is there anything I can change directly? Pei Qian pondered for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Got it. He immediately opened the background of the 515 game festival event, and then used his highest authority to modify the values of several reward items. The 515 game festival event is divided into many parts, such as random rewards of epic props, rare skin gift packs, random free orders for purchasing games, random red envelope rebates for being online for a certain period of time, etc. And some of the rewards here are also based on probability. For example, the probability of random free orders is 5%, which means that there may be one free order in every 20 orders. Pei Qian thought about it and doubled all similar probabilities. The original probability of free orders was 5%, but it was changed to 10%, and the probability of obtaining rare props, rare skins and red envelopes of various levels was also increased. Because only a few numbers need to be changed, there is no need to trouble the employees of the relevant departments, and you can do it smoothly by yourself. After the changes, Pei Qian felt a little more relieved. Give a little more money. I hope Tenda can use up the funds on hand soon, thank you. Moreover, probability is difficult for players to verify. Even if it is changed, it may not be discovered. If it is low-key enough, the risk will naturally be reduced a lot. In short, do your best and leave it to fate. Weekends are the peak period for players to be active. After these probabilities are changed, the money given away during the 515-game festival will definitely increase significantly. If the situation is optimistic at that time, there is still hope to spend all the money. Pei Qian no longer thinks about it and decides to wait until Monday to see the situation at the company before making plans. May 21st, Monday. Pei Qian came to the company worriedly while flipping through his phone. He was looking at the sales record of the Smart Fitness clothes rack. Obviously, the sales of the Smart Fitness clothes rack have soared again over the weekend. The income from Fitness Battle should not be underestimated either. The Smart Fitness clothes rack itself is very topical. After being paired with Fitness Battle, many players have recognized its fitness effect. Coupled with the promotion of many anchors and up masters, sales can be said to be rising steadily. Previously, a large amount of funds had been accumulated as inventory, but with the rapid sales of the Smart Fitness clothes drying rack and the income from Fitness Wars, the funds could be quickly recovered. This was obviously very bad news for Pei Qian. I just wonder if the 515-game festival, after the probability has been changed, can spend this part of the money even more? The two employees saw President Pei walking by and couldn't help but murmur. Boss Pei doesn't look very good today. Don't you know? Rumors on the internet are going crazy, saying that our company's cash flow may have some problems. Ah? How can cash flow problems be a small problem? It must be a big problem. The company may be in crisis. Hasn't our company been running well? All the games are making money. How could we encounter this situation? We make a lot of money, but the expenses are also high. Think about it. The movie key of Mission and Choice has been extended and we haven't received the payment yet. So many projects all cost money, plus there are so many benefits given at the 515-game festival. Where did this news come from? Is it accurate? These are all business secrets. How can there be accurate news? But looking at Boss Pei's expression, it is probably close to the truth. And have you noticed that Assistant Qian has been going to Boss Pei's office very frequently recently? Obviously there is something very important. Of course, it may not be as serious as we think. With Boss Pei's face, it should not be difficult to raise some funds to get through the crisis, but it is probably not that easy. Then, what can we do? What else can we do besides working hard? How about we reduce our expenses? I used to come to the company to eat and drink for free, drinking coffee and eating snacks. Our company's snacks are expensive, even the chocolate is the highest quality. I probably spend hundreds of yuan every day. I have decided that I will not eat any snacks in the company in the future. I will not take a taxi to get reimbursed after get off work in the future. I will take the bus. Yeah, that's right. Although these are not much money, a little bit adds up to a lot, and it can be regarded as our little thought. I will not drink coffee in the future, but boiled water and advocate healthy living. Do people in other departments know about it? I must know. I have seen several internal groups discussing it. The key is that the credibility of this matter is quite high. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. The company is in this situation, but President Pei has not thought about cutting our benefits and treatment, but thinking about how to get through the difficulties by ourselves. It is really touching. After the two of them whispered to each other for a while, they continued to work seriously. In the office, Assistant Qingshan knocked on the door not long after Pei Qian sat down. "Boss, Pei, did you change the probability of the 515 Game Festival event?" Pei Qian nodded. "Well, I found that the probability was set a little low, and the strength was not enough, so I changed it." "What is the current situation of our funds?" Assistant Qingshan answered truthfully. "I was a little bit worried, but this weekend, the sales of smart fitness clothes drying racks suddenly increased, and the recharge income of Fitness Battle will soon arrive. Once this money arrives, the funding situation will be greatly alleviated." But the 515 Game Festival event changed the probability, which caused our originally estimated expenses to soar by more than 30%. In this case, our current funds should be able to hold the 515 Game Festival, but after that, I'm afraid we won't have the spare energy to organize new activities. Of course, your purpose of changing the probability has been achieved. Now some players on the internet have discovered the change in probability. Coupled with the previous lottery event, the current online trend has completely turned to our side. Pei Qian's mood was like a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly with Assistant Qingshan's report. Hearing that the expenses of the 515 Game Festival had soared by more than 30%, Pei Qian was quite happy, but when he heard the last part, his face fell again. What the hell? It has been discovered by the players? And the trend has completely turned to our side? You players, do you have to be so sharp? The probability was changed on the weekend, and it was discovered in just 1 or 2 days? Pei Qian originally thought that these players might not discover it until the end of the 515 Game Festival. He sighed slightly. Forget it, it's discovered, the money has been spent anyway, the popularity and reputation created may harm my loss of money in the long run, but I can't care so much. In short, the funds have been spent, can I sell the building now? Bought so many buildings before, in fact, it was a helpless move to spend money quickly. Although buying buildings can spend money quickly, it will also occupy the amount of system funds and affect the amount of final losses. Selling a building to continue burning money will reduce the obstacles in settlement. Pei Qian said, "You go and spread the word a little bit, find a buyer, and see which building is suitable to sell. We may continue to burn money after the 515 Game Festival, and we must ensure that there is enough funds on hand. The villa of the nameless restaurant is definitely not for sale. It is best to sell the sloth apartment that was recently bought and not many people have moved in. Of course, the sloth apartment that has already been moved in can also be considered for overall transfer without affecting the interests of the tenants. How to arrange it specifically, you can decide." Assistant Qingshan nodded. "Okay, Mr. Pei, I will report to you at any time. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1058 Gods Also Bleed? Love you reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Modu, Longyu Group. In the meeting room, there was a gloomy cloud. Zhao Shuming shrank his neck, like a chicken in a slaughterhouse, trying to reduce his presence. And Eric looked at the report, his face getting uglier and uglier. Obviously, what happened over the weekend has been known here. With the video of Mr. Qiao, the wind direction on the internet has completely reversed. The players who were almost amnesiac by the lottery suddenly didn't appreciate it, and felt that the welfare of Tenda was more conscientious. Especially the lottery mode of Fitness Battle, which is not only conscientious, but also very educational, and it has widened the gap in the realm of thought. Eric and Zhao Shuming thought that Tenda would have a holiday on weekends, so there should be no counterattack, right? So Longyu Group also had a holiday on Sunday, and not all employees were on alert. By the time the public opinion on the internet was formed, it was too late to respond. All I could do was wait until today, Monday, and stare at the report. As expected of President Pei, It turns out that he had already arranged a backup plan so that he could rest assured and take a holiday. This move is simply cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Instead of competing with us, they are deconstructing the motivation of our lucky draw. This is the so-called dimensionality reduction attack. It's just, how did he predict that we would adopt the lucky draw? Eric glanced at Zhao Xuming unconsciously. Zhao Xuming quickly coughed twice. I think we fell into the trap of President Pei. Because our original activities and the activities of the 515 Game Festival have used most of the discounts and promotions, only the lucky draw has not been used. And President Pei predicted that we would definitely adopt the lucky draw model, so he prepared the article in advance. Zhao Xuming forcefully analyzed, and the subject was all we. Obviously, this idea was his, but he must not bear the blame alone. Since everyone made the decision together and no one raised any objections, everyone must bear the blame together. Eric was also very considerate. He did not continue to ask questions, but changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. President Pei is good at calculating, and it is inevitable that we will make mistakes occasionally. The key question now is, how are we going to end this lottery? Mr. Qiao has predicted in the video that the special prize of Longyu Group's lottery, that is, the car, will definitely be drawn by a local tycoon, and the money drawn by the local tycoon will definitely be much more than 100,000 yuan. This move is really too murderous. Now a large number of netizens, whether they participated in the lottery or not, are all watching who will win the special prize. If it is really taken away by a rich man who spends a lot of money, it means that what Xiao Laoshi said in the video is completely correct. This lottery is a fake probability and money-making. Rare prizes can only be obtained by charging a lot of money. Ordinary players can only run with money and cannot draw this car at all. In fact, the lottery program of Longyu Group is indeed designed in this way, and Xiao Laoshi guessed it right. So Longyu Group is considering whether to force this prize to an ordinary lucky person in order to prove that Xiao Laoshi is wrong? But in this way, netizens will suspect whether this is a secret operation, and those rich people who have charged a lot of money in the lottery will also be very unhappy. Why did I charge more than 100,000 yuan and didn't draw a car, but he charged a few hundred yuan and drew a car? This matter is awkward. It seems that no matter how this car is distributed, it will offend people and be scolded. If you follow the original method, you are a beast, but if you change it, you are worse than a beast. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Eric sighed softly and continued, what's worse is that Tenda seemed to have secretly changed the probability of the 515 event yesterday. Although there is no concrete evidence, many players speculate that the explosion rate of various rare props and even cash red envelopes has at least doubled. Tenda's is the real probability, and the secret change is to increase the explosion rate, while ours is a fake probability. So much so that now the players' trust in us has dropped significantly, and their trust in Tenda has reached an unprecedented height. The crowd continued to be silent, and their heads seemed to be buried even lower. Everyone knows the seriousness of this matter. Many players on the internet are joking. I didn't expect that Tenda, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also secretly changed the probability. But other companies secretly change the probability to the bottom, secretly cheating people. Tenda secretly changes the probability to a higher level, giving players double the benefits. If the 515 Game Festival event requires payment, this behavior of secretly changing the probability will definitely make the players who have consumed it before dissatisfied. But the event did not make the players spend money, and those who had received the rewards before can continue to receive them now, so the players are all jubilant. After this incident was exposed, the players' enthusiasm for Tenda's 515 Game Festival has increased even more. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, although this money-burning war has not yet completely ended, in terms of popularity and reputation, It is already clear that Tenda has achieved complete victory. Eric thought for a long time and had to ask himself, let's follow the original method for the car. Many people have already won tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan in this lottery. If this car is given to these people, they will not be unbalanced. As for the public opinion on the internet, we can only wait for this period of time to pass and then slowly think of a solution. Choose the lesser of two evils. Relatively speaking, we still have to take care of the mentality of the local tyrants. Moreover, although the popularity of this lottery has dropped sharply due to President Pei's dimensionality reduction attack, it is only inferior to Tenda. Compared with other game companies, it is still very conscientious and cost-effective. Therefore, the players will not kill them all and spray them to death. As long as they stay out of the limelight and don't fight with Tenda, some players will still appreciate it. Zhao Shuming hurriedly said, "That's right, we still can't be led by President Pei by the nose. We have to follow our own pace." Eric glanced at him and felt a little tired. At this moment, Zhao Shuming received a message on his mobile phone. He confirmed it twice and then smiled. "Good news. Tenda is considering selling the building." Eric instantly became alert when he heard this. "Are you sure? Is the source of the news reliable?" Zhao Shuming said, "It should be reliable. Tenda seems to be interested in selling the building that Sloth Apartment just bought and renovated some time ago, and it is said that the price is not too high, obviously wanting to close the deal quickly. This news has been verified by many parties, it shouldn't be fake news." In the conference room, everyone's face quickly improved. Eric smiled, "Sure enough, our approach is right. Tenda's funds can't hold up anymore, and we have to consider selling buildings for turnover. I have to decide that Tenda's funds are really sufficient, and it has persisted until now. We have to continue to burn money. At least before President Pei successfully sells the building and gets the money, Tenda should be unable to compete with us. As long as we do new activities after Tenda's 515 game festival, we can let Tenda be beaten unilaterally and grab all the heat we lost before. During this vacuum period, we will definitely get a lot of gains from burning money." Everyone in the conference room smiled. After persisting for so long, we finally see the dawn of victory. Of course, Tenda has so many buildings that it can last for a long time if it sells them one by one. This money-burning war will continue for a long time, there is no doubt about it. But this represents a signal. After a long period of burning money, Tenda finally began to run out of money. Before, no matter how much money Tenda burned, it seemed to be able to make it back, just like a god who never bleeds. But once a god bleeds, it means that it can also be defeated. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Pei Qian was ready to get off work. He was ready to sell the building, feeling refreshed, as if he saw the dawn of a big loss in this cycle. However, just after walking out of the office and glancing at the employees in the office area, he suddenly stopped and felt that something seemed wrong. What was wrong? Where did the snacks on everyone's desk go? Pei Qian remembered that when he came before, most employees' desks were full of snacks, and they ate them all the time. Only a few employees who were seriously losing weight didn't eat snacks much, but most of them would take some low-calorie snacks or sugar-free drinks. But today, everyone's desks were empty, with neither snacks nor drinks. Pei Qian was confused. What was going on? Isn't everyone hungry today? He went to the water bar to take a look. Wasn't the snack area full of snacks? Wasn't it out of stock? What exactly is going on? Chapter 1059 Confidential Talk. Pei Qian didn't care too much. After all, snacks are for everyone to eat if they want to, and not to eat if they don't want to. There is no quota for eating snacks within Tenda, so there is nothing to be surprised about. But Pei Qian always felt that the attitude of these employees seemed a little strange. The original relaxed atmosphere seemed to disappear, replaced by a slightly solemn atmosphere, and even a few employees were secretly observing him. This made Pei Qian feel that something must be wrong. He came to the desk of an employee and asked, "I remember you always ate a lot of snacks before, why didn't you eat any today? Are you tired of the snacks recently? Or change a batch tomorrow?" The employee hurriedly shook his head. No, President Pei, I just want to lose weight, and quit snacks for a while." Lose weight? Pei Qian looked up and down. This guy is more than 1.7 meters tall and weighs only more than 60 kilograms. What kind of hammer is this? Find a more decent excuse, right? Pei Qian looked at another employee next to him. The employee hurriedly said, Yes, Mr. Pei, I'm also losing weight." Pei Qian looked suspicious. Aren't there low-calorie snacks in the snack area? I won't gain weight. What's going on? If you don't, I'll ask the administration to change a new batch of snacks. When they heard that they had to change a new batch of snacks, the two employees were a little impatient. Because their original intention of not eating snacks was to save some money for President Pei and reduce the company's daily expenses. If President Pei mistakenly thought that everyone didn't like to eat and changed a batch of snacks, wouldn't it be a waste? The two employees looked at each other and knew that their reasons for losing weight were completely untenable, so they had to say, "President Pei, we heard that the company's funds had a little problem. After all, we are all part of Tenda. Saving expenses is everyone's responsibility." Another employee immediately added, "Yes, President Pei, don't worry, we will never hold the company back at a critical moment." Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and was unhappy at the time. Saving expenses is everyone's responsibility? Is this human language? How much money can you save by not eating snacks? You don't even want to spend this little money on me, and you still have the nerve to be my employees? You call this not holding the company back? You really don't hold the company back, you are holding me back. Pei Qian wanted to scold them, but when he saw the other employees staring at him eagerly, he held back. No, he couldn't scold them. Now my every move is under the watchful eyes of my employees. If I show some extreme behavior, it is likely to make the employees more certain of their original guesses, and it may even spread to other departments through the news. What if all the employees of Tenda feel that the company is in trouble and they have to work together, so that the expenses of the entire company are reduced? Wouldn't that be a big deal? In this case, you must handle it calmly. Thinking of this, Pei Qian put on a friendly expression, smiling, making people feel like spring breeze. Why do you have such an idea? When did the company encounter financial problems? Don't believe those rumors outside, they are all fake news released by other companies and are unwarranted attacks on our company. You have also seen the performance of the movie and game Mission and Choice. The new mobile phones and smart fitness clothes drying racks of UDA technology have also been well received. How could there be a financial problem? Our company's cash flow is sufficient, so don't worry about it. Besides, the company needs to develop, not by saving. Just eat snacks, taxi reimbursement and other benefits. How much money can this cost? It is better to put all this energy on work, eat more snacks, do a good job, so that you can truly contribute to the company. The two employees nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Pei, we understand. Pei Qian immediately said, hurry up, go get some snacks, eat more before you get off work, go. Under Pei Qian's urging, the employees came to the water bar, each took a few bags of snacks and returned to their workstations. Only after seeing this did Pei Qian nod with satisfaction. Very good, that's how it should be. Now he has no other requirements for these employees. It seems a bit too much to expect the employees to slack off and delay the progress of work, but you should always eat more snacks and drink more drinks, right? If even this is gone, then what's the point of me supporting you? Hearing the sound of chewing potato chips in the office area, Pei Qian left contentedly. Maybe we can find a buyer to sell the building tomorrow. Happy. Seeing President Pei leave, the two employees ate snacks and whispered to each other. It's bad. It seems that there is a problem with the funds. What? Boss Pei is in adversity. You see, Boss Pei is talking to us in a friendly manner, with a calm and relaxed look. But the old employees who are familiar with him know that the more this happens, the more it is clear that Boss Pei is in adversity. Otherwise, is there any need to explain so much to us? Yes. When things are going well, President Pei will think about problems calmly and worry about the next stage of development in advance. When things are going badly, President Pei will infect everyone with an optimistic spirit. It seems that we are indeed in adversity. What should we do? I think we have to trust President Pei and not let his efforts go to waste. President Pei is right. Not eating snacks won't save much money. We still have to work hard to create more results for the company. As for this time, I believe that President Pei can definitely lead us through the difficulties. Well, believe in President Pei. The two of them ate snacks and continued to work seriously. At the same time, some employees opened the internal chat software and talked about this matter with colleagues and friends who were more familiar with other departments. That night, in a villa in Mingyun Villa, Lin Cheng of Myth Entertainment, Li Shi of Fuhui Capital, the second-generation rich Shuizhabin, Zhou Mian of Fire Studio, Yao Bo of Jinding Group, Ding Gan, the owner of SUG Club, and several other local investors in Jingzhou with Li Shi, all gathered together. Some of them were not originally in Jingzhou, but just arrived today. Lin Cheng looked at Li Shi. Is the news reliable? Is Mr. Pei really going to sell the building? Li Shi nodded. Absolutely true. Zhou Mian seemed a little surprised. Not really? Mr. Pei's two new games are both very successful, so he is short of money? He has been busy with the work of the studio in Shanghai for many years, and has not paid much attention to the situation of Tenda, so he instinctively did not believe it when he heard the news. Li Shi nodded slightly. If you calculate Tenda's recent expenses, you will know. With the way President Pei spends, it would be a miracle if the capital chain can hold up. He briefly analyzed the situation of Tenda, including that Mission and Choice has not yet received payment. There is a large backlog of smart fitness clothes drying racks, and a large amount of money was spent to compete with Jito Company and Longyu Group to start the 515 Game Festival, etc. After a brief explanation, Li Shi said, Tenda has indeed expressed its intention to sell a building, and hopes that the funds can be received as soon as possible. Lin Cheng slapped his thigh in annoyance. Is this true? This is my fault. If it weren't for President Pei, who took out a large sum of money to help set up Qingshan Studio, we wouldn't have to sell the building just for this little working capital. At that time, President Pei was very generous to help us set up Qingshan Studio, and personally designed a game, finalized a product, and even asked people from Shangyang Games to help. I didn't think much about it at the time. Who would have thought that the funds within Tenda were actually quite tight? Under such circumstances, President Pei actually squeezed out a sum of money and would rather sell the building to help. I am really a little ashamed. Tenda Group's revenue capacity is definitely beyond doubt. Several new games and 2 digital products have all been a huge success, and they will definitely make a lot of money. So it is definitely not an internal company problem for Mr. Pei to sell the building. It can only be to turn over funds and deal with the price war between Jito Company and Longyu Group. But even so, it is also a very touching act to take out the company's precious working capital to help set up Qingshan Studio. Li Shi said seriously, we usually receive a lot of favors from Mr. Pei. Now Mr. Pei is in a little trouble, we must not sit idly by. Everyone nodded. Li Shi and several local investors in Jingzhou don't need to do that. They have made a lot of money by following Mr. Pei. They just need to worship Mr. Pei like the god of wealth. And the others, such as Zhou Mian of Fire Studio and Yao Bo of Jinding Group, although they don't have much business dealings with Tenda, they have benefited a lot from the GPL League. At the beginning, everyone paid a high price to buy the quota for the GPL League, and now it proves that it is absolutely the right purchase. Because the quota for the GPL League is out of stock, if there are still clubs outside who want to enter, they have to buy quotas from these people. With the current popularity of the GPL League, the price of quotas has nearly doubled, and it will definitely continue to rise in the future. Even if the price of quotas is not considered, the popularity of the GPL League is so high that the advertising effect brought to them has long earned back the initial cost of buying quotas. Moreover, President Pei has been making every effort to promote the GPL League, and they are all beneficiaries. Yao Bo said, although on the surface, it is the price war between GOG and IOI, involving Tenda Group and Zhito Company, it obviously has an impact on us. Zhito Company and Longyu Group set up the ICL League to fight against GPL. We all rely on the popularity of GPL. In fact, it is a relationship of prosperity and loss for all. Zhou Mian also nodded, well, this is a matter of reason and we must help. Since Studio bought a GPL quota, it has also tasted the sweetness. Through the popularity of GPL to divert traffic to its own games, the game's turnover has increased significantly. The popularity of GPL is equivalent to the income of Studio. How can we not pay attention? Seeing that everyone quickly reached a consensus, Li Shi asked, then how should we help specifically? Chapter 1060, How to Help Tenda. Yao Bo, of Jinding Group thought for a moment. To put it bluntly, isn't Mr. Pei just short of money to make ends meet? It won't be a problem for the few of us here to get together and raise tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Give this money to Mr. Pei to make some ends meet. Anyway, the profits from Tenda Games and other industries will soon fill this gap. Li Shi shook his head slightly, not appropriate. When have you ever heard of Mr. Pei asking a bank for a loan? Never. If it's just a lack of money to make ends meet, given Tenda's current situation, with just one phone call, those banks will definitely rush to lend money to Tenda. Loans. Or, if Mr. Pei does some work and finds a way to get the company listed, he can also get a lot of money instantly. But Mr. Pei has never thought of this method, and he doesn't even think about it. Yao Bo nodded, well, this is really strange. Why? Li Shi paused for a moment, then explained, Mr. Pei is different from other entrepreneurs. I think there may be 3 reasons. First, Mr. Pei believes that there is no need for external funds, and Tenda can develop well enough on its own, and he doesn't want to pay so much interest to the bank after the loan. Second, President Pei wants to have absolute control over the entire company. He has no need and is unwilling to be responsible to shareholders, and does not want the company to be affected by fluctuations in the external economic environment. Third, this may be President Pei's understanding of business. He may think that only under such harsh competitive conditions can the company maintain its competitiveness and sense of crisis. So, we directly provide funds to President Pei. With President Pei's proud personality, he will definitely not accept it. Everyone nodded, obviously agreeing with Li Shi's analysis. Another investor said, how about this, let's invest together and buy Mr. Pei's building. As for the price, you can give a little more to show our sincerity. Li Shi thought about it and shook his head, it's still not appropriate. The intention of doing this is still too obvious. Don't you think Mr. Pei can't see it? Moreover, although these buildings are located in different areas, all those that Mr. Pei likes have huge appreciation potential. This building is also decorated according to the standards of sloth apartment. Whether it is sold or rented, it can be said to be a cash cow. If we buy the building now, and it appreciates and makes money in the future, are we helping Mr. Pei or taking advantage of the fire? Everyone was silent. It seems to be true, the places that Mr. Pei liked, whether it was the villa in Mingyun Villa or the Benhu community in Sloth Apartment, were not optimistic at first, but later they were proved to have huge appreciation potential. It's not that the location is not good, but that they don't know how to develop. But Mr. Pei can see the potential of these buildings and find a suitable development method for them, thus achieving rapid appreciation. If you invest now to buy Mr. Pei's building, there will be two situations. If the bid is too high, the intention to help Mr. Pei is too obvious, as if you are deliberately selling it to Mr. Pei for a favor, and forcing Mr. Pei to owe a favor is a bit unreasonable. If you bid normally, buying such a place that is destined to appreciate seems to be taking advantage of the fire. This is very difficult to deal with. Zhou Mian frowned and said, if that's the case, the building must not be bought. But if we don't buy it, there will be other buyers. Wouldn't that let others take advantage of it? Li Shi said, so we can't let others buy it either. Lin Chong nodded, I understand. We actually have two goals. The first is to not let this building be sold no matter what. The second is to find a way to send a sum of money to Mr. Pei to complete the capital turnover. I'll take care of the building. I'll let Shenhua Real Estate give a heads up to the real estate companies that are interested in it in advance, telling them that no matter how much money the building offers, Shenhua Real Estate will offer a higher price to persuade them to withdraw in advance. I believe they will all give this face. As long as there is no buyer, this building will definitely not be sold for a while. Then let's think of a clever way to send the money to Mr. Pei. Once the funds are turned around, Mr. Pei will naturally have no reason to sell the building again. Li Shi nodded, yes, that's the truth. So the key now is how we can cleverly send this money to Mr. Pei, and it's best not to be discovered by Mr. Pei. Zhou Mian thought for a while. As far as I know, although Mr. Pei has a good relationship with the official platform, he has always been disdainful of maintaining relationships with some small channel dealers. For example, there are at least dozens of channel dealers for mobile games. And Mr. Pei's opponents Tenda has always taken a natural attitude towards mobile games. On these small channels, good recommendation positions are given to some messy games, and Tenda's games are basically in the back. Our Tianhua studio has a good relationship with these channel dealers. I can talk to them at an internal price and arrange a batch of recommendation positions for Tenda's mobile games. With recommendation positions, there will be new players. With new players, income can increase. The income from this area should be able to increase significantly soon. Besides, the official platform should not know that Tenda has encountered some financial problems. I will go and say hello, and they should also arrange some recommendation positions for Tenda games. Lin Chong was deeply inspired, yes. I will ask Shenhua App Store to arrange some recommended positions, and the revenue sharing will also be faster, which is also a sum of money. Besides, Shenhua has a new mobile phone to be released recently. I will ask if we can make a co-branded version with Tenda's game, so that we can share the money legitimately. There has been no news about the online copyright of Mission and Choice. I will ask someone to communicate with several video websites in advance. Although the movie is still in theaters, the copyright issue can also be discussed in advance. Li Shi thought about it. In Jingzhou, I have also invested in some industries, such as internet cafes, coffee shops, bars, etc. Although the scale is not as large as Moyu Internet Cafe, it still has a certain influence. I can talk to the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and organize a joint event. We will pay for some consumption coupons for industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway, so that customers can go there to consume and we will reimburse part of it. Isn't this equivalent to sending some money in disguise? Yao Bo was a little embarrassed. Zhou Mian and Lin Chong have their own connections, while Li Shi has connections in Jingzhou, and they can all be connected to Tenda's business. However, Jinding Group is not in Jingzhou, and has no intersection with Tenda in business. How to cleverly send the money to President Pei without being discovered is a difficult problem. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly thought of a solution. Got it. Has Tenda recently launched a new mobile phone and a smart fitness clothes drying rack? In the name of giving benefits to employees, I have designated subsidies for the O2G1 mobile phone. Employees can directly get a 50% discount when purchasing the phone, and our company will make up the difference. It just so happens that this mobile phone is of high value, so there is no need to buy more. Even if it is only a few thousand units, it will cost tens of millions of funds. The same is true for the smart fitness clothes drying rack. I heard that the inventory pressure of this equipment is very high. We can buy it in bulk and send it to our warehouse for temporary storage. There is no need to install it on site, and it does not need to be unpacked or activated. When someone buys it, we will sell it at the original price or at a discount as a second-hand product. Wouldn't this help President Pei greatly relieve the inventory pressure? Shui Zhibin's eyes lit up. Good idea. You have to give me some of these shares, but you can't take them all for yourself. I must also contribute. Everyone talked a lot and soon came up with many good ideas. These methods are relatively hidden. They are not directly giving money. At most, they can be finalized by talking to the department heads under President Pei. It is very consistent with the initial analysis. An investor hesitated a little. I have a small question. Mr. Pei has been very kind to us. Now that we are in trouble, we will do our best to help. It is definitely our duty. But, we are doing it so covertly, can Mr. Pei know about it? What if we each spend a lot of money, but Mr. Pei doesn't know about it? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Li Shi rolled his eyes at him. It's been so long, why do you still doubt Mr. Pei's personality? Mr. Pei is such a smart person, we can only hide it from him for a while. Can we keep it secret forever? Mr. Pei will realize it sooner or later. But by that time, the funding problem had been solved, so he had to silently remember this favor and repay us double in the future. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is no return, we have received so many benefits from Mr. Pei, so why not give some appropriate returns? Tenda has overcome difficulties and developed, and the GPL League has become stronger, which will still be of real benefit to us. Don't always focus on the small profits in front of you, it's too petty. The investor lowered his head in shame. That's the truth. Lin Chang looked at his watch. Okay, then it's settled. It's getting late, we have to make arrangements quickly, otherwise with Mr. Pei's efficiency, it would be bad if the building was sold. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1061, Where do I have such a big pile of stock? Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from games. May 22nd, Tuesday. The last day of Tenda 515 Game Festival. Pei Qian was in a good mood. He came to the company early in the morning and waited in his office for Assistant Qian to report on his work. That building should have found a buyer? It stands to reason that the new building bought by Sloth Apartment is in a good location. In addition, the fine decoration designed by Liang Qingshan himself and the reputation of Sloth Apartment, it is a good choice to resell or rent it after buying it. In order to close the deal as soon as possible, Pei Qian did not ask for a high price. The entire offer is still within a reasonable range. There should be many companies, especially real estate companies, that are interested in buying it. However, after waiting in the office for a while, Assistant Qian did not come. Hey, what's going on? Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Assistant Qian is very reliable. If a suitable buyer has been found, he will definitely report it as soon as possible. Hasn't found a buyer yet? That's impossible, right? Pei Qian vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he immediately called Assistant Qian to inquire about the current situation. Assistant Qian reported truthfully, Boss Pei, I contacted several real estate companies yesterday, and they did show their intention to acquire the property. But when I went to confirm today, they all said that they had changed their minds after considering it and gave up. We are still contacting new buyers. Pei Qian frowned slightly, puzzled. No one wants this building? No way, the location of this building is not bad, and the asking price is not very high. It's just that I don't have money in my pocket. If I had so much personal property, I would have wanted to buy it and collect rent myself. Wouldn't it be nice to be a landlord? But he thought about it and realized that although this building is really good, each company may have its own problems, such as not having so much funds, or having better projects that need money. It's normal that the news has been released for less than a day and no suitable buyer has been found. After all, the normal sale of second-hand houses has never been completed in one day, so you have to wait for a few days. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "Okay, then continue to look for buyers." After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian was a little at a loss. He originally thought that he would hear the good news of the building being sold when he went to work today, and he could continue to plan the next round of money-burning plan, but his expectations were dashed. Now I don't know what to do. After thinking for a while, I decided to check the web page to see the players' reactions. After all, today is the last day of the 515 Game Festival, and all the previous money-burning activities have ended today. Pei Qian wanted to see what opinions or suggestions the players had on the 515 Game Festival, and whether he could come up with some new ways to burn money. After the building was sold, he could immediately plan the next stage of the money-burning plan. After the probability of the 515 Game Festival activities was secretly changed over the weekend, the enthusiasm of the players was even higher, and discussions about the 515 Game Festival could be seen everywhere. Most players still felt a little unsatisfied, but they were almost satisfied. After all, the entire 515 Game Festival lasted for a whole week. Although it was very enjoyable to get the wool, it would be tiring to do so all the time. If you want to get the rewards, you have to play the game online, and it is a bit difficult to play every day. In short, the response to this 515 Game Festival was very good, and the players were very happy. Pei Qian was also very happy. Maybe this is a win-win situation. However, as he flipped through the pages, the smile on Pei Qian's face disappeared, and was replaced by a solemn face. Because he saw some unexpected discussions. A post titled, "I heard that Tenda had cash flow problems and is selling its building," seems very abrupt among the posts of the 515 Game Festival, but it has received hundreds of replies within just a dozen hours since it was posted yesterday, and it is very popular. I heard that Tenda seems to have a problem with funds recently and is selling a building. There are many sources of information to prove it. It is definitely true. How could it be? Didn't Tenda make money from its recent projects? It made money, but it hasn't been paid yet. The secret key of mission and choice has been extended, and the inventory of smart fitness clothes drying racks has not been cleared yet. I also heard about the sale of the building, and the building sold is a newly renovated building of sloth apartment. This is obviously killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. If it weren't for the tight funds, who would do this? I have a friend who works at Tenda, and it seems to be true. Many Tenda employees don't eat snacks and give company gifts on their own initiative. Save money. Tenda is in such a difficult situation, but it still holds the 515 Game Festival. It even raised the probability of the event itself. It's bad. It's comfortable to fleece the wool, but what if the sheep is fleeced to death? Tenda must not have any problems. This is the hope of domestic games. If it really collapses, won't it go back to the Dark Ages many years ago? It won't be the Dark Ages, but it will definitely be a huge loss for domestic players. No, it will be a huge loss for players all over the world. It's not just games. Tenda's movies, digital products, and physical industries are all industry benchmarks. If something goes wrong, the loss will be too huge. Unimaginable. I've received so many benefits from Tenda for free, so I can't just sit back and watch. I've decided to buy a few more games to support it. I'll buy a smart fitness clothes drying rack. I've been eating takeout these days. I'll buy some skins on GOG to support it. At first, many people didn't believe that Tenda would have financial problems. After all, from the existing information, Tenda has developed very well and various projects have made money. But more and more netizens joined the discussion, including people who know Tenda's internal staff and local companies in Qingshan, confirming that Tenda has indeed encountered some difficulties recently and is selling buildings. So the players can't stay calm. The 515 game festival hasn't passed yet, and almost all players have benefited from Tenda. Now I heard that Tenda has to sell buildings to turn over funds in order to give benefits to players. How can this work? Netizens decided to contribute money and effort, even if they spend a few dollars to buy a skin. It can be regarded as doing their best for Tenda. The G1 mobile phone, which had just stepped up production and resumed supply, was out of stock again. Pei Qian was completely confused when he saw the discussion of the stupid netizens. What's going on? Are these players crazy? I'm just doing business normally, and selling the building is just a normal cash flow. Why do I feel that these players are like shareholders of the company, and they care more about it than I do? Is it okay for Tenda to have so many spiritual shareholders? Pei Qian had a bad feeling, so he quickly opened the official website of UDA Technology and checked the product page of the G1 mobile phone. Sure enough, it was sold out. In fact, the G1 mobile phone was sold out the day after the press conference, but UDA Technology immediately prepared the second batch of stocks and started selling it again some time ago. In this way, while preparing stocks and selling them, they finally delivered all the previously reserved mobile phones and guaranteed the spot stock, so they didn't have to play tricks anymore. As a result, it sold out again. Pei Qian endured the pain in his balls and found the page of the smart fitness clothes rack again. Refresh it, and it shows that there are 12 units left in stock. Refresh it again, it's sold out. Pei Qian felt dizzy. He leaned back in the boss chair and felt his body was hollowed out. My smart fitness clothes rack. I have so many stocks. Where did they go? Pei Qian was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Previously, it was thought that it would be impossible to sell many smart fitness clothes drying racks, so in order to spend more money, Pei Qian asked UDA Technology to stock up as much as possible, filling up Tenda's several warehouses in Qingshan with stocks, and stocked up a total of 10,000 units. That's 10,000 units. Pei Qian remembered that when he saw it 2 days ago, although it was selling very quickly, there were still several thousand units in stock that had not been sold. How come it was sold out today? Are the players so cruel? Or, were they bought by some people with ulterior motives? For example, scalpers? He quickly searched the keyword smart fitness clothes rack on the internet to check the discussions of netizens. Damn. I just wanted to buy a clothes rack to go home for fitness, but it's sold out. There is a small amount of stock for such large items, so it's normal to be sold out. It's not normal at all, okay? Didn't Mr. Chang say at the press conference that he had a full 10,000 units in stock and it would definitely not be sold out? After the release of Fitness Battle, this clothes rack also became popular. Many anchors and hosts are broadcasting it. There are not many units distributed across the country. I think something is wrong. There is no purchase limit for this thing. It is probably targeted by scalpers. Those netizens who failed to buy the smart fitness clothes rack were speechless and cursed the scalpers online. Pei Qian's first reaction was the same as that of netizens, thinking that it was probably a scalper. After all, the smart fitness clothes rack is different from the G1 mobile phone. The G1 mobile phone has a purchase limit policy to prevent scalpers, but the smart fitness clothes rack has no purchase limit policy, because Pei Qian didn't expect that this thing could be sold in large quantities. But on second thought, he felt that the possibility was relatively low. How could a scalper speculate on such a thing? Scalpers prefer to speculate on smaller items such as concert tickets or mobile phones. After all, these items are expensive and do not take up space, so the profit from speculation is considerable. Smart fitness clothes racks are so big, don't you think they take up space? When the time comes, where will the scalpers put hundreds of them? They have to rent a large warehouse to store them, and they have to pay for express delivery. Of course, the premise of this speculation is that the profit from speculating on smart fitness clothes racks is not high. If the profit is very high, scalpers will definitely overcome many difficulties and speculate. Although Pei Qian hates scalpers very much, he has a vague expectation in his heart at this time, hoping that it is the scalpers who did it. Because if it is not a scalper, it means that the smart fitness clothes rack is too popular and sold out. Check, must be thoroughly investigated. Pei Qian immediately called Changyu and asked him to check the order records of the smart fitness clothes rack to see if there are any signs of scalper activities. Not long after, Changyu called back, "Boss Pei, there are indeed signs of suspected scalpers. The records show that there are several large orders. The two largest orders bought 2,000 smart fitness clothes drying racks each. There are also more than a dozen orders with smaller amounts, some buying dozens of units, and some buying 200 or 300 units. If the possibility of overall purchase is ruled out, it is most likely that scalpers are at work. Relatively speaking, these orders of dozens of units are more like scalpers. These two orders directly bought 2,000 units. I'm a little confused about their identities. It stands to reason that ordinary scalpers are unlikely to use such a large amount of funds. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, I was negligent this time. I thought that the unit price of the smart fitness clothes rack was so high and it was inconvenient to transport, so there would be no scalpers targeting it, so I didn't specify relevant purchase restrictions. Mr. Pei, what do you think we should do now? Still follow the previous approach and continue to increase stocking? Chapter 1062, The Scalper Was Fooled. I fell in love with your reading website, and became the richest man from playing games. Pei Qian sighed silently. Damn scalpers, why can't they be killed? So hateful. First, I hate these scalpers for buying out the inventory of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, so that the players who really want to play can't buy it. Second, I hate that the scalpers have quickly consumed the inventory, which has caused Tenda to have a large amount of funds inexplicably. Pei Qian thought for a long time, and finally said helplessly, let's deal with it as before, and prepare as much as possible. In short, we must not let the scalpers profit. Changyu nodded immediately, okay, Mr. Pei, I will arrange it now. However, the production of the smart fitness clothes drying rack also takes a certain amount of time. It is inevitable that it will be out of stock for a week or two. Should we appease the players? Pei Qian thought for a while. How about this, open a reservation on the website. Give a discount based on the waiting time after the players place an order. As long as the players believe that they can buy it sooner or later, they will not buy it from the scalpers. It was our work mistake not to guard against scalpers. It is understandable to give customers some compensation, right? Pei Qian's last sentence was obviously testing the attitude of the system. It stands to reason that the current price of the smart fitness clothes drying rack is already relatively low, and there is not much profit margin. If you want to reduce the price further, you must have a reason that can convince the system. Pei Qian just took advantage of the reason of fighting scalpers and compensating customers to give a discount in disguise. Wouldn't this make the profit margin lower? It was a blessing in disguise. After hanging up the phone, Changyu immediately urged his subordinates to communicate with the OEM factory and prepare the goods as soon as possible. He never expected that after leaving the mobile phone department, he still couldn't get rid of the fate of Monkey Show. As a result, just after arranging the work, his subordinates came to him. Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang, the person who placed the two large orders has been found, and it's not a scalper. Changyu was stunned for a moment. Oh? Not a scalper? Who is it? He was a little surprised. Not a scalper, what does it mean to buy 2,000 smart fitness clothes drying racks at once? The employee reported, the two people are Mr. Yao, from Jinding Technology, and Mr. Pei's rich second-generation friend Shui. Mr. Yao said that they bought the smart fitness clothes drying rack simply because they heard that Tenda was short of funds recently, so they helped a little. The equipment does not need to be shipped. Jinding Group has sportswear and sports drinks businesses, so they are going to hold a lottery event to randomly give away smart fitness clothes drying racks, which can also be regarded as advertising for themselves. Do you think it's okay? Changyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? There is such a thing. Of course it's good. I didn't expect that it was not a scalper, but a friend of President Pei who reached out to help. Is this the personal charm of President Pei? They are so roundabout, they must be afraid that President Pei will refuse, right? They are really thoughtful. The employee said again, those who bought dozens of units have already been shipped, and the probability of them being scalpers is very high. But these orders are basically after the two large orders from President Yao and President Shui. Obviously, they saw that we have fewer smart fitness clothes racks in stock and the popularity is relatively high, so they have the idea of stocking up. Changyu nodded slightly, he made the same judgment. Obviously, the scalpers did not want to speculate on the smart fitness clothes rack at the beginning. After all, this thing is big and heavy, takes up a lot of space, and the stock is relatively sufficient. But after Yao Bo and Shui Zhibin bought 4,000 units at once, the originally abundant inventory suddenly became tight, and it created a false impression that smart fitness clothes racks are very tight. Therefore, many scalpers could not sit still. After all, this is one of the few Tenda digital products that is not subject to purchase restrictions, and the inventory is so tight, so these scalpers have taken action, wanting to stock up some and resell them for profit. This further exacerbated the shortage of smart fitness clothes drying racks, causing them to be sold out in advance. Changyu said, the original plan remains unchanged, and we still have to hurry up to prepare the stock. As for those scalpers, they probably won't be around for a few days. At the same time, in a local warehouse in Jingzhou, several scalpers were staring at the guy from Nifeng Logistics unloading the goods. Just put it here, no need to assemble it. Hard work. It has to be said that in Jingzhou, Nifeng Logistics is really fast. No matter how late the order is placed, it can be delivered the next day. Dozens of smart fitness clothes drying racks were shipped in a row, all piled up in the warehouse of scalpers. The guy from Nifeng Logistics has already determined the identities of these people. After all, buying so many pieces at once, without unpacking or installing them, what else can they be except scalpers reselling? However, the logistics guy didn't say much. Their job is to deliver goods to the door. As for how to restrict scalpers, that is something the company leaders have to consider. If there are no regulations, they can only be treated as normal consumers. After taking great pains to unload all the smart fitness clothes drying racks, the logistics guys left one after another. The scalpers looked at the pile of smart fitness clothes drying racks as if they were looking at a mountain of gold. As professional scalpers, their daily job is to trade various products, including tickets and various digital products, and then resell them for money. When the concert is held, they are the ones standing guard at the door to collect and sell tickets. But it is the first time for them to trade such a large item. Can this thing really make money? If we want to sell it again, we have to pay for logistics fees and installation costs. One of the scalpers was obviously a little worried about this investment. The scalper in the lead smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've seen it all. This thing definitely has the potential to become the best financial product of the year. Look at how popular Fitness War is. Many anchors are recommending it. And this smart fitness clothes rack sells so well. It is said that 10,000 units are in stock, but I saw that more than 4,000 units were sold in just 2 or 3 hours. Just think about it, how big the demand gap is. Even if Tenda rushes to stock up, can it fill such a big gap? Definitely not. And this thing doesn't make much profit. Its actual value is definitely higher than 5,000 yuan. Those who can afford it definitely don't mind adding another 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. These dozens of units, let's not talk about each unit. If we make 1,000 yuan, that's tens of thousands of yuan. If we ask for a higher price, we can make more. The most important thing is that Tenda neglected this time and thought that 10,000 units were enough, so there was no purchase limit. I didn't have the chance to speculate on Tenda's mobile phones before, but now I finally got it, so I have to make a good profit? Another scalper swiped his phone and laughed. Those who didn't buy the smart fitness clothes rack online are scolding us again. The leading scalper laughed. Don't they deserve it? Before, no one wanted the smart fitness clothes rack. They didn't buy it. Now it's popular, and there's no one to buy it. Can we blame us for this? The scalpers laughed, obviously indifferent to the online scolding. However, at this moment, the scalper who was looking at the phone changed his face. What's going on? Brother, look, it's bad. The leading scalper was stunned for a moment, took the phone and saw that it was an announcement just released by Uda Technology. The smart fitness clothes rack is open for pre-order, and rebates are given based on the difference between the date of the reservation and the actual arrival date, with a maximum discount of 200 yuan. Chang, you mentioned the 200 yuan price at the press conference because the profit margin of the smart fitness clothes drying rack is relatively low. So the price reduction of 200 yuan is the limit and it will not be reduced any lower. After the pre-order is opened, it means that players have no reason to buy it at a higher price from other channels. Just make a reservation on the official website and wait for the goods to arrive. The longer you wait, the cheaper it will be. Who would still buy it from scalpers at a higher price? The scalper in the lead also had a sudden change of expression. We just placed an order yesterday, and Tenda's policy has already come out today? It's too fast. But he quickly calmed down. It doesn't matter, it's not a big problem. A 200 yuan discount is not a lot, and with Tenda's speed, even if they are fully stocked, the next batch of products will definitely be 1 or 2 weeks later. What's more, when the next batch of products comes out, there will definitely be people who can't buy them. We should hurry up and sell all these dozens of units within 2 weeks, and we can still make a small profit. With the current market demand, it's not a problem to take these dozens of units from us, and we won't lose money. However, before he finished speaking, the scalper next to him exclaimed again. Brother, look at this again. The scalper in the lead took the phone and found that it was an event announcement of Jinding Group. This time, he couldn't stay calm. From now on, if you buy fitness drinks or sportswear from Jinding Group, you will have a chance to win a smart fitness clothes rack. The quantity is 500. If the cumulative consumption reaches 8,000, you will get a smart fitness clothes rack for free, and the total quantity is 1,000. You can also buy a fitness gift package directly, a box of drinks, a set of close-fitting sportswear, and a smart fitness clothes drying rack. The price is 51.99. The quantity is 2,500, first come first served. All the scalpers present were frozen in place. Jinding Group has provided 3 options. As long as the European emperor buys drinks or sportswear, he has a chance to win. If the local tyrants spend a total of 8,000, they can also be given directly. If you are not European and are reluctant to spend 8,000 yuan to buy his things, there is one last way, which is to spend 5,199 directly. The original price of the smart fitness clothes drying rack is 4,999, but Jinding Group gave a fitness gift package, which contains a box of drinks and a set of sportswear. According to the original price, it is already much higher than 200 yuan. The most important thing is that all these quotas are added together, and there are a total of 4,000 smart fitness clothes drying racks in stock. The activity of these 4,000 clothes drying racks is enough for 1 or 2 weeks. By then, the next batch of Tengda's goods will have arrived. With Tengda's official pre-order and Jinding Group's event, who would be so stupid as to buy the smart fitness clothes rack from scalpers at such a high price? It would definitely be a waste of money. Even if these scalpers can sell it at $51.99, they will still lose money because they still have to bear the logistics and warehousing costs. What's more, it is impossible to sell it at $51.99. One machine loses 200 to 300 yuan. These dozens of machines will lose at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. The goods just arrived, and it was confirmed that they would lose money in just a few minutes, not even overnight. The scalpers looked at each other, all of them looked ashen. It's hard to get the wool from Tengda. Chapter 1063 Gods wound heels automatically. May 23, Wednesday. Pei Qian came to the company early in the morning, just like yesterday, and waited happily for Assistant Qian to report on his work. After yesterday, the building should have been sold, right? The asking price was not high in the first place, so shouldn't everyone be rushing to buy such a good deal? At least many people are interested in trading. However, Pei Qian waited for a long time, but still did not see Assistant Qian come to report. Strange, where is Assistant Qian? Why does he seem so unreliable recently? It's just selling a building, is it that difficult? Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and called Assistant Qian. How is the sale of the building going? Have you found a buyer? Even if it hasn't been finalized, there should be a company that wants to buy it, right? Do they think the price is too high? We can still discuss the specific terms. Assistant Qian replied, Mr. Pei, are we still selling that building? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Of course we are selling it. Assistant Qian hesitated for a moment, but Mr. Pei, so far no company has any intention to acquire that building, and they are not even willing to discuss it in detail. I asked the bosses of several companies, and they said they respected Tengda very much and didn't want to take advantage of the situation. And the smart fitness clothes drying rack has been sold out. Recently, the sales of several games of our company, especially the turnover of mobile games, have also increased significantly. In addition, physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway seem to have ushered in a peak in customer flow. Add in the income from mobile phones and other industries. We have enough working capital. Although there were some gaps before, now not only have they all been filled, but we have also made a lot of money. Since the funds are not a problem, why should we sell the building again? After all, it is the building you carefully selected and planned to open the sloth apartment. It is better not to sell it if you can't sell it. On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian was speechless and fell into a stagnation. What the hell? What did they say? Don't want to take advantage of the situation? Pei Qian almost thought he had heard it wrong. Although Tengda has developed well in Jingzhou, it has not deliberately made friends with local companies in Jingzhou, let alone large companies from other places. They only have some connections with Mr. Li's Fuhui Capital and the Lin family's Shenhua Group, but Pei Qian didn't take the initiative to make friends with them. It was just a coincidence. Therefore, Tenda Group has no relationship with local companies in Jingzhou and some large real estate groups. As a result, these people actually said that they respected Tengda very much and didn't want to take advantage of the situation? Pei Qian was almost speechless. He wanted to beg them to take advantage of the situation and share some of the pressure with him. Assistant Qian said, Yes, Mr. Pei. I talked to several bosses. They all said that Tengda is a model for Jingzhou enterprises. They admire Mr. Pei's business myth created from scratch. They also said that Tengda is in trouble now. If they need help, they can lend a hand at any time. As for buying a building, they don't need to. They said that although they are businessmen, they also know what to do and what not to do. They can't do things that will be criticized by the people of Jingzhou. Pei Qian. Suddenly, I had the urge to throw my phone on the ground. What a psychopath. The mall is like a battlefield. This is not a place where human touch is important. Why are you being polite to me? Pei Qian paused for a long time before continuing to ask, then what's the reason for the increase in game revenue? Assistant Qingshan replied, I haven't investigated this carefully, but I guess it's because after the news of Tengda's financial crisis was exposed online, players spontaneously bought our games for consumption, and coupled with the aftermath of the 515 game festival, our game revenue has increased significantly. The revenue growth of other real industries may also be due to this reason. Also, after some companies knew we were in trouble, they seemed to help us to the best of their ability, which may have a certain impact. Pei Qian frowned slightly, help to the best of their ability? Assistant Qingshan, yes, Shenhua Group, Jinding Group and Fuhui Capital seem to be seeking business cooperation with our company and giving us certain concessions. Pei Qian was completely speechless. Li Shi. Lin Chong. You two again. Isn't this a scam? What are you doing here? Pei Qian was so angry that he couldn't even get a word in. He had planned well to sell a building after the 515 game festival, and then continue to spend money. The players were happy, and President Pei was happy too. Unexpectedly, the building just couldn't be sold. What's worse is that not only did the building not sell, but the money was spent more and more. As soon as the news that Tengda was going to sell the building spread, both the players and the companies that had cooperated with Tengda all swarmed over and tried their best to give money to Tengda. What can we do? Assistant Qingshan asked, then. Mr. Pei, are you still selling the building? Pei Qian was silent for a long time, no. How can I sell it in this situation? In the eyes of many people, this building is no longer just a simple building. It is a barometer of Tengda's financial status. Selling the building means that Tengda's cash flow is not good, and players will burst into unprecedented enthusiasm to recharge in the game, and they can't let Tengda fall. Only by giving up selling the building will players feel that Tengda's crisis has passed and stop recharging. Moreover, there is already a lot of funds now. If the building is sold, how should the extra money be spent? After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian felt very melancholy. Although he had to reconsider how to spend money after selling the building, he had to consider spending money again without selling the building. These two moods are simply worlds apart. Pei Qian roughly considered the new spending plan. The 515 Game Festival has already held a wave of activities. If the Finger Company and Longyu Group do not continue to escalate the money-burning war, the system will most likely not allow large-scale money burning again. However, Pei Qian felt that Eric would not give up so easily. I believed that he would burn money until Tengda's capital chain broke. Don't lie to me. Therefore, Pei Qian planned to divide the funds currently on hand and those that can be obtained in the future into three parts. Part of it will be kept in China to deal with the possible escalation of the money-burning war between Zhito Company and Longyu Group. Part of it will be spread overseas to continue spending money to promote GOG's overseas leagues, and another part will be kept for the first large store that will soon be officially opened. Currently, Tengda has a store in the mall, but it is too small and is only rented for Tianmo to practice. After practicing for so long, Tianmo should have memorized the sales department rules by heart. Pei Qian also went there secretly a few times and confirmed that Tianmo really received customers strictly in accordance with his requirements, so he could basically rest assured. The new large store has been handed over to Liang Qingfan for design, and the decoration should be completed this week and officially moved in. Pei Qian plans to set aside a separate sum of money for store layout, recruitment of sales staff, and other expenses. If this sales department can operate completely according to the plan, more and more stores will be opened and more sales staff will be recruited, but it will not have a big impact on the sales of goods. Wouldn't that make a lot of money? Pei Qian turned on the computer and struggled to plan the next stage of spending goals. At the same time, in the Magic City, Longyu Group headquarters, Zhao Shuming hurriedly knocked on the door of Eric's office. Oh no! Tenda's building is not for sale. Eric was shocked. How could it be? Has Tenda's funds been circulated? Zhao Shuming nodded. It seems so. After the news of Tenda's funding problems came out, players went to consume, and the inventory of smart fitness clothes racks was quickly sold out, and it seemed that several companies secretly provided help. Zhao Shuming quickly reported what he had learned. Although he couldn't understand it so clearly, the ranking of Tenda's various games on the best-selling list, the traffic of various Moyu internet cafes, and the sales changes of smart fitness clothes racks were all obvious and could be found with a simple check. Combining these data, plus the information that Tenda no longer sells buildings, even the stupid netizens can infer a simple fact: Tenda has money again. Eric froze, with incredible words written all over his face. He still found it difficult to accept this fact for a while. Zhito Company and Longyu Group burned money desperately, and Dayak Group also specially put out a large amount of funds to help, and they burned money with reservations. Various burning activities, whether it was lottery or discount, could have a certain degree of blood recovery. Even so, the money wasted. If Eric hadn't had enough determination and perseverance, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Tenda held a 515-game festival, giving away games for free. It obviously spent more money than Finger Company, and the effect was better. I thought Tenda had finally been pushed to the limit and started selling buildings. Although it was too early to see the dawn of victory, it at least proved that Tenda was not invincible and that gods would bleed. However, the current situation is that the god did bleed, but within 2 minutes, the wound healed itself. You know, Tenda still has several payments to be received, and the expenses of various projects are still going on as usual. In this case, Tenda actually relied on the spontaneous blood transfusions of players and the help of some brother companies to overcome the crisis without any suspense. Eric originally thought that he could continue to organize activities and seize the market while Tenda's funds were in circulation. As a result, their activities have not yet started, and Tenda is ready again. Eric felt that his 3 views were overturned. It can be like this? Just a little news of financial constraints was spread, and players rushed to send money? This is too incredible. Eric couldn't imagine what kind of scene this was. If the capital chain of the Finger Company also had problems, would the players pay to buy skins and help the Finger Company overcome difficulties? Just think about it with your feet and you will know that it is impossible. There are only very few companies in the world that have such appeal. This kind of company not only makes good products, but also becomes the spiritual support in the minds of many people, so it is possible to have such a response. Zhao Shuming also sighed. I thought that Mr. Pei's operation was a suicide, but I never expected that it was actually a life of death. Could it be that Mr. Pei had long anticipated that the reputation that Tenda had built up over the years would play a key role at this time, so he spent money so confidently and boldly without worrying about the problem of the capital chain? Then what will we do next? Zhao Shuming's voice became smaller and smaller. They both knew their current situation very well. It was like fighting a boss. They had tried their best, used medicine and props, and saw that the boss was a little bit overwhelmed, and saw the dawn of victory. Unexpectedly, the boss squatted on the ground and took a breath, and then the blood bar was full again. This feeling is really desperate. Eric was silent for a moment, and suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said, the new stage of marketing plan decided before, put it on hold for the time being, don't do it. There must be a trick in this. They originally thought that Tenda's funds were already stretched to the limit and could not be turned around in the short term, so they had already formulated a plan to burn money in the next stage, thinking of taking advantage of Tengda's relatively weak critical period to grab a large market in one fell swoop. However, after discovering that Tengda seemed to have been well prepared and was on high alert, Eric suddenly backed off. Boss Pei's methods were simply elusive and hard to guard against. What's more terrifying is that Boss Pei always seemed to be ahead. What if Boss Pei also anticipated the money-burning plan of Longyu Group in advance and was ready to block it? If we continue to spend money foolishly according to the original plan, we might fall into Mr. Pei's trap. Eric said, cancel all plans. Let's wait and see what Mr. Pei does. We must not be tricked by Mr. Pei again. Zhao Shuming nodded immediately, understood. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1064, Want to run away after flirting? I fell in love with you reading website, and lost money to become the richest man from playing games. May 24th, Thursday. At 10 a.m., Pei Qian went to Moyu Internet Cafe to have brunch before slowly coming to the company. He came very early the previous 2 days, mainly because he was very much looking forward to selling the building. Now that the building is not for sale, there is naturally no motivation to come early. As soon as I arrived at the office area, I saw that the employees took a lot of snacks and coffee from the water bar, and it seemed to be back to the way it was before. No, it seems that they took more than before. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Very good. This is my good employee. Although the employees couldn't eat much money even if they ate hard, it was a good thing that made President Pei happy. He should have smiled, but when he thought of the huge pressure of spending money, Pei Qian couldn't be happy again. So he went into his office silently. The 2 employees looked up at President Pei's back and began to whisper. Looking at President Pei, is our company's crisis really over? Yes, this is President Pei in good times. Looking at President Pei's serious expression, the company's funding problem must have been solved. We can eat without worry. It was solved so quickly. I don't know if it was because the problem was not that big, or because President Pei is so awesome. It must be because President Pei is so awesome. Funding is simply a money problem. How can it be easy to get money? But President Pei just sat in the office these few days, and immediately a large amount of money came in. Players paid money one after another, and other companies also lent a hand. Tenda solved the difficulties that were as difficult as ascending to heaven for others. By the way, I also heard that this crisis helped Tenda establish a high prestige. It played a role in deterring competitors. What do you mean? Tenda has some competitors in various fields. Rivals, right? I heard before that some companies were planning to take advantage of Tengda's funding problems, but before these companies could use their tricks, Tengda's crisis had already been resolved. This is just a precaution, right? How can it be a deterrent to rivals? Think about it, when a general company encounters funding problems, it is often in a state of panic, robbing Peter to pay Paul, and is in a state of embarrassment. But what about Tengda's funding problems? It was calm and relaxed, using the power of others to fight against it, and it was easy to solve. Players paid money one after another, and other companies also lent a hand, and the problem was easily solved. Seeing this, would those competing companies still dare to fight a price war with Tengda? I see. What about the Finger Company and Longyu Group? Oh, them? They are probably the most shocked. They originally wanted to kill Tengda when he was weak, but they didn't expect to be resolved so easily by President Pei. I think they should be quiet for a while, at least they dare not make trouble again in the short term. But I think President Pei may not let them go. As the saying goes, it is better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. When we recover, we must settle accounts properly? I don't know about that, but with President Pei's character, he will definitely not let them go easily. In the office, Pei Qian sneezed. Achoo. The air conditioner is a little high. Pei Qian silently wrapped the small blanket around him again. It is about to enter June, and the weather in Qingzhou is getting hotter day by day, so the air conditioning in the building is turned on very high. Everyone has to bring a coat to work to avoid catching a cold in the company. The small blanket that Pei Qian has hardly used all winter is put to use again. He turned on the computer and checked the official website of Finger China. Didn't find what I wanted. I checked the official website of Longyu Group, the official Weibo of Zhito Company and Longyu Group and other related channels. In the end, nothing. What's going on? Shouldn't it be time for Eric to fight back? Why is there no movement at all? Pei Qian had predicted that Eric would continue to spend money after the 515-game festival, and continue to put pressure on Tenda. For this reason, he specially reserved a part of the funds to deal with Eric's spending plan. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will move randomly. Anyway, as long as Eric spends money, Pei Qian will find a reason to fool the system. Oh no, a legitimate reason to fight back, and then he can make a spending plan according to the approximate scale of the opponent's spending, and then float it up. Unexpectedly, the opponent seemed to be dead and there was no movement. Too inefficient. Shouldn't you have made a new plan during the 515-game festival? Why haven't you come up with it yet? Wait a little longer. Pei Qian wrapped himself in a small blanket, leaned back in the boss chair, watched a movie, followed a few episodes of the TV series, and finally played a game for a while. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 hours passed, and it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Pei Qian had eaten brunch at 10 o'clock in the morning, so he was not hungry at all now. He planned to leave at 4 o'clock and go to Moyu Internet Cafe to have a meal, and today's meal would be solved, but before that, he had to spend an hour to finalize the new money-burning plan and arrange the previously reserved money before he could leave with peace of mind. However, after opening the official websites of Zhito Company and Longyu Group, as well as the official accounts on Weibo, Pei Qian was stunned. There was still no new announcement. Pei Qian finally realized that something was wrong. The 515-game festival ended yesterday. Even if Eric was inefficient, there should be a new money-burning plan today, right? As a result, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still no movement. This means Eric will probably not make any new moves in the short term. Pei Qian felt like a pure boy who was deceived. Liar. Didn't you say before that you would burn until death? Why did you give up after encountering a little setback? What should I do with the new money I earned? Pei Qian was speechless, because if Eric stopped burning money, although he could continue to burn money for activities, the amount would definitely be subject to many restrictions. If it is a general marketing activity, the system will not care, but most of these activities will make money. If it is pure money spending, the system's supervision is flexible. The more intense the market competition, the higher the amount of money the system allows. If the other party stops while you are spending money, then Pei Qian will not be able to spend money legitimately anymore. Thinking of this, Pei Qian's remaining good impression of Eric was consumed again. It was Eric who wanted to fight the money-burning war, and Pei Qian was ecstatic and immediately joined in. But he never expected that Eric would suddenly back down in the middle, and Pei Qian's money spending worked. Players paid money to support him, and the smart fitness clothes drying rack also sold well. This way, he not only made money, but also gained reputation. Then, Pei Qian wanted to spend the money he made, and Eric didn't play anymore. Don't you think it's infuriating? Pei Qian refreshed the page several times, and then very reluctantly accepted the fact that Eric will not fight a money-burning war in the short term. It was a waste of expectations. Pei Qian instantly felt bored. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to the company. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep comfortably at home? Of course, Pei Qian didn't intend to let Eric go. If you don't want to burn money, don't burn it? There is no such a good thing in the world. Pei Qian had already reserved some money for the promotion of GOG overseas leagues. In the future, Tenda will have more funds coming in. Then he will find a suitable time to organize another wave of money-burning activities to force Eric to keep up with the pace. Want to run away after flirting? That's not that easy. Pei Qian was about to leave the company and go home to sleep when the phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Lin Wan calling. Huh? Could it be that Qingshan studio has encountered some difficulties? Pei Qian quickly picked up the phone. Boss Pei, I have something to discuss with you. The research and development of VR glasses is already in progress, but after several revisions, it was found that the original research and development funds seem to be insufficient. Now if you want to achieve the best performance, you have to pay more, or slightly reduce the level of hardware configuration. Pei Qian was excited when he heard it. Not enough money? That's great. This is simply timely help. Pei Qian immediately said, why are you hesitating? Pay more. How much? Wait a minute, I'll be there. Less than half an hour later, Pei Qian had arrived at Qingshan studio. This time he came not only for money, but also to see how Qingshan studio is doing now. The office area with basically the same configuration as Tenda was already full of people, with few empty seats left. All the employees were doing their jobs and working hard. Lin Wan introduced, Boss Pei, I carefully selected these people. Only a small number of them are from Jingzhou. Many of them were recruited from Guangzhou, the imperial capital, the magic city, and other places with their families. Do you think everyone's work attitude is okay? Is there anything that needs to be improved? Qingshan Studio's first game was a VR game. Although the VR glasses were developed by Xinhua Group, Qingshan Studio also needed to participate in the design and docking, and the game and equipment must be highly matched. Therefore, some core employees in Qingshan Studio must have VR-related design experience, or at least have a relatively in-depth understanding. After all, VR games are a different form of game compared to traditional PC games and mobile games. There are big differences in the game interface layout, operation methods, and gameplay. Jingzhou does not have so many professional talents, so Lin Wan also sent people to first-tier cities such as the imperial capital, Magic City, and Guangzhou to recruit people to make up the current team. Many of them were unwilling to change cities, but Qingshan Studio offered them very high salaries and gave them a lot of subsidies. In addition, the operation of Tenda Group in recent years has made Jingzhou a holy place in the minds of many office workers, so they can be successfully recruited. Pei Qian glanced at the office area. If I have to say something about improvement, I think everyone eats too little snacks. Chapter 1065. You guys have a good connection. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. Pei Qian explained, at Tenda, each employee consumes an average of 3.2 packs of snacks per day, coffee and drinks are not included, basically from work to get off work. This is still under the premise that many employees have decided to lose weight and control themselves. But Qingshan Studio is obviously still far from this number, and we still have to keep up the good work. The amount of snacks eaten can show the degree of employees' work commitment. If you eat more snacks, it means that the employees are working hard and thinking hard, and they consume more energy, so they need to eat a lot of snacks as a supplement. So, we still have to work hard in this regard. Lin Wan's expression was a little surprised. Eating less snacks? Is this also a problem that needs to be improved? Or, is there actually a deeper information behind this that can be explored? Lin Wan frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, a light bulb suddenly flashed. I understand, President Pei. You are these employees who have just joined the company not long ago. Not eating snacks actually reflects that their attitude at work is still relatively old-fashioned and not relaxed enough? And game creation is an industry that requires inspiration. Only by fully relaxing can good designs be made, only in a relaxed atmosphere can communication between colleagues be more harmonious and smooth. So eating less snacks reflects that the team is not well coordinated and the atmosphere is not active enough, which will actually affect the daily work status and the quality of the game. Seeing the big picture from the small, only if everyone can eat a lot of snacks steadily and safely can the entire team get on the right track faster. Then I will send everyone a notice in a while to encourage everyone to eat more snacks in the future. Distribute according to the amount of 2 packs per person. Pei Qian was shocked. He just said casually that he hoped that the employees of Qingshan Studio could eat more snacks and work less, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan to come up with so many things in less than a second. Sure enough, is this an old employee of Tenda? Pei Qian couldn't help but want to put his hand on his forehead, wondering what was going on. How did he train so many weird employees? But there was no way to explain it now. Pei Qian could only acquiesce to Lin Yuan's method and immediately change the subject. Let's talk about the VR glasses. Lin Yuan nodded. Let's go to the meeting room, my brother is here. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Pei Qian saw Lin Chong, who was looking down at his phone. Lin Chong looked up and smiled when he saw Pei Qian. Hey, President Pei, you're here? Has the capital turnover problem at Tenda been resolved? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this asking knowingly? Don't think I don't know that you are the one behind this. Although Pei Qian didn't think so much at first, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Logically, the sloth apartment building should be very popular, so why is no one interested? If all companies don't want to take advantage of the situation, this is actually a bit far-fetched, because it is impossible for all interested companies to respect Tenda enough to give up such a big piece of fat. So, most likely someone is telling them behind the scenes. As for who this person is, it's actually easy to guess. It's nothing more than one of Li Shi or Lin Chong. And Li Shi doesn't have such great power. His influence is limited to Jingzhou. He is actually not influential to some large real estate companies in the country. Once this is ruled out, the answer is obvious. In this incident of hindering the sale of the building, Lin Chong definitely exerted great power. Pei Qian chuckled. I have to thank Mr. Lin for his help. Although Pei Qian tried his best to use a sarcastic tone, Lin Chong still didn't notice it. Instead, he waved his hand a little embarrassedly. Hey, Mr. Pei, you are too polite. We are just friends. No need to thank me. Actually, this is just a piece of cake for me. It's just a matter of making a few phone calls. Boss Pei has contributed so much to Qingshan Studio, and he is even willing to sell the building to provide this funding. How can such a friendship be measured by money? Boss Pei, please don't take it to heart if you can't even help with this little bit. Pei Qian. Why can't you tell whether it's good or bad? Am I thanking you? If the system wasn't controlling my mouth, I would have already spoken sweetly to you. Pei Qian was speechless and sat down on a chair at the conference table. Let's get down to business. I heard that the R&D funds for VR glasses are insufficient. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, that's right. We originally set the R&D funds for both games and VR glasses at 20 million. There is absolutely no problem with the game, it is definitely enough, but VR glasses encountered a little problem. In fact, according to our original design, the money is about the same, but after the specific design and communication with the factory, we changed several versions of the plan, and Lao Song wanted to use some new technologies. As a result, the cost went up. Lao Song is the product manager in charge of the VR glasses project at Xinhua Group. The investment in hardware R&D can be more or less, and the fluctuation is actually very large. The key is to see to what extent it is achieved, not to mention a single device. Even the development of a handle has cost Microsoft hundreds of millions of dollars. But this is too much attention to details, such as the ergonomic design, durability, feel and unique appearance of the handle, which need to be repeatedly modified, adjusted, and tested. But many domestic manufacturers actually make handles, and the R&D funds for such handles are much lower. Of course, there will be a difference in feel and actual use experience between good and bad handles, but the difference will not be that big. In other words, the convenient handle is not unusable. After all, you get what you pay for, and you get two things for two. For this kind of somatosensory device, the cost of improving the feel by 1 point is very huge. In VR equipment, the first generation of Oculus Rift, which was very sensational, was made with only $2.5 million of crowdfunding, which also included part of the production and stocking money. Many domestic companies also use crowdfunding to develop VR glasses. For example, a domestic VR glasses company that uses 8K as a gimmick raised $3 million in crowdfunding and developed the VR glasses with the highest resolution in the world. Although the base station and handles use existing technology, it is enough to show that the research and development of VR glasses does not cost that much money. The current VR glasses do not actually have much advanced technical content. The difference from traditional displays is only the display method. The two lenses of VR glasses are based on different visual fields and create different pictures in the local space. Deep cognition forms a virtual reality field in the user's brain, which creates a display effect different from the traditional screen. In other words, the information is still the same information, but it is just a different form to show these pictures to players. The investment of $20 million by Qingshan Studio can be converted into $3 million, which is actually a relatively large investment at present. Ordinary companies dare not spend this money to do VR, fearing that they will lose all their money. What's more, VR glasses have something in common with mobile phones. For example, they both need chips and basic ISO operating systems, which are undoubtedly the strengths of Tenda Group, and a lot of money can be saved in this regard. Originally, the money was enough, but Lao Song, as a product manager, was a bit of a geek. He had some new ideas during the design process, and the development of the handle was indeed more difficult than originally expected. So after several versions of the design plan, he found that the funds were a bit stretched, so he reported to Lin Wan for instructions. Lao Song even came up with a plan for a somatosensory glove, but he quickly rejected it, because there are several problems in making gloves, which are difficult to solve with current technical conditions, such as the size of players' hands varies greatly. Making gloves means making many sizes, and even if many sizes are made, they may not be completely compatible with players' hands. And gloves are uncomfortable if they are a little bigger. If it is a handle, it can be made into a one-size-fits-all size, so that all players can use it comfortably. Moreover, in order to complete the corresponding functions, the handle must have batteries, sensors, joysticks, buttons, and other configurations. Gloves with these things will definitely be too bloated and heavy, and it will be very inconvenient to operate. Therefore, the glove solution is not feasible with the current technical level. Even if it is made reluctantly, the user experience will not be good, so it is still honestly returned to the handle solution. But even if it is a handle solution, because it is different from the existing VR handle, the money required for research and development is more than previously expected. Upon hearing this, Pei Qian became alert, his eyes lit up instantly. I thought at that time, the money must not be enough. You could have done it with 15 million at that time. I was worried that the money was not enough, so I increased it to 20 million. Now it seems that 20 million is not enough. We must increase it more. Hearing this, Lin Chong hurriedly said, no problem. Whatever you increase, we will increase it on Xinhua. Pei Qian glanced at him, a little speechless. What are you doing here? Pei Qian didn't want to bring Lin Chong to play, because Pei Qian was going to lose a lot of money. If Lin Chong also paid the same amount of money, wouldn't he also lose money? For this kind of thing, it's better to let President Pei bear it alone. But when he thought of the good things Lin Chang had done in the past few days, Pei Qian instantly lost sympathy for him. He deserved the loss. Pei Qian chuckled, okay, Tenda will invest another 10 million. Lin Chang was stunned for a moment. Ah? Do you need so much? Pei Qian coughed twice and said, if it's not convenient for Mr. Lin, it's okay for Tenda to pay for it all. Lin Chang waved his hand quickly, no problem. What's the problem? Shenhua will also invest another 10 million, no problem. 40 million is almost equivalent to nearly $6 million, which is twice as much as the funding for the foreign VR glasses that caused a sensation before. Is there no problem now? Although he supports his sister, Lin Chang still instinctively feels a little weak. 10 million is not a big number for Shenhua Group. He is worried that after investing this money, if the project fails, it will cause a huge blow to Lin Wan. But since it is Mr. Pei who has decided to add money, then add it, Lin Wan nodded, that's definitely enough. But, Mr. Pei, is there really no problem with Tenda's funding? Or you should keep the money and let my brother pay for all the 20 million. Pei Qian's face darkened instantly. Tenda's funding is fine, very good. You don't have to worry about this. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to focus all your energy on the research and development of equipment and the design of games, and strive to get the product out as soon as possible. Anyway, when this product comes out, it won't be long before it loses a lot of money. Lin Wan nodded, okay, I'll talk to Lao Song later. In this way, his previous designs can be implemented, and he will definitely be very happy. By the way, Mr. Pei, you finally came here. Do you want to see the current art concept map of Animal Island? Pei Qian thought for a while. Yes, after all, there is still a long time before the game demo is released. Looking at the art concept map, you can also roughly know the general style of the game and imagine the game screen. Lin Wan took a laptop from the side, found a few concept maps of the game, and showed them to Pei Qian and Lin Chang. Pei Qian glanced at it and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Q version of the concept picture is perfect. The background of the concept map is an island in the sea, with lush vegetation and picturesque scenery. The main part of the picture is various anthropomorphic animals, such as cats, dogs, lions, bears, rabbits, etc. Some of them are fishing with fishing rods, some are chopping trees with axes, and some are farming with hoes. There is also a strange robot with a steam style, which helps these animals manage the farmland and has a steampunk-style farmland irrigation system. Of course, it is also a Q version. For painters, Q version is relatively easier to get started compared to realistic painting style, because as long as they are not particularly gifted, Q version paintings will not be too ugly. But it is difficult to master Q version, because the key to Q version is to extract the outstanding features of the original image and recreate it. How to make Q version characters cute and recognizable while retaining the core essence is a very difficult task. And these pictures are obviously masterpieces of masters. Pei Qian was very happy. Masterpieces mean expensive. It is definitely a good thing to spend more money. This picture is obviously the work of a master. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Pei Qian asked, casually. Lin Wan smiled and said, why talk about money with Mr. Wan? We have a long-term cooperation price. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and a question mark instantly appeared above his head. Is this drawn by Ruan Guangjian? Pei Qian felt a little confused, because he remembered that Ruan Guangjian seemed to mainly draw realistic paintings. Lin Wan nodded and said, yes, the boss is the boss, and he can draw Q version paintings so well. Pei Qian was silent. He suddenly remembered that Ruan Guangjian's realistic paintings didn't mean he couldn't draw Q version paintings. When Pei Qian went online to find an artist for Ghost General, he found Ruan Guangjian because he saw that all of Ruan Guangjian's representative works were Q version paintings. He suspected that he couldn't draw realistic paintings at all, so he found him. Mission and Choice was just released not long ago, and Wang Guangjian came to work on Animal Island? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed, you guys have a good connection. Chapter 1066, Mayu Internet Cafe Transformation, VR Experience Zone. The additional investment in VR glasses has been decided. Tenda Group and Shenhua Group will each contribute 10 million yuan, and the total of 40 million yuan will be more than enough to develop a pair of VR glasses, and the final product will definitely be one of the most technologically advanced ones on the market. However, this also brings huge risks. After all, the current VR industry is developing very slowly, and there is no such thing in China. If nothing unexpected happens, this pair of glasses will most likely be priced at more than 4,000 yuan, and the profit will not be too high. How many people will spend money to buy it? How many glasses must be sold to recover the 40 million research and development costs? If each VR glasses can make 400 yuan, the sales volume must reach 100,000 to recover the cost. At present, it is very difficult to find 100,000 people in China who are willing to spend more than 4,000 yuan to buy VR glasses. If you want to expand the user base, you have to reduce prices for promotions, which will further dilute profits. The final sales figures may be much higher than this. After doing some calculations, Pei Qian felt inexplicably happy. Luckily, my goal is to lose money. If the goal was to make money, he would never have made up his mind to do such a high-risk thing, but now, the higher the risk, the more I look forward to it. Pei Qian looked at his watch. It was past 4 in the afternoon. He had to be very efficient. He rushed here at 3 o'clock. The time on the road plus the time spent talking about things only passed a little over an hour. Money should be spent quickly. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. Lin Chang and Lin Wan sent him out together. As soon as he went out, he saw Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin coming towards him. Hello, Mr. Pei. The two hurriedly greeted him. Since Lin Wan left Shangyang Games, the place has been completely taken over by Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin. Although Yi Zhizhou is the person in charge on the surface, Wang Xiaobin is actually responsible for other work. The two people divided the work and cooperated, each handling different things. For example, the development of Fitness Battle was all handled by Wang Xiaobin. After the establishment of Qingshan Studio, Pei Qian asked Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin to take more time to come and help, hoping that Qingshan Studio could get on the right track quickly, so that Lin Wan would no longer think about returning to Tenda Group. This time Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin came over. Obviously they also had work to discuss. Pei Qian looked at his watch. It's almost time to get off work, you guys hurry up. The two hurriedly said, okay, Mr. Pei. We will definitely get off work on time. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, you should also pay more attention to the work of Qingshan Studio. If you are too busy, it is okay to put the work of Shangyang Games on hold for the time being. You must prioritize, understand? The two nodded again. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Pei Qian was quite satisfied with the attitude of the two. After saying hello to everyone, he left. The success of Fitness Battle should obviously be blamed on Wang Xiaobin. But strangely, Pei Qian did not have any thoughts or mood to blame him. Why is this? Maybe it is because the success of the game is too common, not to mention that he was just stabbed hard by Mission and Choice, so Pei Qian's pain sense has been a little dull. However, Pei Qian still did not forget to take precautions against the next move of Shangyang Games. After these two people took over as the person in charge of Shangyang Games, Fitness Battle has been successful, and they will definitely be ambitious to develop new games. If they make new games, wouldn't they have to continue making money? How could President Pei let them succeed so easily? So, Pei Qian specifically told them to pay more attention and help Lin Wan deal with the affairs of Qingshan Studio. If they were too busy, they could even temporarily put aside the work of Shenyang Games. Anyway, the project at Qingshan Studio has been decided. One more or one less person will not have much impact on the progress of the project. This will not only temporarily stop Shenyang Games, but also allow Lin Wan to adapt to life away from Tenda more quickly. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Of course, this cannot be said too clearly. But Pei Qian believes that Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin will definitely attach great importance to his words and implement them unswervingly and seriously. After leaving Qingshan Studio, Pei Qian took a car back to Moyu Internet Cafe near his residence, preparing to have dinner and then go home to rest. Today is Thursday, and there are fewer people in Moyu Internet Cafe than on weekends, but the seats on the first and second floors are still full. However, compared with the previous scene when it was popular, the crowding situation has improved to a certain extent, and the load of the entire internet cafe has almost returned to a normal level. Pei Qian knows that this is because Moyu Internet Cafe has opened more and more branches. At present, the main development direction of physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe is Jingzhou, other cities in Handong Province, and the three super first-tier cities of Imperial Capital, Magic City, and Yongqing. There are especially many industries in Jingzhou. After so many branches, these old stores are no longer crowded. They look much quieter, and Pei Qian feels more comfortable every time he comes here to eat. However, the current situation of Moyu Internet Cafe still worries him, because among all the physical industries, Moyu Internet Cafe started the earliest, has the greatest reputation, and makes the most money. Moreover, Xiaopeng is not a good person. Now Moyu Internet Cafe has evolved to the 3.0 stage, which always makes Pei Qian feel insecure. So every time he eats, he thinks about how to reduce the income of Moyu Internet Cafe, and today is no exception. But the solution is not so easy to think of. Because Moyu Internet Cafe was divided into multiple areas such as coffee area, audiovisual area, book area, and store when it was first designed, and many useless functions were added. And the most profitable internet area has spacious seats. In this way, it is actually very difficult for the entire internet cafe to make a profit, which is just at the critical point that the system can allow. If there is only one computer in the entire internet cafe, it is indeed not profitable, but the system does not agree. However, it is difficult to make a profit, but it is still profitable. After making a profit, the entire internet cafe suddenly entered a virtuous circle. Because of its spacious location, excellent conditions, and rich functions, Moyu Internet Cafe became synonymous with high-end internet cafes. When people nearby went to high-end internet cafes to surf the internet, the first thing they thought of was Moyu Internet Cafe. Some people even called to make reservations and recharged large amounts just to reserve a seat in advance. Other businesses in Moyu Internet Cafe also made a lot of money, such as the drinks at the bar and the store on the second floor, which accounted for a large part of the internet cafe's income. Pei Qian wanted to make some changes, but the current situation was really difficult to start. After a visit to Qingshan Studio, Pei Qian suddenly had a new idea. And this idea quickly formed a perfect plan in his mind. Pei Qian immediately called Xiaopeng and asked him to come over. Since the business of Moyu Internet Cafe entered the super first-tier cities, Xiaopeng has become a busy man, often flying between several cities, but fortunately, he happened to be in Jingzhou this week, so he came quickly. Xiaopeng was very happy to see President Pei. But just as he was about to say hello, he was stopped by Pei Qian. Xiaopeng immediately understood that there were many people in the store and he couldn't let it out. There are many regular customers at Moyu Internet Cafe, but because Tenda has done a good job of keeping secrets, these regular customers think that Pei Qian is just President Pei's actor, not the real President Pei. Only the staff of the Internet Cafe know his true identity, and the staff are all very cooperative with his acting. As for Xiaopeng, as the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, he has also had some occasions to show up, but not many people know him. Just like most people don't care who the owner of a chain internet cafe is or what he looks like. So, Xiaopeng and Pei Qian were just like two ordinary customers, walking around the Moyu internet cafe. Xiaopeng had a very expectant expression on his face, because President Pei hadn't contacted him for a long time. The last time President Pei gave guidance on the business of Moyu Internet Cafe was when they opened stores in super first-tier cities, but that was not real guidance, but a hint from President Pei after he put a lot of advertisements in super first-tier cities. This kind of face-to-face detailed guidance can be traced back to the great success of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, but at that time President Pei only asked Xiaopeng to continue opening branches and did not give any substantial guidance and suggestions. As we all know, within Tenda, nothing is more precious than President Pei's personal guidance. Because of President Pei's deep insight into the laws of business, his guidance is very philosophical and foresight. As long as he analyzes carefully, he will definitely make a huge leap in the business he is responsible for in the short term. However, Moyu Internet Cafe has not received any advice from President Pei for more than 9 months. Although Moyu Internet Cafe is currently developing very well, and has made good progress in super first-tier cities such as the capital, the Magic City and Guangzhou, Xiaopeng always feels uneasy. Today, President Pei finally remembered Moyu Internet Cafe and wanted to give some advice. How can it not be exciting? Pei Qian and Xiaopeng came to the second floor of the Internet Cafe. Do you know about Qingshan Studio? Pei Qian asked. Xiaopeng nodded, yes. I heard that Qingshan Studio is developing a VR game? Pei Qian pointed to the camera position on the second floor of the Internet Cafe. After the VR game development of Qingshan Studio is completed, the original game area on the second floor will be changed to a VR game area, and all will be equipped with new VR headsets and controllers. Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 has many branches. Because the shops are rented, the specific structures are also different, so the layout is not exactly the same. But overall, they are divided into several parts such as game area, bar, coffee area, library area, store, and small movie theater. Compared internet cafes may not have a small movie theater and library area, while larger internet cafes divide the game area into 2 floors upstairs and downstairs. Pei Qian now wants to replace the entire game area on the second floor, which is half of all available computers, with VR equipment. The reason is also very simple: VR takes up more space. Chapter 1067 President Pei is always one step ahead. Although the seats in Moyu Internet Cafe are much more spacious than those in other internet cafes, there is a limit to how spacious they are. When players are surfing the internet, all they need is a table and a chair. Even if there is enough space on both sides and behind for other people to move around freely and give enough margin, it is only 4 or 5 square meters at most. Although VR equipment can theoretically be played in a space of 4 or 5 square meters, this is only the basic space required for the game, and the buffer area is not taken into account. If it is in your own living room or study, 5 square meters of space is enough, because this is a private space, and there is basically no need to worry about bumping into things or other people during the game. But it is different in the internet cafe. If the available area for 2 players is 5 square meters, but because both of them are constantly moving and waving their arms, it is easy to bump into each other, affecting the game experience. Therefore, to be on the safe side, if you want to change to a VR device experience, you have to make a partition, and the space must be larger than your own home. The area you really need is at least 6 or even 7 square meters. Each device adds 2 square meters of floor space, so the number of customers that the entire space can accommodate is much less, isn't it? Moreover, VR games are just for the sake of novelty, not a long-term solution. Most customers' real needs are to play games with friends on the computer, and they mostly play PC games. Moyu Internet Cafe has just opened this VR game experience area. The result is that the attendance rate is good at the beginning, but it will soon become deserted, and no one will pay attention after the craze. People on the first floor want to play, but there are no seats. The VR equipment on the second floor is all empty, and no one comes to play. What a wonderful scene. Then, Pei Qian came to the store of Moyu Internet Cafe, which is the sales area. This is also the layout that was finalized when Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 was first planned. This sales area is not large, with only 4 or 5 containers, and basically sells peripheral products related to games, such as mice, keyboards, controllers, etc. After Moyu Internet Cafe developed the ROF installation business, there are also some products such as graphics cards, memory, or ROF complete machines for sale and display here. As far as Pei Qian knows, the peripherals sold here are quite good. Because Zhang Yuan was in charge of the Moyu Internet Cafe before, the staff they hired were all very knowledgeable about computers. The keyboards, mice, and headphones they chose were all classic models from well-known first-line brands, and they were definitely easy to use. After players came here to look around and try it out, they found it very useful and paid for it directly. Although it is more expensive than the online sales, most customers who can come to Moyu Internet Cafe to consume do not care about the price difference. After Moyu Internet Cafe became popular, the flow of people was very large, and this also became a large source of income for Moyu Internet Cafe. Pei Qian said, all third-party products here, including keyboards, mice, headphones, etc., are all cleared out and will not be sold in the future. We will only sell our own products of Tenda. Of course, the original recommendation function must be retained. The clerk can still recommend keyboards, mice, and other peripherals to customers, but after the recommendation, let the customers place orders online by themselves, and we will not make money from this middleman. In this way, Moyu Internet Cafe will lose another source of income. Although it may generate profits after replacing Tenda's products, in general, Tenda currently has relatively few products, and this place can only display a few items in total. Compared with the previous categories, it can be greatly reduced, and sales will definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, after the professional sales team led by Tian Mo is formed, Pei Qian will arrange for the sales staff there to occupy all the sales areas of Moyu Internet Cafes in turn, which will have a dissuading effect on customers. In this way, the income of Moyu Internet Cafes will definitely decrease. Although it may not decrease a lot, it will add up. Now that Moyu Internet Cafe has opened so many stores, if each store reduces the price a little bit, the total will be a huge number. Xiaopeng frowned and thought seriously. Obviously, he was interpreting the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's words. Xiaopeng was one of the earliest employees of Moyu Internet Cafe. He witnessed the process of the entire Moyu Internet Cafe turning losses into profits. Moreover, he was in charge of the 2.0 and 3.0 models of Moyu Internet Cafe. He has a very deep understanding of the entire business model of Moyu Internet Cafe. Obviously, he felt that there were some problems with Mr. Pei's plan. Boss Pei, VR games are likely to be the general trend of future game development. I understand this very well. But VR games are still too immature at present. The number of players is not 1 or 2 orders of magnitude lower than that of computer players. Compared with computer players, the number of players interested in VR games is probably less than a fraction. Of course, I agree that Moyu Internet Cafe should open a VR area, but it shouldn't take up the same amount of space as computers, right? I think 1:2 is about right, or even more. Pei Qian laughed. I knew that Xiaopeng would not be so willing to accept this money-losing plan. But it doesn't matter, Boss Pei has his own eloquence waiting for this group of diehards. You are right. The VR player group is indeed several orders of magnitude lower than the PC player group. But, have you ever thought that it is precisely for this reason that we need to use more VR equipment? Ah? Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment and did not react for a while. Pei Qian explained, 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, internet cafes were much more popular than they are now. Why? Because most players at that time were relatively poor and could not afford high-end computers and could not get the best gaming experience, so they chose to go to internet cafes with friends to play games. Why has the entire internet cafe industry changed in recent years? Internet cafes are becoming fewer and more refined, from low-end internet cafes with smoky and chaotic atmosphere to high-end internet cafes with elegant and comfortable environment. It is because the functions of internet cafes are different. Now everyone's economic level is high, and more people have high-end computers, so the target group of internet cafes is narrowing, and the model has to be changed. Xiaopeng nodded, agreeing with this point. Obviously, this is one of the key reasons why Moyu Internet Cafe can stand out among a number of internet cafe brands. It is the earliest brand of high-end internet cafes and has been ahead of the entire market for a full 1 or 2 years. Pei Qian continued, in the future, internet cafes may not disappear, but their attribute of being used for playing games will definitely fade. In addition, in recent years, there has been a trend of the gradual decline of PC games and the rapid rise of mobile games, which makes the situation of internet cafes even more difficult. There are indeed fewer players in VR games, but have you ever thought, it is precisely because VR is a new thing and there are fewer players willing to buy VR glasses that they are more inclined to experience it in internet cafes? And in Moyu Internet Cafe, a large number of VR glasses are equipped to satisfy the enthusiasm of players to try out the game as much as possible, so that the entire VR player group will expand faster? Pei Qian's expression was serious, just like the real thing. In fact, he knew very well that in his memory, this should be a business model that is not very feasible. At least those high-end internet cafes in his impression did not replace half of the internet cafe computers with VR glasses. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect his nonsense to fool Xiaopeng. Pei Qian was convinced that with his powerful ability to deceive people and his acting skills, coupled with his aura as the helmsman of Tenda Group, he could make Xiaopeng understand everything and make him accept the decision. Sure enough, Xiaopeng showed a look of realization after thinking deeply. So that's it. The success of Moyu Internet Cafe is due to its insight into the development law of the entire internet cafe industry, and it is ahead of all its peers. And now that a large number of high-end internet cafes have emerged and competition is fierce, we must once again take a big step forward and once again be ahead of all our peers. The VR experience area will be a core selling point that distinguishes us from other internet cafes. Mr. Pei is indeed far-sighted. After suddenly realizing it, Xiaopeng suddenly thought of some ideas. Mr. Pei, if that's the case, I have a suggestion. We can change all the computer tables and monitors on the second floor into foldable forms, put the host on the top of the head with a shelf, hang the mouse, keyboard, headphones, head display, etc., and fold the chairs. In this way, in the folded state, players have enough space to experience VR content, and when the table and stool are unfolded, players can also play computer games normally. Pei Qian. You are really a smart guy. Obviously, Xiaopeng's plan is a more compromised plan. Although the entire VR experience area is mainly for experiencing VR, it is also possible to surf the internet and play games normally. This is like taking out an insurance policy. When the VR craze subsides, players can still come back to play computer games. Pei Qian laughed in his heart. Xiaopeng, if you didn't tell me and did it secretly, I would definitely have no way to deal with it afterwards. But you told me now, wouldn't it allow me to take precautions in advance? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, of course not. It shouldn't be a big problem to make the monitor and computer desktop foldable. But if the chair is also foldable, it will definitely be uncomfortable to sit on. No matter how well the folding chair is designed, it is difficult to compare it with a special ergonomic chair, gaming chair, or single sofa, because the premise of folding must sacrifice comfort. We want to give players the most perfect experience, we can't make do with it like this. Xiaopeng thought for a while. Mr. Pei, you make sense, this is indeed inappropriate. But even if you play VR games, you still need a host, right? After all, those large VR games are all calculated on the host. And when opening the game platform or searching for content, you still need to use a keyboard, mouse, and monitor. Even if the chair is not needed, these can't be saved, right? Pei Qian thought about it, and it was really the case. With the current technical level and content of VR headsets, it is impossible to completely replace PCs. Many contents need to be set up on the PC before wearing the headset to experience. VR all-in-one devices can only run VR games of similar size to mobile games. For those large-scale games, they still need to rely on computers for calculations. Therefore, the display, host, keyboard and mouse are still indispensable. Chapter 1068 Fitness Battled VR version, added. Pei Qian nodded. Well, you are right, the entire VR experience area does need to be redesigned. In this way, the host is still placed on the shelf above the head, and the power button is led down through a line. Then the entire VR experience area is made into a compartment style. The display screen is hung on the partition in front, and below is a foldable table with a bracket on the table, hanging the keyboard and mouse. The table is designed to be the right height for standing use. The VR headset and handle are hung on the partitions on both sides for easy access. In this way, the table has two forms, flat or against the wall. When players use it, it is laid flat by default, and they can use the keyboard and mouse to find games on the computer and enter VR mode. Then the table can be placed against the wall to leave space for game experience. Because the keyboard and mouse are fixed by the bracket on the table, as long as the mouse is stuck in the bracket before putting it down, there will be no embarrassing situation of hanging in the air. Only, if players like to play computer games while standing, then play. Pei Qian felt that this kind of players should be a minority. Xiaopeng nodded. Okay, then I will arrange it according to this method. But, Mr. Pei, have you ever thought about this? Moyu Internet Cafe is already a bit overcrowded. If half of the computers in Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 are removed and replaced with VR, won't it further aggravate the crowding? Then I can only open more branches. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Good, are you threatening me? What's the matter? You think you are so great about opening more branches? It's as if you won't open a branch if I don't change this VR game area. How fresh. Now the branch has been opened like dumplings. Anyway, it's all open. Changing the VR experience area can reduce the income of all stores by a large margin. I won't lose anything. Pei Qian waved his hand. Open it if you want. I told you that I won't restrict you from opening a branch. You can open it however you want. Xiaopeng nodded happily. I understand, President Pei. Then I will start preparing. Building a VR experience area is not a project. It can't be done in 1 or 2 days. After all, you need to build partitions, purchase equipment, etc. I plan to renovate it in batches. It just so happens that I asked Liang Qingfan to help redesign the internet cafe before. I haven't found a good opportunity. I can take this opportunity to complete it together. Although such a change is expensive, I believe that by then, Moyu Internet Cafe will be completely renewed and its turnover will reach a new high. Pei Qian said in his heart, hee, and denied Xiaopeng's last sentence several times. A new look can be considered, but it is better to reduce the turnover. Soon after Pei Qian left Qixing Studio, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin came to the conference room and met with Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong, the current chief designer of Qixing Studio, to study some design details of Animal Island. Lin Wan took a few documents from the side, picked one of them after searching, and asked his assistant to make a copy. Soon after, this document was sent to every employee. Each of these documents is a design plan for the new VR glasses, and the one picked by Lin Wan is the final plan. Lin Wan said, Mr. Pei has already made the decision. Tenda and Shenhua will each add 10 million yuan in investment, which means that the research funding for this VR glasses has reached 40 million yuan. So, the design plan for VR glasses can almost be finalized, and the most expensive version will be used. Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaoban, and Kai Jiadong all picked up the document and read it carefully again. Old Song had many ideas before, and they were sorted into several versions of the plan according to the different R&D funds and the final selling price. The version that everyone is most satisfied with was temporarily shelved due to insufficient research and development funds. Now that the funds are in place, there is naturally no need to hesitate any longer. Lin Wan introduced, this VR glasses will adopt the solution of all-in-one machine plus wireless wired streaming plus binocular head 6DoF positioning system. The lens has 4K resolution, the highest refresh rate of 120 Hz, and the field of view of 125 degrees. The 5000 mAh battery can provide continuous gaming for 2.5 hours. Although there are not many VR devices at present, and they are mainly in foreign countries, there has been a clear polarization in the development direction of VR glasses. One is a pure VR headset that must be connected to a computer and matched with a positioning base station, and the other is a VR all-in-one machine with a built-in chip that can be used alone. The two methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Relatively speaking, pure VR headsets must have a better experience, a higher price, and are lighter. For example, in Pei Qian's memory, a VR glasses with 8K as a gimmick has a 200-degree field of view and a resolution of up to 8K. Compared with the screen parameters of a number of VR all-in-one machines, it is completely crushing. But VR all-in-one machines also have their significance because they have more usage scenarios. VR headsets must be used with high-end computers and connected by wires, which means that they cannot watch VR movies independently and cannot be too far away from the host. In addition, the relatively high price makes most players have little desire to buy. VR all-in-one machines are relatively heavier because they have chips and a large battery, but they do not need to be connected, making them more flexible. Moreover, they can have built-in programs, so you can play some low-configuration VR games without a computer, similar to the level of mobile games. If you want to play large-scale computer games, VR all-in-one machines can be solved by wireless or wired streaming. This is actually the strength of Shenhua Group. It is precisely because of the confidence in the wired and wireless streaming technology of this pair of glasses that Lao Song prefers to use the all-in-one solution. These specific parameters are actually finalized by Lao Song after repeated thinking. The binocular head 6DoF positioning system used by the all-in-one machine simply does not require a positioning base station, but has two cameras in front of the glasses to shoot the real environment and locate according to the captured images. Although the accuracy is slightly worse than that of the base station, the difference is not obvious, and ordinary players cannot feel it. Moreover, these two cameras have special uses. When the player leaves the safe zone or in some special circumstances, the glasses will no longer display the game screen, but the real screen captured by the camera. It's just that this picture is blurry, just like the picture seen by a myopic patient with 300 or 400 degrees. Another very critical parameter is the screen quality. The resolution of VR glasses directly determines the player's user experience. The first generation of VR glasses all used 2K resolution, but 2K resolution is obviously not enough and must be increased to 4K. In fact, even 4K cannot completely eliminate the rasterization effect of VR, but the cost of increasing the resolution is too high, which is difficult to achieve with the current technical level. In order to obtain the best gaming experience, a refresh rate of 120 Hz is also necessary. If it is only 60 Hz, there will actually be some lag and you cannot get the smoothest gaming experience. If watching movies is the main function, 60 Hz is enough, but if you want to play games, you must use 120 Hz. The field of view is the viewing angle of VR glasses. If it is too high, the player will feel like looking at things through the crack of the door, which is quite cramped. However, the viewing angle cannot be unlimited, because the larger the viewing angle means the larger the lens. The larger the lens is, the higher the cost is, and the original resolution will also be stretched. For example, a 100-degree field of view can maintain 4K, but if it is pulled to a 200-degree field of view, the resolution may only be 2K. The human eye's binocular overlap field of view is 124 degrees, the range of attention when focusing is 25 degrees, and the horizontal viewing angle of both eyes can reach up to 188 degrees. That is, when VR glasses have a 200-degree field of view, they will give players an extreme sense of immersion, and there will be no black borders in the field of vision. But this is too extravagant after all, and it is not a solution that can be adopted at this stage. Lao Song set the field of view to 125 degrees, which is in line with the normal overlapping vision of both eyes. Although the peripheral vision of the eyes can still glimpse some black borders, there is no longer the feeling of being cramped and looking at things through the crack of the door. Such screen quality plus the chip of the all-in-one machine will obviously greatly increase its energy consumption, and the 5000 mAh battery is only enough for playing for 2.5 hours. This battery life is actually quite suitable, because VR games are different from computer games. The sense of immersion is too strong. If you play too much, you will feel dizzy and tired. It is actually more reasonable to take a break after playing for 2 hours. Of course, if you are connected to the line, you can play while charging, so there is no time limit, but it will be inconvenient to move. This battery is not, so a rear-mounted design should be adopted to balance the weight of the entire glasses, that is, the battery part is pressed on the back of the player's head. In this way, the price of this VR glasses is set at $45.99. It still exceeds the psychological bottom line of many people. In fact, at the beginning, everyone wanted to try to control the price to around 3,000 yuan, so that it would be more affordable for consumers and more conducive to the popularization of the equipment. But there was no way. Many parameters could not be reduced after being increased, and the price naturally could not be reduced. Everyone read the information carefully and basically had a clear idea. Because the specific parameters of this VR glasses will affect some things in the game design can be an art of dancing in shackles, because in all the eras since the birth of games, its specific content is subject to the limitations of hardware parameters. And how to do the best possible under limited hardware conditions is a test that all designers must face. The crowd did not get to the point immediately, but chatted for a few words first. Lin Wan asked, "How is the situation at Shangyang Games?" Wang Xiaobin smiled, "Everything is good. Fitness Battle is considered a success. At the beginning, I was worried that the refund mechanism would cause a sharp drop in revenue, but it did not. Instead, it stimulated the players' recharge enthusiasm. In addition to continuing to release new props for Fitness Battle, there is basically no other work." Lin Wan asked again, "What will the next new project be?" Wang Xiaobin shook his head, "I don't know, wait for President Pei to give the task. The two of us do have some ideas, but they are not very mature." This topic ended here. Lin Wan sorted out the information and prepared to move on to the next topic. But at this moment, Yi Zhizhou, who was sitting next to him, suddenly looked up and seemed to realize something. "Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Maybe Mr. Pei has hinted at our next new project?" Wang Xiaobin and Lin Wan were both surprised. "Ah?" Yi Zhizhou suddenly became excited and said to Wang Xiaobin, "We just met Mr. Pei at the door." "What's Mr. Pei like?" Wang Xiaobin tried to recall. Mr. Pei, let us fully cooperate with the work of Qingshan Studio. If it doesn't work, we can put the matter of Shangyang Game aside." Yi Zhizhou said, "Isn't that right?" Wang Xiaobin still looked confused. "Why is it right?" Yi Zhizhou paused and explained, "The matter of Shangyang Game can be put aside for now, which means that we don't rush to start new projects and conceive new games. Fully cooperating with the work of Qingshan Studio is obviously not just helping to design games. After all, no matter how much we cooperate, the design work is mainly based on the designers of Qingshan Studio. But our cooperation is not necessarily limited to this. We can also do something that is helpful for VR glasses. For example, can we also develop a VR version of Fitness Battle? I suddenly realized that Fitness Battle and VR, isn't this a good match? Chapter 1069 Cooling Solution. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be a little bit consistent. Lin Wan, Wang Xiaoban, and Kai Jiadong thought about it for a while and immediately understood what Yi Zhizhou meant. Fitness Battle is a fitness game. When designing this game, the reason why so many characters with distinct personalities are made in the game and players can develop characters through fitness is to increase the stickiness of this game. Only when the game stickiness is high, players will enjoy it and play it for a long time, and the fitness effect will be achieved. The characteristic of VR is that it has a strong sense of immersion. If Fitness Battle is changed into a VR game, then those development characters that could only be seen in a small tablet computer can appear in the player's field of vision in VR in a very real way. The subtle changes in the figures of these characters and the effects of each set of clothing changes will be more obvious in the eyes of players, and their interaction with players will be more immersive. This will undoubtedly greatly increase the stickiness of the game, allowing players to have a higher enthusiasm to develop characters in the game through fitness, to obtain calorie coins or directly recharge to purchase props in the game. After all, a skirt has completely different effects when seen on a mobile phone and in VR. On the other hand, Fitness Battle is also more suitable for VR devices at this stage. Because it is a mobile game, the configuration required is not very high and it will not take up a lot of space. This means that this game does not require a computer, and can be directly streamed to VR glasses with a mobile phone, or even directly installed in VR glasses, free from the constraints of the host. Moreover, it is a cute style, just like the Animal Island that is being planned. This will be more conducive to avoiding the defect of insufficient resolution of current VR devices, so that the grid effect seen by players is not so obvious, ensuring that players get a good gaming experience. Moreover, the matching of Smart Fitness Clothes Rack and Fitness Battle is already very perfect. There is no need to make any changes to the operation mode when developing the VR version of Fitness Battle. After entering the game, players of the professional version can still use the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack according to the prompts. Of course, some very basic operations in the game, such as selecting some options in the game title interface, adjusting interface settings, drawing props, etc., still need to be completed with a handle. These are the characteristics of Fitness Battle matching VR games. If this game can be perfectly ported to VR, then the lovely ladies in the game can come out of the narrow tablet and come to the players very realistically, giving them an unprecedented experience. But Kai Jiadong couldn't help but frown as he listened to their discussion, and said, "Indeed, making Fitness Battle into a VR version can improve the performance of the entire game by more than one level." But I thought of a problem. In order to enhance the immersion and sense of substitution in the game, the VR helmets on the market will try their best to avoid light leakage from VR glasses. Therefore, manufacturers will choose to use masks to completely cover and wrap the player's eye area, so as to bring a better sense of immersion. The problem caused by this is that it is very stuffy and hot. Although foreign VR glasses have used highly breathable foam and lightweight composite support structures to make masks to improve the wearing comfort, it has only improved slightly at present, and it still cannot perfectly solve this problem. If we make a fitness VR game, the problem of heat may be more obvious, and it is difficult to guarantee the best fitness experience for players. After Kai Jiadong finished speaking, the other three people all fell into deep thought. Obviously, what he said still makes sense. In fact, heat is only one aspect of the problem. If it is just a little sweat, then many people can still endure half an hour of exercise to complete it. The more serious problem is that the seal inside the VR glasses is too good, so that the moisture around the eyes cannot evaporate naturally after sweating. The water vapor will condense on the lens, making the entire field of vision blurred, seriously interfering with the normal game process. Although the amount of exercise in general VR games is relatively low and will not cause such problems, the exercise intensity of Fitness Battle is seriously benchmarked against professional gyms, and this problem is definitely more serious than other VR games. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wan suddenly thought of something and searched through the pile of abandoned plans before. Soon, she took out one of the plans and turned to one of the pages. With the addition of heat dissipation design, do you think this problem will be improved? Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaobin, and Kai Jiadong passed it around. This was a plan that was abandoned before. It uses the latest generation of flagship chips for mobile phones, but in the end, because the new generation of flagship chips generates too much heat and consumes too much power, it will seriously shorten the use time of VR glasses and cause the front panel to overheat, so it was abandoned. Although it was abandoned, when working on this plan, Lao Song put a lot of effort into the cooling system of the VR glasses in order to suppress this flagship chip. First, the heat dissipation of the VR glasses themselves. In addition to adding a large amount of graphite heat dissipation material into the glasses like mobile phones, a very thin long strip heat dissipation port is also left on the front of the VR glasses to dissipate all the heat inside the machine through the fan. Secondly, the heat dissipation of the face after the VR glasses are worn. The solution is to install a horizontal bar that will not touch the player's forehead in the upper area of the two lenses of the VR glasses. This horizontal bar will run through both sides of the VR glasses and leave two vents at the position blocked by the straps on both sides. The horizontal bar will also be covered with openings, which will form air circulation with the sealed internal space of the glasses after wearing, and then the fresh air flow blown by the fan will quickly evaporate the sweat around the eyes. In this way, the problem of blurred lenses caused by sweat accumulation around the eyes can be solved. Moreover, the vents left on both sides are blocked by the left and right straps, and the vents on the horizontal air duct are very small. Even if a small amount of light leaks in from the vents, it will not cause obvious light leakage and will not affect the player's gaming experience. Moreover, at the beginning of the design, Lao Song also proposed a very interesting idea. When heat dissipation is not needed, this design can also simulate natural wind, and create a feeling of breeze in combination with the gameplay in the game. Kai Jiadong nodded slightly. Well, this solution can greatly alleviate the problem of heat dissipation inside the glasses. But the heat dissipation at the joint with the VR glasses still cannot be solved. Also, our VR glasses weigh 340 g, which is slightly heavier than mainstream VR glasses, because of the battery. Will you feel tired after wearing them for a long time? This is also a problem. The parts that fit the VR glasses are made of highly breathable foam, so the parts that are close to the skin cannot dissipate heat and will still sweat. The weight of VR glasses is also a problem. Although the current design is to place the battery at the back and weight the entire VR glasses, so there will be no pressing the bridge of the nose, it will definitely be a bit tiring to exercise with the weight of 2 apples for a long time. Yi Zhizhou thought for a moment and said, I heard that there seems to be a company abroad that is developing ultra-lightweight VR glasses under 200 g. The appearance does not differ much from ordinary sunglasses. If we can also achieve this level. Lin Wan immediately shook her head. No. It is not impossible to achieve less than 200 g, but the battery must be greatly reduced, and the chip cannot be retained, including the camera positioning system inside, etc. All must be cut off. In the end, it will just be a toy with a short battery life and no advantages except lightness. We want to bring the players the richest gameplay, not toys. She looked at Kai Jiadong again. I think your way of thinking is too limited. This may be the thinking mode you formed in the previous company, but you must change it as soon as possible here. Kai Jiadong was stunned for a moment. Limited thinking? Lin Wan nodded. Yes, but this is not your own problem, but a common problem of other companies, except Tenda. The typical manifestation is that you can't grasp the key points, don't know the priorities, and only see the problems and risks, but can't see the opportunities behind the risks. Looking at Kai Jiadong's blank eyes, Lin Wan explained, any new thing has defects, and any attempt has risks. As an emerging industry, VR must have many defects at its current level of development. This is unavoidable. But if you only see risks and problems, but don't propose solutions, you can only give up. And giving up means missing an opportunity. The reason why Tenda can grow so fast is that President Pei is not only not risk-averse, but is very keen on finding risks. Of course, finding risks is not to foolishly do some meaningless risky behaviors, but to accurately see through the risks and see the opportunities behind the risks. Think about it, what is the core purpose of the VR version of Fitness Battle? Is it really to provide players with a comfortable and long-term fitness solution? Of course not. Its core purpose is to show players a possibility of the future. Players are not paying for a comfortable fitness program, but for a future possibility. Whether it is comfortable to use is indeed a problem we need to work hard to solve and improve, but even if this problem cannot be completely solved, we don't need to worry about it at all. Because it is not our core goal. Kai Jiadong nodded suddenly. I see. It seems that my way of thinking is indeed a bit rigid and can't keep up with the latest trends. Lin Wan's meaning is very clear, that is, the VR version of Fitness Battle is just a supplement to show players a future possibility. A game or a product cannot be perfect and can please everyone. It is successful if it can achieve its main goal. Chapter 1070, The Current Situation of Against Wind Logistics. So far, Fitness Battle has planned 3 versions, namely the mobile game version, the professional version of the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack, and the VR version. The goal of the mobile game version is to expand the player group, increase the popularity of the game, and provide players with the most basic game experience. After the trial, guide players to buy the professional version. The goal of the professional version is to provide players with a fitness experience comparable to that of a private gym trainer, exercise the body scientifically, and let players stick to it for a long time through the stickiness of the game. The goal of the VR version is to show players the display effect of the new VR technology, comprehensively enhance the immersion and sense of substitution of the game, and give players more reasons to recharge in Fitness Battle or buy smart fitness clothes racks and VR glasses. In other words, even if players buy VR glasses, they don't need to wear them all the time for fitness. Daily fitness check-ins can be completed with a mobile phone or tablet. Only when you need to watch the characters in the game change clothes or occasionally feel good, you need to experience it on VR. Some players pay more attention to the actual fitness effect and comfortable experience, while some players care more about the immersion of the game and want to observe the sister closely. Different players will naturally have different choices. The VR version of Fitness Battle is equivalent to providing an additional option for players who don't care much about comfort. The so-called opportunities behind risks actually means that VR games are just getting started. If we give up the development of similar games because of the wearing problem, there will never be similar games. Then Fitness Battle will be the only VR game on all VR game platforms that has both fitness and cultivation functions. This gives many players a reason to buy it. As a designer, you can't wait until the equipment technology develops to the point where it can perfectly meet all your requirements before developing games. By then, it will be too late. After adding the ventilation system, the problem of internal heat dissipation can be improved to a certain extent to ensure the player's gaming experience. Moreover, there are VR games that require intense exercise. For example, Beat Saber in Pei Qian's memory, the amount of exercise under high difficulty is comparable to some aerobic exercises. You can sweat profusely in 10 minutes, but it does not affect many players from playing happily. These people can fully tolerate the heat and inconvenience of VR headsets, because a good gaming experience will allow them to temporarily ignore these defects. The crowd quickly finalized more details. It is not difficult to transplant Fitness Battle to VR devices, because if nothing unexpected happens, this latest VR device will use Shenhua's customized operating system, which is essentially the same as a mobile phone. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban's goal is to install Fitness Battle directly into VR glasses, and try to achieve good game effects even without computer streaming. This is very important and can greatly reduce the threshold for players to play. Then, it is to continue to make more props, and continuously provide players with motivation to continue to exercise or recharge Krypton Gold, forming a virtuous circle. May 25, Friday. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian was in Moyu Internet Cafe and had just finished lunch. Thinking of the changes that will happen to Moyu Internet Cafe in the future, Pei Qian felt a little excited and looking forward to it. This afternoon, he planned to take Tianmo to Tenda's experience store to see the decoration there and solve any problems as soon as possible. If there are no problems, let the sales team hurry up and move in and burn money. At this time, Pei Qian's phone rang. Lu Mingliang? Pei Qian was a little surprised, because he hadn't contacted him for a long time. How long had it been? Pei Qian couldn't remember, probably more than a year since he won the Best Employee Award and left the Tenda game department. LV Mingliang took over the Nifeng Logistics, which Pei Qian valued the most, and worked diligently to make Nifeng Logistics continue to expand and continue to lose money, making great contributions. Yes, if there is a credit book, LV Mingliang should undoubtedly be ranked first. Originally, Lao Ma was a strong competitor for this position, but after Lao Ma made some troubles 5 times and made a lot of money, Pei Qian's balance in his heart had seriously tilted towards LV Mingliang. Why did he call? Could it be that something happened at Nifeng Logistics? Pei Qian was very nervous. Nifeng Logistics, this money-burning tree, must not have any problems. Pei Qian immediately picked up the phone. Mr. Pei, I want to report to you in person, but I found that you are not in the company. When do you have time? Let's talk in person. Pei Qian thought for a while. I'm near the company, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Pei Qian immediately went to the company and met LV Mingliang in the reception room. It had been a long time since they last met, so Pei Qian chatted with Lu Mingliang for a while and asked if he had any problems in life. He quickly got a negative answer. This was expected. After all, Tenda's benefits were very good, and the salaries of these responsible people were also very high. The current housing prices in Jingzhou had not risen. With salary, commission, and various benefits, it would not be a problem to buy a house and a car within 1 or 2 years. Lu Mingliang could sense that although President Pei had not asked about Nifeng Logistics for a long time, he obviously valued him very much. Even more than core departments such as Tenda Games. It can be seen from President Pei's eyes and every move. Therefore, Lu Mingliang was very moved, and then took out the report materials he had prepared long ago. Mr. Pei, let me briefly introduce the current development of Nifeng Logistics. In recent months, Nifeng Logistics has also expanded to super first-tier cities such as the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Guangzhou, as well as the surrounding areas radiating from them in accordance with your previous strategy. Probably because Tenda has a good reputation nationwide, the development in these areas is much faster than in Jingzhou, and the number of our stores is growing very fast. Currently, we have the largest number of stores in Jingzhou, up to nearly 300, while the number of stores in the other dozen cities in Handong province fluctuates around 7,100. The number of stores in the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Guangzhou is basically around 120-150, and in the cities around the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Guangzhou, Nifeng post stations are also opening continuously. All Nifeng post stations together have reached more than 4,000 stores. Listening to Lu Mingliang's report, Pei Qian couldn't help but be shocked. Nifeng post stations have actually opened more than 4,000, this speed is really amazing. Of course, Pei Qian's impression is that Sanyao post station has opened more than 40,000 stations across the country, and the number of Nifeng post stations is still far from that coverage rate. But if it is only in the 4 key cities of Jingzhou, Imperial Capital, Magic City, and Yangqing, the coverage rate is actually very high. Especially in Jingzhou, almost all express delivery, last mile, will choose to be delivered by Nifeng post station. Then, Lu Mingliang began to continue to introduce the losses of Nifeng logistics. Nifeng post station needs to bear the rent cost and staff salary, and there is also an additional expense for normal operation. Originally, each Nifeng post station had a net loss of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per month, but now it has improved significantly and only lost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. This is mainly due to 2 reasons. First, as the Nifeng post station stalls are getting bigger and bigger and the promotion is getting better and better, the customer base it serves is getting larger and larger, so the originally inconspicuous additional income has increased to a certain extent. Second, Lu Mingliang has also thought of some ways to increase revenue and reduce losses. For example, the most basic, the express delivery business. Originally, few people chose this business, but with the holding of the 1024 Digital Festival and the increasing recognition of Nifeng Logistics, more and more customers choose to let Nifeng Logistics come to their door to help them send express delivery. Nifeng Logistics can make a few cents for each order. This money is not earned from customers, but mainly from other express delivery companies. Because Nifeng Station collects all the express delivery nearby and delivers them to the express delivery companies, it saves these express delivery companies the cost of door-to-door pickup, and naturally also charges a certain fee. This business looks insignificant at the beginning, but after the number increases, it is also a very considerable income. In addition, Lu Mingliang also thought of some other ways, such as setting aside an area in the store of Nifeng Logistics to sell a little bit of goods, or accepting some advertisements on the packaging of Nifeng Logistics. Of course, advertising cannot be accepted randomly, and it is still mainly based on Tenda's own products. Some merchants with good reputation and good credibility can also consider cooperation. In this way, the net loss of each Nifeng Station store has dropped from the initial 7,000 to 8,000 per month to 3,000 to 4,000 per month. But it is still losing money. These 4,000 Nifeng post stations mean a monthly net loss of more than 10 million. Most of this loss is made up by other related businesses of Tenda, such as Moyu Internet Cafe, ROF installation, O2 technology, etc. All new mobile phones and new products of ROF installation and O2 technology are shipped by Nifeng Logistics, and the corresponding delivery fees will be paid. Pei Qian also continuously allocated some idle excess funds of Tenda Group to Nifeng Logistics. After all, it can earn money steadily. In this way, although Nifeng Station has been losing money, it has also been receiving financial support. LV Mingliang kept in mind the task assigned to him by President Pei. Stopping losses is only one aspect, and the key is to expand and open stores as soon as possible. During this period, he focused on opening stores, expanding the initial 200 Nifeng stations to more than 4,000. Pei Qian listened to the report and nodded slightly. Although he was not very satisfied with LV Mingliang's efforts to reduce losses, this is human nature after all. Although the average loss per store has decreased, the total loss is increasing, which is not bad. Very good, keep it up. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Seeing President Pei's appreciative expression, LV Mingliang was completely relieved. Although President Pei had planned Nifeng Station from the beginning and did not care about short-term profits and losses, it has been losing money for almost 2 years, and the money lost has been incalculable. Will President Pei lose patience and change his mind? Now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. This made Lu Mingliang feel more at ease, and he also took the opportunity to put forward his own suggestions. Boss Pei, I think the time is almost ripe. We can start to undertake regular express delivery business and start to make a profit. Chapter 1071 Nifeng Logistics Business Expansion. Additional update. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. LV Mingliang paused and continued, at present, we already have 4,000 Nifeng post stations. You know, some domestic express delivery companies have only more than 2,000 outlets across the country. We have surpassed them in number. Nifeng Logistics has been losing money like this and can only rely on transfusions from other industries. This is not a long-term solution. We must further reduce losses and increase profits in order to develop better. So, I think we should start preparing for cross-city regular express delivery business and grab this profit from other express delivery companies. For a long time, Nifeng Logistics has actually been doing the dirty and tiring work that other express delivery companies are most reluctant to do. The last mile problem has always been a major problem that plagues the express delivery industry. Because it is very convenient to transport from the transfer point to the express delivery outlet, a truckload of goods can be directly pulled over, but the labor cost of delivering the express delivery one by one from the outlet to the door is high. For the same express delivery, other express delivery companies do the most convenient and profitable part, while Nifeng Logistics does the most troublesome and lowest profit part. Nifeng Logistics solves the problem of the last mile for other express delivery companies. On average, it only charges 2 to 4 cents for each item. Although it mainly collects small items, it still loses money, and the effort is not proportional to the reward. Some platforms have proposed a solution of building express lockers and letting customers pick them up by themselves. But the problem is that this express locker collects money from the express company and saves a lot of costs for the express company, but passes the last mile of running errands to consumers. Consumers walk and move things, and the space occupied by the express lockers is also provided by the community. In the end, it saves the express company trouble and makes money for the express lockers, but they don't get any benefits. The door-to-door service that they should have enjoyed is also discounted. Some customers like to pick up their own items at the express lockers because of the problem of commuting time, but this can only be one of the options. Those who don't want to go out cannot be forced to pick up their own items. This is an overly cunning behavior and actually infringes on the legitimate rights and interests of consumers. Nifeng Station allows couriers to deliver goods to their homes, and also allows customers to pick up items at their homes. Picking up items at their homes can also earn some points. This is the solution to protect consumer rights. Of course, Lu Mingliang is very dissatisfied with the current situation where others eat meat and Nifeng Logistics can only drink soup. He will not force other companies to drink soup, but why can't I do the meat-eating business? Isn't it just collecting the express parcels, sorting them at the distribution center, loading them to the target city, sorting them again, and then sending them out? Why can't Nifeng Logistics make the most of this? It didn't do it before because there were too few stores and the coverage was not enough, so it had to be laid out first. Now there are more than 4,000 stores, and a big man still only drinks soup and doesn't eat meat, and ends up starving himself. Is this appropriate? Obviously it is very inappropriate. So he came this time, on the one hand, to report to President Pei on the recent situation of Nifeng Logistics, and on the other hand, to test President Pei's attitude towards this matter, hoping to expand Nifeng Logistics business as soon as possible. Not to mention turning losses into profits quickly, at least start the cross-city express delivery business first and reduce some losses. Otherwise, if the losses continue like this, it seems that the person in charge has been sitting on the job and eating for nothing, and even the person in charge can't raise his head when they get together. Pei Qian's expression instantly became very solemn. It's bad. Obviously, Lu Mingliang had worked diligently for Nifeng Logistics for more than a year, and he would never be satisfied with opening stores repeatedly. This was the only way Lu Mingliang could endure it for so long. If it were someone else, he would have come to protest half a year in advance and demanded to expand the business. Pei Qian thought about it and decided that it was not easy to refuse directly. Lu Mingliang is a down-to-earth person. He does things steadily, completes tasks very seriously, and has strong execution ability. He took the initiative to propose this opinion, which is enough to show that he has thought it over and over again, and he came to him because he couldn't hold it in any longer. There are already more than 4,000 stores, and the most difficult last-mile problem has been solved. Cross-city express delivery is nothing more than a matter of convenience. Why not do it? Apart from the unspeakable reason of deliberately losing money, Pei Qian really couldn't think of any other reason to reject Lu Mingliang's proposal. But just agree to Lu Mingliang's proposal in its entirety? That would definitely not work. If logistics is done well, it will make a lot of money. Nifeng Logistics is losing money well. If it turns losses into profits again, Pei Qian will vomit blood on the spot. Therefore, it is necessary to make certain adjustments to Nifeng Logistics business, appease Lu Mingliang, and ensure that this business adjustment will allow Nifeng Logistics to continue to lose money. Pei Qian quickly thought of a good idea. Well, you are right. Nifeng Logistics should make some business adjustments. But there is one thing to note. Although Nifeng Logistics has reached 4,000 stores, they are all distributed in 4 regions. With Jingzhou, the imperial capital, the magic city, and Yongqing as the 4 core cities, it radiates to the surrounding areas. But in the vast areas outside these 4 areas, such as general provincial capitals and second-tier cities, there are no stores at all, let alone those small county towns. If we want to develop cross-city express delivery business, we can't deliver to this city or that city. How can we be competitive compared with other express delivery companies? Some other express delivery companies have only 2,000 stores, but they are all over the country. They even cover some small counties. This is the essential difference. Their stores cover a very large area. Although there are many express deliveries, they are slow to deliver and often lose items. They can guarantee that most cities in the country are covered. We can't. LV Mingliang was a little calm. Then Mr. Pei, what do you mean is that we can only do regular express delivery business after our stores are all over the country? When will it be? Pei Qian smiled slightly. What I mean is that we can do it, but we have to form differentiated competition with other express delivery companies. If we just rent a warehouse, buy some equipment to build a sorting center, and then rent some large trucks to transport goods, what is the difference between Nifeng Logistics and other express delivery companies? My idea is to give full play to the current advantages of Nifeng Logistics and make it faster than all express delivery companies. And to be faster than other express delivery companies, we can no longer use the traditional land-based transportation method. We do air transportation. Talk to airlines about cooperation and rent planes to transport goods. With Jingzhou, imperial capital, magic capital, and Yongqing as the centers, there will be at least 1 flight per day for round-trip cargo transportation, so there will be 12 flights per day to deliver express goods to the corresponding cities. Then, these goods will be sorted and sent to surrounding cities by traditional land transportation. This is faster than other express companies. Of course, it is limited to the areas covered by our business. Outside these 4 areas, we do not provide any delivery or pickup services for the time being. LV Mingliang was stunned. It turned out that President Pei did not disagree with his opinion, but thought ahead. At present, the delivery method of express companies in this world is still mainly land transportation. If you send express from Yongqing to the imperial capital, it will take 3 days. If there is a delay, it will take 4 days or even longer. And President Pei's idea is to take Jingzhou, imperial capital, magic capital, and Yongqing, the 4 cities with high coverage of the Nifeng station, as the center, and divide their surrounding cities into a land transportation area. By using pure air transport between these 4 cities, the express delivery that originally took 3 days to arrive by land can be shortened to 1 day. And within the region, such as from Jingzhou to other cities in Handong province, it can be transported by conventional land transport. Although it may not have a clear advantage over other express delivery companies in terms of speed, don't forget that Nifeng Post is owned by Tenda. For the same goods, Nifeng Post will definitely give priority to its own express delivery, and then deliver the express delivery of other express companies. In this way, in the areas covered by Nifeng Post, using Nifeng Logistics to send and receive express delivery will definitely give you a better experience than ordinary express companies. Those more than 4,000 Nifeng Posts are not built for nothing, and they must be effective at this time. What Pei Qian really cares about is actually very simple. The threshold for air transportation is high, and you can spend more money. Is the fuel cost of a plane flying a trip the same as that of a few large trucks running a long distance? Moreover, the air transportation charges will definitely be much higher than ordinary express delivery, and there will not be many people using it in the early stage. Moreover, there are strict restrictions on air cargo, and many things cannot be put on the plane. At that time, whether a plane is full or not, it must take off on schedule. Flying empty, isn't this pure money? What's more, cooperating with airlines, leasing aircraft, and even building airports and purchasing aircraft in the future, etc., are all huge expenses, and there is great potential for burning money to upgrade in the future. Of course, if air transportation can be done, then land transportation will definitely be easy to do. With the further development of Nifeng Logistics, Nifeng Station will surely spread to more cities, and long-distance transportation will certainly not be able to be carried out only by air. Gradually, land transportation will also be used, including rail transportation and long-distance freight, but those are things that need to be worried about in the future. In the short term, Nifeng Logistics will only do the current cross-regional air transport and interregional land transport method, which will definitely lose money. As for which goods can be delivered and which cannot be delivered, which places can be sent and which places cannot be sent, these will be checked by the lowest level couriers. As long as the courier checks whether the goods meet the standards and whether there is a Nifeng Post at the destination before the customer sends the goods. If there is, then use Nifeng Logistics to send it, if not, then use other couriers to send it. After the business expansion, the Nifeng Logistics section on the Tenda Life app must also be updated to support players to check the location of their couriers in real time. However, these are things that Lu Mingliang will have to worry about for some time in the future. Pei Qian said, "That's roughly the situation. Of course, we need to cooperate with airlines, lease aircraft, and rent factories in the suburbs to build sorting centers. We also need to further update the entire express logistics system to make the transfer between different steps smoother. All of these require a lot of preliminary preparation work. How about this? I'll give you 3 months to make preliminary preparations and negotiate business. After 3 months, I'll allocate a special fund to you to gradually implement the new business." In fact, the main reason is still the problem of funds. Tenda has just recovered from the previous money-burning war. Although it is recovering quickly, Pei Qian has already thought of many ways to spend the money again. The business upgrade of Nifeng Logistics this time is an unplanned expense, and Pei Qian has not arranged special funds before. To rent an airplane and build a batch of sorting centers in various cities, this is not a small amount of money that can be done, and it is a bit difficult to squeeze it. Moreover, there are only 2 months left before the settlement, which is obviously too late. When the next cycle starts, the return of the movie is expected to arrive soon, and each department will also save a large amount of money, which can be burned into Nifeng Logistics. Lu Mingliang is very happy. This visit to see President Pei can be said to be very fruitful. He nodded immediately. "Okay, President Pei, I will arrange it now, and I will definitely do this thing beautifully." Chapter 1072 New Experience Store Location Selection. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from the game. After comforting Lu Ming Liang, Pei Qian returned to his residence and took a short nap, then got up to find Tian Mo. He had made an appointment with Liang Qingshan today to take Tian Mo to see the decoration of the new experience store and finalize some details of the experience store. After Pei Qian handed over the new experience store to Liang Qingshan, he never asked again. Now, let alone what the experience store looks like, he doesn't even know where it is located. This time, Pei Qian didn't ask about the location, on the one hand because he was busy some time ago, and on the other hand because he felt that it would be useless to ask. Sloth Apartment was like this at the time. Pei Qian could be said to have carefully selected the first few buildings, all of which were found in various corners. As a result, they became popular and the price skyrocketed. Pei Qian thought that this kind of building had great appreciation potential, so the Sloth Apartment 2.0 model was located in a more prosperous area. The result was amazing, and it became popular and unstoppable. Similar experiences have been repeated many times in Moyu Internet Cafe and many other physical industries. So Pei Qian discovered that the location selection does not seem to have much to do with whether it will be popular, even the site selection that he had spent so much time on might have a negative effect. In this case, why not be a lazy dog? It is very troublesome to select a site. You have to travel all over Jingzhou by car, and you have to confirm everywhere when you arrive. In order to finalize a site, you often have to travel for 3 or 4 days. It is troublesome enough for ordinary people to rent a house, and it is many times more troublesome to select a site for a store. Since it doesn't matter where you choose, Pei Qian doesn't want to spend this effort at all, and just leave it all to Liang Qingshan. Of course, this does not mean that Pei Qian will sit and wait for death. He thinks that the popularity of a physical industry has little to do with the site selection, but it has a lot to do with people. As long as Tian Mo is firmly controlled, and the entire sales department is controlled through Tian Mo, there will be no problem. Not long after, Pei Qian had arrived outside the store where Tian Mo was. There were several customers shopping in the store. It was neither as deserted as at the beginning, nor as popular as when the G1 mobile phone was first released. It was considered to have returned to normal. Pei Qian sighed silently. I can only say that it was a shame that the address of the experience store was directly given at the G1 mobile phone launch conference. Everyone in Jingzhou knew that Tenda's first experience store was here, and they all wanted to come and take a look. Moreover, the G1 mobile phone is still out of stock. A batch of products is produced, and the stock status lasts for a period of time, then it is sold out, and it is out of stock for a period of time, and so on. Many customers who have not made up their minds whether to buy or not, or customers who want to make reservations at offline stores, because the official website is temporarily sold out, constitute the main force of people visiting the store recently. Pei Qian still wears a mask, pretending to be a passerby outside the door, and secretly observes the situation in the store. Tian Mo is still conscientiously introducing the defects of these products to interested customers, and compared with the last time, he seems to speak more fluently. After all, when the G1 mobile phone was first released last time, Tian Mo was not very familiar with this phone, and he stumbled when talking about the shortcomings. Now that he has used it himself and has memorized all the parameters, he can talk about the shortcomings smoothly. It's just that the customers are accustomed to it and will chat with him for a few words. Didn't Tenda recently launch a smart fitness clothes rack? Why doesn't your experience store have it? A buddy asked. Tian Mo immediately explained, the product takes up too much space and can't be placed in the experience store. If you want to experience it, you can go to a nearby managed gym. There are several ready-made equipments and fitness coaches to help explain it. The guy looked around and nodded. It's true that there is no room. But then again, Tenda is such a big company, and everything it does is very generous. Why is this first experience store so stingy? Such a small store, like a grocery store, is too inconsistent with Tenda's temperament, and the products can't be displayed in full. Tianmo smiled. This is just a pilot, there should be a bigger store in the future. Several customers walked around the store, tried the latest G1 mobile phone prototype, and left information in advance, waiting to come back to pick up the goods. The guy who asked about the smart fitness clothes drying rack went straight to the elevator, obviously intending to go straight to the nearby managed gym after leaving the mall. Seeing that there were no other customers in the store, Pei Qian immediately walked in and greeted Tianmo. Lock the door, today's business is over. I'll take you and Zhuangdong to see the new experience store. Tianmo was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, okay. He couldn't help but feel happy. Just now he said that this experience store was too small, but the big experience store is coming, isn't it? Tianmo didn't know much about this new experience store. He only knew that it was under renovation, but he didn't know where it was located or how big it was. This was also normal. After all, Tianmo knew himself very well. With his current level, he probably wasn't qualified to participate in the site selection and design of the experience store. Although his title is the head of the sales department, Tianmo feels that his actual ability is not even as good as that of an ordinary real estate agent, so he just listens to Mr. Pei's arrangements. Tianmo was also very happy when he heard that he was going to see the new experience store today. He asked Zhuangdong to come out and lock the door. Everyone walked to the underground parking lot. Tianmo asked curiously, Mr. Pei, where is the new experience store? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. I don't know, I'll leave it to Liang Qingfan to do it. Tianmo nodded and stopped asking. It seems that Mr. Pei did not participate in the site selection of the experience store. But Tianmo felt that it must be different from his own reasons. Mr. Pei must be too busy with work and has great trust in Liang Qingfan, so he gave all this work to Liang Qingfan. After walking a few more steps, Pei Qian asked, have the other candidates for the sales department been decided? Pei Qian had already told Tianmo to choose the candidates for the sales department himself. Just look for him from his friends and classmates, and the academic qualifications must not exceed his. Tianmo only has a high school degree, so this requirement is a bit harsh. Pei Qian is afraid that he will not be able to meet it. Tianmo quickly replied, Mr. Pei, I have found 15 people so far. These people fully meet your requirements. They are all my junior high school and high school classmates. We have a good relationship with them, and their education level is not higher than mine. I have asked them to quit their current jobs, stay at home and memorize the sales department rules. There are 4 people who I have a very close relationship with. I will arrange for them to take turns with me to watch the store. It just happens that it is my and Zhuangdong's shift today, so they are not in the store. Otherwise, I can introduce them to you. But if there are more, I really can't find them. Pei Qian nodded slightly. 15 people, plus Tianmo and Zhuangdong, it will be 17 people. It is difficult for Tianmo to find so many pillars. However, this number is still not enough. The new experience store is at least several thousand square meters and is divided into several large areas. These salesmen are not robots. They need to take turns to rest, and they also need to deal with various things in the store. What's more, Pei Qian set up this sales department to cultivate the sales talents he needs. In the future, he will open more experience stores, and even these salesmen will be assigned to other industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe. This talent gap is too big. The first batch of employees of the new experience store will almost become the store manager or backbone members of another experience store in the future and be sent out. Therefore, the first batch of employees in the new experience store can only be more, not less, and 17 people are far from enough. Pei Qian thought for a while. Continue to recruit people, but the scope can be slightly loosened, such as your friends. But you must pay attention, those who have been brainwashed too deeply by other companies must not be hired, and those who may not agree or even violate the purpose of the sales department must not be hired. Tian Mo hurriedly nodded, understood. After arriving at the underground parking lot and getting on the business car, Xiao Sun drove the three people directly to the new experience store. Liang Qingfan was already waiting there. 10 minutes later, the business car stopped. Boss Pei, we're here. Pei Qian had been playing with his phone and didn't look at the road carefully until this time he put away his phone and looked out the window. Then he saw the super-large poster of Modest. Pei Qian. Isn't this Yuan Tenda? The venue for the first GOG Global Invitational and the GPL League? Pei Qian was speechless. Liang Qingfan, I told you to choose a place, but you can't choose here. Aren't you making trouble? Even if you choose Huanyu Tianjia, it's better than here. After all, there is no GPL League in Huanyu Tianjia. But Pei Qian thought about it and felt something was wrong. Because Pei Qian had been to Yuan Tenda many times and was very familiar with this mall. Yuan Tenda is the largest shopping mall in Jingzhou after Huanyu Tianjia. Since GPL moved in, the flow of people has increased dramatically again, and it is no longer inferior to Huanyu Tianjia. Therefore, the few empty shops in Yuan Tenda were quickly rented out, and the supply could not meet the demand. Pei Qian had previously told Liang Qingfan that this experience store would have to be at least several thousand square meters. It is obvious that Yuan Tenda cannot squeeze out these places no matter what, unless it rents another multi-purpose hall. But the multi-purpose hall can be used as a competition venue, but it is not suitable for an experience store. Liang Qingfan should not do this. Confused, Pei Qian, Tian Mo, and Zhuangdong got off the car. Liang Qingfan had been waiting on the roadside in advance. After introducing each other and saying hello, Pei Qian asked his question. The new experience store is located in Yuan Tenda? Where is the place? Liang Qingfan smiled and shook his head. Of course not, Yuan Tenda really has no place, and the price is a bit high, not suitable. I chose the building at the back. Liang Qingfan turned around and pointed behind him. Pei Qian, Tian Mo, and Zhuangdong looked in the direction of Liang Qingfan's finger and saw another shopping mall across the road, just one street away from Yuan Tenda, Qingshan Plaza. Chapter 1073. Everyone is giving Tenda face. Compared to old-fashioned shopping malls such as Huanyu Street and Yuanda Land, Qingshan Plaza is relatively young and just opened last year, in 2011. Pei Qian still remembers that when he first came to Yuanda Land, the Qingshan Plaza opposite was still in the final stage of decoration. But a year has passed since its opening, and Qingshan Plaza is still not particularly famous in the whole Jingzhou, and its turnover is difficult to compare with Yuanda Land. Although it is only one street away, the flow of people going to Yuanda Land is obviously much larger than that of Qingshan Plaza. The reasons are complicated. One of the reasons is that one of the few subway lines in Jingzhou currently goes directly to the underground of Yuanda Land, and customers who want to take the subway to Qingshan Plaza need to walk out of Yuanda Land, or get off at another station and walk for 10 minutes. In addition, after all, Yuanda has been open for a long time and has many big brands. Many customers nearby have formed a habit and subconsciously think that Yuanda is better than Qingshan Plaza. So even if it is only one street away, they are too lazy to go there. Most people find it difficult to go shopping in one mall, and don't have the energy to go shopping in two. In addition, the GPL League is located in Yuanda, which makes Yuanda's passenger flow crush Qingshan Plaza. Of course, after the start of the GPL, Yuanda cannot fully accommodate so many tourists, because it has to receive tourists from all over the country. The restaurants inside are often full, so a group of people come to Qingshan Plaza, which increases the passenger flow here. But overall, it is still a matter of one eating meat and the other drinking soup. Qingshan Plaza is a shopping center that tends to create young, casual and creative, which is also reflected in the architectural style. The structure of the building is like a square with a corner recessed. The recessed position is facing the intersection, echoing yuan on the opposite side. In this recessed position, the entrance to the square is below, and there is a huge semicircular area above, which makes the style of the entire building both angular and round, very modern. The outside of this round platform is all huge glass curtain walls, extending to the other two exterior walls of the building. It looks like a huge window, which is very impressive. Pei Qian couldn't help but frown slightly, because he remembered that the last time he came here, this place was completely blocked and didn't seem to be open to the public. This was the first time he saw the true face of this place. Liang Qingfan explained. I asked, this place was originally planned to use glass curtain wall design on a large scale to attract as much attention as possible. But because it is the most difficult place to construct in the entire building, and the owner of Qingshan Plaza was not satisfied with the previous results, this place has been under continuous repair 1 year after the opening of Qingshan Plaza, and the entire area has been closed and no customers are received. But now it is all completed. I liked this place very much when I saw it, so I talked to the owner of Qingshan Plaza. When he heard that Tenda was going to open its first large experience store here, he welcomed it very much and fully supported it. Not only did he sign a long-term contract at a 60% discount on the original rent, he also promised that we could waive the rent for half a year. Of course, this area alone is not enough. The area of this semicircular area is only more than 2,000 square meters. Even if the area that was previously separated by construction and could not have shops settled in is included, the total area of several floors is only about 5,000 square meters, which obviously does not meet your previous requirements. So, I asked the mall if they could try to allocate as many shops as possible around this area. The more the better. So the mall tried their best to get us about 2,000 square meters. These areas are from the first floor to the top floor, but basically near the escalator in this area. A total of 7,000 square meters, although there is still a big gap from your previous highest goal of 10,000 square meters, but I think that after all, this is the core business district. It is difficult to squeeze out such a large area, and 7,000 square meters is actually enough for a long time, so I accepted it. Because this area was under construction, there are not many shops. After friendly negotiations, the shops that have already moved in have moved to vacant locations that are a little further away. Of course, the mall finally gave some compensation, and the location became a little bigger, but the rent did not increase. Pei Qian was stunned. Wait a minute, you just gave a 40% discount on the rent, waived the rent for half a year, and drove away the surrounding shops? Tell me the truth, is this mall owned by Xinhua Real Estate? Or does Mr. Li have a stake in it? This generous treatment made Pei Qian involuntarily think of the past that he had experienced in Xinhua Haojing. Liang Qingfan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No, Mr. Pei, why do you think so? Tian Mo was also confused. This condition is too generous. The rent is 40% off. If calculated based on 5 or 10 years, how much money would it be? Liang Qingfan smiled. Is 40% off a lot? To be honest, if I didn't like this place very much, especially the glass curtain wall, I would definitely try to bargain with him again. Qingshan Plaza is very clear that Tenda brings him not only rent, but also huge traffic. The yuan land across the street hosted the GPL League. GOG players from all over the country come to watch the game and spend money there. How much traffic is this? However, the subway entrance is on the side of Yuandati, and the overall quality of Yuandati's restaurants and shops is higher than that of Qingshan Plaza, so most of the customer flow is intercepted by Yuandati, and few people actually come to Qingshan Plaza. For Qingshan Plaza, it invested a huge amount of money to build this building, but it can't attract customers. What a loss. But if our Tenda Experience store is opened here, the situation will be completely different. Through the glass curtain wall, on the roadside, and even in the shops on the outside of Yuan, you can clearly see the full picture of the Tenda Experience store. And those who come to watch the GPL League, will they come by the way? Take a look. Without the Tenda Experience store, the distance across the street is like a chasm, but with the Tenda Experience store, the distance across the street is nothing more than a 2-minute walk. The difference is huge. Just like the Pineapple Mobile store, it can get extremely favorable rents in any shopping mall in any city, and no shopping mall dares to raise the rent at will, because the Pineapple Mobile store can attract a large number of shoppers and increase the sales of the shopping mall by an average of 10%. Is the higher rent more important, or the extra 10% sales more important? This is a multiple-choice question that no student will get wrong. Although Tenda may not reach this level in other cities, it still has bargaining power in Jingzhou, especially next to the GPL venue of Yuan, and it is the first large-scale experience store. Moreover, the reason why other shops are so cooperative is because they also know that Tenda's entry will bring them good customer traffic. If we finally choose other places, because of their refusal, they will lose more than they gain. So these shops are willing to vacate their space for us. In this way, even if the new location is worse, we will make money with the customer traffic we bring and the compensation given by the mall. In addition, the owner of the mall has decided to invest money to build a pedestrian bridge here, from the entrance of Yuan to the entrance of Qingshan Plaza. This pedestrian bridge will be a transparent aerial passage with escalators. No matter it is windy or rainy, customers on the opposite side can come here smoothly. After listening to Liang Qingfan's explanation, Tian Mo was shocked. He knew that Tenda had a great influence in Jingzhou before, but he didn't expect it to be so great. Not only did the mall welcome him with open arms, gave him the green light, and bustled around, but even the shops inside were willing to cooperate. They managed to squeeze out 7,000 square meters of space in such a mall in the city center. This kind of thing can't be done just by having money. Tian Mo couldn't help but look at President Pei with a look of great admiration, even worship. Mr. Pei's personality is very approachable, so after getting along for a long time, there will always be a natural closeness. But one outrageous thing after another reminds Tian Mo that Mr. Pei only looks easygoing, but in fact he is a real big shot. Take the current situation, Tian Mo has been shocked, but Mr. Pei has no expression on his face, and there is no surprise at all. Press, isn't Mr. Pei also here for the first time? He should know nothing about these things before, right? But he is still calm. Obviously, similar situations have happened many times, and Mr. Pei is no longer surprised. Tian Mo couldn't help but sigh secretly, or he has seen too little of the world. You have to learn from Mr. Pei, and don't change your color when the mountain collapses in front of you. As for Zhuangdong, he obviously didn't fully understand what Liang Qingfan said, but he just felt that he was very awesome. If there were barrages at this time, he should follow Tian Mo and brush 666 without thinking. However, Pei Qian was shocked by Liang Qingfan's words at this time, and temporarily fell into a sluggish state. The rent was 40% off, and half a year of rent was waived. In addition, the entire mall, including the shops, voluntarily vacated space, and together with the previously unopened areas, a large number of stores with a total area of more than 7,000 square meters and spanning several floors were built. Not only that, the mall owner also had to pay out of his own pocket to build a transparent overpass. This was undoubtedly multiple bad news for Pei Qian. Not only did it save a lot of rent, but because of the location, this huge glass curtain wall and the future overpass will continuously attract customers from Yuan land across the street. Thinking about it this way, this experience store might as well be in Yuan land. There is still so much traffic, but if it is in yuan land, the rent will definitely be much higher, and it will definitely not be able to make up 7,000 square meters, at most it will be 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. How could it be like now, with no traffic, area, or money, all occupied? Isn't this making it difficult for sales to persuade customers to leave? Pei Qian looked at Tianmo meaningfully, meaning that Liang Qingfan's location selection pitted me, and I can only rely on you. Tianmo immediately understood and nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I will definitely do a good job of the experience store, and I will never let down such a good location. Pei Qian. He brewed for a long time, but in the end he had nothing to say, so he could only look at Liang Qingfan and said, "Okay, let's go inside and take a look." Chapter 1074, Structural Division of the Experience Store. Under the guidance of Liang Qingfan, everyone came to the entrance of the first floor of Qingshan Plaza, which is the corner of the square, and is also directly below the main part of Tenda's new experience store. The mall has 4 floors, and the height of each floor is about 5.5 meters. The height of the entire mall is just no more than 24 meters. In terms of building regulations, buildings over 24 meters will be defined as high-rise buildings, and the requirements for fire protection facilities and other aspects will be increased accordingly, which will lead to a significant increase in the construction cost of the entire mall, which is not cost-effective. Increasing the floor height and reducing the number of floors as much as possible is to avoid customers climbing stairs frequently as much as possible and bring a better shopping experience. The lower the floor height, the easier it is to give people a feeling of depression. On the contrary, the higher the floor height, the more open the whole scene, and the mood of customers will become better accordingly, which is more conducive to stimulating consumption. Frequent climbing will consume customers' patience. Most customers would rather walk a few more steps on the same floor than climb to the 5th or 6th floor. As a relatively new plaza, Qingshan Plaza has obviously taken all these aspects into full consideration during its design, and has enhanced customers' shopping experience through details. Entering the first floor, you will see a huge atrium space, which runs from the bottom floor to the top floor, like an indoor square with an iconic modern sculpture. The overall feeling of this mall is quite modern and grand. After arriving at the atrium, you can directly take the escalator to the Tenda Experience Store on the 2nd floor. At the beginning of the design, this semicircular area with a large number of glass curtain walls is the core position of the entire mall, so many designs are carried out around it, including the escalators in the mall, which also give priority to this area. After arriving at the 2nd floor, Liang Qingfan raised his hand and introduced, "Mr. Pei, from here to the top floor, it is all the scope of the Tenda Experience Store. Of course, it is limited to the direction behind me. There are 3 floors in total, divided into 6 areas according to your previous requirements. Each floor is divided into regular area and core area. The so-called core area is actually the area where the semicircular glass curtain wall is located. This area has excellent lighting, spacious and bright. Apart from this part, the surrounding shops inside the mall are regarded as regular areas. In this way, the regular area and core area of the 3 floors together can just meet your previous requirements and be divided into 6 different functional areas. The core area of the 2nd floor is the digital area, and the regular area is the game experience area. The core area of the 3rd floor is the surrounding commodity area, and the regular area is the home living area. The core area of the top floor is the dining area, and the regular area is the movie viewing area. Liang Qingfan patiently introduced while taking the 3 people to stroll inside. This division is obviously well thought out. There are actually certain unspoken rules for the floor allocation in the mall, and the most important one is, just needed products should be arranged on the upper floor as much as possible, and high-profit products that are easy to consume impulsively should be arranged on the lower floor as much as possible. For example, catering and home appliances are generally on the upper floor, while cosmetics, jewelry, etc., are generally on the lower floor. This is because as the number of floors increases, the flow of people will decrease accordingly. Consumers have a fixed demand for home appliances. Generally, they will come to shop when they have a demand. It is impossible for them to suddenly want to buy a refrigerator while walking on the street. So even if it is placed on the upper floor, consumers will definitely go to see it. The same is true for catering. When you are tired of shopping, you have to eat. It is impossible not to eat on a whim. Putting these on the upper floor will not reduce customers' desire to consume, but will allow them to shop on more floors as much as possible, and guide the flow of people upwards. Cosmetics and jewelry are often bought on impulse, and their profits are relatively high, so they are placed on the ground floor, which can not only afford higher rents, but also make good profits through huge traffic. Liang Qingfan's planning obviously follows this rule. The dining area is placed on the top floor, so customers can walk from the bottom to the top and have a meal when they are tired. The digital product and game experience area is placed on the lower floor, which can make full use of the flow of people and increase sales. As for the difference between the conventional area and the core area, it mainly lies in the different environments. The core area has a huge glass curtain wall, with excellent lighting, spacious, bright, and wide vision. The entire area will not be divided and is highly integrated. Many digital product stores will use a lot of glass design, and the floor height is very high, just to create a high-end atmosphere for consumers and enhance their shopping experience. Therefore, the digital area that sells mobile phones and other digital products, the peripheral product area where some furniture and smart home appliances are placed, and the dining area where consumers eat, has high requirements for the environment and is selected in the core area surrounded by a semicircular glass curtain wall. The lighting in the conventional area is much worse, and there are also some divisions between the areas, which are not a whole piece. This is because the game experience area, home life area and viewing area do not have high requirements for lighting, and even reject lighting. Whether it is experiencing games or watching movies, a relatively dark environment is required. The home living area is not a sales floor in the strict sense, but rather simulates the scenario of home furnishings being placed in the home. Some scenes also show the cozy environment of staying in the living room at night. Moreover, the movie viewing area, game experience area and home living area can be divided into several different exhibition halls to display different styles and contents, which need to be separated. So these are all placed in the regular area. In addition, there is a certain connection between the regular area and the core area on each floor. For example, on the second floor, the digital area and the game experience area are placed together. After players have experienced the games and the latest game equipment, they can directly come to the digital area to buy the equipment they like. On the third floor, the home living area and the peripheral commodity area are the same. On the fourth floor, the dining area and the movie viewing area together form a comfortable rest area. Customers can eat, drink, or sit down to watch a movie when they are tired of shopping. The core area of each floor is about 700 square meters, and the three floors together are about 2,100 square meters, and the regular area of each floor ranges from 1,000 square meters to 1,300 square meters, which is about 3,600 square meters in total. In addition, there are several shops on the first floor, totaling more than 1,200 square meters, which were also rented to Tenda. This was originally used by the mall to make up the number for Liang Qingfan, and it was forced to make up 7,000 square meters. It just so happens that these shops on the first floor can be used as display areas for physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics. Profit is not the first goal, but mainly for display. In short, Liang Qingfan's arrangement is quite scientific. At present, the overall decoration has been completed, the floor and walls are all spotless, and the first batch of furniture and equipment, including the long tables and shelves in the digital area, have been delivered. After a few more days of preparation, the entire experience store can be open to the public. The reason for the fast speed is that the mall was originally designed by a well-known architect, especially in the window area of the glass curtain wall, which took a lot of thought and was modified several times, so Liang Qingfan did not need to make major changes, but only needed to repair some details. This saved Liang Qingfan a lot of time and was also a key reason for him to finally make up his mind to finalize the location of the experience store here. The first place we came to was the regular area on the second floor, which is the game experience area. According to the plan, computers, mobile phones, TVs, smart fitness clothes racks, VR glasses, and other equipment will be placed here for players to experience, but these things are not in place yet, so it is difficult to imagine the scenes after these areas are officially opened. Going further in is the core area of this floor, which is the digital area. As the core area, the decoration styles of the digital area, peripheral commodity area, and catering area are very similar, but there are slight differences in layout. Liang Qingfan came to the glass curtain wall and could clearly see Yuan on the opposite side, with a very wide field of vision. Buildings designed with glass curtain walls are not uncommon, but whether the final effect is good-looking is still determined by the details. The size of the glass segmentation, color, reflectivity, transparency, structural system, frame material size, connection method, every detail may lead to the final effect being far from the expected effect. I saw it the first time I saw this glass curtain wall. The designer has put a lot of effort in material selection and design. The cost of the entire glass curtain wall must be very high, so I chose this place. And the final effect is that no matter you look from the outside in or from the inside out, it will give people a sense of transparency, brightness, and purity. It is both a sense of modernity and simplicity, and a kind of Zen beauty. In addition, I made a little modification to the original ceiling. The original ceiling is actually very good, but the lights are too bright. I specially purchased a large area of embedded frosted white lights, and added dark black metal lines as embellishments to ensure that the store is covered with lights without dead ends, and it can be bright but not dazzling at night. Although the entire experience store has not been fully arranged, the content introduced by Liang Qingfan can already feel full of details. Zhuangdong was almost dizzy. Although he couldn't fully understand what Liang Qingfan meant, he could still feel the word awesome in capital letters. Tianmo was a little worried. Because this experience store is really great, it is located in the most prosperous business district in Jingzhou, covering such a large area. The details inside are ingeniously created by first-class architects, and even the details such as lighting are full of sincerity. Yes, this experience store is not inferior to the stores of many international first-class technology companies, and even better in many places. If compared with the store of the real estate agency where he worked before, it is simply a world of difference. When Tianmo thought that he was about to become the manager of such a big store, he felt very panicked instinctively in addition to excitement, because he had no idea whether he could do it. If there were any mistakes in his work, wouldn't it not only disappoint Mr. Pei's expectations, but also waste the hard work of architect Liang? Chapter 1075, Build a 1,000 square meter outdoor screen. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from games. As for Pei Qian, he was trying hard to change the location. The more Liang Qingfan introduced, the stronger his urge became. This location is too good. Pei Qian could almost foresee the crowds of people after the experience store opened. If it were to move to another place, or slightly change the functions of the 3 floors, could this fate be changed? But Pei Qian finally held back. Because from Liang Qingfan's excited expression when he was telling the story, he did put a lot of effort into this experience store. Pei Qian said at the time that he would be fully responsible. If he changed his mind now, Liang Qingfan's efforts would all be in vain, which would be hard to bear. Moreover, this spirit of striving for perfection will also drive up the cost of the entire experience store. For example, the batch of embedded frosted white lamps specially ordered by Qingshan, as well as the long table customized in the digital area that can integrate all the lines, are all very expensive. Regardless of whether this experience store makes money or not, it certainly costs money. So after comprehensive consideration, Pei Qian still held back, just looked at Tianmo again, hoping that he could help, try to fulfill the duties of a salesperson, and persuade all customers to leave. And Tianmo gave Pei President an extremely firm look in return, as if to say, I will definitely not let you down. Because most areas will take a few days to be arranged, there is not much to see. After a round, everyone came to the dining area on the top floor. This side has been roughly arranged, and the entire dining area is basically divided into 3 parts. The outermost is the snack area and beverage area, which are mainly for stall owners in the snack market to settle in. The location is relatively far away, in order to facilitate those customers who do not want to eat inside and just want to buy some snacks or drinks casually. A little further inside is affordable dining, mainly moyu takeaway and food, affordable prices, and good taste. The innermost area near the glass curtain wall has the best view. It is a high-end dining area. It will adopt the model of the nameless restaurant and transfer some chefs from there. Of course, it will continue to dig out excellent chefs from all over the country to fill the gap. The entire dining area is spacious, bright, and tidy. Although the overall style is still simple, the dining tables, chairs, and other arrangements make it appear more down-to-earth, similar to the high-end revolving restaurants on the top floors of many buildings. After walking around for so long, everyone was a little tired, especially Qingshan, who had been introducing things all the time and was a little thirsty. So everyone found a table and sat down and ordered drinks. Qingshan asked, Mr. Pei, how is the experience store arranged? It should be in line with your previous requirements, right? Pei Qian fell into silence. How can I say this? The amount of money spent is indeed in line with my requirements. But this location, the effect of spending money, and the future expectations, are very inconsistent with my requirements. But it's already like this, what else can I say? Pei Qian had to nod, well, it's about the same. But, think about it carefully, is there no other place to spend more money? Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Other places to spend more money? There should be, no more, right? He couldn't think of it for a while. Because he was the one who finalized the details of the entire experience store, including the lights on the ceiling and the tables and cabinets in the store, which were specially customized, and there was no saving on the places where money should be spent. So when Mr. Pei asked if there were other places where money could be spent, Qingshan couldn't say it. Pei Qian was a little disappointed. Oh? Is it really all gone? In fact, Pei Qian himself didn't know where else he could spend some money, but he asked this question out of the mentality of trying his luck. The main thing is that this experience store has already opened here, and the location is so good, but because the mall waived a large amount of rent, it didn't spend much money, which made Pei Qian feel very unwilling. I have to spend more to feel at ease. Qingshan was also confused. He looked at Tianmo and Zhuangdong, and the two of them also had confused faces. Obviously, everyone thought that President Pei must have seen the problem, but deliberately kept it a secret and let them think about it themselves. This is to cultivate their observation and insight. Zhuangdong's eyes suddenly lit up and said, President Pei, is there a lack of a billboard? I see that other stores will put their own large logos outside so that customers can see them from a long distance. But our glass curtain wall is bare outside, with nothing. We should put a huge Tenda logo on it. Pei Qian was slightly surprised and nodded slightly, but then shook his head slightly. Unexpectedly, Zhuangdong was the first to come up with an idea. But think about it carefully. Although the thing Zhuangdong mentioned is what the experience store lacks at present, the problem is that it doesn't cost much. How much would it cost to customize a huge Tenda logo and paste it on the curtain wall, even if the cost of finding a crane is included? It's just a drop in the bucket. Seeing Mr. Pei's reaction, Tian Mo's brain worked quickly. Mr. Pei nodded first, then shook his head. Does it mean that Zhuangdong's direction is right, but the specific approach is wrong? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he thought of the key to the problem. Boss Pei, I understand. We do need to create a sign for the experience store, but ordinary logos or billboards are not suitable, and they are completely inconsistent with the temperament of our Tenda Group. We should customize a super large outdoor LED screen, and the dynamic screen can broadcast whatever we want all day long. That's more impressive. Pei Qian's eyes lit up instantly, and he suddenly understood. This sounds good. The bigger the screen, the more money you will spend. He turned to look at Liang Qingfan. How much does it cost to make the largest and highest quality LED screen? Liang Qingfan thought for a moment. As far as I know, the current price of the best quality outdoor LED screen is about 5,000 per square meter. But we definitely can't cover it outside the glass curtain wall, because the LED screen is not transparent, so covering it up is equivalent to wasting this beautiful glass curtain wall. If we want to do it, we have to go up and directly to the roof. We need to build another steel structure to support it, but this doesn't cost too much extra. As for the area, how big do you want, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian thought for a moment. The bigger the better. Liang Qingfan thought for a moment. Then let's just make a large surround screen. The main part is the area directly above our experience store, which is the same width as the glass curtain wall and about 5 meters high. Then it extends to both sides, and the mall directly removes the two original huge poster advertisements. We use large screens to cover the exterior walls on both sides, covering the entire second, third, and fourth floors. This is equivalent to having 3 parts. The exterior walls on both sides, the second, third, and fourth floors are all large screens, and the arc-shaped area above the glass curtain wall of the experience store is also a large screen, which is naturally connected into one, similar to the shape of a pair of wings. If you calculate it this way, it can be about 1,000 square meters. The larger the screen, the more discounts there are, but with the steel structure of the top floor and other miscellaneous expenses, it is estimated that it can be completed at about 4.8 million. Pei Qian immediately decided, not bad, this is it. It must be said that Liang Qingfan has been working in Tenda for a long time and has become much bolder. If Pei Qian asked him to make a plan for a large screen at first, he might only make 400 or 500 square meters. But now, he is directly aiming for 1,000 square meters. This is growth. Can it cost 5 million to make a screen? That's still a good deal. Of course, Pei Qian is also very clear that this big screen will have a certain advertising effect. But can the experience store be kept secret? It's impossible. It's estimated that on the second day of opening, everyone will know that there is a large Tenda experience store here. Since it can't be kept secret, it's better to spend more money on a big screen. Anyway, there is no difference. Moreover, the electricity bills and maintenance of this screen will also cost a lot of money, which is a long-term expense. The large screens in other buildings will accept advertisements and make money after being rented to outside companies. But Pei Qian definitely does not intend to rent it to outside companies to make money. He would rather give it away for free than rent it. At that time, he will put a few simple logos on it. He spent the money on the LED screen, but in fact, he did ordinary printed posters. How great is that? Pei Qian finally encountered something comfortable, and said to Liang Qingfan, okay, then what is the specific shape of this large screen? You can come up with a plan. At present, this design plan is only a preliminary plan. How to make it blend into the entire building and look good enough still needs Liang Qingfan to plan it. Pei Qian looked at Tian Mo again. Liang Qingfan has been busy for some time, but he actually has other work. After that, you should also work with Liang Qingfan, help as much as you can, and take over all the work of the experience store as soon as possible. As for the original store, just let Zhuangdong take care of it. Pei Qian found that Liang Qingfan was really awesome. After all, he was a serious genius architect, and he arranged everything for himself. This won't work. We have to let Tianmo, the idiot, take over and try to make the experience store start high and end low, and make it worse and worse. Liang Qingfan and Tianmo nodded. They also felt that Mr. Pei's arrangement was very correct. For Liang Qingfan, he was almost done with the experience store, and only some finishing work was left, so he should hand it over. Moreover, his work at the snack market and the sloth apartment was not completed yet, and it would be a bit difficult to run between the two. For Tianmo, he knew that he would take over this experience store sooner or later, so he had to ask Liang Qingfan for advice now and get started as soon as possible, so that he would not delay his work due to the hasty handover. Pei Qian asked, "When will the experience store be officially opened?" Liang Qingfan calculated the construction period slightly. In fact, the interior will be ready in more than a week. But the large screen outside will take a certain amount of time to install. Even if it is expedited and the weather is suitable, it will take at least a month. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, that's it. 2 weeks later, on Sunday, that is, June 10th, the experience store will be put into trial operation first. Hurry up and install the large screen outside, and strive to officially open it at the end of June. Chapter 1076, Lin Jiaqiang's video. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. May 26th, Saturday morning. Hong Kong City. Lin Jiaqiang is sweating on the smart fitness clothes drying rack. If Meng Cheng saw Lin Jiaqiang now, he would definitely be surprised, because compared with the previous smart fitness clothes drying rack advertisement, Lin Jiaqiang has obviously lost weight. To be precise, he lost 4 kilograms in 2 weeks. Although 4 kilograms is not much for Lin Jiaqiang's weight of 200 pounds, it is already very fast to lose this much in 2 weeks. We cannot blindly pursue fast weight loss. 1 kilogram per week is basically a relatively safe and healthy speed. If it is faster, there may be some health risks. Although 4 kilograms is not much for Lin Jiaqiang's weight, his appearance has changed significantly. Because Lin Jiaqiang lost weight by using the smart fitness clothes drying rack for a lot of strength training, not just losing fat, while losing weight, his muscle mass also increased. Muscle growth will also cause weight gain. In terms of density, muscle is 3 times denser than fat. That is to say, if a 200-pound fat man trains himself to become a 200-pound muscular man, although his weight has not changed, his body shape will be completely different. Lin Jiaqiang lost a lot of fat and built a lot of muscle, so although the weight loss was not much, it looked quite obvious. Moreover, his complexion was much healthier. Don't be too tired, take a rest. I'll go upstairs to see the children. Lin Jiaqiang's wife took a bottle of sports drink and put it next to Lin Jiaqiang, and then went upstairs. This staircase is not the staircase of a luxury villa, but the staircase of an ordinary duplex. Lin Jiaqiang's house in Gangqing is a small duplex. The floor height of the upper part is very low, and his 2 daughters live there. After putting 2 beds and desks in the room, there is almost no space left, and the 2 children have to do their homework in different places. The distance from the bed to the ceiling is also very low. Now the 2 little guys can still straighten their backs, but if they grow up a little more, they may bump their heads a little. Downstairs is the living room, balcony, master bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. The area of the upper and lower floors combined is about less than 80 square meters, and the overall functions are complete. This is already a very spacious residence in Gangqing. After all, the average living area per capita here is only 15 square meters, and this data has been averaged by many wealthy people who have bought villas and mansions. Lin Jiaqiang debuted early, and at that time he and Zhang Zuding and other brothers were very popular, and they also made some money from filming movies, so they bought this house. If it were an ordinary family, they really couldn't afford it, but even so, Lin Jiaqiang went through a lot of hardships to afford this house. When he was popular, it was okay. There was no pressure to pay the mortgage, and he could go out every now and then. But later his career went from bad to worse, so he was forced to be frugal and his life became quite tight. During the most difficult period, Lin Jiaqiang accepted all commercial performances, regardless of the price. Even at the worst time, he could only rely on the help of Zhang Zuding and other old friends to survive. But now it is finally getting better. The smart fitness clothes rack is placed on the balcony. When this thing was first delivered to the house, his wife almost got angry with him. Although this thing is free, it takes up space. The residential area of Hong Kong City is generally small, so the space utilization is almost extreme, and not an inch can be wasted. This smart fitness clothes rack occupies 3 square meters of the balcony at once, making the already narrow balcony worse. No wonder his wife is angry with him. After hearing that the seat of this thing can be folded for transportation and clothes can be hung on it, my wife finally accepted it reluctantly. But she just accepted it, not accepted it. Lin Jiaqiang's wife felt that Lin Jiaqiang would never use it more than a few times, so she made 3 rules with Lin Jiaqiang. If it was covered with dust for a period of time, she should sell it or dispose of it as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiaqiang actually persisted. He followed the characters in the game to exercise every day, and after exercising, he could get calorie coins for a lottery. Even the exercise pictures were very cute and full of cuteness. Gradually, his wife became interested in it. After using it a few times, she liked it and even created a new account to practice from the beginning. Seeing that Lin Jiaqiang really achieved results, his wife stopped talking about selling the smart fitness clothes drying rack. Not only did she practice with it, but she also studied the clothes drying function of this thing every day, and praised the clothes drying function and the artificial intelligence reminder to collect clothes. Originally, his wife wanted Lin Jiaqiang to go to the gym, but later gave up. Because it is inconvenient to run back and forth to the gym far away from home, and the gym nearby is more expensive, the monthly fee of the high-end gym with fewer people is thousands, not to mention the cost of private training. The monthly fee of the gym is a long-term expense, and it is also a considerable expense for their family's current economic situation. Now the price of a smart fitness clothes drying rack is about the same as the price of a half-year gym membership card, not to mention it's free, and the fitness effect is also good, so I don't think about the gym anymore. Finally, Lin Jiaqiang finished his fitness and took a shower. Not long after he came out, he received a call. "Mr. Lin Jiaqiang, is that you? Hello, I am an official staff of the AI Li Dao website. I sincerely invite you to join our AI Li Dao website. Your good friend Mr. Zhang Zuding and others are also invited. If you are willing, please register an account on our website. We will give you an official certification and some recommended resources. Of course, it is best to post a video to say hello to the fans, so that it is easy to attract traffic." Lin Jiaqiang listened carefully to the introduction of the official staff and hurriedly said, "Of course I am willing. Thank you so much." In the past 2 years, AI Li Dao, as the largest barrage video website in the mainland, has also been expanding rapidly. In order to attract traffic, inviting some celebrities to join is also a common means. Originally, Lin Jiaqiang was a little out of date, and it should be said that the priority of invitation was not so high, but the hot-blooded battle song advertisement he shot before was repeatedly ghosted by netizens. He and Zhang Zuding are both considered to be the Ghost Animal All-Star lineup of the Hot-Blooded Brothers 5-member group. In addition, he recently endorsed the smart fitness clothes drying rack and appeared in the eyes of netizens again, triggering a wave of ghost and spoofs among netizens, so he was invited by the Ilideo website. For Lin Jiaqiang, this is of course what he wanted. Although there is not much actual benefit in joining the Iladeo website, the attention and popularity can bring him business cooperation, and he can also take this opportunity to work hard to become popular again. Lin Jiaqiang didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. However, he immediately became worried. What should I shoot for this first video? If it is a more conventional approach, it is nothing more than saying hello to everyone and hoping that everyone will pay attention to it. But such content is relatively empty and has no substance. The final number of views and likes will definitely be very small, and this account will be easily forgotten. Like some big names in the music circle, when they post their first video, they first introduce themselves and then write a song on the spot. Such high-quality videos will be particularly popular. Or say a few classic lines from the previous movie, or make fun of yourself, and talk about the advertisement of the hot-blooded war song? It's okay to sing your own ghost animal, but I'm tone deaf and I'm afraid I'll lose fans. Besides, these methods seem to have been used by others. Lin Jiaqiang thought of a few ideas, but he didn't feel very satisfied. The Ellie Island website will give some recommended resources. After all, it is an invitation to join, and it must give face. But most of the time it will only be given once. There are so many videos on the Ellie Island website, and the resources are limited, so it is impossible to give unlimited. Therefore, this first video is too important. If the effect is not good and it does not attract enough attention, then it is estimated that not many people will pay attention to the videos that are released later. On the contrary, if the effect is very good, it will be able to snowball smoothly and accumulate fans. Lin Jiaqiang racked his brains, but he couldn't think of a good way. His wife was cleaning the house. Seeing Lin Jiaqiang's tangled expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Jiaqiang briefly talked about the invitation to join the Ellie Island, and then asked, "What video do you think I should shoot?" His wife thought for a while. "Don't you have a fitness check-in video? Edit those videos, and show everyone the results of your exercise. Isn't it good?" Lin Jiaqiang suddenly realized, oh, yes. During this period, when he was exercising with the Smart Fitness clothes drying rack, he recorded everything with a video, and the changes in weight and body shape were also recorded. This is actually just a regular check-in, in order to make fitness more ritualistic and fulfilling, and to make it easier for himself to stick to it. Now this is used as the first video of his own account on the Ellie Island website. Isn't it quite appropriate? Edit these video materials and make a short video of about 5 minutes, including the self-introduction, which should not exceed 10 minutes. It won't be too long to bore netizens, and it is full of useful information and special enough. Others must not have lost weight recently, right? Even if they did, it's impossible to lose 4 kilograms and change their body shape so obviously, right? Moreover, Lin Jiaqiang has always played the supporting role of a fat man. This face is very recognizable. His weight loss is very interesting and will definitely attract the continued attention of a large number of netizens. Not only the popularity of the first video, but also the popularity of the following videos will not be low, because everyone must be very concerned about the latest progress of Lin Jiaqiang's weight loss. Thinking of this, Lin Jiaqiang immediately came to the computer, found all the video materials he had shot, and edited them into short videos using a small clip from each. In addition, he also had a little selfish desire, hoping to promote the Smart Fitness clothes drying rack again. After all, the money given for endorsing this product was a lot, and when he arrived in Jingzhou, he ate, drank and had fun. As a result, when shooting the commercial, he didn't even have time to warm up his buttocks and it was over in one take. He felt a little sorry. Now I can help promote it to the best of my ability, which is also a small contribution. Chapter 1077, Helping Mr. Pei really paid off. In the evening. Jingzhou, Wuming Restaurant. Li Shi, Shui Zhibin and Yao Bo were in a private room, drinking and chatting happily. Mr. Li, let me toast you first. Thanks to your information this time, I was able to make such a good publicity plan with the smart fitness clothes drying rack, and I was proud of it in front of our old man. Thank you so much. Yao Bo, of Jinding Group, raised his glass and clinked it with Li Shi. Li Shi smiled slightly. We are all friends of Mr. Pei, and these trivial matters are not worth mentioning. What's more, I am just a middleman who conveys information. If we want to thank someone, we all have to thank Mr. Pei. Lin Chong, Zhou Mian and Ding Gan were not there, because their industries were not in Jingzhou. After the last secret meeting, several people left Jingzhou and continued to work on their own matters after they helped Mr. Pei. The main industry of Jinding Group is not in Jingzhou either, but there are some investments in Jingzhou. This time Yao Bo stayed in Jingzhou, on the one hand to enjoy Li Shi's meal. After all, Li Shi had made an appointment more than 2 months in advance. On the other hand, he also wanted to get closer to Li Shi, Shui Zhibin and other investors in Jingzhou. Originally, Yao Bo was just a team owner in the GPL League, and he didn't have a deep friendship with Li Shi and others, but this incident made him more clearly aware of the necessity of having a good relationship with Li Shi and others. Because as long as he entered this circle, it meant that he had firmly secured Mr. Pei's thigh. And if he secured Mr. Pei's thigh, would he still be afraid of no benefits? In order to help Mr. Pei recover the money, Yao Bo purchased a large number of smart fitness clothes racks and bundled them with the fitness drinks and sportswear under the Jinding Group for marketing. The preferential strength of this marketing is particularly large, basically losing money to make a profit. Whether it is random draw, cumulative consumption, or direct purchase of packages, it is very cost-effective for consumers. But Yao Bo also got what he needed, which is advertising effect and popularity. As a long-established fitness brand company in China, Jinding Group's main business is fitness drinks and sportswear, and it also makes some investments sporadically. Although the overall performance is acceptable and the profit is not low, there is still a huge gap compared with those big brands in China. Moreover, it is precisely because Jinding Group is an old company that it is not very adaptable to the current internet e-commerce boom. The online mall that it invested in is half dead, and the flagship stores opened on major shopping platforms are also mediocre. This makes Yao Bo's father, Yao Jinming, the chairman of Jinding Group, feel worried, but this time, through the marketing activities of smart fitness clothes drying racks, Jinding Group made a great comeback. At that time, smart fitness clothes drying racks were out of stock. Many scalpers saw the opportunity and bought a batch of smart fitness clothes drying racks to hoard them and make profits. Netizens have already shown some resentment. Hate scalpers for hoarding goods, hate O2 technology for having too few stocks, and the most important thing is that they can't buy them or play with them, so they are very angry. At this juncture, Jinding Group suddenly announced a joint event with Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Racks, releasing a full 4,000 Smart Fitness Clothes Drying Racks, and the discount was very large, which instantly made netizens feel very good. Many netizens went to Jinding Group's online mall to shop, which caused a surge in Jinding Group's electronic orders. Even those netizens who didn't buy or look at them also got to know Jinding Group better through this incident. It can be a marketing case with excellent communication effect. Although the product lost money, it made a lot of money in word of mouth. Although both are about spending money to attract attention, this kind of activity is much more cost-effective than hiring celebrities to endorse the product. This also made Yao Bo feel proud in front of his father, and he was naturally full of gratitude to Mr. Li and Mr. Pei. In fact, strictly speaking, the inventory of smart fitness clothes drying racks was almost enough, but Yao Bo bought 4,000 units at once, so the scalpers mistakenly thought that this thing was selling very quickly, causing a rush to buy out of stock. Yao Bo then released all the 4,000 smart fitness clothes drying racks in his hand, and the scalpers were dumbfounded. So, they were actually cheated by Yao Bo. But who made them scalpers? They deserved to be cheated. After this round, except for the scalpers, everyone benefited, which was gratifying. The three people were eating, and Shuizhabin suddenly said, "Huh? Look at this video." Then he sent the link of the video to Yaobo and Li Shi. Yaobo clicked it and found that it was a video of Lin Jiaqiang entering the Eli Island website. In the video, Lin Jiaqiang first greeted the audience, introduced himself to the Eli Island website, and asked for a wave of 3 consecutive comments and attention. Then, he released a clip of his fitness and the weight change in 2 weeks of using the smart fitness clothes drying rack. At the end of the video, he also used his own personal experience to make a summary speech for the smart fitness clothes rack. I think the biggest difference between the smart fitness clothes rack and conventional fitness methods is that it is specially prepared for ordinary people who want to exercise but have poor perseverance and foundation. In fact, I have tried many ways to lose weight before, but the effect was not good. The biggest problem is not whether the exercise is standard, but whether you can persist. If you don't stick to it for a long time, it's easy to rebound. But fitness is too boring, and it's really hard to stick to it. The smart fitness clothes rack gave me the interest and motivation to stick to it through the game, and the game will also formulate different training plans according to each person's physical condition, with professional fitness guidance. Although it may be a little worse than a professional fitness coach, it is definitely more cost-effective than private lessons. In short, I hope everyone can exercise more, stay healthy, and exercise with me. The video was posted in the afternoon, and only more than 3 hours have passed, but it is very popular. On the one hand, it is because the Ilideo website gave some recommended resources to cooperate with Lin Jiaqiang's entry, but more importantly, Lin Jiaqiang's video is quite topical. As a gold medal supporting actor, Lin Jiaqiang is the fat man of more than 200 pounds in the impression of all audiences. Although he is recognizable enough, his body shape is indeed very unhealthy. Including when he was shooting the commercial for the smart fitness clothes rack, although his weight has dropped a lot compared to when he was the fattest, it can still be seen that his body shape is very bloated. But now, just 2 weeks later, his body shape has changed significantly. Although still fat, he looks much stronger and his complexion has improved. This undoubtedly shocked many netizens. We know that the smart fitness clothes drying rack can help you lose weight, but how can you lose weight so quickly? The effect is so good? Lin Jiaqiang actually advertised in his first video, but not many netizens would oppose it. Other stars have also endorsed many products, but when introducing most of the products, people will feel like they are just eating food. Because the effects of these products are not obvious enough, and they are not necessarily suitable for all audiences. But Lin Jiaqiang is different. He has really lost a lot of weight. Facts speak louder than words. If Lin Jiaqiang had not lost weight, then not many people would believe him in promoting the smart fitness clothes drying rack. It is not convincing at all. But Lin Jiaqiang has lost weight, and he has also posted video clips of himself punching in for fitness. Isn't this enough to prove that the smart fitness clothes drying rack is very effective? What's more, fitness is a very worthy topic for everyone. Who doesn't want to have a good figure and a healthy body? Many netizens who were originally hesitant, after seeing that even someone like Lin Jiaqiang could use the smart fitness clothes rack to lose weight, felt that they would definitely have no problem, so they made up their minds to place an order. Those who bought the smart fitness clothes drying rack and had an in-depth experience chat also shared their experience and praised the smart fitness clothes drying rack. So, after the release of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, it ushered in a second wave of popularity after the preparation. Yaobo couldn't help but sighed, "Mr. Pei is really talented." I thought that Lin Jiaqiang was invited just to make the funny promotional video at the press conference, but I didn't expect there was a backup. Chapter 1078 Li Shi decided to invest in a gym. Shuizhabin also nodded in agreement. In this way, it is a big profit to invite Lin Jiaqiang to endorse. The promotional video at the press conference was shot very well. This kind of nonsensical and humorous style made Lin Jiaqiang's acting skills fully utilized and left a deep impression on people at once. And Lin Jiaqiang's personal experience after the product was released also dispelled more people's doubts. The most important thing is that Lin Jiaqiang's business cooperation fee is very low, but his popularity is not low. It can be said that every penny is spent on refining the blade, which is super worthwhile. I also did a marketing campaign for myself before. I'm not proud of my sales activities. Compared with President Pei, I'm far behind. Leisure smiled and said, "This is normal. Anyone who has dealt with President Pei will have similar ideas. President Pei is like this. One thing leads to another. Every choice you think is ordinary may be accompanied by a series of tricks. If we invite Lu Jiao or Zhang Zuding, we can definitely invite them, but their bodies are too good, and it's not convincing to endorse this product. Everyone will think that their bodies are originally trained in the gym, and have nothing to do with the smart fitness clothes drying rack. And Lin Jiaqiang himself has fitness needs, and President Pei is very confident in his products, so the weight loss effect is remarkable. I have to say, this product that sounds very strange and outrageous has once again overturned my cognition. Sometimes I also sigh, why is President Pei so young, but he has so many ideas and wisdom? I can only say that there are still talents in this world. While reviewing the series of operations of the smart fitness clothes drying rack from promotion to sales, everyone sighed at President Pei's foresight. While chatting, Yao Bo suddenly remembered something. By the way, there is a piece of news, President Li, have you heard it? Tingda's first experience store is set in Qingshan Plaza. Li Shi was stunned for a moment. Qingshan Plaza? Isn't that the mall where you have a share? The names of Qingshan Plaza and Jinding Group are a bit similar, and they are actually related. Jinding Group has some investments in Jingzhou, and Qingshan Plaza happens to be one of them. It's just that Jinding Group is only one of the shareholders behind Qingshan Plaza. Although it has a certain voice, it is not absolute control, and it basically does not ask about the daily operations of this mall. So Yao Bo didn't know about this matter at the first time. Yao Bo said, I just learned about this matter not long ago. Because Tingda seems to be acting in a more covert way this time, the mall has also carried out some confidentiality work. It may take some time before it is publicized in a big way. Li Shi was excited, thank you. This news is too important to me. I will go to the nearby area to buy a few more shops and stores. By the way, did the mall give Tingda a discount? Yao Bo replied, of course it did. I heard that the rent was 40% off, and the rent was waived for half a year. In addition, a total of 7,000 square meters of space was squeezed out, and all rented to Tingda. Li Shi nodded approvingly, well, the discount is not much, but it's okay. Remember, when dealing with Mr. Pei, you must be sincere enough. The greater the sincerity, the greater the return from Mr. Pei. Tell the person in charge of the mall and ask them to give as many preferential conditions as possible in the future. Don't be stingy. Mr. Pei will definitely return with 10 or 100 times the profit. Yao Bo hurriedly said, okay, I will call the mall when I go back and remind them. After the dinner, Li Shi sent Yao Bo and Shui Zhibin away, and took a car for about half an hour to a mall. This is an inconspicuous mall, and you can't even get a number in Jingzhou. After arriving at the mall, Li Shi went directly to the underground floor, which is the headquarters of the Starboard Fitness chain store. After saying hello to the front desk, not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out quickly. Mr. Li. Please come in. The middle-aged man was called Che Rong, the owner of the Starboard Fitness chain. Che Rong led the way in front and took Li Shi to the VIP room in the gym, and personally made tea to entertain him. Mr. Li, what brings you here today? Let me know next time you come, so I can entertain you in advance. Li Shi smiled, Mr. Che, don't be so polite. I just had a sudden impulse today and thought of something, so I came to see. About the investment you asked for before. I thought about it and decided to invest. Che Rong's face instantly showed a surprised expression. Really? Mr. Li, thank you so much. Li Shi raised his hand. Don't thank me in a hurry, I have conditions. Che Rong nodded quickly. You. Li Shi drank a sip of tea and thought about where to start. Xingya Fitness is a local gym chain in Jingzhou. Although it has more than a dozen stores, it is hard to rank among the top 10 in Handong province in terms of scale, market share and reputation, let alone in the country. In the past 2 years, the fitness industry has had a very difficult time. The domestic fitness industry began to develop rapidly around 2000. In 2001, the Olympic bid was successful, and the topic of national fitness began to receive attention. Fitness cards of many gyms were hotly speculated, and even sold for thousands of yuan each. Such a craze naturally gave birth to a large number of gyms. Around 2004, there were more than 500 gyms in the capital alone, which can be said to be a rapid development. However, with more gyms, competition became fierce, and the fitness industry was highly homogenized. If you want to attract more customers, you can only rely on price cuts, so you gradually fell into a vicious circle. The annual card of a large gym has dropped from tens of thousands to about 3,000 yuan, and the club price has even dropped to 700 or 800 yuan, only lower, not the lowest. Although this allows customers to exercise at a more favorable price, it also leads to a series of chaos due to low profits, such as trying every means to promote private training classes, gyms running away with money, etc. The gross profit margin of many gyms has dropped from 40% to less than 3%, so a crazy wave of closures has begun in the past 2 years. Last year alone, that is, in 2011, more than 40 gyms in the capital closed. As a second-tier city, Jingzhou has fewer young people than first-tier cities and worse fitness habits, so the situation is naturally even less optimistic. To make matters worse, after the large-scale opening of managed gyms, they provided a new fitness model and quickly snatched away a large number of customers from traditional gyms. This makes life even more difficult for local gyms like Xingya Fitness in Jingzhou. Therefore, Che Rong, the owner of Xingya Fitness, had to seek investment everywhere, hoping to survive this difficult time. Li Shi's Fuhui capital is very famous in Jingzhou, and Che Rong certainly went to find it, but Li Shi never gave him a clear answer. Because Li Shi is an investor, investment must be based on returns. Xingya Fitness is nothing special, and investing may not make money, so why invest? Li Shi originally wanted to reject Che Rong, but today he suddenly changed his mind. I can invest, but I have a condition. The money I invest must be used to purchase smart fitness clothes drying racks and placed in all starboard fitness stores. Che Rong was stunned for a moment. Ah? Mr. Li, what does this mean? I've also seen that clothes drying rack. Although it's very popular now, it seems to be a home fitness equipment, right? All the equipment in our gym is professional fitness equipment, which is better than this clothes drying rack. Why should we replace it? Li Shi shook his head. I can see that you have never experienced this thing yourself. The smart fitness clothes drying rack is indeed a home fitness equipment. In certain movements, it is not as good as professional fitness equipment. But it also has its own advantages, which are unmatched by traditional fitness equipment. Combining games and equipment makes fitness no longer boring, but full of fun, making it easier for people to stick to it, which is something that traditional fitness equipment cannot do. At present, most gyms are still late to realize this and have not noticed it. This is a very good opportunity for us. Although the basic model of hosting gyms cannot be learned, the new form of fitness, such as smart fitness clothes drying racks, can still be learned. Chapter 10, 79 Bulk Purchase of Smart Fitness Drying Racks. Update. Li Shi's analysis stunned Che Rong. When the managed gym was first opened, the effect was not good and it was always losing money. Many gyms that were about to close all sold their stores to the managed gym. Those bosses thought they had found a buyer and were complacent. But soon, the managed gym soared and now has branches in super first-tier cities such as the capital, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Other gyms want to learn this model, but they can't. The managed gym is very strict in selecting users, and it is also equipped with fitness meals for takeout. The reason why customers there can tolerate such harsh conditions is that the managed gym has an excellent reputation. Everyone knows that the effect here is good, so they grit their teeth and stick to it. This is a virtuous circle. If other gyms do the same, they will definitely die without knowing how they died. So Che Rong didn't continue to pay attention to the managed gym. After all, only Tenda can play this model. But now looking at what Mr. Li means, it's obvious that he wants to make something of this smart fitness clothes rack, although Mr. Li paid for it. If something goes wrong, the risk will be shared by both parties. After buying the smart fitness clothes drying rack, you still have to find a place to put it, which means that some other fitness equipment must be cleared out and the layout of the entire gym needs to be rearranged. If this thing takes up space and no one uses it, and some of the original equipment is also cleared out, then for ordinary customers, the fitness experience will be reduced. Given the current state of Xingnia fitness, if this happens, it will basically be close to death. Li Shi saw Che Rong's hesitation. Boss Che, think carefully, what advantages does Starboard Fitness have compared to other chain gyms? None at all. Relying solely on price wars is a dead end. Gyms are cutting prices and rolling inwards, and the final result is that they all close down together. Now, smart fitness clothes drying racks have risks, but also opportunities. The first person to eat crabs and the second person to eat crabs receive completely different treatments. Although there are smart fitness clothes drying racks in managed gyms, the number of members that managed gyms can accommodate is strictly limited, and it is impossible to meet all the needs of using smart fitness clothes drying racks. As for buying it yourself, this equipment takes up a lot of space and is expensive. Although there is a moving service, there are many people who buy it, and there will also be many people who don't buy it. People who don't have a gym membership and don't want to buy smart fitness clothes drying racks themselves, aren't they a perfect target customer group? Other chain gyms are still late to the party. If Xingnia Fitness can take the lead in launching an interactive fitness area featuring smart fitness clothes drying racks and use this as a topic for publicity and discussion, and successfully capture this group of target users, it will inevitably bring Xingnia Fitness extremely high popularity and seize the initiative among all gyms. Even if other gyms follow up, Xingnia Fitness, as the first gym to launch a similar model, will definitely gain something. And Li Shi paused and lowered his voice. With my relationship with Tenda, I can also guarantee that the smart fitness clothes drying racks will be supplied to you first. As far as I know, the smart fitness clothes drying racks are limited by the production capacity of the foundry and are in a state of shortage. So, buying them online is definitely not a rush. I know Changyu, the person in charge of O2 technology. As long as I come forward to discuss business procurement with him, I can ask the foundry to increase production capacity and get the goods in bulk. And in the case of limited production capacity in the early stage, only we can get the goods, and other gyms can't. This situation will not last long, and other gyms will definitely get the goods one after another. But even if our lead is only 2 or 3 months, it will be enough, because by that time, we have already sold a large number of gym cards and attracted a large number of customers. Boss Che, you have to think about this matter carefully. If you don't participate, I will still find other gyms. For Li Shi, Starboard Fitness is his first choice. Although there are several other chain gyms in Jingzhou, they are basically national in nature, and their headquarters may be in the capital, the Magic City or other big cities, so cooperation will not be so smooth. And the local gyms in Jingzhou are too large to take a few smart fitness clothes drying racks and cannot be used. Starboard Fitness is a local gym in Jingzhou. It is not big or small. It is easier to control the initiative and have better development prospects when talking about cooperation with Che Rong. It is precisely because of the opportunity of the smart fitness clothes drying rack and the conditions in all aspects are very suitable that Li Shi finally decided to invest in Starboard Fitness. Li Shi felt that he had been drinking the soup of Boss Pei, so he naturally had to pull others to drink some of his own soup. When everyone adds fuel to the fire, the flames will burn brighter. Of course, if Che Rong insisted on not doing it, then Li Shi could only look for someone else. Che Rong lowered his head in thought, and it was obvious that he was moved by Li Shi. Everyone knew that the only investment legend in Jingzhou was Mr. Pei. And the one who followed closely behind was Mr. Li of Fuhui Capital. Mr. Li follows Mr. Pei in investing, and the success rate and rate of return are extremely high. Basically, any project that Mr. Li is interested in and is related to Tenda can succeed. Moreover, the friendship between Mr. Li and Mr. Pei also makes this plan more stable. If we can indirectly get the support of Tenda through Mr. Li, how difficult will it be to revitalize Starboard Fitness? Although Mr. Li's plan has certain risks, it is really not worth mentioning compared with the benefits. Worth a try. Thinking of this, Che Rong nodded. Okay, Mr. Li, I accept this condition. I will open an interactive fitness area in all gyms, arrange smart fitness clothes drying racks, and assign 2 special fitness coaches to watch and guide members to use the equipment. Then we will promote this point and let people who want to play fitness battle come here to apply for a card. As for the purchase of equipment, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Li. Li Shi smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will contact Chang Yu of O2 Technology directly, and then I will get the goods directly from the manufacturer and deliver them as soon as possible. Compared to the one-by-one orders of online shopping, this kind of gym purchases hundreds of equipment at a time, and Chang Yu has no reason to refuse. Xingya Fitness has more than a dozen stores, and each store purchases 10 units, so the first batch will purchase more than 100 units. And this is only the first batch of purchases, and there will be more in the future. Once this model is found to be feasible and well received, Li Shi will naturally continue to make additional investments or use other methods to raise funds, so that Starboard Fitness can continue to open branches quickly and expand this model in the short term. While bringing a large number of orders to UTA Technology, it also allows Starboard Fitness to expand rapidly by grabbing customers from other chain gyms. So the final result is a win-win for Tenda, Starboard Fitness, and Fuhui Capital. Isn't it wonderful? Moreover, Li Shi thinks that he can also consider talking to Shangyang Games to provide some benefits to customers who use smart fitness clothes drying racks in Starboard Fitness in the early stage. Just like the free skins of GOG's cooperative internet cafes, customers are allowed to use some free clothes or send tokens when playing Fitness Battle in Starboard Fitness. Even when opening a new store, you can set up a Fitness Battle theme store, customize several life-size statues of characters in the game, and arrange a fitness scene similar to the game to attract more customers. Of course, Li Shi always keeps in mind that the premise of taking advantage of Tenda's benefits must be to leave the bulk of the profits to Tenda. Therefore, Starboard Fitness new stores will certainly try their best to stagger their locations with those of the hosted gyms, snatch business from other chain gyms for the hosted gyms, and even advertise for Tenda Industries in its own gyms, trying hard to be a good brother. Moreover, Li Shi knew that Mr. Pei hated scalpers the most, so he chose to go directly to Chang Yu, get the goods directly from the OEM factory, and open another batch of production lines, which would not affect the original stock of smart fitness clothes drying racks. In this way, there would be no shortage of goods, which would be cheaper for scalpers, and products could be obtained in large quantities, so that the interactive fitness area of Xingya Fitness could be opened as soon as possible to seize the opportunity. With his understanding of Mr. Pei, Li Shi made the whole plan seamless. After reviewing it, he felt that the chance of success was very high. Li Shi and Che Rong finalized the details again, officially reached a cooperation, and were ready to do a big job. Chapter 1080 Bad News. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from games. May 28, Monday. Pei Qian came to the company early to check the work briefs sent by various departments last week. The first one he opened was the briefing for Muda Technology. After taking a look, Pei Qian immediately closed it with a look of despair. Sure enough, the clothes-drying racks are selling out. When Pei Qian had nothing to do, he often browsed the Iladeo website intensively, and naturally saw the video posted by Lin Jiaqiang. When he saw this video, Pei Qian knew that something was wrong. But he still had a little bit of luck in his heart. What if it was just a high popularity, but the promotion effect on the smart fitness clothes drying rack was not obvious? Now after reading the briefing for Muda Technology, Pei Qian found that he had indeed thought too much. The new G1 mobile phone and smart fitness clothes drying rack were all sold out, and so far, they have been sold out intermittently. The foundry is rushing to produce. After receiving a larger order, the foundry of the smart fitness clothes drying rack even opened a new production line. It can be said that they are fully preparing for the stock. Pei Qian just glanced at the stock figures of the smart fitness clothes drying rack and felt a little dizzy. At the beginning, he asked Changyu to prepare the stock with gritted teeth, and only prepared 10,000 units. But now, all 10,000 units have been sold out, and another order for 10,000 units has been sent. Although the number is the same, the initial 10,000 units have been prepared for a long time. It was originally planned to sell it for a year and a half, but it turned out that it couldn't hold up so soon. And the second batch of 10,000 units, I'm afraid it won't last long. The most terrifying thing is that there are actually some large orders. A gym called Starboard Fitness directly ordered more than 100 units, and will buy more later. O2 Technologies products are expensive, but once they are turned around, the money is just like running water. The profit of smart fitness clothes racks is not high. In addition to the raw material cost that cannot be reduced due to the high quality requirements of the equipment itself, logistics, warehousing, door-to-door delivery, moving services and other services are also a large part of the cost. Without considering the expenses of the reverse logistics side, the profit of each smart fitness clothes rack is only about 200 yuan. But after the number increases, 10,000 units will be 2 million. Although 2 million is not enough to support even one money-burning activity based on Tenda's current profitability, don't forget the in-app purchases of Fitness Battle. So far, Fitness Battle has attracted a large number of players. As a mobile game, the monthly turnover on the official platform alone has reached 30 million. Compared with other games with the same income level, the number of active players of Fitness Battle is even 2 or 3 times that of those games, and the number of registered players is more than 10 times that of those games. In other words, this game is really well known. Many players will register an account to have a look even if they don't have equipment or can't stick to it. Because the total number of players is large, even if many people leave, there are still many people who stay. There are many players who stay, and there are also many players who recharge. Although the recharge system of Fitness Battle is too conscientious and has reduced the income to a certain extent, the recharge system that can be refunded at will has stimulated the desire of many players to recharge, so the income is still good. Considering the high share of the official platform to Tenda, this game can earn Tenda nearly 20 million a month. What's more terrible is that the official platform is not the only channel for Fitness Battle. When Tenda was in crisis, Zhou Mian contacted some game channel dealers to let Tenda's game go on some small platforms. Although these platforms are small and their share is not high, they are great in number. Coupled with the recommendation of major channels such as Shenhua Mobile's App Store, the net income of Fitness Battle in the first month can be doubled, of course, the high income in the early stage is due to the special recharge mode. Because they can refund at will, players have no psychological burden at all, so they recharge more and more. Even if there are many refunds, there will be many orders retained. In the next few months, players will get all the props they want, and their desire to recharge will naturally drop sharply, and the income of the game will naturally drop. But Shangyang Games will obviously continue to update various beautiful props, scenes, special effects, and even characters for Fitness Battle, and subsequent expansion packs will be launched continuously. Pei Qian couldn't bear to watch. It's so despairing. Who would have thought that Pei Qian, who was now counting money to the point of vomiting, was still happily fantasizing about selling a building a week ago? Facts have proved that this is purely wishful thinking. After turning off the briefing of O2 Technology, Pei Qian read the briefings of several other departments. Overall, all departments are developing in a stable and orderly manner. Pei Qian's mood calmed down a little bit. After all, no bad news is the best good news. As long as these departments don't suddenly make a lot of money, everyone will still be good friends. While reading the briefing, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Huang Sibo from Fei Huang Studio. "Boss, Pei. I have something to ask you. Under the matchmaking of Mr. Lin, we have been discussing the copyright of Mission and Choice with the Ellie Island website. The initial intention has been communicated almost. I came here this time to ask you to make a decision. Should we buy it out or share it?" Pei Qian's face sank. Sure enough, it's here again. A blessing is not a disaster, and disaster is inevitable. On the day when the box office of Mission and Choice exploded, Pei Qian knew that the copyright of this movie would definitely be sold to video websites at a high price in the future. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Now, this day has come. Luckily, Pei Qian has made sufficient mental preparations. He thought about it briefly and was a little entangled. According to common sense, he should have chosen to share it without thinking. Because the buyout is a large sum of money directly transferred, it will cause great trouble to the settlement. And the share of money comes slowly, and it will be spread out every month, so the pressure will not be so great. However, Pei Qian has already suffered a loss once on A Better Tomorrow. That was his idea at the time, so he offered a share of the profits for A Better Tomorrow. He never expected that the popularity of the movie on the Ellie Island website would be so high, and the profit earned from this share in the end far exceeded the buyout. This is very rigid. In addition, there is another point to consider, which is the impact of key extension. The extension of the key means that the movie will be shown in the cinema for a longer period of time. Although it can increase the box office, the audience's demand for watching movies will be further reduced. After the movie is released on the video website, fewer people will pay attention to it, and the price the website is willing to offer will be lower. A Better Tomorrow was not extended at the time. After the movie was released, the audience's enthusiasm was still very high. The more people watched it, the more the share would naturally be. But Mission and Choice was extended for 2 months. In this way, the enthusiasm of most viewers for watching movies was satisfied. Many people even watched it 2 or 3 times. The price the website was willing to offer should also be reduced. Thinking that the share would probably make more money, Pei Qian could only choose to suffer a short pain rather than a long pain. Buy it out. Pei Qian made a very difficult decision. Huang Sibo nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, then buy it out. He did not ask more questions. Mr. Pei thought for such a long time, and it was obvious that he had made the most correct choice after careful consideration and weighing the interests of all parties for a long time. What else is there to question? Huang Sibo turned around and left. After making up his mind, Pei Qian felt much more relaxed. He picked up the teacup and drank water while casually asking, "How much is the buyout this time?" Huang Sibo replied, "Oh, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be around 55 million. How much?" Pei Qian almost spit out a mouthful of tea, and couldn't believe his ears at all. Huang Sibo repeated, 55 million, Mr. Pei, do you think it's too little? Pei Qian. Crazy, really crazy. It would have been fine if he hadn't asked, but once he asked about this specific number, Pei Qian completely lost his composure. He asked in confusion, "I remember that the price offered by the website of Ellie Island during the filming of Tomorrow is Beautiful was only 18 million, right? Why has it increased so much?" Huang Sibo smiled, "Oh, Mr. Pei, you may not have paid attention to these things, and don't know much about them. The 18 million at that time was the market price more than a year ago. At the time of Tomorrow is Beautiful, the copyright purchase fee for movies with a box office of over 100 million and the participation of big-name actors was 10 million at the beginning, and no more than 50 million at most. Mission and Choice has set a new record for domestic film box office, and is regarded by many as a milestone of domestic heavy industry films. Lu Xiao also has the hope of winning a Real Actor award with this film. The copyright fee is only the maximum, which is obviously not enough. Moreover, Ellie Island is not only going to buy the copyright of the movie this time, but also plans to do a special topic and do some publicity to bring popularity to the website. It's a good deal for them to gather all the high-quality videos related to Mission and Choice on the entire Ellie Island website and form a monopoly on similar content to a certain extent. So, although 55 million is relatively expensive, it can only be said to be a normal price. In addition to the Ellie Island website, basically no other video website in China can afford this price. And I think that the Ellie Island website has a large traffic after all, which is also helpful to us, so I accepted this price. Pei Qian was silent. I originally thought that it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain, but this short pain is too painful. How to spend this 50 million? But when he thought that he might earn more than 50 million if he divided the profits, Pei Qian didn't say anything. It's a knife anyway, so instead of entangled in this, it's better to think about how to spend the money as soon as possible. After Huang Sibo left, Pei Qian thought for a long time and called Liang Qingshan. Although Pei Qian had already brewed a new money-burning plan, he originally planned to save it until the summer promotion on June 26 next month, and he couldn't do it this month. After thinking about it, I decided to use the old stupid method. Buy a building. The basic value of the system funds in this cycle is 50 million, and the current fixed assets of Tenda are about 170 million, mainly concentrated in the buildings of Sloth Apartment. Fortunately, the physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Nifeng Station, and managed gyms, including the new experience store, are all rented, so the fixed assets are not exceeded. According to the system's conversion method, fixed assets will be divided by 10 and then included in the system funds. In other words, even if Pei Qian loses all the system funds at the time of settlement will still be calculated as 17 million, and Pei Qian can only convert 33 million. Pei Qian considered that it might not be a bad idea to reduce this amount. Even if he buys another 120 million building, the system funds can still operate with 20 million. If he loses a lot, it is not a problem to earn a few 100,000 or a million. At least it is not a big problem to burn the tens of millions from selling copyrights. Therefore, Pei Qian called Liang Qingshan and told him to look for a new building in advance. Look in advance so that he can spend it immediately after the money is in place. On the other end of the phone, Liang Qingshan thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Pei, are you still going to buy residential buildings? Can you consider shops?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Shops? Shops in what area? Liang Qingshan said, It's a relatively remote area, and the appreciation potential cannot be guaranteed, but it should be okay. Pei Qian was a little relieved. If it is a shop in the city center, it will definitely make a lot of money because the most important thing about a shop is its location. The difference in customer flow between a good location and a bad location is more than 10 times, which directly determines the appreciation potential of the shop. If it is in a relatively remote location, it is not bad. Although there is appreciation potential, even if it increases a little, it should not be comparable to those popular shops. Whether it is buying a residential building or a shop, whether it is in a prime location or a remote location, Pei Qian has made money. In this case, buying some shops in a slightly remote place will make the fixed asset allocation more diversified and reduce the risk of sudden big profits. Thinking of this, Pei Qian nodded, "Okay, you buy it as you see fit. If you don't have enough money, tell me again." Chapter 1081 At worst, let the food street turn a corner. Qiji leftover near Jingji Hotel. The construction here is still in full swing, but it is almost at the final stage. The original large-scale farmers' market has been changed beyond recognition. Although the construction has not been completed, the general style of cyberpunk can already be seen. A large number of neon lights, composed of contrasting cold and warm colors, are all over the exterior walls. In order to match these lights, the exterior of the entire building has also been slightly adjusted. In line with the original deconstruction, some new structures with strong styles have been built. A variety of billboards also emit light, giving people a feeling of feasting and revelry. These billboards are intricate and make the most of the space above. And inside the eating market, this cyberpunk style is extended to every detail. Although due to the original building structure, the buildings here cannot be exactly the same as the scenes in beautiful Ming, but inside the eating market, Liang Qingfan still tried hard to restore several shops in beautiful Ming, including the scene when the male and female protagonists eat together. It is precisely because the production team of Beautiful Ming referred to a lot of cyberpunk styles during the production, which allowed Liang Qingfan to directly borrow elements from the movie, which greatly reduced his workload. The great success of Beautiful Ming also made the concept of this cyberpunk food street more confident. However, for Liang Qingfan, there is still a very serious problem to be solved, that is, the atmosphere of the cyberpunk food street. The movie is partly real scene plus pure special effects, so there is a lot of room for free play. And some details are difficult to reproduce in reality. In order to improve this problem as much as possible and further enhance the immersion of the cyberpunk food street, Liang Qingfan also thought of many ways. The first is to customize props, like movie sets, to make a lot of decorations. For example, all the lighting in the vicinity is customized with sci-fi street lamps. A high-tech sports car model is parked on the roadside at the entrance for customers to take photos. Some places are reserved for shops, and different shops sell simulated gun models, medicine models, or mechanical prosthetic models, further enhancing the immersion of the whole scene. The second is to add some arrangements that can better enhance the atmosphere, such as fog effects. Cyberpunk generally chooses weather that is not distinguished between day and night or dark and rainy. This is because the various neon lighting effects of the night can be displayed most perfectly, and the wet road surface on rainy nights will reflect the neon lights, and the dark curtains hint at the crimes that are happening at any time in this high-tech city. With the fog in the air staining the lights of various colors, the whole atmosphere can be perfectly dried. If it is sunny, all scenes are visible at a glance, and the cyberpunk feeling will definitely be weakened. The weather here in Jingzhou is normal, with not too much fog and rain, so if you want to achieve the perfect cyberpunk effect, the conditions are relatively harsh. Liang Qingfan can't change the weather and climate of Jingzhou. If he has this ability, he can't just be an architect. He would have worked in the Meteorological Bureau long ago. If you want to achieve the best effect, you must use a huge shell to cover the entire cyberpunk food street, and make fake exterior scenes inside, including the dark curtains and high-rise buildings with flashing neon lights in the distance, but the cost of this plan is too huge, and it is not necessary at this stage. After all, the cyberpunk food street has not been officially opened yet, and it is still unclear whether tourists will accept it. When this food market really becomes popular, it will not be too late to consider additional investment. Liang Qingfan thought of a more compromised solution: arrange a large number of nozzles in and around the food market to produce spray. These nozzles will be slightly blocked and hidden by the surrounding buildings, but will make the surrounding environment feel slightly wet. There will also be corresponding lights around these sprays, which will further smudge the sprays visually, giving a hazy feeling. In this way, at least at night, tourists can see a more authentic cyberpunk. As for white, the effect may be better when it is cloudy, but if it is sunny, just let it go. Like many scenic spots, they are only beautiful during specific time periods, so there are peak seasons and off-seasons. It is not impossible to play in the off-season. Although the experience is not as perfect as in the peak season, there are fewer people and it is not crowded. For the food market, it is definitely the best time to come at night, but if you come at noon or in the afternoon, there are not so many people, and some popular stalls can be eaten without queuing, which is also a good choice. So far, the food market has entered the final stage and is expected to be officially opened in about a month. Zhang Yahui has selected a group of excellent stall owners who have settled in the food market. These stall owners are good at different food. Zhang Yahui encourages them to look at more content on cyberpunk themes and try to make some similar food. Even if it is a simple meat skewer or hamburger, we should try to make it unique and diverse while ensuring that it tastes good, so that it can stand out from the crowd of stall owners. Of course, even if Zhang Yahui doesn't, these stall owners will definitely find ways to improve the taste, launch new products, and try to attract customers. After all, there is fierce competition between stall owners. These stall owners all came from their original cities, where they were the best food stalls in the whole street, but after coming here, they have to start from scratch and compete with those equally excellent stall owners. If they stick to their old ways, they will probably be eliminated soon. For this reason, Baosu also formulated a series of rules to guide the healthy competition among stall owners. When the food market officially opens, these rules formulated by Baosu, with game thinking, will definitely play a very important role. At this time, Baosu and Zhang Yahui were wearing safety helmets and inspecting the situation on the scene. Since the construction of the food market began, Baosu has been running here every 2 or 3 times, running much more frequently than Tenda Games. His efforts are rewarded, and people at Tenda Games think he is carrying out an important task. Obviously, when the next best employee is selected, Baosu should no longer be sent abroad for the reason of being a tour guide to accompany others on a trip because there is nothing to do. But this obviously has a side effect. Baosu's positive actions have greatly mobilized Zhang Yahui's work enthusiasm. Zhang Yahui didn't expect that Baosu, as an employee of the game department, would be so concerned about the food market. This behavior of helping each other without considering the gains and losses of the brothers made him feel the warmth of the Tenda family. Seeing that the buddies who came to help were so serious and responsible, he, the real person in charge, must be more concerned. The two were chatting when Liang Qingfan, who had just left to make a phone call, came back. "You too, I have good news. We have money, we can buy shops." Baosu and Zhang Yahui were stunned for a moment and didn't react at first. "Shop? What shop?" Liang Qingfan said, "The shop on the street from here to Jingji Hostel." The two suddenly realized, "Oh? That's great." Because this matter was a little far away, Baosu and Zhang Yahui had been paying attention to the internal affairs of the food market and almost forgot about it. Liang Qingfan had proposed this idea long before when he was selecting the location for the food market and finalizing the details of the cyberpunk style. It is about 1 or 2 kilometers from the food market to the Jingji hostel. If all the shops along the street can be bought or rented, after a little renovation, it can be transformed from a single cyberpunk scenic spot to a cyberpunk food street. The whole street can be built in a similar style. Of course, this project is relatively large and cannot be completed overnight. At present, the main part of the food market is almost finished, but the shops on this street are still in the negotiation stage. The long-term lease contract starting from 10 years was originally discussed, but only some shops have signed the contract so far. On the one hand, the work should be prioritized. The things on the food market are obviously more important. As for the shops along the street, it is actually the same whether they are bought early or late. We must wait until the food market is on the right track before slowly transforming this street. On the other hand, the attitude of each shop owner is inconsistent with the specific rent issue, which involves a lot of energy in the negotiation process and makes it a little unpleasant. This area is originally near the old industrial area. In fact, there are not many young people. The residential and commercial houses are basically old houses. Therefore, whether buying or renting, the surrounding market prices are not very high. The conditions given by Zhang Yahui and his team are to sign a 10-year long-term lease contract with these shops with a 50% increase in the current rent. If they breach the contract in the middle, they need to pay a penalty. In theory, this condition is already very generous. These shops were originally very remote, and they only did some business before, with very low profits. The monthly rent for a shop of 50 to 60 square meters is less than 2,000 yuan. Zhang Yahui also understands the difficulties of these shops and takes the initiative to raise the price to around 3,000 yuan, which is quite sincere. Some shop owners are very satisfied, so they immediately sign the contract and allow Zhang Yahui and his team to renovate the shop at will. Once the long-term contract is signed, they don't have to worry about renting out the shops. But some shop owners are still not satisfied with the price, and even secretly communicated with each other, asking for a higher price. Because they saw that the Jingji Hotel has been established, with huge customer flow from all over the country, and Tenda has started construction at the original farmers market, and is obviously busy with new projects. Now they want to rent all the shops on the street for 10 years, which must be a big move. When they think of how rich Tenda is, these people think that just a 50% increase in rent is not enough. After all, this long-term contract is signed for 10 years. Who can be sure of what will happen in 10 years? What if the profit of this shop increases 5 or 10 times in a year? And they can't raise the rent, wouldn't it be a loss? Therefore, these people either hope to increase the rent a little more, or hope to sign a short-term lease, such as only signing for 2 or 3 years, so that they can still think about raising the rent in the future. Liang Qingshan and Zhang Yahui are definitely not happy. Because in their opinion, the development of this place depends entirely on President Pei. If President Pei had not invested huge sums of money in building the Jingji Hotel and the food market, the rent of this street would not only not increase, but would decrease as people gradually left. The rent has been increased by 50%, which is a great sincerity. If it was another company that wanted to rent, these shop owners might have agreed without hesitation. But it doesn't make sense for them to ask for a high price, just because they think Tenda is rich and can make money. Moreover, it is still unknown whether this street can make money. What if the food market doesn't work and this food street doesn't have much traffic, but they signed a 10-year contract at a very high price? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Mr. Pei trusted them so much and gave such an important project to the three of them, but it ended up like this. They can't take this responsibility. Therefore, the two sides were deadlocked. Except for a few more open-minded shop owners who had signed long-term contracts, other shops were still waiting and watching. Liang Qingshan said, "It just so happens that President Pei has given a sum of money. I think this matter can almost have a result. For these shops, we give them 3 choices: either sign a long-term contract at the current price and rent for 10 years, or we buy their shops at a 50% premium to the market price. If neither of them accepts, then we will simply let the food street bypass it. You want to take advantage of us? No way. Although the cyberpunk food street is called a food street, it is much longer than most food streets. The distance of 1 or 2 kilometers cannot be reached by just one road. There are at least 6 or 7 large intersections from one end to the other. If a certain shop does not cooperate, Liang Qingfan can consider buying it next to it, and then use some means to let tourists bypass the shop. For example, make a route map to guide tourists to visit along a specific route, or Tengda's own shops make unified signs and guide signs. Those shops that have signed contracts are uniformly planned and arranged by Tengda, and the decoration style is clear at a glance. It is difficult for other shops to learn even if they want to. What's more, tourists will naturally be more disgusted with fake shops that are riding on the popularity. As long as Tengda tells them that a certain shop is not a street shop, most tourists will not go there. It is not so easy for these shops to take advantage of Tengda. Therefore, most of the shops that do not cooperate with Tengda will end up with nothing. Even if they do business themselves, the stall owners on Tengda's side are elites from all over the country. Why should these original bosses compete? Liang Qingfan must let all shop owners know clearly, Tengda will never be blackmailed, don't make the wrong decision. Otherwise, if you come here to raise the rent, and then he comes here to change the contract, won't it be endless? As for buying and renting, it seems that the price fluctuations are the same, but in fact there is a big difference. As a second-tier city, the current rent-to-sale ratio of most shops in Jingzhou is about 1 to 300, that is, a shop with a monthly rent of 2,000 will cost 600,000 to buy. If you spend 600,000 to buy a shop, you need to collect 300 months of rent, which means it will take nearly 30 years to get your money back. And with the same 50% premium, the monthly rent has only increased from 2,000 to 3,000, but the total price of the shop has increased from 600,000 to 900,000. The difference in these numbers seems to be very large. The rent increase will not hurt to get an extra 1,000 per month, but the increase in the selling price of the shop can get an extra 300,000 at one time. The higher the total price of the shop, the more money you get. With this large sum of money, you can immediately invest or manage your finances, which is much more tempting. Most of the shop owners on this street don't have much money, and for them, the temptation of hundreds of thousands is still very great. What's more, the shops in this area have always been extremely difficult to sell. You can still find people doing business if you rent them, but if you sell them, almost no one is willing to spend hundreds of thousands to buy them. If you give up the opportunity to sell it this time, you may never have the chance to sell it at such a high price again. Of course, selling it also has risks. If the value of the shop increases by more than 50% in 10 years, you will lose money. On the contrary, those shops that are rented for a long time will still be in your hands 10 years later, and you can still get rent, which is much more cost-effective. But not everyone can resist the huge temptation of immediate benefits, not to mention that no one can predict how much these shops will rise in the future. Now Liang Qingfan is showing his hand to these shop owners. Either sell or rent for a long time. There is no third way. If some shop owners want to be smart, Liang Qingfan would rather spend more money to let the food street turn a corner than let them have a sip of soup.